Polar Opposites, Book 3, Fire, Chapter 1, The Awakening. It's been 3 weeks since Bossing Se fell to the Fire Nation. 3 weeks since Aang was struck down by Azula's lightning. After Aang had gotten hurt, we met up with my dad and the rest of the Water Tribe warriors at Chameleon Bay, where we took over a Fire Nation ship to blend in, while we're traveling towards the Fire Nation for the invasion on the day of Black Sun. I stare out into the distance, thinking about how I had been on a ship just like this one, not too long ago. Back then, though, I was a different person. Back then, I was just a girl from the Southern Water Tribe. Now I'm a different person. So much so that my siblings, as well as everyone else on the ship, would say that I've changed so much to where they don't even know who I am anymore. I wish I could turn back time and go back to whenever everything was simple. Back to when I was back home, taking care of my people with Sokka, Katara, and my grandmother. I sighed at the thought of home. I miss home so much. I wish I could go back and just forget about everything that had happened in Ba Sing Se. I know I can't go back, though. Not now, especially with the invasion just a couple of months away. Ever since we left Ba Sing Se, I've tried to forget about everything that had happened between Zuko and I, but I just can't. After everything that we went through together before what had happened in the Crystal Catacombs in Ba Sing Se, I really don't want to forget all of it. Everyone's been so worried about me since I've been so distant. My dad has even tried to make me talk about it, but I refuse to talk to him about it because I know that he wouldn't understand. Both Sokka and Katara are the only ones that know the whole story of the reason as to why I've been acting so distant to everyone lately. Even though I didn't really want to tell them everything at first, both Sokka and Katara didn't want to push me into telling them everything, but I eventually told them everything about what had happened between me and Zuko while I was traveling with him in Iroh. And now that I've told both of my siblings everything, we've become even closer than we ever have been. My thoughts are then broken by something small and furry jumping onto my shoulder. I jump slightly in surprise, turning my head towards whatever it was that jumped on my shoulder. My eyes land on the big brown eyes of Momo. He chirps at me and I smile softly at the sight of him. Well, hello to you too, Momo. I greet, scratching him behind the ear. He purrs in response to my action, making my smile widen. It's good to see you smiling again, the voice of my dad says to my left. I turn to him, Momo jumping down from my shoulder and landing in front of my dad, causing my dad to crouch down and start scratching him under his chin, making Momo purr loudly in response. I'm about to respond to what he had said a second ago when I'm cut off by running footsteps and something or someone falling down onto the deck. Momo? A very familiar voice that I haven't heard in so long asks. At the sound of the voice, my dad, Momo, and I turn to see Aang laying on the floor in front of us. A second later, Aang picks himself off of the floor as Momo jumps onto his shoulder, licking his cheek. Twinkle Toes, that's gotta be you, Toph says as she and Katara run over to him excitedly. Aang, you're awake, Katara exclaims. Are you sure? Aang asks as he rubs his eyes. I feel like I'm dreaming, he continues before Katara embraces him in a hug. You're not dreaming. You're finally awake, Katara says as she lets go of him and Sokka, who's dressed as a Fire Nation soldier, and I walk up to him. Sokka hugging him before I do. Aang, good to see you back with the living, buddy, Sokka says to Aang while I give him my own hug, the mask that he's wearing muffling his voice a little bit. Sokka? Aang asks, confused. I take a step back from Aang, seeing how exhausted and confused he looks. Uh-oh, somebody catch him, he's gonna, Toph exclaims. At her words, Katara runs to catch Aang, but he falls, landing on the deck with a groan. The others and I gather around Aang, worried expressions on our faces. It's good that Aang is all right, but he certainly has a long way to go before he's fully healed. A little while later, Aang wakes up and seems to be more aware of his surroundings. Why are we on a Fire Nation ship? Why is everyone dressed this way? And why am I the only one out of it? Aang asks Katara in confusion as I put a red robe around his shoulders to use as a disguise just in case. I then walk over to Appa, petting his head, giving the two of them some privacy. You need to take it easy, okay? You got hurt pretty bad, Katara says to him, referring to what had happened with Azula's lightning hitting him. I look down at the ground at the memory of that day, the day that my life changed forever. And not in a good way. I like your hair, Katara says to him, breaking my thoughts, causing me to look over at my sister and Aang again. I have hair? Aang asks her in surprise as he feels his scalp. How long was I out? He questions. A few weeks, Katara answers. In the corner of my eye, I see Dad walk up to them. Everything okay? He asks. Katara looks away from him before answering. We're fine, Dad. Dad offers Aang his hand. I'm Hakoda, Katara, Sokka, and Kita's father. He knows who you are, Katara says, sounding annoyed. I just called you Dad, didn't I? I guess you're right, Dad replies, sounding a little bit unsure. I don't know why, but Katara has been a little rude to Dad ever since we ran into him and the other warriors at Chameleon Bay. I can sort of see why she would be, considering he left us to go fight in the war with the rest of the men of the tribe a few years after Mom died. The thing is, though, Sokka and I haven't been like that to him. I may still be a little bitter about him leaving, but I would never act like Katara is. I've moved past it, and I think Katara should do the same. Nice to officially meet you, Chief Hakoda, Aang says to my father, offering his own hand to him. My dad grabs Aang's arm in reply. It's an honor to meet you. Great, great. Now you guys have finally met. So would you mind giving us a little privacy? Katara asks him, annoyed. Of course, Dad replies before walking off and up to Appa, where he pets Appa's head. Don't worry, Dad. Katara's just worried about Aang. She'll come around, I say. He nods. I know. A couple of minutes later, my dad walks away from Appa and I see Katara leading Aang back inside, presumably for a healing session. I yawn tiredly, deciding that now's as good a time as any to try and get some sleep, since I haven't really been able to get that much sleep, not since before we fought against Azula and Zuko in the Crystal Catacombs. The next morning, while everyone is eating breakfast, Sokka explains what had happened while Aang was unconscious. After what happened in Ba Sing Se, we had to get you to safety, Sokka begins from his spot next to me on a crate. We flew back to Chameleon Bay, where we found my father and the other Water Tribe men. The Earth King decided he wanted to travel the world in disguise, so he set off alone. Well, not completely alone. Soon, the bay was overrun with Fire Nation ships. Rather than fight them all, we captured a single ship and made it our disguise, he explains. He then pulls out his map and explains where we've been so far. Since then, we've been traveling west, he says, pointing to Chameleon Bay, and then moves his finger across the Serpent's Pass. We crossed through the Serpent's Pass a few days ago. We've seen a few Fire Nation ships, but none have bothered us, he finishes. So, what now? Aang asks. We've been working on a modified version of the invasion plan, my dad answers. It's Sokka's invasion plan, Katara says, annoyed. Yes, Sokka's plan, Dad agrees, sounding quite unsure and possibly a little confused as to why she's acting this way towards him. We won't be able to mount a massive invasion without the Earth King's armies, but the solar eclipse will still leave the Fire Nation vulnerable. So we're planning a smaller invasion, just a ragtag team of our friends and allies from around the Earth Kingdom. We already ran into Pipsqueak and the Duke, Sokka says, turning over towards where Pipsqueak and the Duke sit. Good to see you again, Aang. Pipsqueak smiles as he and the Duke, who is sitting on his shoulders, eat their noodles. And the best part is, the eclipse isn't even our biggest advantage, Sokka says. We have a secret, he whispers. He then looks to the left and right. You, he smiles. Me? Aang asks him in confusion. Yep, the whole world thinks you're dead, Sokka exclaims as he stands up from the crate, raising his arms triumphantly. Isn't that great? Aang is so shocked about the news of the whole world thinking that he's dead that he gets up from his seat and walks over to the railing looking down at the water. The world thinks I'm dead? How is that good news? He asks as he turns to face the others and I again. That's terrible. No, it's great, Sokka disagrees. It means the Fire Nation won't be hunting us down anymore. And even better, they won't expect you on the day of Black Sun. No, 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 no. You have no idea. This is so messed up, Aang exclaims as he clutches his hair, shaking his head in aggravation. I'm about to try and reassure him when the horn of another ship blares. The others and I look over to see another Fire Nation ship approaching us. Uh-oh, I think as the ship gets closer and closer. I'll handle this. The Avatar is back, Aang says as he grabs his glider and slams it on the floor, opening its wings, but it causes him to flinch in pain and clutch his side. Bearing through the pain, though, he grabs onto the wings and prepares to take off. Aang, wait. Remember, they don't know we're not Fire Nation, Katara tells him as she walks up to him, causing Aang to stop from taking off. Aang, who's sweating heavily, reluctantly folds his glider up. Everyone, just stay calm, my dad says to us. Bato and I will take care of this, he continues as he and Bato place their helmets on their heads. In preparation of avoiding getting discovered by the crew of the Fire Navy ship approaching us, Pipsqueak and the Dew cover Appa with a large tarp as he sits in the cargo hold, while Aang, Katara, Toph, and I crouch inside the stairway that leads down below deck. Hopefully, whoever comes onto the ship won't want to search through the ship, because then we'd be in big trouble. I hate not being able to do anything, Aang whispers angrily. Hopefully you won't need to, Toph replies, in which I agree with wholeheartedly, especially with Aang being as hurt as he is right now. It'd be safer for him to just lay low and not get hurt even more than he already is. The others and I watch as a bridge lowers across the gap in between the two ships. Once the bridge is lowered, a Fire Nation officer and 2 soldiers walk across to our ship. I see my dad and Bato exchange a glance, and I hope that the Fire Nation officer doesn't think that's suspicious or anything, because then we'd be in big trouble. Commander, why are you off course? The officer asks my father. All Western Fleet ships are supposed to be moving towards Ba Sing Se to support the occupation. Actually, we're from the Eastern Fleet. We have orders to deliver some cargo, my father answers. Ah, Eastern Fleet. Well, nice of Admiral Chan to let us know he was sending one of his ships our way, the officer replies. I am sure Admiral Chan meant no disrespect, sir, Bato replies. I mean, how hard is it to write a quick note and send a hawk our way? The officer asks, sounding a bit annoyed. Next time we'll send 2 hawks to be sure you get the message, my father reassures him, and I hope that he buys it. Luckily, he does, and my dad and the officer bow to each other before my dad and Bato walk away from them, probably to get the ship going again once the officer and the 2 soldiers leave. Sir, Admiral Chan has been on leave for 2 months at Upper Island, one of the soldiers next to the officer says to him. Uh-oh, I think. What? Why doesn't anyone ever tell me anything? The officer asks. Something's not right. They should have known that. I think this is a captured ship. Spirits, we're in trouble, I think, as the 3 of them walk away, walking across the bridge in between our ship and theirs. As I crouch down next to Toph, I see her eyes widen in shock, and I know that I am not the only one who had heard him say that. Without any hesitation, the 2 of us climb out of the stairway, Toph pointing at the 3 soldiers as they walk back onto their ship. They know! The 2 of us shout out to the others at the same time before Toph thrusts her hand towards the floor, using her metal bending on the metal of the ship, twisting it and causing the bridge that the soldiers are walking across to buckle and disconnect from the ships, causing the soldiers and the officer to fall into the water below. I quickly rush over to the edge of the ship, using my bending to create a small mountain of water in between the ships. I quickly turn in a circle, thrusting my arms forward, causing the water to slam into the side of the other ship, knocking it back several yards, giving us a chance to escape. I turn to the others, my eyes wide with urgency. We need to get out of here! Now! I command, and at my words, the ship starts moving at full speed. Not even a minute after we start our retreat, the other ship is in hot pursuit of us, firing multiple fireballs at us, trying to sink the ship. Luckily, all of the fireballs have just skimmed against the side of the ship, not causing any significant damage. I try to keep my balance as the ship tips from the most recent fireball, just missing it. "Load the Toff!" I hear Toff shout before I hear Pipsqueak grunting and a loud bang against the metal floor of the ship. I smirk smugly. Those Fire Nation soldiers on that ship won't know what hit 'em. She shoots the stone disc at the ship, destroying one of their trebuchets, demolishing it. Another fireball comes our way, but Toph lunges another disc. The fireball and the stone disc collide in the air and explode. As soon as I think the fireballs are the only weapon they can use against us, I see a ballista being aimed downwards before firing. The chained metal projectile shoots into the water and punctures the hull of our ship. I run over to the edge of the deck again, seeing the water rushing inside of the hole that the projectile had caused. I wave my arms upward before pushing my palms down, exhaling freezing mist towards the hole in the hull of the ship as I do so. The mist descends down the ship toward the breach, freezing it over. "I'm going to give us some cover," Katara shouts. Katara presses her arms down, pushing down the water between the two ships, causing a cloud of mist to form and rise up. Katara lifts her arms up and bends the mist into the air. She then pushes her arms out, making the mist float out and behind our ship. The moment that I think that we're home free, a fireball comes flying at us through the mist, crashing into the load of stone discs that Toph was going to use in case we needed them. "Aang, no!" I hear Sokka exclaim as I see Aang running out onto the deck, Sokka right behind him. Sokka grabs Aang's staff, stopping Aang in his tracks. "You're still hurt, and you have to stay secret. Just let us handle this." "Fine," Aang answers as he angrily snatches his staff away from Sokka before he storms off. I understand why Aang's upset about being kept secret from the world, but the thing is, we just can't risk it right now. Especially with the invasion coming up in a couple of months. We can't risk having the Fire Nation knowing that he's alive right now. It would take away our advantage for the invasion. Another explosion cuts my thoughts off as the blast causes a fire on the engine. I quickly bend water up from below, throwing it at the fire, extinguishing it. "How we doing?" Toph asks. "Things couldn't get much worse," Sokka replies. The universe just loves proving my twin brother wrong, because the serpent from the Serpent's Pass bursts from the water behind him. The universe just loves proving me wrong, doesn't it? Sokka asks as he turns around to face the serpent. "You just had to say something, didn't you?" I ask him, to which he shrugs in reply to. "You make it too easy," Toph responds to Sokka's earlier question. The serpent is about to strike us, but a fireball from the enemy ship strikes it in the head. The serpent then turns to the ship that fired the fireball, disappearing into the water a few seconds later. After swimming under our ship, the serpent emerges from the water, wrapping its body around the enemy vessel. Sokka, Pipsqueak, and I run over to the edge of the deck, shocked that the serpent is attacking the other ship, and not us. Well, I guess I can see why, especially when they were the ones that fired the fireball at it and caused it to attack them in the first place. "Thank you, the universe," Sokka praises while looking up at the sky. We just docked the ship at a merchant's pier to get some supplies and something to eat for dinner. The others and I walk up to Aang's door, entering the room. "Hey, Aang, we're going into town to find some dinner," Toph says to him. At her statement, Aang clutches his stomach as it growls. "Well, I am pretty hungry. Maybe dinner's a good idea," Aang says with a small smile on his face. Sokka pulls out a red headband, holding it out to him. "Here, tie this around your head. It'll cover your arrow." "I'm not going out if I can't wear my arrow proudly," Aang says angrily before he turns away, laying back down on his bed. "Aang, come on, be practical," Sokka tries to reason with him. Katara places her hand on his shoulder. "You guys go ahead without us. We'll catch up with you," she tells us. "Come on, guys," I tell Sokka and Toph as we leave the room, closing the door behind us. The others and I just got back to the ship, and Katara decided to give Aang a tray of food since he was hungry before we left. I follow close behind her as she carries a tray of food to Aang's room. We find that the door to his room is still open, and we step inside. "We brought you some food," Katara says, only to see that the room is empty. My eyes widen in surprise as I look around the room for the young airbender. "Oh no," Katara says, the tray of food in her hands spilling onto the floor, before she runs out of the room. I quickly run after her, hoping that we can find Aang before it's too late. While we were in town getting dinner, Katara had told the others and I what Aang had said to her about him wanting his honor back. Now that I think about it, what he had said to her reminds me of something Zuko would say back when I was a passenger/prisoner on his ship, and he was still the banished prince of the Fire Nation. In a way, part of me can see why he ran away, but the rest of me thinks that Aang running away now, when he's still hurt, isn't a good idea. If he faced the Fire Lord in his current condition, he would probably get killed. Katara and I run up on deck, seeing Bato talking to our father. I stand behind Katara, but I can still tell that she's very upset about Aang leaving. "I'll leave you three alone," Bato says to my father before he walks off, and Katara and I step closer to our father. "What's wrong, Katara? Kida?" Dad asks us, looking from Katara to me. "He left," Katara answers. "What?" Dad asks her in confusion, his eyes meeting mine for a moment, wanting me to explain what she means. I'm about to explain what had happened, but Katara interrupts me from doing so. "Aang, he just took his glider and disappeared. He has this ridiculous notion that he has to save the world alone, that it's all his responsibility," she continues in frustration. "Maybe that's his way of being brave," Dad suggests. "It's not brave. It's selfish and stupid," Katara exclaims angrily. "We could be helping him, and I know the world needs him, but doesn't he know how much we need him too? How could he just leave us behind?" From her words, I know that Katara isn't just talking about how Aang just got up and left. She's also talking about how Dad had left us to go fight in the war with the rest of the men of our tribe. Dad seems to figure that out too. "You're talking about me too, aren't you?" he asks her. I feel a tear slide down my cheek at the memory of the day that he and the rest of the men left to go fight in the war. I wanted to go with them so badly, but Dad persuaded me that I needed to stay home and protect my people as well as my siblings. "How could you leave us, Dad?" Katara asks him as more tears stream down my face at the memory of the day he left. "I mean, I know we had Gran and she loved us, but we were just so lost without you," she continues before she turns away, letting out a few sobs, covering her face with her hands. Dad puts a hand on her shoulder. "I am so sorry, Katara." Katara turns to him and hugs him, continuing to cry into his chest, making him return the embrace. "I understand why you left. I really do. And I know that you had to go. So why do I still feel this way?" Katara asks him. "I'm so sad and angry and hurt," she cries, burying her face into his chest more. Dad lifts his head up, and his dark blue eyes meet my own bright blue ones. He stretches out a hand for me, gesturing for me to join the hug. I don't hesitate to run into his arms, tears streaming down my face. "I love you two more than anything," he says to the two of us. "You two and your brother are my entire world. I thought about you every day I was gone, and every night when I went to sleep. I would lay awake missing you so much it would ache," he explains. His words make me sob into his chest at the thought of how much I missed him while he was gone. I missed him every single day, and I would have done anything to have kept him from going. But now I know that there was nothing that I could have done to do that. Because honestly, if he didn't leave, I don't think my siblings would have met Aang, and I probably would have never met Zuko. Fate and destiny sure are funny things. After deciding to meet up with the invasion force on the day of Black Sun, my siblings Toph and I leave on Appa to look for Aang. We weren't sure as to where he could have ended up. Hopefully he's not on the Fire Nation mainland where someone could find him and see that he's the Avatar. Before we reach the mainland, we see a crescent-shaped island in the distance. We decide to check the island, hoping that Aang is there and not on the mainland on his way to the Fire Lord's palace. The closer we get to the island, we see a figure laying on the rocky shore near the edge of the water. "It's Aang!" Katara exclaims, pointing down at the figure. Momo, who was sitting next to me in the saddle, takes off towards Aang as Appa makes his descent. Sokka lands Appa just as Momo jumps onto Aang's chest, licking his cheek, waking him up. Aang slowly sits up as the others and I run over to him. Katara drops to her knees and hugs Aang's head. "You're okay!" Relief floods my body as the others and I gather around Aang and Katara, forming a group hug. After a moment, Aang breaks away from the others and I. "I have so much to do." "I know, but you'll have our help," Katara tells him. "You didn't think you could get out of training just by coming to the Fire Nation, did you?" Toph asks him. "What about the invasion?" Aang asks, looking at Sokka and I. "We'll join up with my dad in the invasion force on the day of the eclipse," Sokka responds. "Hey, what's—" Toph begins as she reaches back behind her, grabbing something. She brings the object in front of her, and it's Aang's glider that's now broken and burnt. Toph hands Aang his glider as we all get to our feet. "That's okay," Aang reassures. "If someone saw it, it would give away my identity. It's better for now that no one knows I'm alive," he continues before he turns around, jumping onto a mound that's trickling out lava. Aang spins the glider above his head and slams it into the lava end before jumping away. "Come on, we better get moving," I tell the others as I mount Appa, climbing onto his head. The others nod in agreement, and as they mount Appa, Aang's glider is consumed by flames. I look away from the glider and flick the reins. Appa, yip yip. Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 2, The Headband. After finding Aang on the Crescent Island, we fly on Appa towards the Fire Nation mainland. To not be noticed by anyone, Aang and Katara use their waterbending and airbending to make a cloud to use as a disguise. "I think I see a cave below," Aang tells the others and I. "Shh! Keep quiet!" Sokka scolds him from his spot on Appa's side next to me as I direct him to land near the cave. Once Appa lands on the ground, Aang uses his airbending to disperse the cloud. Sokka quickly dismounts from Appa and begins a furtive reconnaissance as the others and I dismount from Appa as well. "Great job on the cloud camo, but next time, let's disguise ourselves as the kind of cloud who knows how to keep its mouth shut," he tells us, but mostly to Aang. I roll my eyes at his comment, about to retort, but Toph beats me to it. "Yeah, we wouldn't want a bird to hear us chatting up there and turn us in." "Hey, we're in enemy territory. Those are enemy birds," he explains as he points upward to the birds perched on the rock just behind him. One of the birds hops down onto his head and squawks at us, plaintively. The others and I laugh while Sokka is unamused. The others and I start walking towards the cave so that we can set up camp for the time being. All of a sudden, Sokka leaps up over our heads, seemingly to ward off some, quote, threat. He peers suspiciously about before he dashes into the cave, the rest of us following behind him. "Well, this is it," Sokka says as he turns to the others and I. "This is how we'll be living until the invasion begins. Hiding in cave, after cave, after cave," he continues, dropping his head to his chest with each repetition of the word cave. "Sokka, we don't need to become cave people. What we need is some new clothes," I say, not really wanting to be hiding in caves until the day of the invasion. "Yeah, blending in is better than hiding out," Aang agrees. "If we get Fire Nation disguises, we'll be just as safe as we would be hiding in a cave." "Plus, they have real food out there," Toph states. "Does anyone want to sit in the dirt and eat cave hoppers?" she asks before she punches the cave wall and several cave hoppers pop out. At the sight of the hoppers, Momo jumps off my shoulder, catching one of them, beginning to chow down on it. "Looks like we got outvoted, sport," Sokka says, referring to Momo. "Let's get some new clothes," he says to us, and the others and I agree. Not too far away from the cave that we found, we find somebody's house where they have their laundry hanging up on lines above some steam vents. The others and I peek over some rocks, looking over at the clothes. "I don't know about this. These clothes belong to somebody," Aang says hesitantly. "I call the silk robe!" Katara exclaims as she leaps up and over the rocks, running to her prize, snatching it from the line. "But if it's essential to our survival," Aang says before following my sister's lead by jumping over the rocks and running up to the lines of clothes. I survey the lines of clothing for another moment before jumping out, and my eyes land on a bright red corset-like top with gold trim. I jump over the rocks and run over to it, grabbing it with a pair of pants and a skirt to go over it. I grin, knowing that I'll look just like any other Fire Nation citizen with this outfit on. After I've changed into my new outfit, I walk over to Sokka, Aang, and Toph, who are still waiting for Katara to finish getting ready. Just as I join them, Aang finishes tying the belt from his suit around his forehead to conceal his arrow. "Ta-da!" he exclaims, while turning to face us. "Normal kid." I should probably wear shoes, but then I won't be able to see as well," Toph says, making the others and I to look at her. She sits down on the rock behind her, bringing one of her knees to her chest. "Sorry, shoes!" She grins as she pulls onto the shoe's upper part, popping out the sole with her foot. In her doing this, the sole hits Sokka in the face, causing me to giggle at his predicament. Toph gets to her feet again, evaluating her new customized footwear. "Finally, a stylish shoe for the blind earthbender," she says with a giant grin on her face. "How do I look?" Katara's voice rings out, causing the others and I to look over at her. I smile at the sight of my little sister. I have to admit, she does look good in Fire Nation clothes. In the corner of my eye, I see Aang blushing heavily, obviously smitten at the sight of my sister like that. Aang's blush then disappears as he realizes his problem with Katara's outfit. Your mom's necklace." Oh. "Oh yeah. I guess that's pretty obviously Water Tribe, isn't it?" Katara asks as she reluctantly removes it from her neck. Not far away from where we had gotten our clothes, there's a village. We all decided that if we want to fit in more than just wearing Fire Nation clothing, we might as well get some accessories to match our new looks. Katara and I go to a jewelry stand for some new necklaces. I choose a choker necklace that has a flower made out of gold, much like the Earth Kingdom necklace that I had gotten for my Earth Kingdom disguise back when I was on the run with Zuko and Iroh. I put the necklace around my neck as the others put on their own accessories. For Toph, it's a new headband, a top knot clasp for Sokka, and a new necklace for Katara. Now, I guess Aang doesn't really need or want any other accessories because all he does is smooth down Momo's ears before tucking him into the inside of his shirt. Once Momo was tucked away inside of his shirt, Aang turns to us. "I used to visit my friend Kuzan here 100 years ago," he explains. "So everyone just follow my lead and stay cool. Or as they say in the Fire Nation, stay flamin'." He then saunters out of the alley, the others and I following him. Not even a minute later, we pass a guy eating a meat shish kebab, and Aang waves to him. "Greetings, my good Hotman." Hi, I guess, the man questions in surprise. I'm starting to think that Aang's lingo is a little out of date. Sokka then leads the way to a butcher shop. "Oh, we're going to a meat place?" Aang asks. "Come on, Aang. Everyone here eats meat." "Even the meat!" Sokka exclaims as he indicates the cow hippo not too far away from us that is greedily scavenging on a pile of fly-blown fish. "You guys go ahead," Aang says unconvinced. "I'll just get some lettuce out of the garbage." The others and I leave him to it and enter the butcher shop to get some food. When we come out of the butcher shop, Aang is nowhere in sight. The others and I just figure that he had gone back to the cave to wait for us. When we got back to the cave, though, he wasn't there. Wherever he is, I just hope he's not being careless or stupid. It's nighttime when Aang finally comes back to the cave. "Where have you been? We've been worried sick," Katara says to him as he walks up to us. "I got invited to play with some kids after school," Aang replies. Sokka stands up, flummoxed. "After what?" "I enrolled in a Fire Nation school, and I'm going back tomorrow," Aang continues happily. "Enrolled in what?" Sokka asks before he keels over. Aang explains what had happened to him after the others and I went into the butcher shop in town. The others and I are somewhat skeptical that Aang being enrolled in a Fire Nation school is a good idea to continue. "Aang, I'm trying to be mature and not immediately shoot down your idea," Sokka begins, "but it sounds really terrible." "Yeah, we got our outfits," Toph agrees. "What do you need to go to school for?" she asks, sounding disgusted as she says school. "Every minute I'm in that classroom, I'm learning new things about the Fire Nation," Aang explains. "I already have a picture of Fire Lord Ozai," he says, holding up a picture of Fire Lord Ozai. "And here's one that I made out of noodles," he smiles as he displays his masterpiece to us. "Impressive, I admit," Sokka begins, "but I still think it's too dangerous." "Sokka's right, Aang. It could be really dangerous, especially if people find out that you're the Avatar," I say to him. "I know, but I guess we'll never find out about the secret river then. It goes right to the Fire Lord's palace. We were supposed to learn about it in class tomorrow," Aang explains deviously. "I am a fan of secret rivers," Sokka says, sounding interested. "Fine. Let's stay a few more days," he relents. "Flameo, Hotman!" Aang exclaims before he runs off in excitement. Sokka turns to Katara and I in confusion. "Flameo?" Katara shrugs before I shake my head, not knowing what Aang meant by that either. After Aang came back to the cave after school the next day, He told us that he had gotten in a fight and that the headmaster wanted to meet his parents. Sokka and Katara were the ones we decided to use as his, quote, parents. I would have been a more convincing mother figure, but Aang figured that Katara would be a more reasonable choice since my temper's uncontrollable when it comes to certain situations. So I can see his reasoning in choosing Katara instead of me. When Aang, Sokka, and Katara come back, Sokka begins ranting at Aang as he sits down on the rock next to me. That settles it. No more school for you, young man, he exclaims before he straightens up and strokes his fake beard imperiously. I'm not ready to leave. I'm having fun for once, just being a normal kid, Aang replies. You don't know what it's like, Sokka. You get to be normal all the time. Ha ha, Toph laughs mockingly, making Sokka scowl at her. Aang does have a point, though. My siblings and I do get to be somewhat normal kids, whereas Aang doesn't get to, because he's the Avatar, the one person who is destined to save the world by ending this war. Listen, guys, those kids at school are the future of the Fire Nation. If we want to change this place for the better, we need to show them a little taste of freedom. What could you possibly do for a country of depraved little fire monsters? Sokka asks, causing me to throw him a glare since I know that not everyone in the Fire Nation is bad. I'm gonna throw them, Aang begins. He does a quick tap dance flourish. A secret dance party. The others and I are stunned at his answer. Sokka's the first to recover, though. Go to your room, he exclaims, pointing off deeper into the cave. I can't believe we're having a dance party. It seems so silly, Sokka says to Aang as he and I arrange candles around the cave. Don't think of it as a dance party, but as a cultural event celebrating the art of fancy footwork, Aang replies as he demonstrates his, quote, fancy footwork. I'm about to make a remark, but Toph turns to us, stopping me from doing so. They're coming! Everyone stop bending! Sorry, buddy. You should probably wait out back, Aang says to Appa. Appa grumbles in reply as he shuffles back into the tunnel at the back of the cave. I know, you've got fancier feet than anybody. And 6 of them, Aang says to him before he turns around with a giant grin on his face. Some of the kids from the school that Aang has been going to start playing musical instruments on the bandstand that Toph had made with her earthbending. Ladies and gentlemen, the Flamios, Aang introduces. Yeah, this ought to get everybody moving, he says to himself before he turns around. Sadly, the music hasn't gotten anyone moving since the Fire Nation kids are standing huddled together, looking very uncertain about the whole situation. Now what do we do? A boy asks Aang. This is when you start dancing, Aang replies. I don't think my parents want me dancing in a cave, says another boy as his head disappears into his collar like a turtle going into its shell. Yeah, what if someone finds out? Another boy asks as he looks around anxiously and scuttles away. Oh boy, Aang says as he scratches the back of his head. Listen, guys. Dancing isn't something you think about. It's a form of self-expression that no one can ever take away from you, he explains. Maybe it was different in the colonies, Kuzan, but we don't do that here, the first boy from before replies. Sure you do. You have for generations, Aang explains. It just so happens that I know several classic Fire Nation dances. 100 years ago, this was known as the Phoenix Flight, he says before demonstrating the dance. He runs in a circle, squatting and kicking his legs out in front of him, his arms stretched straight out behind him in an imitation of wings, causing the students to ooh and ah. And this was the Camelephant Strut, he says. He hops forward on one foot, alternating feet with each hop, passing his palms in front of his face as he does so. He does a somersault through the air and lands in front of two girls who giggle, embarrassed. He somersaults backwards and lands expertly on one foot, bowing. The students are amazed. "Who knew Twinkle Toes could dance?" Toph says to Katara and I as the three of us watch Aang's demonstration. I turn to face Katara to see her smile, which makes me smirk at her knowingly. After demonstrating another dance from 100 years ago, Aang somersaults through the air, landing in front of the two girls that he had landed in front of earlier. One of the two girls nudges the other, causing the girl to look up at Aang, who extends his hand to her with a smile on his face. She blushes brightly as he leads her out onto the dance floor. "And this is how they do it in the ballrooms of Ba Sing Se," he says. He passes his arms in an undulating motion across his chest, stepping from side to side as he does so, and the girl imitates him. "Wow, they look pretty good together," Sokka says from where he stands next to me. If that's what you like," Katara replies dismissively as she looks away. I turn to look at Sokka and I give him a knowing look, to which he silently replies back with a smirk of his own. Sokka and I both know that Katara is jealous about Aang dancing with another girl instead of her. "Yeah, that's it. That's the sound of happy feet." "Alright, go with that." "Everybody freestyle!" Aang exclaims as more and more of the kids join in. When I say some of the kids took, quote, freestyle dancing to the next level, I mean it, wholeheartedly. It's really good to see these kids loosen up. Even when everyone else in the Fire Nation will think that expressing themselves through dancing is strange and uncultured. Back home, we never really had any dancing like this. Not since the Fire Nation raids. Even when we did have some sort of celebration, it was never a big deal. Sure, some people danced, but it was mostly the children messing around and having fun. Personally, I was never one for dancing, but I've always wanted to dance with someone like Aang is right now. At the thought of dancing with someone, my mind comes up with an image of Zuko and I dancing together on the dance floor in front of me. The image immediately brings a blush to my face at the thought of dancing with Zuko, just like Aang is with that girl from the school right now. That's when I realize that that's never going to happen. I shake my head, clearing that thought away. I can't believe I just thought of him, especially with what he did back in Ba Sing Se. I sigh softly, wishing that I never thought of him. Determined to get my mind off of Zuko, I turn to face Katara to see Aang standing in front of her, his hand outstretched. "I don't know, Aang. These shoes aren't really right for dancing, and I'm not sure that I know how to—" Katara fumbles nervously. "Take my hand," Aang says to her masterfully. "Okay." Katara smiles, taking his hand.
Everyone's watching. Don't worry about them. It's just you and me right now.
As I watch Aang and Katara dancing, my mind brings me back to what I had thought of earlier. Zuko and I dancing together. Since I know that Zuko didn't really like to show his emotions all that much, I know that if we ever would have danced together, he would have refused to go through with it. I, of course, would force him to dance with me, even if he didn't want to. The crowd of students cheering causes me to break out of my thoughts, and I look up to see Aang and Katara staring into each other's eyes as Aang has Katara dip down. I grin at the sight of them. Not only did they encourage the students to not be afraid to express themselves, but they also had a good time dancing together. Katara and Aang separate just a second later, and Katara walks back to her seat next to me. "That was amazing, Katara. I say with a smile. She blushes brightly as she looks away. Thanks. The party is in full swing now, and everyone is dancing and having a good time. Well, that is until the headmaster of the school and his entourage enter the cave, causing the dancing to stop completely. Uh-oh. That can't be good, I think. Aang, who is completely oblivious, continues dancing. He's the one we want, the headmaster says to his entourage, causing Aang to look up at him alarmed. The boy with the headband, he exclaims, pointing at Aang, causing his entourage to make a beeline for Aang. Uh-oh, Aang says before he dashes into the crowd, an officer following close behind him. Come on, Kida, we gotta go, Katara says to me. I nod and we run back to the back of the cave along with Sokka and Toph. I follow Sokka and Toph out of the cave, knowing that the students are now helping Aang by distracting the guards. I hear rocks clashing against each other and know that Aang has gotten away. Hopefully no one saw that. Once everyone is in the saddle, Appa takes off flying away from the cave. I turn to Sokka, who is still wearing his fake mustache. We're safe, Sokka. You can take off the mustache now, I say. Oh, no, I can't, he replies smugly. It's permanently glued to my skin, he continues as he strokes it, unaccountably pleased with himself. Of course it is, I say with a roll of my eyes. Way to go, Dancy Pants, Toph says to Aang with a smile on her face. I think you really did help those kids. You taught them to be free. I don't know, Aang shrugs. It was just a dance party, that's all. Well, that was some dance party, Aang, Katara says as she leans over and kisses him on the cheek, causing him to blush. Sokka rockets back and forth lazily, clapping his hands slowly at that. Flame-o, sir. Flame-o. Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 3, The Painted Lady. It's been 3 days since the dance party that we had for the students of the school that Aang had been enrolled in. Currently, Appa is swimming his way down a disgusting, sludge-infested river. I literally can't believe that Aang is swimming in it right now. Ugh, disgusting. He's actually playing hide-and-go-seek with Momo. Momo, he calls before he ducks into the water before Momo sees him. He resurfaces nearby. Oh, Momo, he calls again before he ducks again, surfaces again, and Momo finally spots him. Ah, haha, you found me, buddy. He laughs as Momo lands on his shoulder. Aang then airbends himself up into Appa's saddle. Hey guys, I think this river's polluted, he says as he looks down at the goop that's covering his body before he bends the goop off of him, sliming the others and I in the process. I cringe in disgust at the feeling of the goop on me, but before I can say anything about it, Aang shoots another blast of air, blasting the goop off of the others and I. Well, that explains why I can't catch a fish around here, Sokka says, making the others and I to look at him. Because normally my fishing skills are off the hook, he jokes, causing me to roll my eyes and the others to just stare at him. Get it? Like a fishing hook? Too bad your skills aren't on the hook, Toph retorts back to him, and the others and I laugh, as Sokka scowls at her. It looks like we'll need to go somewhere else to get food, Katara says. Yeah, I agree as Sokka unrolls his schedule in front of us, assuming that'll fit into Sokka's master's schedule. Sokka studies the schedule intently for a moment before he speaks. It's doable, but that means only 2 potty breaks today. Hey, maybe we can get food there, Aang exclaims, pointing off into the distance. The others and I turn around to see a small village in the middle of the river. Hopefully this village will have fish, but by the looks of this river, that's very unlikely. We find a spot in the nearby uplands where we decide to leave Appa and Momo while we go into the small village on the river for some food. Aang covers Appa with a blanket of turf covering all of him but his horns. Hopefully no one will notice that and think that it's suspicious. Now you look just like a little hill with horns. Bye, buddy, Aang says to him, to which Appa grumbles in reply, and the others and I walk away, heading towards the river. The others and I stand near the edge of a cliff that overlooks the river, looking out at the tiny village in the middle of it. I don't feel anything. Where is this village? Toph asks. It's in the middle of the river, Sokka answers, pointing at the small village. Sure is, a voice from below exclaims, making the others and I to look down at the shore of the river to see a man standing in his boat. My name's Doc. Mind if I ask who you are? He asks. We're, from the Earth Kingdom colonies, Katara says to him, sounding a little bit unsure as to if this guy will believe her. Wow, colonials, Doc exclaims. Hop on, I'll give you a ride into town. The others and I get down to the small dock next to Doc's boat, getting in his boat, where Doc starts to take us to the village. Why do you guys live on the river? I ask Doc as we make our way towards the village. Because we're a fishing town, he answers. At least that's how it was before the factory moved in, he continues, and I see the large factory that he's talking about in the distance. Army makes their metal there. Moved in a few years ago and started gunking up our river. Now our little village is struggling to survive. It's just like the Fire Nation to destroy people's way of life, even when it's their own people. I glare at the factory before it disappears from my sight. These people may be Fire Nation, but they don't deserve this. The army could have found a different place to put their factory. Don't they know that there's a village full of people who need this river to survive? We get into town and jump out of Doc's boat. Thanks for the ride, Aang says as he waves at Doc as the others and I walk away. As the others and I walk through the town, I'm saddened at the sight of the people who are clearly in poverty because of the factory that has been gucking up the river for the last few years. Look at this place. It's so sad, Katara says from beside me. We have to do something to help. Of course Katara would say that we should help these people. It's like the time where she had gotten arrested for, quote, earthbending to help Haru and the rest of the earthbenders at the prison that they were at. Not that I was there, of course, since I was Zuko's prisoner at the time, Aang and my siblings just told me about it after I was able to start traveling with them again after the Fire Nation siege at the North Pole. No, we can't waste our time here. We have a bigger mission that we need to stay focused on. These people are on their own, Sokka says to her before I can say anything. Sokka begins to walk away from her and Katara grabs his arm, stopping him. These people are starving, but you turn your back on them? Katara exclaims as she turns Sokka around to face her. How can you be so cold and heartless? I'm not turning my back. I'm just being realistic, Sokka replies. We can't go around helping every rinky-dinky town we wander into. He does have a point. If we weren't on such a tight schedule with the invasion coming up, we could help these people, but we'll be helping them all by taking out the Fire Lord, Sokka exclaims, breaking me out of my thoughts. Toph then slaps her hand over Sokka's mouth. Hey, loudmouth! Maybe we should be a little quieter when we talk about taking out the Fire Lord? Come on, Katara, be reasonable about this. You know our mission has to come first, Sokka says to Katara a little bit quieter this time. I guess so. Katara agrees reluctantly. Let's just get what we need and go. Aang smiles, and we all agree to just get some food and go. We walk up to an outdoor market stall where Sokka rings the little bell on the counter, causing the man staffing the stall to turn around to face us, a giant smile on his face. Hey, Doc, you work here too? Sokka asks him. I'm not Doc. I'm Shu. Doc's my brother. Shu explains, causing the others and I to stare at him in bafflement. But we just saw you, Aang says, pointing at him. You're even wearing the same clothes. The only difference is your hat. Doc works on the docks. That's why they call him Doc. And I work in the shop. That's why they call me Shu, Shu explains. I don't get it, Aang replies. Me neither, Shu agrees before he ducks under the counter, pulling out a crate filled with rancid clams and fish. What can I get ya? He asks us as Sokka, Katara, Aang, and I look into the crate to examine the fish and clams inside. Hey, I'll give you a special deal. If you buy 3 fish, I'll throw in a clam for free, Shu grins. Sokka pokes one of the clams in the crate, causing gunk to come out of it. Katara, Aang, and I groan back in revulsion and disgust at the sight of it. We'll just take the fish, Sokka answers as he holds up 3 of the fish from the crate. Mind telling your brother we need a ride back to shore? Shu wraps up the fish and hands them to Katara before he ducks beneath the counter again. When he reappears, he's wearing the hat that Doc had been wearing earlier. Hey, Colonials! My brother says you need a lift, Doc says as he jumps over the counter. The others and I follow him towards the dock. As I walk, I notice that Katara isn't behind me. I turn around to see a small boy tugging on her arm, stopping her in her tracks, and making her look down at him. Can you spare some food? The small boy asks her. Katara kneels down in front of him, giving him a fish. I wish I could help more. The boy bows to her in thanks before he runs away to a shed not too far away from the market stall, giving the fish to a woman who I assume is his mother. Katara, come on! I call out to her, knowing that the others will probably be wondering where the 2 of us are. She stares at the boy and his mother for another moment or 2 before she starts walking towards me. I know that Katara wants to help these people. I completely understand why she would want to, and I want to help them too. The thing is, though, we're on a very tight schedule, and we don't need to waste any more time helping people in every single town that we wander into. I poke at the fire with a stick as Katara, Aang, and Toph work together to bend the pollution out of our cooking water. Sokka, of course, is pondering over the schedule. Our detour into town today has completely thrown off our schedule. It's going to take some serious finagling to get us back on track. Finagle away, oh schedule master, Toph says sarcastically as she and Aang walk over to him. I throw my stick off to the side and sit on the ground, ready to hear what Sokka's going to say about how we're going to have to make up for the time we lost from going into town today. Well, for starters, it looks like we'll need to wake up 43 minutes earlier every day, Sokka explains. I look up at him questionably. 43 minutes? I repeat as Katara hands me a bowl of water to drink. Look, we only have a few weeks to get to the Fire Lord in time for the invasion and the eclipse, which, by the way, only lasts for 8 minutes, and we just lost a whole day, so if we want to make up the time and stay on schedule, we have to wake up early. Well, I'm not waking up early, Toph retorts as she leans back onto the ground. Or we could just cut out all of our eating breaks, Sokka says as he turns away from us, crossing his arms over his chest in defiance. What? Aang and I question at the same time. No way, Katara says. Forget it, Toph growls. I got it. How's this? From now on, we'll take food breaks and potty breaks at the same time, Sokka bargains. Ew! Katara, Toph, and I groan as Aang spits out his water in disgust. Not going to happen, I exclaim angrily. Hey, it might be gross, but it's efficient, Sokka explains. Either way, we have to leave here first thing tomorrow morning. The next morning, the others and I wake up to find Appa lying on his side, with Katara ministering to him. What's the matter, Katara? Aang asks her. I think Appa's sick, Katara replies, which makes my eyes widen in surprise. What? Appa's sick? Sokka asks as he jumps out of Appa's saddle. That's awful, he exclaims. Wow, Sokka, I didn't realize you cared so much, Toph says to him. Of course I care. I might as well just throw our schedule away now, he exclaims as he pulls out his schedule. The others and I glare at him for saying that. He turns to face us, his eyes widening at our glare, before he rushes over to Appa's side. And I'm concerned because my big furry friend doesn't feel well, he soothes while petting Appa's face. He must have gotten sick from being in the polluted water, I say to the others. Surely that's the reason as to why he's sick. He doesn't look sick, Aang says. You okay, buddy? At Aang's question, Appa opens his mouth and Aang pulls his tongue out. His tongue is purple! That can't be good! He exclaims as he plops down onto the ground, Appa's purple tongue landing next to him. Katara, Kida, can either of you heal him? Aang asks, looking up at Katara and I hopefully. Katara and I look at each other and I shrug, not really knowing if my healing abilities could heal Appa or not. Katara turns back towards Aang. It looks like he needs some medicine. Maybe we can find the right herbs in town, she suggests with a shrug. After getting back to town, the others and I noticed that the villagers seemed to be more happy and prosperous than they were yesterday, when the others and I had first arrived. Is it just me, or does this place seem different? Toph asks. Yeah, are the people happier? Aang asks in confusion. The others and I start walking again as the small boy that Katara had given a fish to runs by, bouncing a ball. We walk over to Shu's market stall. Hey, Shu, what's going on with everyone today? Sokka asks him. Ah, something amazing happened last night, Shu begins. Food was delivered to our village by a mysterious and wonderful person, the Painted Lady. The Painted who now? Katara asks him in confusion. The Painted Lady, Shu answers as he plunks a small statuette of a woman who is a heavily draped damsel with elaborate face makeup and capped with a wide-brimmed conical hat down on the counter. She's part of our town's lore. They say she's a river spirit who watches over our town in times of need, he explains further. I always thought she was just a legend. Until now. See, we don't need to help these people. They already have someone to help them, Sokka says, probably to Katara more than Aang, Toph, and I, since she was the one wanting to help these people in the first place. All we need is medicine for our sick friend, he continues, turning to Shu. Medicine? Shu repeats. Sorry, all the medicine we have goes to the factory. That's why there's so many sick people in our village. Looks like we need to stay another night so Appa can rest, Katara says to Sokka. Sokka sighs exasperatedly. I guess you're right. He then turns to Shu again. You got any more food to sell? In reply, Shu picks up 2 fish, 1 in each hand. Would you like the 1-headed fish or the 2-headed fish? He asks. Sokka mulls it over for only a second. 2-headed, he exclaims, grabbing the 2-headed fish from Shu and holding it up. Aang, Katara, Toph, and I look at the 2-headed fish in utter disgust, groaning at the sight of it. What? Sokka asks us. You get more for your money that way. Aang, Katara, and I exchange a look before the 4 of us run off, not wanting anything to do with Sokka's 2-headed fish. The others and I come into the village again next morning. Appa's still sick and we can't leave until he's fully recovered. We walk up to Shu's market stall to see Doc polishing the Painted Lady figurine with a rag. Hi, Doc. Is Shu around? Sokka asks him as he gets to the counter of the stall. Let me check, Doc answers before he runs around the side of the shop, ducking beneath the counter to switch hats. A second later, Shu runs into the stall and greets us. Hey there, back again, are ya? Toph then shoves Sokka to the side, making him bump into me, causing both Sokka and I to glare at her. We need more food. Our friend is still sick and we can't leave until he's better, she says as she puts some money on the counter and leans her back onto the counter. Shu places a platter of noxious clams onto the counter. I gag at the sight of them. But since it's all that this village has, I have no choice but to eat them. Blech! Disgusting. Oh, well, that's too bad, Shu replies. Maybe if you guys are lucky, the Painted Lady will visit you in the night and heal your friend, he continues before drinking a ladle full of the disgusting water from the river. No wonder he's crazy. And maybe she'll cook us a midnight snack and we'll all have a sing-along, Sokka says sarcastically, evermore the eternal skeptic. Yeah, maybe, Shu agrees, oblivious to my twin brother's sarcasm. You know, last night she visited us again, healed most of our sick folks. Is that why this place seems so festive? Aang asks as we see the villagers erecting a large statue of the Painted Lady in the town square. Yep, it's all because of the Painted Lady, Shu smiles. Can you believe how much an entire village can be infected by one lady? Katara asks. I mean, spirit? She corrects, which makes me raise an eyebrow at her in suspicion. Well, I hope she returns every night, otherwise this place would go right back to the way it was, Sokka says to her. Katara then turns to him. Why would you say that? She turns back towards the happy villagers, a smile on her face. Look how much better off these people are. Yeah, now, but without her, they wouldn't be able to fend for themselves, Sokka replies. If she really wanted to help, she would use her spirit magic to blow up the factory. He then makes gestures to indicate explosive spirit magic. Woo! Spirit magic doesn't work that way, Sokka, Aang denies. It's more like, woo! He says, doing an elaborate dance to one-up my brother. That makes Katara stalk off angrily as the boys ham it up together, putting their arms around each other, imitating spirit magic. You two are such idiots, I state while shaking my head at them as they continue imitating spirit magic. It's the next day, and I wake up before the sun has even come over the horizon, which is really odd and out of character for me. Usually, Katara or Sokka have to wake me up. My first thoughts are to start a fire and then try and go hunting for any land animals that might be around here, so that we don't have to go into town again and eat those disgusting fish and clams again. I get up from my sleeping bag, stretching my muscles as I do. I then look over to where the others are sleeping, not seeing Katara in her sleeping bag. I rush over to her sleeping bag, flinging the flap to the side, seeing it filled with dried grass and moss. I turn to Sokka and kick him awake, and he looks up at me with groggy eyes. "Sokka, get up!" His face shifts into a glare as he realizes that I was the one that woke him up. He tries to go back to sleep again by turning away from me. I kick him again, though. "Katara's gone!" His head snaps up in surprise at that. "What?" He turns to look at Katara's sleeping bag, seeing the dried grass and moss that I had discovered. "What's going on?" Toph's voice asks us from over where her rock tent is. "Katara's gone," I answer as she climbs out of her tent and walks over to us. Sokka wobbles up to his feet, looking for any sign of our sister. "Where'd she go?" he asks while turning to me as if I would know the answer to his question. "I don't know exactly, but I have a pretty good idea," I answer as I look at the small village on the river in the distance. "I think that she's been pretending to be the Painted Lady." "What?" Sokka exclaims at my theory, the sleep snapping out of his eyes. "Wait a second. Where's Aang?" Toph asks. At her question, I look at Appa where Aang had been laying on his front foot earlier. He's not there. Knowing him, he's probably with her, I state as I glare at the spot the young airbender had been. "We need to go to the village," Sokka suggests. "That's the only place that they could be, right? We could bring them back here before any of the villagers notice." I shake my head at his suggestion. The sun isn't even up yet. Doc won't even be at the docks yet, and we can't exactly fly in on Appa. We'll just have to wait until they come back. "Hopefully they'll bring some food with them when they come back," Toph says as she sits on the ground. "Those clams weren't very filling last night." I ignore her words as I continue to look at the small fishing village in the distance, just waiting for Katara and Aang to come into view. "I can't believe she's being so reckless," I say, more to myself than the other two. "Seriously?" Sokka begins. "Have you even met our sister?" he continues, making me glare at him from the corner of my eye. He flinches at the sight of my glare, but continues nonetheless. "She takes after you, quite a bit, actually." My glare intensifies even more as I turn to him. "And what do you mean by that exactly?" He throws his hands up in the air in defense. "I just mean that I'm surprised you're not the one pretending to be the Painted Lady," he explains. "A polluted river, sick people, Fire Nation people at that. This situation has your name written all over it, Kita." I scoff and turn away from him at his accusation. I know he's right, though. If what had happened in Ba Sing Se never happened, I probably would have been the one pretending to be the Painted Lady. But what happened in Ba Sing Se did happen. I'm not the one doing it. Katara is. That may have been the case before everything that happened in Ba Sing Se, I say to him as flash images of my fight against Zuko in the Crystal Catacombs come to my mind. But we have much bigger problems than some sick people in a small fishing village. And like you said, Sokka, they're Fire Nation. I hiss as I turn away from him and look at the small village again. As I stare at the village again, I feel Sokka's eyes on me, but he doesn't say anything more. "Hey guys, look!" Toph's voice breaks the tense silence between my twin brother and I. "Katara had some food all along!" Sokka and I both turn to the blind earthbender to find her snacking on some purple berries. "Hey, wait!" Sokka exclaims as he moves closer to her. Toph freezes mid-chew. Panic and fear spreads across her face as she's probably scared that she's eating something that she's not supposed to. "What?" she questions, her mouth still full of the purple berries. "Your tongue's purple!" Sokka exclaims. Toph opens her mouth and holds her tongue out as if she's able to see it. I assume that's not its normal color. "No, it's the berries," I tell her as I come to get a closer look at her tongue too. "Appa isn't sick at all!" Sokka practically shouts, causing both Toph and I to jump in surprise. "Katara must have been feeding him these berries to make him look sick," he states as he turns to Toph and I. "We could have left this whole time?" I growl out in utter anger. I grit my teeth in anger at this realization, the rage burning in my chest. I don't dwell on the rage, however, since I can always reprimand Katara about this later. Good. That means we can fly away the second they come back. About an hour later, just when the sun has just begun to come over the surrounding hills, I hear quiet footsteps coming towards our camp. Knowing that it's both Aang and Katara, I stand up from my seat on the ground next to Sokka, crossing my arms over my chest, ready to confront the two of them. Shh! We don't want to wake the others, Katara says to Aang, who had been laughing about whatever they had been doing during the night. The two of them come around the corner and see Sokka, Toph, and I looking at them. Hi, guys! Katara greets, clearly trying to seem innocent. We were just out on a morning walk, she explains. Oh, really? A morning walk? I repeat icily as Sokka dumps the dry grass and moss from Katara's sleeping bag onto the ground. We know you're the Painted Lady, we know you've been sneaking out at night, and we know you've been lying about Appa and feeding him purple-eyed gong berries, Sokka exclaims, pointing at his tongue on the last few words. Toph then sticks out her own, now purple tongue and holds out the bag of berries as evidence. Katara, what you did put our whole mission in jeopardy. We're leaving right now, Sokka tells her, clearly not in the mood to take no for an answer. Katara looks ashamed as she walks past him so that she can pack her things. Sokka then turns to Aang, who is following her. And how long did you know about this? Hey, I just found out this morning, Aang explains before running off in a cloud of dust, not wanting to get interrogated by neither Sokka or me. I'm placing my stuff into Appa's saddle when a strange buzzing sound fills the air. What in the world? I ask myself as the others and I run over to look over the river to see a detachment of Fire Nation soldiers on jet skis racing down the river towards the village. What's going on? Toph asks as she walks over to where the others and I are watching the soldiers speed down the river on their jet skis. Fire Nation soldiers are heading to the village, Aang answers as Toph kneels down next to him. What did you do? Sokka asks, turning to Katara angrily. I kind of destroyed their factory, Katara answers guiltily. You what? Sokka and I exclaim at the same time. It was your idea, Katara says, glaring at Sokka. I was joking. I also said to use spirit magic and made funny noises, Sokka explains before he facepalms. Did you even think this through? Sokka asks her angrily. The army's gonna blame the villagers. They're headed there right now to get revenge. Well, what was I supposed to do? Katara asks him, irritated. Leave! Do nothing! Sokka exclaims back. No, I will never, ever turn my back on people who need me, Katara exclaims angrily. She gets up to leave. I'm going down to the village, and I am gonna do whatever I can. After Katara walks away, Sokka and I exchange a look before getting up to our feet and following her. Wait, Sokka says as he stops her in her tracks by putting his hand on her shoulder. We're coming too, Sokka and I say at the same time. I thought you two didn't want to help, Katara replies, turning to us. You need us, Katara, and you know we will never turn our backs on you, I say to her. Sokka, Kida, you two really do have hearts. She smiles as the three of us hug each other. They really do have hearts, don't they? I hear Aang ask before I hear him grunt and land on the ground. I assume Aang was looking at Toph for confirmation, and she had socked him in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground. My siblings and I let go of each other, and I turned to my twin. So, what's the plan, Sokka? He ponders for a second before smirking in reply, letting me know that he has a plan to get the soldiers to leave the villagers alone and never come back. After Sokka tells us his plan, the others and I watch as the Fire Nation soldiers are addressing the gathered villagers. I thought we could live as neighbors, in peace, but I guess I was wrong. You steal our food, our medicine, and then you destroy our factory. A man, who I assume is the leader of the soldiers, exclaims. We didn't do any of that, Doc says as he pops his head out of the crowd of villagers. He then appears in a different spot, wearing the hat that Shu wears. Yeah, the painted lady brought us food. She's the one that healed our sick, not your medicine, he says to the soldier. Oh, right. The mysterious painted lady did it, the soldier mocks, holding up a small figurine of the painted lady. And I suppose she drew the army emblem on your containers, too, he growls, throwing the figurine at the container closest to him, destroying it. This is a town of thieves and liars, the soldier exclaims as he bends a fire blast at a house on the edge of the village, destroying it. He then turns to the villagers again. Where's your painted lady now? We're going to cure the world of this wretched village. He growls, and I see the soldiers that he had brought with him start demolishing the town. All right, that's it. I don't care if the people from the village are Fire Nation. Those soldiers are going down. I watch proudly as Katara tells the leader of the soldiers to leave the village and never come back from the boat Sokka, Toph, and I are using to get to the village. I am so proud of her for doing this. She may have been reckless about it and didn't tell the others and I about what she was doing, but to be honest, I probably would have done the same exact thing. We get to the village just after Katara jumps onto the platform, the villagers cheering excitedly at the sight of her. I knew you'd come, the boy from the other day that Katara had given a fish to says, a big smile on his face. Thank you, Doc exclaims as he starts walking over towards Katara. Painted lady, you're the best, a villager from the crowd exclaims. Me and my brothers really owe you a lot, Doc smiles. He then gets a good look at Katara, having a shock of recognition. Hey, wait a minute. I know you. You're not the painted lady. You're that colonial girl, he says to her as Katara touches her face, only to see that the paint is coming off. Yeah, you're the lady that gave me a fish, the young boy says. You've been tricking us. You're a waterbender, Doc exclaims angrily. She's a waterbender. How dare you act like our painted lady? A villager asks in anger. The crowd begins to charge at Katara in anger, but Sokka and I run out in front of Katara to stop them, protecting our little sister. Maybe she is a waterbender, but she was just trying to help you, I exclaim. Yeah, because of her, that factory won't be polluting your river, and the army is gone. You should be down on your knees thanking her, Sokka exclaims. Kita, Sokka, it's okay, Katara says to Sokka and I, putting a hand on our shoulders, stopping us from saying or doing anything more. She turns to the villagers, taking the hat and veil off, revealing her face. I shouldn't have acted like someone I wasn't, and I shouldn't have tricked you, she apologizes. But I felt like I had to do something. It doesn't matter if the painted lady is real or not, because your problems are real, and this river is real. You can't wait around for someone to help you. You have to help yourselves. She's right, Doc agrees. But what should we do? He questions. That's when I see Toph pop out of the crowd of villagers. Maybe we can clean the river, she suggests in a disguised voice. I smile and shake my head at her shenanigans. Yeah, we can clean the river, Doc agrees, making the crowd cheer at the idea of cleaning the river. Thank you. You know, you're not so bad for a waterbender, Doc says to Katara. You wouldn't mind keeping that a secret, by the way, would you? Sokka asks him. No problem. Keeping my mouth shut is a personal specialty. My brother Shu, on the other hand, he's a blabbermouth. Doc answers, which makes me roll my eyes and Sokka to facepalm, since we all know that Shu doesn't even exist. So, Doc, are you going to help us clean? Katara asks him. No, ma'am, Doc answers. I'm going to get my other brother, Bushi. He loves cleaning rivers. Oh, great! He has another brother, I think, just knowing that Doc's going to run off somewhere, change his hat, and then call himself by another name. Doc doesn't run off, though. He just brazenly switches hats right in front of us. All right, I'm Bushi. Let's get some river cleaning done, Bushi exclaims with a smile. Aha! I knew it, Aang exclaims as he walks up to Bushi, pointing an accusatory finger at him. I knew you were the same guy. You're the shop owner and the boat guy. Oh, you must be talking about my brothers Doc and Shu, Bushi says. No, I just saw you. You switched hats and called yourself a different name, Aang says, exasperated. Oh, you know who does that? My brother Doc, Bushi says. He looks behind him for a second before whispering, He's crazy. Aang fumes at that, and I just stare at him in shock as he walks away. It's hopeless. Doc has been drinking industrial sewage water for far too long. The whole afternoon is spent cleaning the river, with Katara and I bending the water and Aang and Toph bending the sewage out of it and into big industrial containers. With the help of the whole village, the river is blue and pristine by sunset. Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 4, Sokka's Master. I currently lay in between Sokka and Katara, staring up at the sky in amazement as a meteor shower goes over us. Wow, this is amazing to watch, Katara says from beside me, to which I agree. Kind of makes you realize how insignificant we are, Sokka states. You've seen nothing once, you've seen it 1,000 times, Toph shrugs nonchalantly. That's when a large meteorite enters the atmosphere. Oh man, you've never not seen anything like this, Sokka says as we all sit up, staring at the meteorite in amazement. The blue fire consuming it reminds me of Azula's own deadly blue flames. The meteorite whistles through the air, passing over our heads. Sokka and I turn around, watching as the meteorite crashes in a huge blue explosion in the distance, causing us to cover our eyes from the brightness. After a moment, the others and I stare at where a pillar of smoke is rising from an orange glow. My siblings, Aang, and I look at each other nervously before we all decide to fly over to the crash site on Appa just to make sure that the damage doesn't get too bad. Appa flies over to the large crater where the meteorite had landed. I see a small town nestled in the mountains. The fire is going to destroy that town, Katara says. Not if we can stop it, Aang replies. Appa lands close to the fire, and Aang, Sokka, and Toph jump off of Appa, while Katara slides down Appa's neck and takes the reins, while I stay in the saddle. There's a creek over here. Kita and I'll bend the water onto the fire, Katara says to the others before she whips the reins, making Appa fly off towards the creek. While Aang, Toph, Katara, and I use our bending to get rid of the fire, Sokka has to babysit Momo so that he can keep him from getting into trouble and or getting hurt. Lately, I've noticed that Sokka's been looking as if he's being left out in situations like this. It's always Toph, Aang, Katara, and I saving the day. To be completely honest, I don't really blame him for feeling insignificant when it comes to helping in situations like this. Appa flies over the nearby creek, and Katara and I use our bending to create a giant orb of water from the creek and high into the air. Katara and I keep the water behind us, stabilizing it as Appa flies back towards the fire. Once we're close enough, we shower the water onto the flames, extinguishing most of it. I jump out of the saddle and onto Appa's head, taking the reins, leading Appa down to Aang so that Katara can transfer the water over to him to get rid of the rest of the flames. Sokka, stand clear, Aang commands as he bends the water around his body. Appa lands and I see Sokka slowly get up to his feet. Right, stand clear, got it, he replies disappointedly as he picks up Momo and begins to walk away. Aang bends the water behind him and takes a deep breath before pushing his arms forward, throwing the water at the fire and exhaling a gust of wind. A globe of water grows out from the center and explodes, spreading a light shower of snow all over the area. Great work, everybody! Aang smiles as he dusts off his hands. The next morning, the others and I head into town for some breakfast and decide on eating at a local restaurant that has tables outside. Katara, Toph, and I sit at one of the tables while Sokka sits on the edge of the balcony of the restaurant, his tray of food untouched beside him. Ever since last night, he's been acting really weird. I've tried talking to him about it, but he insisted that he was fine and told me not to worry about it. As his twin sister, though, it's my job to worry about him, and I am still worried about him. These people have no idea how close they were to getting toasted last night, Aang says as he sits down at the table. Yeah, the worst thing about being in disguise is we don't get the hero worship anymore. I miss the love, Toph says. Boo-hoo, poor heroes, Sokka says sarcastically, causing the others and I to look at him. Sokka, what's your problem? I ask him from my spot on the bench next to Katara. You haven't even touched your smoked sea slug. I continue as I gesture to his tray of untouched food. It's so unlike Sokka to not eat anything. It's just, all you guys can do this awesome bending stuff like putting out forest fires and flying around and making other stuff fly around, Sokka explains, causing Aang, Katara, and I to look at each other. I can't fly around, okay? I can't do anything, he finishes sadly. That's not true. No one can read a map like you, Katara reassures him. I can't read at all, Toph smiles. Yeah, and who keeps us laughing with sarcastic comments all the time? I mean, look at Katara's hair, right? Aang begins before he grabs a lock of Katara's hair, gesturing to it. What's up with that? What? What's wrong with my hair? Katara asks in embarrassment as she looks left and right nervously, trying to cover her hair. Nothing, I was just trying to... Aang tells her apologetically, but Sokka cuts him off. Look, I appreciate the effort, but the fact is each of you is so amazing and so special, and I'm not. I'm just the guy in the group who's regular. At that, I get up from my seat, walking over to Sokka, sitting down next to him. I'm sorry you're feeling so down, but I hope you know none of us see you that way, I reassure him. I pause for a moment, trying to think of something that might cheer him up when an idea comes to mind. I place my hand on his shoulder. I know something that's going to make you feel better. I smile, knowing that he's going to enjoy the idea that I have. Sokka turns his head to me, a frown on his face. You do? I lead Sokka and the others into one of the many weapon shops in town. I let Sokka into the shop first, and he smiles at the sight of what's inside, clapping excitedly. Shopping! He grins before running over to one of the racks of weapons. Maybe a little something to reinvigorate my battling, he says as he looks at the various weapons on the racks. He picks up a pair of nunchucks from the rack. Hey, how about these? He asks before he starts twirling the nunchucks around. Hoo, yeah! Smack-a-dack-a-doo! He exclaims before he accidentally hits himself in the head, causing him to fall over, knocking over a few of the weapons on the rack, causing Toph and I to flinch. Hopefully we won't have to pay for all those weapons later. I smile at the sight of my brother back to normal, acting like he usually does. Knowing that he'll eventually find something on his own, I decide to look around the shop much like the others are doing. I walk over to a rack of gloves where I find a pair of black leather fingerless gloves. I slip them on and smile at how they feel and look on my hands. These would be perfect for the invasion in a couple of weeks. I'm about to walk over to the owner of the shop to pay for the gloves when Aang's voice stops me from doing so. What do you think? Katara and I turn to face him only to see him wearing an extremely stylized and complex suit of heavy, shiny armor. Pretty slick, huh? He asks, mostly to Katara as we both look at him in surprise. All I need to complete the outfit is a windsword. Katara shields her eyes from the shine of the armor. What's a windsword? It's where I get a sword handle, and then I just swing this around and bend air out like a blade, he explains before he raises his sword handle, swinging it around, imitating wind sounds. Yeah. Nice. Katara and I reply at the same time, still not convinced that Aang should wear that when he fights the Fire Lord. The heavy armor then creaks and begins to fall over. Aang, who is unable to move anything but one of his arms, starts to panic. Katara tries to stop Aang from falling, but he and the armor hit the floor with a loud thud. Aang lays there for a few seconds before saying, I'll just stick to what I got. Good idea, I reply as Katara helps him take off the armor so that she can help him up to his feet. Once Aang is back onto his feet, I walk up to the counter to pay for the gloves. After I pay for the gloves and get my change, I turn to see Sokka holding a guandao. He swings it to one side before swinging it over his head, twirling it in a circle. I assume that he was twirling it around too fast because the weapon flies up towards the ceiling, making Sokka put his hands behind his back innocently. He keeps on trying different weapons, but none of them are working for him, at least in my opinion. Sokka then picks up a sai, examining it closely before using it as a toothpick. I roll my eyes at him, about to tell him that that is not how you're supposed to use it at all. Before I can say anything about it to him, though, I see Sokka's eyes widen in surprise. I turn around to see whatever it is that he's looking at and see a single sword hanging on the wall. The sword is framed and positioned above the others that sit on a rack below it. Ooh, he gawks in awe as he walks up towards the sword. He feels the scabbard as he examines it closely. That's what Sokka's talking about, he grins. You have a good eye, the voice of the shopkeeper says from behind Sokka and I. That's an original from Pian Dao, the greatest swordmaster and sword maker in the Fire Nation history. He lives in the big castle up the road from here. The greatest swordmaster and sword maker in Fire Nation history, I think, repeating the man's words in my head. Maybe Sokka could use some training under him to make him feel more involved with the rest of us. That's it! That's what you needed all along, Sokka, Aang says. A sword? Sokka asks him in confusion, raising an eyebrow at him. Not the sword, a master, Aang replies. Sokka pulls the sword off the rack. He's right, Sokka. We've all had masters to help us get better, I say with a smile. You should see if you can study with Piandao. That's a great idea. I could have never gotten to where I'm at without Master Paku. Everyone needs a teacher, Katara explains with a smile. I didn't learn from Master Paku since I was with Zuko and Iroh at the time, but Katara did teach me everything she knew when I started traveling with her and the boys after the North Pole. So, in a way, that kind of makes Katara my master. I learned from the Badger Moles. They don't talk, but they're still good teachers, Toph states. Sokka pulls out the sword from the scabbard and examines the blade. It would be nice to be a master sword fighter. All right, I'll talk to him. It's been 3 days since Sokka started his training with Piandao, and the others and I are so bored. There is literally nothing to do. And since Sokka isn't here to tell us what's on his master schedule, we've just been lying on our backs in a circle staring up at the sky all day. What should we do today? Aang asks us. I'm tapped out. I already picked my toes. Twice, Toph replies. Twice? Aang and I ask at the same time in surprise. The first time was for cleaning, but the second time's just for the sweet picking sensation, she explains. Sokka's been in charge of the schedule. I'm not sure what we should be doing, says Katara. Plus it's so hot today, Toph states. How hot is it? Aang asks jokingly. I don't know, Toph shrugs. Really hot? She guesses. It's so hot. It's so hot. Momo is shedding like Appa, Katara says as she pets Momo, who lays in between the two of us, flicking tufts of fur from her fingers. Huh? Huh? She asks us. Aang scratches his head as Katara's joke receives no laughs from him, Toph, or myself. I guess the jokes don't run in the family, Aang says, which makes me hold in a laugh at his comment. Oh, everyone's a critic, Katara replies sarcastically, which makes Aang grunt in response as he lays back down. Aang, Katara, and I are currently sitting around a map of the Fire Nation trying to figure out where we're at and where we're going to be going next. So, where are we going next? Katara asks. She points down at the map. We're starting from here. No, we're over on this island. Aang disagrees as he points at a different spot on the map. Toph lies down next to me. You noodle brains don't know what you're doing. I miss Sokka, she states. Ooh, I got one, Katara says with a smile as she thinks of a joke. If you miss him so much, why don't you marry him? She asks with a grin. Toph rolls over on her side away from Katara in response to that, showing that she clearly doesn't think what she said was funny. I shake my head at my sister as Aang blows a winged insect away with a quick blast of air, causing both Katara and I to look at him with raised eyebrows. I lean against Appa, bored out of my mind, while Katara, Aang, and Toph lay around the map that we were looking at earlier. Sokka's coming! Toph exclaims, which makes Aang, Katara, and I to sit up. Aang and Katara gasping and smiling excitedly as Sokka walks up to the top of the hill. Hey guys, what are you doing? He asks. Aang, Katara, and Toph all jump at Sokka and give him a group hug. Sokka! Aang exclaims. You're back, Toph says. We missed you so much, Katara says to her brother as I walk over to them with a smile on my face. Say something funny, Aang says as he backs away from him. Funny how? Sokka asks him in confusion, making both Aang and Katara laugh heartily. What's their deal? Sokka asks Toph and I. I don't know, Toph answers as I give Sokka a side hug. They missed you or something. I didn't care, she continues as she turns away from him. I smirk as I see a blush on her cheeks and a small smile on her face. Toph may not admit it, but I know that she kind of likes Sokka. Thanks. That warms my heart, Sokka replies. Anyway, I need some help. Sokka explains that he told Piandao that he would use a special metal to build his own sword as he leads the others and I to the large crater that the meteor created the other night. The others and I stop at the edge of the crater, looking down at the meteorite that Sokka plans on using to make his sword. Sokka, Aang, Katara, and I push the meteorite up the slope to Piandao's castle as Toph pushes the meteorite up the slope by using her earthbending. The shopkeeper certainly wasn't kidding when he said that Piandao lived in the castle. We get to the front gate and Sokka runs up to it, banging both knockers frantically. A second later, the gate opens and a man steps out. This guy must be Piandao, I think. Who's this? The man asks Sokka, looking at the others and I. Oh, these are my friends. Just other good Fire Nation folks, Sokka answers as the others and I bow to him. Piandao bows back before turning back to my brother. Do you think we can make a sword out of a meteorite? Sokka asks Piandao as he walks up to the meteorite, examining it. We'll make a sword unlike any other in the world, Piandao says. I help the others roll the meteorite to the place where Sokka will begin to make his sword at. Sokka is now working hard on making his sword, and I couldn't be more proud of him since he's come so far in the time we've been away from home. I kind of wish I hadn't been separated from him and the others so much, because then I would have seen just how much they have grown as a group and not just individually. Aang has grown so much since the first time I met him back home. He certainly isn't that goofy little kid anymore. Katara has become so strong and confident in herself, especially when it comes to her bending. I'm not sure about Toph since she was already so strong and confident when the others and I first met her. I decide to take a walk around the castle while the others keep an eye on Sokka while he works on his sword. I of course won't go anywhere that I'm not supposed to since Piandao's butler is keeping a close eye on me. I'm walking down one of the long corridors that's lined with large paintings that contain two people each, one being Piandao and the other being someone different for each one. The other people ranging from being young boys no older than 13 years old to men nearly as old as Piandao himself. What are these? I ask while looking at the paintings. The master's few students, the butler answers. He takes a lot of pride in teaching the art, but only to those who are worthy. I continue walking down the corridor, my eyes examining each of the people in each of the paintings. A few paintings down from the first painting, I stop in my tracks and stare at the boy in the painting. The boy in the painting has his long hair in a high ponytail contrasting his pale skin. There's something very familiar about him, something about his eyes. What color were they painted? Orange? Yellow? I can't really tell. Who's that? I ask the butler as I continue to stare at the boy in the painting. Ah, yes, the butler begins as he steps next to me, a small smile on his face. One of the master's most recent prodigies, Fire Prince Zuko. He was quite determined to learn. My breath hitches and my eyes widen at the mention of Zuko. I stare at the painting again. That was Zuko? How could I have not realized it? The boy in the painting is a much younger Zuko without his scar. Then another thought hits me. He had called Zuko a prodigy. I know that Zuko is pretty good with dual swords, but a prodigy? It seems like I keep on learning something new about him almost every single day that he isn't around. All of my thoughts wash away as I step closer and concentrate on the picture of the prince in front of me. He really does have a way of haunting me wherever I go. It feels as if he has planned this all out. Like he somehow made it so that I can't go a day without thinking about him or seeing his face. All I want to do is tear him out of my thoughts and just take a knife and cut away that chunk of my memories. Are you all right, madame? The butler's voice asks, causing me to come back to reality. I turn to the butler, wondering as to why he would ask something like that. That's when I feel it. A warm streak on my cheek, marking where I unintentionally released a tear. I thought that I had gotten all of that out of my system back when we were on the Fire Navy ship that we had stolen after the situation in Ba Sing Se. I reach my hand up to my cheek and quickly wipe away the evidence. I'm fine. I assumed that you knew the prince, he says, causing my body to tense up slightly. He was a nice boy, respectful when it mattered. He also had a temper and was impatient at times. I had thought that he would grow out of it eventually, though. He trails off, his eyes now lingering on me, sympathy filling them as if he thinks that he knows what had happened between Zuko and I. His temper or impatience was never the problem, I answered, my gaze falling to the ground, shaking my head. He just always seems to make the most painful choices. Silence fills the corridor after that. I glance over at the butler from the corner of my eye and notice that he meant to say something else. But luckily for me, our conversation is cut short and is cut off by Aang, Toph, and Katara as they come rushing down into the corridor. They finished! They finished! Aang exclaims with a smile on his face. The butler turns to me. The master will be needing me. Excuse me, he continues as he bows to me and the others before walking back down the corridor where the others came from. The others turn to follow him out, but I hesitate, looking at the painting of young Zuko again. Kita? You coming? Katara asks, causing me to turn to her. I nod, a small smile on my face. Yeah. She smiles back before she follows Aang and Toph down the corridor. I give the painting of Zuko one last glance before following the others down the corridor and out of the castle. We currently sit in one of Piandao's castle's large rooms. Sokka is seated in front of Piandao while Aang, Toph, Katara, and I sit behind him. Sokka, when you first arrived, you were so unsure. You even seemed down on yourself, Piandao begins. But I saw something in you right away. I saw a heart as strong as a lion turtle, and twice as big. It's true about Sokka having a big heart. He especially has a big heart when it comes to the people that he loves and cares about. And as we trained, it wasn't your skills that impressed me, Piandao says as he turns to his butler, who I had learned is named Fat. Fat kneels in front of Piandao, giving him Sokka's sword. No, it certainly wasn't your skills, Piandao repeats. I look at Sokka, expecting him to look happy about what Piandao had said, as well as him receiving the sword that he had worked so hard to make. But he's looking down at the ground in what looks like shame. You showed something beyond that, Piandao says before he unsheaths the sword, showing its black blade. Creativity, versatility, intelligence. These are the traits that define a great swordsman, Piandao explains before he sheaths the sword again. And these are the traits that define you, he finishes as he kneels in front of Sokka, giving the sword to him. Sokka hesitates for a second before taking the sword from Piandao. You told me you didn't know if you were worthy, but I believe that you are more worthy than any man I have ever trained, Piandao says. Sokka stares down at the sword in his hands for a second before he lowers his head in shame again. I'm sorry, Master, he begins. You're wrong. I am not worthy. I'm not who you think I am. I'm not from the Fire Nation. I'm from the Southern Water Tribe, Sokka continues, causing the others and I to gawk at him in shock and disbelief that he would reveal his true identity to Piandao. I lied so that I could learn swordsmanship from you. I'm sorry. Sokka apologizes as he holds up his sword for Piandao to take. Piandao frowns down at him. I'm sorry too, he says before he turns away from him. Before the others or I can say anything to him or Sokka, Piandao quickly turns back around, swinging his own sword at Sokka. Sokka just barely avoids the attack, quickly turning around and using his sheathed sword to block another thrust from Piandao. At the sight of Piandao attacking Sokka, the others and I get to our feet to help him, but he raises his free hand to stop us from doing so. No, this is my fight. Alone. Aang, Katara, Toph, and I watch from a balcony as Sokka and Piandao square off in the sword-fighting ring below. I stand next to Katara, holding my clasped hands up near my mouth, anxious about the upcoming sword fight. The two of them continue the standoff for another moment or two before Piandao makes the first move, lunging forward towards Sokka, striking at him 4 times. Sokka deflects all of the blows before he stabs at Piandao himself. Piandao moves his head out of the way and stabs at Sokka again, who sways back and avoids the attack. Piandao then sweeps his sword at Sokka's legs, but Sokka jumps over it, lunging at Piandao, thrusting his sword forward. Piandao deflects Sokka's blade and hits him with the butt of his sword hilt. Sokka is knocked back several feet and slides over the floor. Come on, Sokka, I think anxiously as Sokka flips himself backwards and grabs a post of a small bridge to regain his balance. He quickly climbs onto the post and leaps to the other one just as Piandao thrusts his sword at him. Piandao spins around and tries to slice Sokka's foot, but Sokka jumps away to the other rail of the bridge. Piandao stabs at Sokka again, but Sokka jumps off the railing and rolls to the side. Piandao then strikes again, but Sokka rolls under the blade. Sokka blocks Piandao's next strikes as he gains distance and hops back on the railing. Sokka leaps to the end of the bridge as Piandao swings his sword at him again. Excellent! Using your superior agility against an older opponent. Smart! Piandao growls before he charges at Sokka again, striking at him, pushing him up a large stone stairway. Sokka blocks all of the attacks, but the force pushes him against the wall of the stairway. He deflects a thrust from Piandao upward, then ducks as the blade slices through the part of the wall above his shoulder. Piandao swings his sword around his head and body in 2 large circles. Sokka barely dodges Piandao's blade, cartwheeling to the right. Sokka spins back around, hops a foot off the ground, and pushes off the wall with his legs, propelling himself forward, sword extended. Piandao deflects the attack, and Sokka rolls across the stair to the other wall, climbing to the top. Good use of terrain. Fighting from the high ground, Piandao says as they continue to swing blows at each other. Piandao then thrusts his sword at Sokka, who pins the blade under his own blade, weighted down under his feet. Piandao tries to wrench his sword free, but can't. He leans forward and pushes his sword upward, throwing Sokka off. Sokka grunts as he stumbles back into a tall stalk of bamboo. At the sight of Sokka stumbling into the bamboo, the others and I wince. I really wish that I could help him against Piandao right now, but Sokka told us this was his fight and his fight alone. Come on, Sokka. Win this, please, I think to myself as Sokka looks up at Piandao, the fear very evident in his eyes. Piandao raises his sword and charges at Sokka. Sokka ducks as Piandao's sword slices the bamboo just above his head. Sokka then runs off into the bamboo thicket, Piandao following close behind him. Now that Sokka and Piandao are in the bamboo, all I can do is listen to the sounds of their blades running through the bamboo and the occasional sound of them clashing together. Yes, use your surroundings. Make them fight for you! I hear Piandao exclaim at Sokka, reassuring me that my brother is alright and still fighting. Another few seconds go by before Sokka comes running out of the bamboo and back towards the sword-fighting ring, screaming in terror, Piandao not far behind him. Sokka has a very frightened look on his face as he takes a look behind him just to see that Piandao has run off to the side and out of sight. Sokka looks ahead of him again a moment later. Piandao is already in front of him and pokes his sword out in front of Sokka, trying to make him run into it. Luckily, Sokka avoids the blade by leaning back. Sokka stands back up, stumbling forward. He then stabs his sword into the ground to stop his fall. Using his momentum, Sokka swings his sword back around, flinging dirt and dust at Piandao. The dirt hits Piandao in the face, blinding him. Piandao spins around and positions his sword behind his back to defend any sneak attacks from Sokka. I assume that Piandao tries to open his eyes again by the way he flinches in pain. Very resourceful, he says to Sokka. Piandao then turns his head to the side and listens for any sounds. Come on, Sokka. Get out of there, I think anxiously. Sokka nervously raises his sword defensively. He then slowly begins to sneak away, careful not to make any noises that would give away his location to Piandao. Unfortunately, Sokka steps on a lone twig on the ground, snapping it in half. Ugh, of course, I groan mentally. Piandao turns his head towards Sokka when he hears the twig snap. He twirls his sword around into an offensive position and charges forward. Sokka takes a step back as Piandao closes in and stabs at him. Sokka quickly parries the attack, but Piandao catches Sokka's blade with his own. He pushes Sokka's sword around in 2 circles before flinging it out of Sokka's hands. Sokka watches as the sword stabs into the ground several feet away. Piandao then swings his sword in a large horizontal arc at Sokka. Luckily, Sokka is not cut by the blade, but is instead hit in the chest by Piandao's arms, knocking him back and onto the ground on his back. I clench my fists in anger as Sokka looks up at Piandao fearfully as he turns and points his sword at Sokka's head. I look at the others and we silently agree that this has gone long enough. We all jump over the balcony railing and down to the ground, making our way over to Sokka and Piandao. I'm about to attack Piandao with my bending, but before I can, he swings his sword away from Sokka, halting the others and I in our pursuit. Excellent work, Sokka, Piandao says to my brother, causing him to squint up at Piandao curiously. Piandao then raises his hand, signaling to Fat. In response, Fat flings the scabbard of Piandao's sword towards him. Still blinded, Piandao turns and points his sword upward, letting the scabbard fly right over the blade, sheathing his sword. Piandao lowers his sword, turning his head towards the others and I. I think I'm a little old to be fighting the Avatar. My eyes widen in surprise at his words. How did he know? I wonder to myself as the others and I come out of our bending stances looking at each other in surprise. How did you know? Aang asks him. Oh, I've been around a while, Piandao replies as Sokka gets back up to his feet and Fat walks up to him, carrying a drink and a white cloth. You pick things up, he states as he wipes the dirt off of his face with the cloth that Fat had brought over to him. Of course, I knew from the beginning that Sokka was Water Tribe, he says, making Sokka look over to the side guiltily. You might want to think of a better Fire Nation cover name. Try Lee. There's a million Lees, he finishes before he takes a sip of his drink. But why would you agree to train someone from the Water Tribe? Katara asks him. The way of the sword doesn't belong to any one nation. Knowledge of the arts belongs to us all, Piandao answers before he gives his sword to Fat. He then walks over to Sokka's sword, pulling it out of the ground and giving it back to Sokka. Sokka, you must continue your training on your own, Piandao tells him. If you stay on this path, I know that one day you will become an even greater master than I am, he explains, causing Sokka, the others, and I to smile warmly. Piandao and Sokka bow to each other, and we all say our goodbyes to both Piandao and Fat before leaving the castle. We just make it out of the gates when Fat comes running up to us. Wait, he shouts, causing the others and I to turn to him. The master wanted you to have this, as something to remember him by, he says to Sokka as he holds out a small brown bag in his hand. Sokka takes the small bag and we all bow as a farewell before Fat walks back to the castle. What's in the bag, Sokka? I ask. I'm not sure, he replies before he opens the bag, his hand rummaging inside of it for a second before he pulls out a small round object from inside. It's a Pai Sho tile, Sokka says. My eyes widen at the sight of the picture on the tile. The White Lotus. My thoughts immediately go to Iroh at the sight of it, remembering how he had used the White Lotus tile in that Pai Sho game he had played in that small town at the edge of the desert. The White Lotus. Aang says, breaking me out of my thoughts. What does it mean? Katara asks. I have no idea, Sokka replies. I hear the gates close behind me, causing me to look at them again. That's when I see it. The White Lotus design on it, made completely out of gold. That's when it hits me. Piandao's a member of the White Lotus, I think. Could that mean that he knows Iroh? That's sort of obvious, actually, especially since he had taught Zuko when he was younger. As I think that he's a member of the same club that Iroh is a part of, I smile at the possibility that we might just run into Piandao again in the near future. Oh, that reminds me. Toph, I thought you might like this since you probably never had a chance to bend Space Earth before, Sokka says to Toph, breaking me out of my thoughts again as he pulls out a small chunk of the meteorite he had used to make his sword. Toph takes it from him and smiles. Sweet! She then begins to use her earthbending on the meteorite. Check this out, she cheers as she shapes it into a swirl, a star, and a splatter of some sort. You know, I don't think there's such a thing as Space Earth. If it's from space, then it's not really Earth, Katara says as we begin down the trail again. Must you ruin everything? Sokka asks her. I can't believe I missed you, Katara replies, narrowing her eyes at him, causing me to roll my eyes at the two of them. As I walk away from Piandao's castle with the others, I didn't know that a certain scarred prince of the Fire Nation was on Ember Island and was very conflicted about his relationship with his current girlfriend, May, as well as his feelings that he has for me. Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 5, The Runaway. When I say that the last week has been very strange, I mean it wholeheartedly. By strange, I mean having a guy that can cause explosions with his brain coming after us, and then having to go to Avatar Roku's home island, which was buried by ash and lava so that Aang could learn about how the war started, and how Avatar Roku was basically Fire Lord Sozin's brother, because they were that close. When Aang came back from learning about how Roku and Sozin's relationship turned to where they were no longer friends, he told us that anyone and everyone is capable of great good and great evil, no matter who they are or where they come from. He also said that what Roku showed him was about friendships. After that, we continued on our way to the rendezvous point, where we're going to meet up with the invasion force in a couple of weeks. One thing that I've really noticed over the last few weeks is that Katara and Toph's relationship hasn't changed all that much. I mean, sure, it has gotten a little bit better since Toph first joined us, that's for sure, but all I can say about it is that they're not the closest pair in the group by any means necessary. Granted, I'm not all that close to Toph either, but I can say that we're closer than Toph is with the Katara. I'm currently sitting on a boulder ready to watch Katara and Toph train Aang. I watch as Aang ties his headband around his eyes using it as a blindfold. Okay, I'm ready for some training, Aang cheers before he assumes his fighting stance, stomping on the ground with one foot. Toph then bends several columns of rock his way and Aang dodges them with ease. Katara then attacks him with a water whip and Aang evades this as well, recoiling it back onto her and simultaneously hurling a boulder at Toph, to which Toph catches it easily. Good job, Twinkle Toes, she congratulates. Visualize, then attack, she instructs as she propels the boulder back towards Aang, who corkscrews into the ground to avoid it. The boulder continues on its trajectory and collides with Katara's chest, knocking her over. Maybe you should take your own advice, Toph, Katara growls angrily as she gets back to her feet. What's the matter? Can't handle some dirt, Madam Fussy Britches? Toph asks her obnoxiously. Katara bends a wave from the river behind her, making it go over herself and Aang before drenching Toph with it. Oh, sorry. Did I splash you, mudslug? Furious, the two of them career towards each other on ramps of rock and ice, colliding with each other and then falling to the ground with shrieks of rage. Are we taking a break? Aang asks, still blindfolded. That's when Sokka appears around the boulder that I'm sitting on, an evil grin on his face. I'm about to ask him what he's doing, but he rushes towards Aang before I can even get a single word out. Yeah! Sneak attack! As Sokka runs up behind him, Aang bends a column of rock in his path, causing Sokka to run into it before he removes the blindfold that he was wearing. Sokka, sneak attacks don't work if you yell it out loud, he says to him as I walk over to Sokka to help him up to his feet. Nice try, little bro, I say with a soft chuckle, which causes Sokka to glare at me intensely. Hungry for a mud pie? I hear Toph ask as she kicks mud into Katara's face. I'll give you a mud pie, Katara growls through gritted teeth before mud-bending Toph to the ground. Toph quickly springs back up to her feet and earth-bends Katara in the air, making her crash into the ledge of solid earth behind her. They're about to go at it again when they're interrupted by Aang. Guys, I thought we were supposed to be training me. Katara salvages what dignity she has left and steps forward. Very well, people. I believe we've had enough training for today, she says as she walks away from the rest of us to get cleaned up. While Katara cleans up, let's go have some fun, Toph says to the boys. Yes, yeah, the two boys cheer excitedly. The three of them start walking away while I stay where I am. Hey, Kita, you coming? Aang asks, turning to me, a smile on his face. I shake my head in response. You three have fun. I'll stay here and start making dinner. Suit yourself, Toph replies as she and Sokka continue walking away from me. Don't get into too much trouble, all right? I ask Aang. Sure thing, Kita. See you later, Aang replies as he runs after my twin brother and Toph. I sit on the ground next to Katara as she stirs the stew we made for dinner when I hear loud laughter coming towards us. I look up to see Sokka, Aang, and Toph walking up to our camp with their arms filled with provisions. Where did they get the money to get all of that? I ask myself. Hopefully they didn't do anything risky or stupid. Where did you guys get the money to buy all of this stuff? Katara asks them as the three of them throw the supplies down onto the ground in front of Katara and I. Toph got us money, Aang answers before taking a bite of the apple in his hand, taking a seat on the ground. She scammed one of those guys in town who moves the shells around all sneaky-like. She used earthbending to win the game. Classic, Sokka exclaims with a smile on his face. Ah, so she cheated, Katara says, glaring at Toph. Hey, I only cheated because he was cheating. I cheated a cheater, Toph explains. What's wrong with that? I'm just saying, this isn't something we should make a habit of doing, Katara says to her. I'm about to agree with her, but Toph interrupts me from doing so. Why? Because it's fun? And you hate fun? I don't hate fun, Katara says indignantly before she seizes Momo and drapes him on top of her head. See? Fun! Momo then slides off her head with an annoyed squawk. He then scurries away from Katara over to me and lays on my lap, causing me to pet his back soothingly. Katara, I'll personally make you an avatar promise that we won't make a habit of doing these scams, Aang says to her, lifting his bandana to show his arrow tattoo before bowing to her. It's been about 3 days since Aang, Sokka, and Toph started doing those scams, and even though Aang had made a avatar promise that they wouldn't make a habit of doing them, they've continued on doing them anyway. Katara and I walk up to the others as they're counting the money that they had received when they went into town earlier. Guys, Kita and I have been talking, and we both think that these scams have gone far enough. If you keep doing them, something bad is going to happen, Katara says to them. Could you for once stop being such a sourpuss and just lighten up? Toph asks her while flipping a silver piece at Katara. I'm about to reply, but Katara responds back before I can. Oh, I'm sorry. You think I should be more like you? Like some wild child? Katara retorts back to her while throwing the silver piece to the ground. Yeah, maybe, Toph answers. Maybe then you'd see how great we have it. I mean, look at us. We're traveling around the world, making easy money, having fun, with no parents to tell us what to do. Ah, I see. You're acting like this because of your parents, Katara says. Whatever, Toph retorts dismissively. They were controlling over you, so you ran away, and now you act like your parents don't exist. You act like you hate them, but you don't. You just feel guilty, Katara explains. I do hate them, Toph answers. I don't think so, Katara disagrees. I think you do miss them, but you just don't want to deal with that, so instead you act like this crazy person. Look, I ran away to help Aang, Toph exclaims as she gets to her feet. You know what? It doesn't matter, Katara says. These scams put us all at risk, and we don't need that. We've already got some third-eyed freak after us. She does have a point. We certainly don't need any more people coming after us because of these scams that the others have been doing. Speaking of that third-eyed freak, Sokka speaks up. I think I've come up with a name for him. What do you think of Sparky Sparky Boom Man? The others and I are unimpressed. Just think about it, he says. We have enough money. You need to stop this, Katara says to Toph. I'll stop when I want to stop, and not when you tell me, Toph exclaims back before she uses her earthbending to throw her bag of money into the air. She catches the bag and then walks away, making her earth tent. Speaking of money, I'm off to spend some. See you guys later, Sokka says, getting up from the ground and walking away. Aang, Katara, and I just finished some training down by the river and just got back to camp, only to see Sokka with a messenger hawk on his shoulder. Sokka, tell me you didn't buy a bird, I say to him, crossing my arms over my chest. Not just a bird, a messenger bird, he explains. Now we can send messages all over the world, even to Gran. Wow, how does it work? Aang asks him. I never actually thought about that, Sokka replies thoughtfully. Hockey, Gran, South Pole, he commands the bird, in which Hockey shakes his head too. I think he gets it, Sokka smiles. Momo then jumps onto Aang's shoulder before dashing at his new rival. The lemur and hawk whirl furiously around Sokka's head as he tries to calm them down. Hockey! Make nice! Bad hockey! Later in the day, Sokka and Toph come back from doing more scams in town, arms loaded with money. Well, look who decided to join us, Katara says to them. Where have you two been? Off scamming again? Yes, we were, Toph answers as if it were very obvious. And I suppose you don't think what you're doing is dangerous at all? Katara asks her. No, I don't, Toph answers simply. Really? Katara asks her, clearly not believing her. Yes, really, Toph answers back. Well then, what's this? Katara asks as she pulls out a piece of paper, holding it out in front of Toph. I don't know! I mean, seriously, what's with you people? I'm blind! Toph exclaims, exasperated. It's a wanted poster of you! The runaway, Katara explains. Is that what you're called now? Are you proud of this? Where did you get that? Toph asks Katara angrily. It doesn't matter where I got it. The fact is, Katara says to her, but before she can say anything more, Toph interrupts her. You went through my stuff. You had no right. Your stuff was messy, and I was just straightening up, and I happened to stumble across it, Katara explains. That's a lie. You're lying, Katara, Toph says to her, pointing her index finger at Katara, almost literally in Katara's face. Katara glares at Toph's finger before shoving it away from her face. Fine, Katara exclaims back to her. It's a lie. But if you've been so out of control lately, I knew something was up. I knew you were hiding something, and you were, Katara explains, holding out the poster at Toph again. Toph knocks the poster from Katara's hand and walks away from her. Don't you walk away from me while I'm talking to you, Katara yells after her. Oh, really, Mom? Toph mocks. Or what are you going to do? Send me to my room? I wish I could, Katara replies frustratedly. Well, you can't, because you're not my mom, and you're not their mom, Toph exclaims as she points at Aang, Sokka, and I, causing the three of us to look at each other. I have to admit, Toph sort of does have a point. Katara does act like a mom sometimes. But Katara also does have a point about these scams that Toph and the boys have been doing lately. I never said I was, Katara exclaims back at Toph. No, but you certainly act like it. You think it's your job to boss everyone around, but it's not. You're just a regular kid like the rest of us. So stop acting like you can tell me what to do. I can do whatever I want, Toph yells. I don't act that way, Katara replies. She then turns to face Sokka, Aang, and I. Sokka, do I act motherly? She asks my twin brother in a shrill voice. Sokka, alarmed, decides discretion is the better part of valor. Hey, I'm staying out of this one. Katara opens her mouth again, looking straight at me. I'm staying out of this one too, I say before she can even sing anything. Katara closes her mouth again for a moment before turning to Aang, the only person to not answer her question. What do you think, Aang? Do I act like a mom? Katara asks him. Aang begins digging nervously at his eye. Well, Stop rubbing your eye and speak clearly when you talk, Katara yells. Yes, ma'am, Aang says, chastened, sitting up straight. Sokka does the same. I can't be around you right now, Toph exclaims before walking away, but making Katara turn to her. Well, I can't be around you, Katara exclaims back, before storming off as well. As the two of them storm off away from each other, I try and think of a way to get them to get along, but think of nothing. Hockey squawking plaintively breaks me out of my thoughts. I know, Hockey. Why can't they just get along? Sokka asks dejectedly, putting his elbows on his legs and putting his face in his hands. It's about an hour later and Katara and Toph are sitting where they've been since after their fight earlier. Toph is currently sitting near the small creek next to our camp, and Katara's sitting at the edge of the cliff, her legs hanging over the edge. I sit next to the fire, making dinner, hoping that would make everyone calm down enough to where they would somewhat get along again. Hey, Aang, you want to test out my messenger hawk with me? I've got an idea, I hear Sokka say from behind me. Oh boy, I just know that whatever his idea is, it's not going to go very well. Sure, Aang replies. I'm going to send a note to Katara and say it's from Toph, who wants to apologize. Then everyone will be friends again, Sokka explains. Seriously? That's his idea? Does he know that Toph is blind and she can't write or read? I gotta say, Sokka, you continue to impress me with your ideas, Aang says in reply to Sokka's master plan to get Katara and Toph to get along again. It's a gift, Sokka replies smugly, causing me to roll my eyes. I turn away from the meal that I was trying to prepare, wanting to see how this master plan of Sokka's will go, even though I know that it's not going to go as good as he thinks it will. Sokka takes a pen and paper and composes a message for Katara. Dear Katara, sorry for everything. Your friend, Toph. Sokka says as he writes the note word for word. I know that I should tell him that his idea to make Katara talk to Toph again won't work, but I just want to see his face when he finds out that it wasn't a good idea. Once the note is written, Sokka rolls up the note and Haki jumps onto his arm from his shoulder. Sokka slides the note into Haki's dispatch tube and the bird flies over to Katara, who reads the message. After she reads it, she stands up, turning to face the boys. I know this is from you, Sokka. Toph can't write. Ugh, you're all driving me crazy, she groans out frustratedly, ripping the note up into tiny pieces before walking down the hill and away from the camp. I can't believe we forgot Toph can't write, Aang reprimands with a groan. Yep, we're idiots, Sokka agrees. You think? I ask with a pointed look. Sokka glares at me about to say something back, but Aang stops him. I guess plan B is we send a note to Toph pretending it's from Katara. I think we're going to run into a similar problem. Sokka dejects. Sorry, Haki. Looks like I'm going to have to do this without your help, he explains to Haki before letting him fly over to me and land on my shoulder as he walks over to Toph. Come on, we need to talk, he says to her when he gets to where she sits. It's nearly dark, and Katara's been back at camp for a little while now. I currently sit next to her as she pets Momo, who sits in between the two of us. The two of us look up when we hear two pairs of footsteps coming towards us. Seeing that it's both Sokka and Toph, Katara gets up from the ground, walking up to the two of them. Hi, Toph. I want to... Katara begins and Sokka comes to stand next to Aang and I as the two girls try to talk to each other. Katara, stop. Toph interrupts Katara's apology. You don't need to apologize. I was the one being stupid. These scams are out of control, and I'm done with them. Actually, I wasn't going to apologize, Katara replies slyly. I was gonna say, I want to pull a scam with you. Aang, Sokka, and I gape at her in astonishment. The boys more so than me. What? You want to pull a scam? Toph asks her, shocked. Not just any scam. The ultimate scam, Katara corrects. The two boys beside me collapse, stupefied by Katara saying that, while I just stand there staring at my little sister in complete and utter shock. What do you say, Toph? Katara asks Toph, pulling her in under her arm. Just me and you. One last go. You in? You know I'm in, Toph exclaims, with a smile. Now what's this idea of yours? She asks while she and Katara walk away to come up with the plan for their scam. It's the next day, and it's been a few hours since Toph and Katara left for the town to do their scam. They should have been back with the money by now. What's taking them so long? I ask myself as I look down the trail that leads to the village not too far away from our camp. I'm definitely not the only one worried about Toph and Katara. Aang's been pacing back and forth in front of Sokka and I for the last 30 minutes. Do you think this scam of theirs should be taking this long? Aang asks. I was just wondering the same thing. We'd better check it out. Sokka agrees. I agree, I say to the two of them as I get up from my spot on the ground, grabbing my water skin, throwing the strap around my shoulder. Sokka admonishes Haki and Momo as I walk up to him and Aang, ready to leave now that I have my bending water. You two behave. Appa's in charge, Sokka says to the Hawk and Lemur before the three of us walk away, starting to make our way to town. The boys and I are walking down the strangely deserted streets of the Fire Fountain village, looking for Toph and Katara. It's so weird seeing the village deserted, especially when I was in town only this morning to get a few things before Toph and Katara came into town to do their scam, and the town was bustling with people in the streets. Where do you think they might be? Sokka asks as the three of us continue towards the center of town. Where do you think anyone is? Aang questions while looking around for any signs of where the citizens might have gone. We get into the center of town where the giant firebending statue of Fire Lord Ozai is, seeing no people at all. I'm about to say something to the boys when Aang stops in his tracks beside me. He looks back behind us, his eyes widening in surprise and fear. Sokka! Kida! Watch out! He exclaims as he flips in front of us, grabbing our arms and pulling both of us behind the statue, just as Sparky Boom Man lets loose a blast that we just barely managed to dodge. It's Sparky Boom Man! Aang exclaims as the three of us look up at Sparky Boom Man. You know, I'm starting to think that name doesn't quite fit, Sokka replies while rubbing his head. Sparky Boom Man leaps to the ground and fires another shot at us, causing us to frantically elude his assaults. We run into one of the side streets just as he shoots another blast at us, throwing the three of us forward when it explodes. Sokka lands in a wagon that rolls down the street before it tips over, making him roll out of it. Aang and I run up to him, helping him up to his feet as the three of us hide behind the wagon. This guy is too good! He shoots fire from his brain! Sokka exclaims as he imitates how Sparky Boom Man shoots fire from his brain. We should split up. He can't chase all three of us, Aang replies. Sokka and I nod and decide to go together one direction while Aang goes the other. I hear heavy footsteps coming down the street towards us. He's coming! We gotta move! I exclaim loud enough for the boys to hear me as the three of us start running down the street before we split off from each other. It's a good thing we ran when we did, because we just make it out of the way when another explosion happens. As Sokka and I are running, we run into both Katara and Toph. Where's Aang? Katara asks us as the four of us continue to run in the direction where we hear an explosion and Aang shout. We get to the center of town to see Aang on the ground and Sparky Boom Man approaching him to deliver the final blow. Before he can deliver the blow, however, Katara and I shoot water at him, freezing it over his head, making him stumble away from Aang. Aang, get up! Katara shouts while running up to him and helping him back up to his feet. Let's get out of here, Toph says as we all run away from Sparky Boom Man, who is still stumbling around. The others and I run down a street, and I hear ice shattering behind me, and I know that Sparky Boom Man has freed himself from the ice. I'm about to shoot some ice at him again, but I see Toph bend a rock at him. I hear Sparky Boom Man send a blast at the rock, probably destroying it. Hey, I got it! The perfect name for that guy! Combustion Man! Sokka exclaims as he runs next to Toph and I. Good job, Sokka! Now let's get out of here before Combustion Man catches us, Toph says to him as the five of us run around the corner and down a different street. See? It fits so well! Sokka replies with a giant grin on his face as we continue running. Not wanting Combustion Man to catch up with us any time soon, the others and I packed up our things and mounted Appa. After flying for a few hours, we decide to land so that we can get some rest. Sokka yawns and stretches as we land. Well, I'm exhausted. Hockey, how about you, buddy? Sokka asks Hockey, who squawks softly in reply. Yeah, you're such a lazy little bird, Sokka replies affectionately before he jumps out of the saddle and onto the ground below. I follow behind him, my sleeping bag in hand. I turn back to see if Katara and Toph are going to follow me. I'm about to call out to them, but Toph's quiet voice stops me from doing so. Katara, I need your help. What is it, Toph? Katara asks. I need you to write some things down for me. I want to send a letter to my parents, Toph explains. I'll be happy to help, Katara replies, and I can tell just from hearing her voice she's smiling. I'm really glad that the two of them are getting along now. It's good to see them finally getting along. I smile to myself before walking away, letting them have their privacy while Katara writes the letter to Toph's parents. Polar Opposites, Book 3, Fire, Chapter 6, The Puppet Master. I sit next to Sokka as the others and I sit around the campfire listening to the ghost story that Sokka is currently telling us. We made camp in the middle of the forest near a small village, and to say that this forest is creepy is definitely an understatement. With the nearly full moon shining down on us in the sky, it just gives it a creepy, eerie vibe. Also, all of us telling ghost stories around the campfire isn't really helping either, even though Sokka's story isn't all that scary. Suddenly, they heard something down the hall in the dark. Woo! Sokka says before imitating an eerie sound. It came into the torchlight, and they knew the blade of Wing Fun was haunted, he exclaims as he pulls out his own sword from the sheath on his back. Ah! He imitates, again, obviously trying to be scary. The others and I just sit around the fire, unimpressed by the story. I think I like the man with a sword for a hand better, Aang says dryly. Water Tribe slumber parties must stink, Toph says. Oh, you have no idea, I reply with a smirk, which makes Sokka whirl around at me, looking as if he's going to attack me. No, wait, I've got one. And this is a true Southern Water Tribe story, Katara interrupts, stopping Sokka from pouncing on me. Is this one of those a friend of my cousin knew some guy that this happened to stories? Sokka asks her. No, it happened to Mom, Katara replies, which makes everyone, including myself, to focus our attention on her. I might have been really close to my mom before she died, but I don't remember her ever telling me any ghost stories, especially one that actually happened to her. One winter, when Mom was a girl, a snowstorm buried the whole village for weeks. A month later, Mom realized she hadn't seen her friend Nini since the storm, so Mom and some others went to check on Nini's family. When they got there, no one was home, just a fire flickering in the fireplace. While the men went out to search, Mom stayed in the house. When she was alone, she heard her voice. It's so cold, and I can't get warm. Mom turned and saw Nini standing by the fire. She was blue, like she was frozen. Mom ran outside for help, but when everyone came back, Nini was gone, she finishes. Whoa, that story sure was scary, and I can't believe that it happened to our mom. I look around at the others to see frightened expressions on their faces, except for Toph, of course. Where'd she go? Sokka asks nervously. No one knows, Katara answers simply. Nini's house stands empty to this day, but sometimes people see smoke coming up from the chimney, like little Nini is still trying to get warm, she explains. Now that I think about it, I sort of do remember this story, but I didn't hear it from my mom. I remember the elders telling the children old ghost stories and legends from our village when I was younger. I just never knew Mom had her own experience with the ghost of Nini. Toph, letting out a gasp, surprises me out of my thoughts, and I turn to her, about to ask her what was wrong. "Wait, guys, did you hear that?" she asks. "I hear people under the mountain, and they're screaming," she explains. I squeak out in surprise as Aang, Katara, Momo, and Sokka all hug each other around me, trembling with fear at her words. Sokka soon regains his composure, though, acting as if he wasn't scared at all by the blind earthbender's words. "Nice try." "No, I'm serious. I hear something," Toph urges. "You're probably just jumpy from the ghost stories," Katara reassures. "It just stopped," Toph states softly after a moment, which makes a shiver run down my spine. "All right. Now I'm getting scared," Aang says nervously. "Me too," I state while still holding onto Katara tightly. "Hello, children," an eerie old woman's voice says from behind us, causing Aang, Katara, Sokka, Momo, and I to scream in terror before running off around the fire and hugging Toph. An old woman slowly walks into the firelight. "Sorry to frighten you. My name is Hama," the old woman introduces. "You children shouldn't be out in the forest by yourselves at night. I have an inn nearby. Why don't you come back there for some spiced tea and warm beds?" As I look at this old woman in front of us, who just happened to be in the same forest as we are in the middle of the night, I get a feeling telling me not to trust her. I don't really see a reason as to why I shouldn't trust this woman, considering she's offering us rooms at her inn. Something's just really strange and creepy about her, and I don't know what it is yet. "Yes, please," Sokka replies while rubbing the back of his head. Hama just smiles at us before she walks away, leading us towards her inn for the night. Hama takes the 5 of us to her inn on the edge of town. The others and I sit around the table in the dining room while Hama pours tea into our cups. "Thanks for letting us stay here tonight. You have a lovely inn," Katara says to her as Hama pours tea into her cup. "Well, aren't you sweet?" Hama smiles. "You know, you should be careful. People have been disappearing in those woods you were camping in." Sokka and I look at each other for a few seconds before I turn my head to her. "What do you mean, disappearing?" I ask, wanting her to explain the situation about people disappearing in the woods more. "When the moon turns full, people walk in, and they don't come out," Hama answers ominously. She stops for a few seconds. "Who wants more tea?" she asks cheerfully, holding up the teapot, acting as if she didn't just say what she said. The others and I all stare at her fearfully. She turns to us and frowns at our facial expressions. "Don't worry, you'll all be completely safe here," she assures. "Why don't I show you to your rooms and you can get a good night's rest?" she asks us with a smile, to which we all agree to. I wake up early the next morning, not really getting all that much sleep, considering how I'm suspicious of Hama. I don't know what it is about her that I don't trust about her, but one thing's for sure, I'll keep an eye on her until I find out what it is. I quickly get dressed into my Fire Nation clothes before exiting the room that I had slept in last night. I close the door behind me and I'm about to walk down the hallway to go downstairs when Katara and Hama come up the stairs. "Ah, it looks like someone's awake," Hama says with a smile. "How did you sleep, dear?" Not wanting to seem rude, I reply with a smile of my own. "I slept very well, thank you." Hama smiles at that before Katara steps forward. "Are Sokka and the others awake yet?" I shake my head. "I just left my room, so I have no idea." "Well then, why don't we see if they're awake together?" Hama asks us. Katara and I nod in reply to her question, and I decide to go with Hama to wake up Sokka while Katara checks on Aang and Toph to make sure that they're awake. Hama and I enter the room that Sokka was sleeping in to see him lying over the side of the bed on the floor, snoring loudly. Hama walks up to him, her shadow going over his face, waking him almost immediately. "Wakey, wakey!" Hama smiles down at him. Sokka rubs his eyes at that before looking up at her again as she smiles, leaning over him even more. "Time to go shopping!" I walk over to stand next to Hama, smiling down at Sokka, my arms crossed over my chest. "Come on, lazy bones, time to get up." I walk alongside Sokka, Aang, and Toph, carrying the groceries that we're all carrying as Katara and Hama walk ahead of us, getting a few more things from an old merchant at his stand. "That Mr. Yao seems to have a thing for you. Maybe we should go back and see if he'll give us some free Komodo sausages," Katara says to Hama with a smile on her face. "You would have me use my feminine charms to take advantage of that poor man?" Hama asks her, raising an eyebrow. "I think you and I are going to get along swimmingly." Seems like they're getting along swimmingly. I don't know why I don't trust Hama, much like Sokka doesn't trust her. Must be because Sokka's my twin and Katara's not? I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me. "You won't have any ash bananas till next week?" a villager asks a merchant as the others and I walk past the stand. "Well, I have to send the boy to Hinghwa Island to get them, and it's a 2-day trip," the merchant explains. "Oh, right. Tomorrow's the full moon," the civilian agrees. "Exactly. And I can't lose another delivery boy in the woods," the merchant says. "People disappearing in the woods, weird stuff during full moons. This just reeks of spirit world shenanigans," Sokka says, breaking me out of my thoughts. "I bet if we take a little walk around town, we'll find out what these people did to the environment to make the spirits so mad," Aang agrees. "And then you can sew up this little mystery lickety-split Avatar style," Sokka joins in. "Helping people. That's what I do," Aang smirks smugly. "It would be good to save some more people like we did in the fishing village just under a week ago." Before I can say anything in reply to the boys, though, Hama stops and turns to us. "Why don't you all take those things back to the inn?" she asks. "I just have to run a couple of more errands. I'll be back in a little while." Sokka steps toward her. "This is a mysterious little town you have here," he says as he looks right into Hama's face. "Mysterious town for mysterious children," Hama replies cryptically with a creepy smile before she walks away. Sokka and I look after her with an odd, confused expression, not really understanding why she said what she said. The others and I get back to the inn and begin to put the groceries away. I set the bags that I had in my arms on the counter just as Sokka speaks. "That Hama seems a little strange, like she knows something or she's hiding something." "That's ridiculous," Katara states. "She's a nice woman who took us in and gave us a place to stay. She kind of reminds me of Gran-Gran," she continues with a smile. "Yeah, but what did she mean by that comment, mysterious children?" I ask her, remembering how mysterious Hama acted when she had said that. "Gee, I don't know, Kita. Maybe because she found 5 strange kids camping in the woods at night? Isn't that a little mysterious?" Katara asks me sarcastically. I open my mouth to reply, but before I can, Sokka says, "I'm going to take a look around." He then walks out of the kitchen and up a nearby flight of stairs, Aang, Katara, Toph, and I following after him. "Sokka! Sokka, what are you doing?" Katara calls after him. "You can't just snoop around someone's house." She's got a point. Sure, I'm suspicious of Hama, just like Sokka is, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be snooping around the inn to see if she's hiding something. "It'll be fine," Sokka replies back as he proceeds to open one of the doors, glancing into the dark room. It's only a simple bedroom, and he closes the door again before heading further down the hallway. She could be home any minute, Aang says worriedly, obviously not wanting to get caught. Sokka, you're gonna get us all in trouble, and this is just plain rude, Katara scolds our brother nervously. Sokka then finds a cabinet in the wall and grabs the door handles, trying to open it, but they're stuck. I'm not finished yet, he says. He grunts, pulling on the handles of the cabinet again. Come on! With one final pull, Sokka yanks the doors of the cabinet open. Once the cabinet is open, several marionettes fall forward, all of them being held in place by their strings. The others and I yelp in surprise, and Sokka pulls out his sword as he jumps back in fright, his back against the wall, sliding to the floor. Okay, that's pretty creepy, Aang says. I nod in agreement as I help Sokka back up to his feet. So, she's got a hobby. There's nothing weird about that, Katara states as she closes the cabinet. Sokka, you've looked enough. Hama will be back soon, she continues, scolding Sokka as he makes his way up into the dark attic. At the top of the stairs, I notice that the attic is completely empty, and there's just a door at the other end of the room. Sokka walks up to the door and tries to open it, but it's locked. Just an ordinary puppet-loving innkeeper, huh? Then why does she have a locked door up here? Sokka asks. Probably to keep people like you from snooping through her stuff, Katara replies angrily. We'll see, Sokka states as he peers through the keyhole. Is there anything in there? I ask. It's empty except for a little chest, he answers. A little chest? That's it? Seriously? Maybe it's treasure, Toph exclaims excitedly. I highly doubt it's anything extravagant, especially since it's in such a small chest. Sokka smiles gleefully at the mention of treasure before he draws his sword and begins to pick the door's lock with its tip. Sokka, what are you doing? You're breaking into a private room, Katara says, looking back at the stairs, as if Hama's going to be coming up the stairs any second. I have to see what's in there, Sokka replies, still trying to pick the lock with his sword. After a few more moments of Sokka trying to pick the lock, there's a click and the door opens. We shouldn't be doing this, Aang says hesitantly as all 5 of us enter the room, walking over to the chest. Sokka reaches the chest first, picking it up. He tries to open it, but the chest is locked. Whatever's in that chest must be important if Hama kept it in this room, I think to myself. Maybe there's a key here somewhere, Sokka says, looking around the empty room for any sign of a key to open the chest with. Oh, hand it over, Toph says. Sokka hands over the chest to Toph. Toph then takes the armband made out of the space earth that Sokka gave her the other day whenever we left Piandao's castle from her arm and bends into a shape of key. Toph punches the key inside the chest's lock and begins turning it. Come on, Sokka urges. This isn't as easy as it looks, Toph replies back as Katara looks over her shoulder, blinking nervously. Guys, I don't know about this, Aang says nervously. This is crazy. I'm leaving, Katara says, glaring at Sokka. Suit yourself, Sokka replies back, glaring back at her. Do it, Toph. Just as Katara begins to walk away, a click from the chest is heard, and Toph gives Sokka, Aang, and I a thumbs up. All 3 of us gather around the chest eagerly, and even Katara runs back over to try and look inside. The lid of the chest is slowly lifted, but before any of us can get a good look at what's inside, I'll tell you what's in the box, a voice says from behind the 5 of us. Aang, Sokka, Katara, and I yell out in fear and alarm. The 4 of us quickly turn around to see Hama standing in the attic doorway, and Sokka hides the chest behind his back, trying to act as if we're not doing anything suspicious. At the sight of the old woman after a moment, all 4 of us look down guiltily as Sokka hands the chest back to her. Hama opens the chest and reaches inside. The others and I watch her closely in anticipation, wanting to know what's inside the chest. The tension in the room is lifted when the object that was in the chest is revealed to be nothing more than a simple blue comb that's made out of a whalebone. An old comb? Sokka asks her in disbelief. It's my greatest treasure, Hama begins to explain with a smile. It's the last thing I owned from growing up in the Southern Water Tribe, she finishes, causing Sokka, Katara, and I to look at her in complete shock. You're from the Southern Water Tribe? I ask her, still in shock about finding out that she's actually from the Southern Water Tribe and not the Fire Nation. Hama nods in reply. Just like you. How did you know? Katara asks her. I heard you talking around your campfire, Hama answers. But why didn't you tell us? Sokka asks. I wanted to surprise you. I bought all this food today so I could fix you a big water tribe dinner, Hama explains. Of course I can't get all the ingredients I need here, but ocean kumquats are a lot like sea prunes, if you stew them long enough. She finishes, making Aang grimace in utter disgust. Ugh, great. I knew I felt a bond with you right away, Katara smiles at Hama, and I knew you were keeping a secret, so I guess we're both right, Sokka agrees. Katara and I both punch him on the arm, causing him to wince. But I'm sorry we were sneaking around, he apologizes. Apology accepted. Now let's get cooking, Hama smiles, gesturing us to follow her back downstairs. A couple of hours later, the food is ready and the others, Hama and I, are sitting around the table ready to eat. I'd steer clear of the sea prunes, Aang says to Toph, who sits in between the two of us. I thought they were ocean kumquats, Toph replies. Close enough, Aang grimaces back. Who wants 5-flavor soup? Hama asks all of us, a smile on her face. At her question, Aang, Katara, Sokka, and I raise our hands. In reply, Hama places her hand over the bowl of soup and bends the liquid out of it. With a flick of her finger, she bends the soup into all of our bowls, much to our surprise and amazement. She's a waterbender? I think to myself in surprise. Maybe I was wrong about her. You're a waterbender! Kita and I have never met another waterbender from our tribe, Katara exclaims excitedly. That's because the Fire Nation wiped them all out. I was the last one, Hama explains sadly. How did you end up out here? Sokka asks her. I was stolen from my home, Hama replies, her voice full of sadness. It was over 60 years ago when the raids started. They came again and again, each time rounding up more of our waterbenders and taking them captive. We did our best to hold them off, but our numbers dwindled as the raids continued. As Hama explains what had happened all of those years ago, I just can't imagine how hard it was for her to see her fellow waterbenders get taken by the Fire Nation. Finally, I was too captured. I was led away in chains, the last waterbender of the Southern Water Tribe. At her words, I think of how Commander Zhao had thought that I was the last waterbender of the Southern Water Tribe when I had first met him all of those months ago. That, of course, wasn't and still isn't the case, considering Katara's a waterbender too. But Zhao didn't have to know that, did he? In Hama's situation, though, she was the very last waterbender in the tribe when she was taken away. I guess having Katara as a little sister and a fellow waterbender makes me kind of lucky, considering how I taught her what I knew and vice versa. They put us in terrible prisons here in the Fire Nation. I was the only one who managed to escape, Hama finishes, breaking me out of my thoughts. How did you get away? And why did you stay in the Fire Nation? Sokka asks her, clearly wanting to know how she got away and why she wanted to stay in the Fire Nation, especially after what she had been through. I'm sorry. It's too painful to talk about anymore, Hama says, sounding as if she's going to burst in tears any second if she continues the story. Katara gets up from her chair, putting her hand on Hama's shoulder comfortingly. We completely understand. We lost our mother in a raid. Oh, you poor things, Hama says, patting Katara's hand. At the mention of our mother, I lower my head solemnly, and I see Aang and Sokka do the same. I can't tell you what it means to meet you. It's an honor. You're a hero, Katara says to Hama, smiling down at her. I never thought I'd meet another southern waterbender, Hama replies. She then turns to look over at me, a big grin on her face. Let alone two. I'd like to teach the two of you what I know, so you can carry on the southern tradition when I'm gone. Katara and I look at each other with wide eyes. From looking at her, I can see just how much she wants to do this. I nod to her and she smiles at me before turning back to Hama, a giant grin on her face. Yes, of course. To learn about our heritage, it would mean everything to us, Katara exclaims excitedly, which makes Hama smile at her. " 」 « « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « 」 « The next day, Hama takes Katara and I out of town to show us what she knows. Growing up at the South Pole, waterbenders are totally at home surrounded by snow and ice and seas. But, as you two probably noticed on your travels, this isn't the case wherever you go, Hama explains as the three of us walk down the path that we're walking. I know. When we were stranded in the desert, I felt like there was almost nothing I could do, Katara agrees. The others did tell me about what had happened to them while they were in the desert. When I had heard what had happened to them, it just made me wish that I was there with them. That's why you have to learn to control water wherever it exists, Hama says. I've even used my own sweat for waterbending, Katara shrugs with a smile. That's very resourceful, Katara. You're thinking like a true master, Hama smiles. But did you know you can even pull water out of thin air? She then throws her hand out and creates a circle over her head, collecting the moisture in the air. You've got to keep an open mind, you two, Hama states as the water she had collected starts to form around her fingers, turning into icicles. There's water in places you never think about, she continues before she swings her hand around behind her, throwing the icicles off of her fingers. The icicles lodge into the trunk of a nearby tree with ease. Whoa, I think to myself in amazement. A little while later, Hama leads us to a field of red flowers. Wow, these flowers are beautiful, I say as I look down at the flowers around me. They're called fire lilies. They only bloom a few weeks a year, but they're one of my favorite things about living here, Hama explains. And like all plants and all living things, they're filled with water. We met a waterbender who lived in a swamp and could control the vines by bending the water inside, Katara says to her. You can take it even further, Hama states before she waves her hands in a large circle, bringing the water right out of the fire lilies surrounding her, making them dry, black, and shriveled. She completes the circle and chops her hand downward at a tall rock. The water hits the rock, passing through it, cleanly slicing off 4 separate pieces. That was incredible, Katara exclaims with a smile. She then stares down at the dry, wilted flowers sadly. It's a shame about the lilies, though. They're just flowers, Hama states as if it's not that big of a deal. When you're a waterbender in a strange land, you do what you must to survive. Tonight, I'll teach you two the ultimate technique of waterbending. It can only be done during the full moon, when your bending is at its peak, she explains to us. But isn't that dangerous? I ask her. I thought people have been disappearing around here during the full moon. Oh, Kida, 3 master waterbenders beneath a full moon? I don't think we have anything to worry about, Hama replies before she starts walking away towards the forest. Before we follow her, Katara and I share a wary look, not really sure if we should be doing this or not. Hama, Katara, and I have been walking through the forest for hours now. The full moon is now shining down on us, causing the forest to have an eerie look and feel to it. Can you two feel the power the full moon brings? Hama asks before she inhales deeply. For generations it has blessed waterbenders with its glow, allowing us to do incredible things, she continues as she flexes her hands and arms, making her veins pop out. I've never felt more alive, she adds creepily. There's something that I've noticed about Hama, especially since the moon started to rise into the sky, is that she's been acting really odd. It's like she has an evil intent or something. What I'm about to show the two of you, I discovered in that wretched Fire Nation prison, Hama begins to explain. The guards were always careful to keep any water away from us. They piped in dry air and had us suspended away from the ground. Before giving us any water, they would bind our hands and feet so we couldn't bend. Any sign of trouble was met with cruel retribution. And yet, each month, I felt the full moon enriching me with its energy. There had to be something I could do to escape. Then I realized that where there is life, there is water. The rats that scurried across the floor of my cage were nothing more than skins filled with liquid, and I spent years developing the skills that would lead to my escape. Blood bending, controlling the water in another body, she reveals. Katara and I stare at her in horror as she continues, enforcing your own will over theirs. Once I had mastered the rats, I was ready for the men. And during the next full moon, I walked free for the first time in decades. My cell unlocked by the very guards assigned to keep me in. Once you two perfect this technique, you can control anything. Or anyone. She finishes, her eyes moving to look over at Katara and I. But to reach inside someone and control them? I don't know if I want that kind of power, Katara answers uneasily. The choice is not yours. The power exists, and it's your duty to use the gifts you've been given to win this war, Hama exclaims. Katara, Kida, they tried to wipe us out, our entire culture, your mother. We know, Katara answers softly. Then you too should understand what I'm talking about. We're the last waterbenders of the southern tribe. We have to fight these people whenever we can, wherever they are, with any means necessary. As I listen to her words, I realize something. It's not a spirit making people disappear during the full moon. It's Hama. It's you. You're the one who's making people disappear during the full moons, I exclaimed, glaring at her. They threw me in prison to rot, along with my brothers and sisters. They deserve the same. You two must carry on my work, Hama says, glaring back at me. No, we won't, I exclaimed defiantly. We won't use bloodbending, and we won't allow you to keep terrorizing this town, I continue, pointing at her angrily. As I point at her, my arms twist to one side, then the other, before going behind, then back in front of me. I grab my arms, trying to stop it from moving anymore. No, Kida, Katara exclaims as she tries to run over to me. No, Katara, stay back, I exclaim, not wanting Hama to use bloodbending on her. You two should have learned the technique before you turned against me, Hama exclaims, making me stand straight up, stiff. It's impossible to fight your way out of my grip. I control every muscle, every vein in your body. Hama continues, using bloodbending to twist my body around, throwing me from side to side. I grunt against her grip on me, but I can't control my limbs. Let her go, Hama, Katara exclaims from behind me. No! I think as I look over at Katara, only to see her being controlled by bloodbending too. I look over at Hama again. She's smiling sadistically as Katara and I are both forced to our hands and knees. As I kneel there, still feeling Hama's grip on me, I can also feel the moon giving me power. Stop! Please! I hear Katara beg from her spot beside me. At her plea, Hama cackles sinisterly and I whirl my head up to her, glaring at her intensely. How dare she hurt my baby sister along with all of the missing people from the town? She is really going to regret doing that. I clench my fists in anger, causing the grass around them to shrivel up and become dry. I lift my eyes back up to Hama, anger shining in them. As her eyes meet mine, her smile quickly fades and her laughter ends. I look over at Katara for a split second to see tears of anger and sadness running down her face. She must feel me looking at her because she turns her head to me and nods, letting me know that she's all right. I give her a small smile before I turn back to Hama again, my anger towards her returning almost instantly. Taking a deep, slow, and steady breath, I slowly stand back up, lifting my arms as I do. You're not the only one who draws power from the moon. Our bending is more powerful than yours, Hama. Your technique is useless on us, I exclaim as Katara and I both enter our battle stances. Katara is the one who delivers the first shot, by lifting her arms up, bending the water out of the grass and into a ring around her. She hops forward, spins once, and flings the water at Hama. Hama takes the water with her bending and redirects the attack at me. I skillfully take the water back, spin back around, and fling the water back again, countering the counter-attack. Hama then extracts the water from 2 trees, creating 2 large torrents, and throws them forward before taking my attack and flinging it back again. The 3 torrents all form one massive torrent of water and fly towards both Katara and I. Katara and I both step back and press one of our hands forward, blocking the attack. I smirk confidently as the water explodes in a spectacular shower of droplets, causing Hama to look at both Katara and I in both shock and fear. While Hama is briefly distracted, I dash forward and circle my arms inward. I bend the water hanging in the air into 2 torrents, one hitting Hama's head and the other her feet, spinning her around in mid-air and knocking her down as she yells. Katara and I stand there for a few more seconds as Hama regains her bearings. I then hear 2 pairs of footsteps running towards us, and I smile at the sight of both Aang and Sokka. Hama slowly rises back up from the ground as the 2 boys run into the area. "We know what you've been doing, Hama," Sokka exclaims. "Give up! You're outnumbered," Aang says to her, getting into his bending stance. "No!" Hama denies defiantly as she gets back up to her feet. "You've outnumbered yourselves," she growls as she raises both of her arms, and Aang and Sokka's bodies stiffen. "No!" I think as Hama flings both of them at Katara and I. To dodge the 2 boys, I do a backwards, one-handed cartwheel, while Katara leaps between them, dodging them and gathering more water, flinging it at Hama. To deflect Katara's attack, Hama extracts the water from another tree, creating a massive spinning wheel of water in front of her body. Katara and I are both ready for more attacks from Hama when I hear Sokka behind us. "Kita! Katara! Look out!" he shouts as he draws his sword, swinging it at both Katara and I. "Katara, go! Take care of Hama. I got this," I say to her. She nods in reply, but before she can attack Hama again, Aang comes at her, causing her to dodge his arms and legs every time he takes a swing at her. "It's like my brain has a mind of its own! Stop it, Arm! Stop it!" Sokka exclaims as I continue to dodge every swing of his sword that comes at me. "This feels weird," I hear Aang exclaim from behind me. "Alright, I need to stop Hama before either of my siblings or Aang get hurt," I think as I dodge one more swing of Sokka's sword before extracting water from the grass around me and knocking Sokka away with it. He hits the tree behind him and I encase his arm that is holding his sword in ice. "Sorry, Sokka," I apologize. "No worries, sis," he replies back. Once I know that Sokka isn't going to attack me anymore, I turn to where Katara is still trying to take Aang out. Katara takes out another tree and smashes the water from it into Aang, knocking him into another tree. She then freezes the water, pinning him to it. "I'm sorry, Aang," Katara apologizes, looking extremely guilty for doing that to him. "It's okay," Aang replies, clearly knowing that it's not her fault. "Don't hurt your friends, you two," Hama hisses, causing Katara and I to turn to her. Hama stands there with her arms outstretched. "And don't let them hurt each other." She continues venomously as she lowers her stance and pulls her arms in, causing both Aang and Sokka to be pulled away from the trees, coming straight for one another, both of them screaming out in terror as they get closer and closer to one another with every passing second, since Sokka's sword is pointed forward intended to impale Aang. "No!" Katara and I both scream at the same time. To my surprise and relief, both Sokka and Aang stop just before Sokka's sword pierces into Aang's body. The 2 boys stare at their hands, realizing that they have control again. They then look at Hama, who stiffens and twitches, full of fear. My eyes widen in realization. I turn back to Katara to see her arms outstretched, blood-bending Hama. Katara looks shocked at first, then she slowly brings her hands down, forcing Hama to her knees. I rush over to Katara's side, pulling her into a hug. She immediately leans into my side, tears beginning to form in her eyes. I look over at Hama again as she struggles to get back up to her feet when Toph and some people from the village, who I assume were the missing villagers, come running over. A few minutes later, Hama is being bound in shackles, and she's probably going to be in prison for the rest of her days, maybe even beyond that. "You're going to be locked away forever," one of the villagers says to her before him and another villager begin to lead Hama away. "My work is done," Hama says quietly, causing the two villagers leading her away to stop. She then turns over to Katara, who I'm still holding close to me. Congratulations, Katara. You're a bloodbender, she grins. It's a shame I couldn't get Kida to do the same, she states with an evil grin before she turns away again, laughing evilly. At Hama's words about her being a bloodbender, Katara covers her mouth with her hand as she begins to cry. If only Hama had made me the bloodbender instead of Katara. Sure, I would probably react the same way, but I would feel a lot better knowing that Katara doesn't have that ability. My thoughts are broken as Katara starts sobbing. I wish I knew a way to help her, but all I can do right now is comfort her in any way that I can. Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 7, The Day of Black Sun. Part 1, The Invasion. To say that the last 4 days have been stressful for the others and I is a major understatement. The one person out of all of us who was the most stressed was Aang. In fact, he went 3 days without any sleep. He was so stressed about his battle against Fire Lord Ozai that the others and I tried to do everything in our power to make him relax and get some sleep. Nothing that we tried worked though. At least until last night when the others and I made a bed made out of koala sheep wool for Aang. Today is the one day that we've been waiting for, the day of the invasion. To say that the others and I are ready to finally take down the Fire Nation is a complete and utter understatement. I say that it's an understatement because my siblings, Toph and I, were up before the sun rose above the horizon. I sit next to Sokka examining the maps of the Fire Nation that we have, studying the layout and going over the invasion plan again. Top of the morning, Momo! A familiar voice exclaims, making me turn my head to see Aang standing near Toph with Momo on his shoulder. Sounds like you slept well, Katara says to him with a smile. Like a baby moose lion, Aang replies. I'm ready to face the Fire Lord, he continues confidently as he gets in a fighting stance. So what's your strategy for taking him down? Going to get your glow on and hit him with a little Avatar state action? Toph asks. Aang looks down dejectedly at her question. I can't. When Azula shot me with lightning, my 7th chakra was locked, cutting off my connection to all the cosmic energy in the universe. You know what I just heard? Blah blah spiritual mumbo-jumbo, blah blah something about space, Toph replies, which makes me cover my mouth as I try not to laugh. Before Aang can say anything back to her, Katara says, Oh no, Sokka, do you think the fog will delay the invasion? Sokka and I get to our feet looking at the fog that's in the distance. No, that is the invasion, Sokka grins as we start to see the silhouettes of Water Tribe ships in the fog. Dad, I think with a smile as the others and I run down to the beach. Toph and Aang earthbend some docks for the ships, and the first person we see come off one of the ships is our dad. Dad! I exclaim while Sokka, Katara, and I run down the dock up to him. I engulf him in a big hug, causing him to chuckle. You made it, Dad! Katara says as she hugs him with me. Were you able to locate everyone I told you to find? Sokka asks him while he still holds on to Katara and I. I did, Dad answers with a small smile on his face. But I'm a little worried, Sokka, he continues as he looks back toward the ship at Du and Tho who are descending from the ship. Some of these men aren't exactly the warrior type. Whoa, wait! This place ain't nothing like the swamp, Du exclaims, clearly excited and full of energy. He then points at a rock in the water. What you reckon that is, Tho? Some sort of exploding Fire Nation exploding trap that would eat ya? It's just a rock, Doo, Tho replies. Well, I'll be, Doo smiles while scratching at his head. Is it just me, or are those fellows a little loose in the leaf hat? Dad asks skeptically. I just wish they would wear pants, Bato replies, to which I nod in agreement to. Pants are an illusion, and so is death, Hugh replies while scratching his abdomen. I mentally groan, really wishing that they really would just wear pants. After meeting new people and reuniting with old friends, Aang, Katara, Toph, and I stand at the end of one of the docks talking. Hi, Katara, an unfamiliar voice greets from behind Katara and I. Katara turns around and smiles at the sight of the boy who must have greeted her. Haru! She exclaims while she runs up to him, embracing him in a hug. It's so good to see you. Kita, Toph, this is Haru. Aang introduces us as the three of us walk over to Haru and Katara. When we met him, his town was controlled by the Fire Nation, so he had to hide his earthbending. Now that I think about it, I do remember Aang and the others telling me about Haru and how Katara was determined to get him and the rest of the earthbenders out of the prison that they were being held in. Katara inspired me and my father to take back our village, Haru explains as a man, who I assume to be his father, walks up to us and Katara blushes. You helped us find our courage, Katara. Now we're here to help you, Haru's father explains. No way, Toph says from beside me as she gets into a defensive stance. Is that? She continues, but a pair of huge hands grab her. My eyes widen at the sight of both the hippo and the boulder. The hippo embraces Toph. Hippo happy to see Blind Bandit. You guys here for a rematch? Toph asks the two of them angrily. Negatory! The boulder and the hippo no longer fight for others' entertainment. Now we fight for our kingdom! The boulder exclaims, raising both arms up in enthusiasm. Sweet, Toph smiles. It's good to see that the both of them changed their ways and are now fighting against the Fire Nation. It's for a better cause than just fighting each other for others' entertainment. Suddenly, a boat explodes behind us, shocking all of us as Sokka and my father run over towards it to see what had happened. I run over to the ship as well, just in case someone needs to be healed, when I see a boy in a wheelchair coming down the gangplank. That must be Tio, and then his father must be the man right behind him, with the Duke and Pipsqueak following behind him. Was that a new invention? Sokka asks. Yes, the mechanist answers. But unfortunately, the incendiary capabilities of peanut sauce proved to be a failure. You're making peanut sauce bombs? Sokka asks him, looking very confused. They're destructive, Pipsqueak says. And delicious, the Duke exclaims before he and Pipsqueak proceed to lick the sauce off of their faces. From his spot on Aang's shoulder, Momo jumps onto Pipsqueak and tries to lick his face, to the amusement of him and the Duke, as they both laugh. Were you able to complete work on the plans I sent you? Sokka asks the mechanist. Yes, I was, and I think the Fire Nation will be quite surprised, the mechanist replies. Aang, Tio says as he takes a pole-like object from his wheelchair. My dad and I made this for you, he continues as Aang takes the object from him. Aang then presses a button on the side and blue wings pop out of it. A new glider! This is amazing, Aang exclaims. And as a special feature, I added a snack compartment, the mechanist adds before he places his head under the handle, pulling it, making peanuts tumble out of the compartment and into his mouth. Oh, well, I'm sure that will come in handy, Aang replies, sounding kind of unsure about the whole snack compartment thing. About a half an hour later, after everyone had breakfast, I'm sitting next to Sokka with our dad on his other side. Sokka looks really nervous as he looks out to the Water Tribe and Earth Kingdom soldiers in front of us. He gulps nervously as he holds his scrolls in his arms so that he can go over the invasion plan with everyone before we head out. Don't worry, you'll do great, Dad says to Sokka. Sokka looks at me for a second and I nod with a smile as I put my hand on his other shoulder in silent encouragement, telling that I'm here if he needs me. He gives me a small smile back before taking a deep breath and walking to the platform. Good morning, everyone, Sokka greets before he trips on the stairs. Oof, I think as I wince. I know he's nervous about going over the invasion plan for everyone, but I didn't think it would be this bad, I continue to think to myself as Sokka picks up his fallen scrolls hurriedly. So as you know, today we're invading the Fire Nation, he begins. I mean, I know you know that, he states as he laughs nervously, because otherwise why else would you be here? Anyway, he clumsily drops more scrolls, but he picks them up again and places them on the board next to him. The Fire Lord's palace is here, he explains, while he points at the map, which isn't even a map of the Fire Nation. Nope. Wait. He has to flip to a different map 4 different times before he's showing the correct map of the Fire Nation. It's here, and there's an eclipse today, and Aang's going to fight the Fire Lord, he explains nervously as he starts to panic. And the firebenders won't have any fire to use, so that's good for us, and he hesitates for a second. I'm sorry. Let me start at the beginning. He apologizes before looking down, obviously trying to compose himself.
Katara and I discovered Aang frozen in an iceberg. Now, I didn't like Aang at first, but I grew to love him over time. After Kita got captured by the Fire Nation after we had gone after Aang, Katara, and I went over to the Southern Air Temple where Aang used to live, and then we met Suki, who is a Kyoshi warrior. She made me dress like a woman, and then she kissed me.
Wow, he says beginning, he means beginning, Katara says quietly, sounding worried. Yeah, I agree quietly as I look at my twin brother worriedly. As I see that, our dad gets up from his spot on the ground next to Katara and I, starting to make his way over to the platform.
And then Aang's friend was a crazy old man, and then Katara got Haru arrested, and then now he's grown a mustache. And if you look in the front row, you can see him.
Sokka continues before our dad gets to him. Thank you, Sokka, Dad says to him, putting a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's okay. Why don't you take a break? Sokka looks rather disappointed at that suggestion, but he obliges nonetheless, making his way back to sit in the spot next to me. When Sokka sits down next to me, I place my hand on his shoulder. You did great, Sokka, I smile. He nods solemnly before looking down at the ground in sadness. Just let me clarify a few points for everyone. Today is the day of Black Sun, and I want to thank you all for your self-sacrifice and your courage. Dad begins, causing me to turn away from Sokka and back to him. There are 2 steps to the invasion, a naval stage and then a land stage. To gain sea access to the Fire Nation capital, we have to get past our first major obstacle here, the Great Gates of Azulon, he explains as he points to the center of the map on the board beside him. Next, he flips to another map. We hit the land and we hit hard. He throws his fist against the map to emphasize his point. We must fight past their battlements and secure the Plaza Tower. His finger points to the tower on the map. Once we do that, it's up to the royal palace. His fingers move up the map to a structure on the map. At that point, the eclipse will begin, Dad finishes. In the corner of my eye, I see the boulder raise a hand up and question. Excuse me, the boulder is confused. Isn't the point to invade during the eclipse, when the firebenders are powerless? He asks. The eclipse only lasts 8 minutes. Not enough time for the whole invasion. The royal palace is heavily guarded by firebenders, so that's where we'll need the eclipse advantage the most. When this is finished, the Avatar would have defeated the Fire Lord. We would have the control of the Fire Nation capital, and this war will be over, Dad explains. At the last statement, everyone cheers out, and the others and I join in, while Sokka just looks down at the ground, still looking downcast. It's almost time to start the invasion. I stand next to the water, my 4 water pouches strapped to my body, filled with water. I look out into the distance, thinking about the many possibilities that can happen during the invasion. What if I run into Zuko? What would happen if that were to happen? I don't really know the full answer to that question, but all I know is, it won't be good. For him, anyway. Kita? I hear my dad's voice call from behind me, causing me to turn to him, seeing that he's in his full Water Tribe warrior getup. You alright? He asks, putting a hand on my shoulder. Yeah, Dad. I'm fine, I reassure. I was just lost in thought, you could say. I understand that. He nods. Everything's going to be alright, though. Don't you worry. He smiles before bringing me into a hug. I know, Dad. I smile while hugging him back. Everyone's ready to leave now, but no one's seen Sokka in over an hour. Not since he messed up explaining the invasion plan to everyone. Aang and I have been looking for Sokka for a half an hour now, and we finally find him looking down at the ships from a high cliff that looks over the harbor. There you are, I smile as I walk up to Sokka's side as Aang lands beside him. We've been looking everywhere for you, I continue, placing my hand on his shoulder. The boats are ready to leave. I messed up, Kita, Sokka says, clearly still disappointed with himself. What? Aang and I ask him in confusion at the same time. The invasion plan was my moment of truth, and I completely flopped it. I just fell apart, Sokka answers sadly. Aang and I look at each other for a second before Aang walks up to him, placing a hand on Sokka's shoulder. Sokka, that speech wasn't your moment of truth. That was just public speaking, and nobody's really good at that. Our dad is, Sokka says to him while gesturing to both himself and me. He explained the plan perfectly and inspired everyone, like a real leader should. Look, Sokka, your moment of truth isn't going to be in front of some map. It's going to be out there, on the battlefield, Aang says to him as he gestures out into the distance. You seem so confident about everything. How do you know we're going to win? Sokka asks Aang. Because I already failed the world once at Ba Sing Se. I won't let myself fail again, Aang answers determinedly. We've been sailing for about an hour now, and we're just about to run into the Great Gates of Azulon, the first major obstacle that we have to get past. There they are, the Great Gates of Azulon, Bato says as he looks into his telescope. The only thing I see from my angle is a few statues. 2 of them are dragons, and then the other one is of Fire Lord Ozon. I don't see any gates, Katara says. Katara, Kita, you 2 and the swamp benders whip up a fog cover, Dad orders us, making Katara and I nod in affirmation. We'll sneak by them statues just like we sneaked by that Fire Navy blockade, Tho says, determined that the fog cover will work. Katara, the swamp benders, and I get into position before jumping up and spreading our hands apart at the same time, causing fog to rapidly conceal the boats from view. I really hope this works, I think as I continue to bend the fog around the ships, keeping them concealed. Keep it up, we're almost through, Dad shouts out. Just after he says that, an alarm sounds, causing smoke to emit from the dragon statue's snout, and the net that is in its mouth starts to rise above the fog. The net then becomes engulfed with flames, making the net impossible to get past. Oh no, that isn't good, I think. The ships stop directly in front of the net. Before anyone can say or do anything, the sound of Fire Nation jet skis pierces the silence, causing all of us to turn toward the sound, only to see 5 jet skis coming towards us. Everyone, below deck, my dad orders, and the others and I immediately rush down the stairs to the deck below, getting ready to get into the subs that the mechanist worked on. Luckily, everyone got into the subs quickly and efficiently since we got past the great gates of Azulon undetected. You really outdone yourself this time, son, Dad says proudly to Sokka, who stands next to me. Yeah. Congratulations, Sokka, Toph says before Sokka can even reply to our dad's compliment. She lifts her head up and there's a look of utter discomfort on her face. You managed to invent a worse way to travel than flying, she continues before she starts to gag. The Duke, who sits next to her, takes off his helmet and offers it to her. Helmet? Toph immediately accepts it before she vomits into it. Poor Toph. Hopefully she can make it to the mainland since we still have a ways to go. Well, I just came up with the idea, but the Mechanist did all the work, Sokka replies. But don't sell yourself short, my boy. It was your idea to use waterbending to make the sub sink and float, the Mechanist replies. Brilliant! Though your original designs were a bit difficult to decipher, he continues as he unrolls a scroll with a picture of a whale with people inside of it drawn in a childish kind of way. I place my hand over my mouth, stifling my laughter at the sight of the drawing, causing Sokka to glare at me. Unfortunately, there is one problem I couldn't fix, the Mechanist says as he rolls the scroll back up, turning to face the others and I. The subs have a limited air supply. Before we land on the beaches, we'll need to resurface, he explains. We resurfaced about 10 minutes ago and currently I'm bracing myself for the upcoming battle. Hopefully everything goes smoothly and we don't run into any problems. So this is it, huh? Aang asks Sokka, Katara, and Toph after he jumps off of Appa, causing me to turn around and look at him. Are you ready for the Fire Nation to know the Avatar is alive? Sokka questions. I'm ready, Aang answers determinedly. Sokka grasps his arm, silently wishing him luck. The others and I then gather around him in a group hug. I hope you kick some serious Fire Lord butt, Twinkle Toes, Toph says to him with a giant smile on her face. Everyone, listen up, my dad's voice says, causing the others and I to disband from our group hug, looking up at him. The next time we resurface, it'll be on the beaches. So stay alert and fight smart, he advises. Now break time's over, back in the subs. Toph, Sokka, and I start making our way back into the sub, ready to get moving again, while Aang and Katara remain behind. A couple of minutes pass and Katara hasn't come into the sub yet. I might as well tell her that the subs are about to submerge again. I begin climbing up the ladder that leads up to the hatch. I open up the hatch and see Aang flying away on his glider and Katara staring after him as he flies away. Katara, what are you doing? It's time to submerge, I tell her. What? Katara questions, seeming to snap out of a daze. Right, I'm on it, she states determinedly, before she proceeds to bend herself to Appa. I smirk smugly as I close the hatch, knowing that something had happened between her and Aang before he left. I'm currently using my waterbending to help the sub move as we approach the gates that lead to the Fire Nation capital. Everyone in position. Earthbenders, into your tanks, Dad's voice says from above. This is going to be a rough ride. Here we go, I think mentally, preparing myself for the upcoming battle. As we get closer and closer to the gate, we have to dodge multiple harpoons that come at us through the water. Luckily, we weren't hit by any of them. Ready the torpedo, Dad commands. I step away from my position, letting Hugh take over the waterbending of the sub, ready to launch the torpedo. Launch, Dad orders. I take a deep breath as I bring my arms back before slamming them forward, launching the torpedo out of the submarine. I smile proudly as I see the gratings on the wall in front of us get destroyed by the torpedoes. The next step is to take the tower and get to the palace before the eclipse starts. With that thought in mind, I walk over to Sokka and the other War Tribe warriors, slinging my bow and sheath of arrows over my back, knowing that I'm going to need to use them at one point or another during the battle. I stand next to Sokka, just waiting for the subs to get to the beaches. I look over at him from the corner of my eye to see him looking rather nervous as he lets out a sigh. I quickly take his hand in mine, giving it a squeeze, reassuring that I'm not going to leave his side. Sokka turns his head over to me and smiles at me while giving my hand a squeeze back, which makes me smile back at him. The submarines land on shore and the bases retract, causing all of the tanks with the earthbenders in them to come out first. I take a deep breath as the other warriors around me get ready for battle. 3, 2, 1. I count off in my head before everyone starts charging out of the sub, letting out battle cries. In front of me are multiple Fire Nation soldiers on Komodo rhinos. They begin to catapult small projectiles of fire towards everyone that's around me. I use the water from my water pouches to block the projectiles that come towards me. The Komodo rhinos then charge towards us. I stand my ground as the rhinos come at me. I grip my teeth as I shoot some icicles at the soldier on the rhino's back, knocking him off of the rhino. I smirk smugly as I jump up onto the rhino, grabbing my bow and arrow as I do, ready to take out some more Fire Nation soldiers. I shoot yet another arrow at another Fire Nation soldier, taking him out. "Kita!" I hear Sokka's voice shout over to me from behind me. I turn my head towards him. "What is it?" I ask. "Come with me. We're going to take out those battlements," he answers while pointing at one of the battlements above my head. I nod before jumping off the rhino and following him over to Appa. I sit in the saddle next to my dad as Appa flies through the sky. Sokka's hanging off of Appa's horn as we get closer and closer to one of the many battlements that are above where the rest of the troops are. Sokka draws his sword from its hilt and cuts off the projectile from the battlement. At the next battlement, Dad throws 2 small grenades into the battlement, causing the Fire Nation soldiers that were inside to flee from inside before the grenades explode. At the third battlement, I shoot an arrow at the cannon, making it explode. 3 more battlements to go. Katara's the one who takes out the next battlement, using the water from one of the 2 barrels that are strapped to Appa's back to freeze around the cannon in the battlement, as well as the soldier that was inside operating the cannon. Appa then lands in between the last 2 battlements, causing all 4 of us to dismount. "You 3 take out that battlement," Dad says to us, pointing at the battlement behind Sokka, Katara, and I. "I've got this one. Watch each other's backs," he continues before heading towards the other battlement. As Sokka, Katara, and I run over to the battlement, I decide to use my waterbending instead of my bow, since I really don't want to waste any more arrows until I really need them. You two ready? Sokka asks Katara and I whenever we get to the door of the battlement. Katara and I nod in reply, and Sokka takes that as his cue to cut his sword through the metal door. Katara takes out the first soldier by freezing him to the wall of the lower level, while I take care of the soldier that stands near the cannon. Sokka quickly then climbs up the ladder, destroying the cannon with a slice of his sword. Running out of the battlement, my siblings and I pause to see our dad entering the battlement that he's going to take down from the roof, his club drawn. He jumps in through the window, and the sounds of clashing metal rings out before grunts of pain are heard and an explosion happens. Come on, Dad, I think as my siblings and I stare at the battlement in shock, hoping that Dad will be the one to come out. A few seconds later, we see Dad open the door, holding his side and moaning out in pain. He staggers a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Dad? Katara asks. Dad! Sokka and I exclaim at the same time as the three of us start running over to him to check his condition. After Dad got injured, we took him over to Appa, deciding on getting back to the rest of the troops. Appa lands back on the ground, and Sokka carries Dad off of him, setting him on the ground. Katara and I move over to him, and Katara bends the water from one of her pouches, moving her hands across the wound on Dad's side, healing it slightly in the process. How does that feel, Dad? Katara asks him. A little better, Dad replies as he slowly sits up. I need to get back to the troops. He continues, but his words are cut off when he moans out in agony. You're hurt. Badly. You can't fight anymore, Katara responds. Everyone's counting on me. To lead this mission, Katara, Dad says to her as he winces in pain. I won't let them down, he continues as he tries to get up before falling back to the ground in pain. Can't you heal him any faster? Sokka asks Katara, the worry for our dad very clear in his voice. I'm doing everything I can, Katara answers. Sokka looks away, closing his eyes for a second. I'll do it, he says suddenly, causing Katara and I to turn to him. No offense, Sokka, but you're not exactly Mr. Healing Hands, I retort sarcastically. No, Sokka replies as he stands up. Kida and I'll lead the invasion force. What? I ask him, my eyes wide in surprise. Don't be crazy, Sokka, Katara replies. Maybe I am a little crazy, but the eclipse is about to start and we need to be up that volcano by the time it does, Sokka replies while looking up at the volcano. You can do this. I'm proud of you, son, Dad says to him, smiling. I still think you're crazy, but I'm proud of you too, Katara says, looking up at Sokka with an encouraging smile. Sokka puts on his headgear before he and I mount Appa, Sokka on his head while I sit behind him in the saddle. Yip yip, Sokka says, causing Appa to grunt before he soars off into the sky towards the front lines. Sokka leads Appa to the front lines of the battle. Appa lands in front of the troops before using his head to knock back a Fire Nation tank. Sokka turns to me and nods before he gets up in the saddle, while I sit on top of Appa's head so that I can take over. Listen up, everyone, he shouts out to the rest of the troops. I want the tanks in wedge formation, he commands, his arms opening into a V shape. Warriors and benders in the middle. We're taking that tower and headed for the royal palace, he finishes as the warriors and benders go into the middle of the tanks, just like Sokka had told them to. Sokka grabs onto Appa's horn and draws his sword, pointing towards the enemy. Charge! He exclaims. Yip yip! I tell Appa as he ascends into the air. The We're getting closer and closer to the tower, and the closer we get to it, the more the Fire Nation soldiers retreat as they try to fight back against the advancing tanks. I smile at the thought of us winning and the war finally ending. That's something to look forward to, that's for sure. Sokka had jumped off of Appa and got on the mini truck to get ready to ram it into the wall so that the explosives in the back would explode upon impact. I see Sokka jump off the mini truck as it continues towards the wall. As soon as the truck makes contact with the wall, it explodes, blasting a giant hole in the wall. I make Appa land on the other side of the wall as the invasion force makes its way through the wall, causing the Fire Nation soldiers to fall back even more. The Fire Nation is falling back, I hear Tyro exclaim as he and a few others make their way through the hole. Sokka makes his way over to Appa and I with Bato. Sokka, Kida, we're on our way to victory, Bato says. I look up towards the volcano. We might be on our way to victory, but it's far from over, I think, as I imagine the rest of the battle that's ahead of us. Hopefully we can make it to the palace before the eclipse starts. Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 8, The Day of Black Sun. Part 2, The Eclipse. The battle rages on around Sokka, Bato, an earthbender soldier, and I as we examine a map on the ground behind one of the tanks. As we're looking at the map, the tank that we're sitting behind gets hit by a fireball, causing Sokka and I to wince at the loud explosion. I lift my head and look up at the doors of the tower to see Katara helping Dad through the large doors. "Dad!" Sokka and I exclaim as we both get up to our feet, running up to them. "You're on your feet again," Sokka says to him as Toph and I join him. "Thanks to Katara," Dad answers. "I'm in no shape to fight, but maybe there is some way I could help," he continues as Katara helps him to sit down on some rubble. "Everything's going smoothly, and the eclipse hasn't even kicked in yet," Sokka explains as he kneels down in front of him. "Let's hope our luck holds out," Dad answers. "Katara, you seem distracted. Is something wrong?" Dad asks Katara as she walks forward a little bit, looking out into the distance. "Yeah," Katara answers hesitantly. Is that Aang?" "What?" Sokka and I ask at the same time as we both look out into the distance and see Aang gliding towards us. Aang lands in front of us a moment later. "Please tell me you're here because the Fire Lord turned out to be a big wimp and you didn't even need the eclipse to take him down," Sokka asks him. "He wasn't home. No one was. The entire palace city is abandoned," Aang answers. "Oh no, I think. They knew," Sokka states. "It's over. The Fire Lord is probably long gone, far away on some remote island where he'll be safe during the eclipse," Aang explains solemnly. "That couldn't be right. The Fire Lord would be needed close by to still lead his nation." "No," I answer, causing everyone to look at me in surprise. "My instincts tell me he wouldn't go too far. He would have a secret bunker of some kind, somewhere he could go so it'll be safe during a siege, but still be close enough to lead his nation. If it's an underground secret bunker we're looking for, I'm just the girl to find it," Toph smiles while pointing at herself. Sokka then pulls out a small device. "The Mechanist gave me this timing device," he states. "It looks like we've got about 10 minutes until the full eclipse. 10 minutes to find the Fire Lord. We can still do this. We can still win the day," Aang says to us. "Wait. If they knew we were coming, it could all be a trap," Katara tells us. "Maybe we should use the time we have left to make sure all of us get out of here safely." She does have a point. Maybe we should retreat so that everyone can survive this battle, I think. Everyone who's here today came prepared to risk everything for this mission. They know what's at stake, Dad explains. If there's still a chance and there's still hope, I think they would want Aang to go for it. "What do you think?" Sokka asks Aang. "You're the one who has to face the Fire Lord. Whatever you decide, I'm with you." In response to Sokka's question, Aang stands up and faces toward the battlefield. "I've got to try." After deciding that it'll be Aang, Toph, Sokka, and I going to find the Fire Lord, we all get on Appa and head over to the volcano to hopefully find the bunker that the Fire Lord will be in. Appa lands on the side of the volcano, and Aang, Toph, Sokka, and I jump off of Appa's back. Do you feel anything down there? Aang asks Toph. Toph places her hand on the ground. Yep, she answers. There are natural tunnels crisscrossing through the inside of the volcano. Anything else? Is there a structure somewhere? Sokka asks her. Toph extends her hands to each side of her before plunging them into the ground, gripping the earth with her fingers. There's something big, dense, and made out of metal deep in the heart of the volcano, Toph answers. Sounds like a secret bunker to me, I say, looking over at Sokka. Toph then thrusts her hands forward, bending a hole into the side of the volcano. Here we go, I think, as I take a deep breath before following Sokka and Toph into the tunnel. Stay safe. We'll be back soon, I hear Aang say to Appa and Momo before he enters the tunnel, quickly catching up with Sokka, Toph, and I. This way. That one's a dead end, Toph says to us as we reach the end of the tunnel that she had made, running down the tunnel to the right. What will we do without you? Sokka asks her. Perish and burn in hot magma, Toph answers, as if it were obvious as to what would happen to Sokka, Aang, and I if we had gotten into the inside of the volcano without her. The four of us crawl past a small stream of magma, causing Sokka to flinch away from it. Yeah, pretty much, he states, agreeing with Toph's statement. We run up to a large cavern filled with active magma vents all over the floor. The tunnel continues on the other side, and it leads right to the bunker, Toph tells the boys and I. We'll have to be fast, but careful, Sokka states. He then attempts to run across, but is immediately stopped by one of the vents erupting. He yells in surprise and shields himself as Aang swings his staff at it, bending a gust of wind, cooling down the magma. How was that careful? Aang and I ask Sokka at the same time. I was wrong, Sokka states. We need to be fast, careful, and lucky. The others and I nod before we all start running across the cavern, carefully dodging the steam and magma coming from the vents. We get past the vents and run a little more before we have to stop again. Oh no, I think at the sight in front of me. How are we going to get past this? There's no floor. It's just a river of lava, Sokka says. Aang spins his staff and extends the glider wings. I'm going to have to make 2 trips. It would be too risky to have all 4 of us on my glider, he says to the 3 of us. I agree. Better to be safe than sorry, I agree, agreeing with Aang's statement about the 4 of us probably not making it to the other side if we were all to jump onto Aang's glider at once. Why don't you and Toph go first, Sokka? I'll wait here for Aang to come back and get me, I say to my brother. He nods and looks over at Aang, who nods back. Climb aboard and hold on tight. Please be careful, I say to the 3 of them. Don't you worry, Kita. I'll be back in a minute, Aang assures. I nod, knowing that Aang will keep his promise. As the 3 of them fly over the river of lava, I can hear Toph and Sokka screaming in fright, no doubt scared that they're going to get hit by a lava explosion. I see Aang coming back for me after a few minutes of waiting. He lands beside me. You ready? He asks. I nod in determination, even though I'm slightly nervous about flying over a river of lava. After what seems like forever, Aang and I get to the other side where Toph and Sokka have been waiting. I feel relief fill my entire body as my feet hit solid ground before I run after the others as we all run further down the tunnel. We run for about another 10 minutes before we see anything remotely close to a large metal bunker. Finally, I sigh as we all walk up to the large metal door of the bunker. That's some door, Sokka exclaims in amazement. Toph walks up to the door, places her ear against it, and knocks on it, producing a metallic thud. Not a problem, she says as she takes a step back from the door before bashing her elbows into the door, fracturing and denting the metal of it. She then takes another step back, kisses her middle and index fingers, and forcefully stabs them through the middle of the door. Once she does that, she kicks a hole through the metal, widening it with her legs a couple of times before she walks through the hole in the door, Aang, Sokka, and I following close behind her. I am so glad we added you to the group, I hear Sokka exclaim from behind me, which makes me smile in agreement at his comment, because without Toph, we wouldn't have gotten this far. The others and I keep running down the long tunnel, trying to find the Fire Lord's chamber, so that we can finally end this when we hear someone gasp out in shock. The four of us stop in our tracks, turning around, branding our weapons at the man. The man, who looks like some sort of war minister or something, presses his back against the wall, raising his hands up in surrender.
The Fire Lord's chamber is that way down the hall to the left and up the stairs. You can't miss it.
He caves almost immediately, giving us the information we need to find the Fire Lord. Aang, Sokka, Toph, and I all step closer to him. Aang, Sokka, and I glaring up at him. Thanks! Aang suddenly smiles before he and the others leave. Well, at least not before Sokka and I give the man 2 last dirty looks. We run down the tunnel following the man's instructions, wanting to get to the Fire Lord's chamber as fast as possible, not wanting to waste all of our time. Only 30 seconds until the total eclipse, Sokka says to us as he pulls out the device that the mechanist gave him. We finally come to a large metal door with a flame symbol on the front and at the top. I hear Aang take a deep breath beside me as we all stand right in front of the door. I'm ready. I'm ready to face the Fire Lord, he says determinedly before he spins his staff up and forward, the blast of air blasting the doors off its hinges. The four of us slowly enter the large hall, seeing a single throne at the other end of the room. My eyes widen at who I see sitting at the throne. Azula. So you are alive after all, Azula says as she stares at Aang. I had a hunch that you survived. It doesn't matter. I've known about the invasion for months, she continues, causing my eyes to widen even more than they already were. Where is he? Where is the Fire Lord? Aang asks Azula. Azula just smirks at him as she gets up. You mean I'm not good enough for you? You're hurting my feelings. At her reply, Sokka brandishes his sword. Stop wasting our time and give us the information. You're powerless right now, so you're in no position to refuse, he tells her. And stick to the truth. I'll be able to tell if you're lying, Toph says to her. Are you sure? I'm a pretty good liar, she states as her face becomes completely expressionless. I am a 400-foot-tall purple platypus bear with pink horns and silver wings. Toph is silent for a brief moment before she speaks. Okay, you're good, I admit it. She then bends the earth underneath Azula so that it encases her in a conical shape. But you really ought to consider telling the truth anyway, she continues while glaring at the Fire Nation princess. Azula smirks at that before the cone of earth around her shatters. What the? I think, as we all stare at the princess in shock as she brushes some rubble off of her shoulder with an even bigger smirk on her face. When I left Ba Sing Se, I brought home some souvenirs, she says as 2 Dai Li agents drop from the ceiling and land in front of her. Dai Li agents. Aang swings his staff at them, throwing out a blast of wind while I shoot some icicles at them. The Dai Li agents both bend a stone wall in front of them and Azula, completely nullifying the attacks. We run towards the wall, and Aang uses earthbending to break it. Another stone structure erupts from the floor where Aang is standing, but he jumps away from it and jumps off one of the metal beams and flips forward. I bend the water from my flasks, making water tentacles, grabbing the same metal beam that Aang jumped off of, going over the wall as Toph crashes through the wall. Toph lands between the agents and bends two diagonal pillars of stone from beneath them as she lands, pushing towards the walls of the chamber. Both agents land on the walls feet first and both bend a pillar of stone down at Toph, who blocks the attacks by bending two stone walls up from the floor. Toph then thrusts her hands forward and bends a stream of earth at Azula. Azula doesn't get hit by the attack. Instead, she makes contact with the stream of earth with her feet, pushing off, sending her up into the air. I send some icicles at her as she backflips off the attack. Flying back towards the throne, she dodges all of the icicles and lands on the floor with a smirk. I grit my teeth at her smirk as I run forward with Aang beside me. As Aang and I run forward, a loud grinding sound causes Aang and I to look over to our left and see a Dai Li agent sliding over the side of the wall and past both of us. The Dai Li agent flings himself off the wall and in front of Aang and I with a pillar of earth, putting himself in front of Azula. The agent sinks into the floor as he lands and bends a large diagonal wall of stone from the floor. I skid to a stop while Aang jumps high into the air, flips forward, and bursts through the wall feet first. A couple of minutes later, I see Azula run past the wall with Aang following close behind her. She runs behind the metal beams before jumping off a beam just as Aang sends another blast of air at her. Azula continues running forward and hopping from the wall to the beams and up to one of the stone beams that the Dai Li had attacked Toph with earlier. Aang does a small pole vault with his staff and kicks a blast of air at Azula, but misses. Azula climbs on top of the stone beam and slides down it. She then jumps off the diagonal wall that Toph had created to block the attack earlier and lands on the other one before flipping off of it and landing on the floor. Aang, Toph, and I run at her before Azula turns and runs towards the large stone wall. The other Dai Li agent slides down the stone beam towards the floor and Azula. The agent lands behind her and then bends a pillar up from beneath her, sending Azula into the air towards the hole in the wall that Toph had made earlier. As Azula is shot through the air, I see Sokka climbing through the hole in the wall. Luckily, Sokka ducks down in time, letting Azula pass over him just inches above him. As Sokka tries to climb back down the wall, he stops and ducks timidly as the Dai Li agent Toph, Aang, and I jump over him and through the hole, one at a time. Aang, Toph, and I run alongside each other. "I can't pin her down. She's too quick," Aang says to the two of us. Azula and the Dai Li agent exit the hall and into the tunnels. Once Azula exits the room, the Dai Li agent blocks the entrance with a large stone. "Yeah, like that'll stop us," I think sarcastically with a roll of my eyes, just as Aang bursts through the stone, continuing to chase after them. As Aang and I run after Azula, the Dai Li agent is knocked over to the side by a stone pillar ejecting out of the side of the wall. A hole opens in the side of the wall and Toph flies out of it. The agent hits the inside of the groove of one of the steel beams supporting the tunnel. He tries to attack, but Toph smashes his stone gloves into dust before grabbing both sides of the beam's grooves and pulling them in, trapping the agent inside. Aang and I run past her, and she follows the two of us as we continue to chase after Azula. "Wait! Aang, Toph, Kida, stop attacking," Sokka's voice says from behind us, causing Aang, Toph, Azula, and I to stop running. "Don't you see what she's doing?" Sokka asks us. "She's just playing with us. She's not even trying to win this fight." "Not true. I'm giving it my all," Azula replies sarcastically. "You're trying to keep us here and waste all our time," Toph exclaims. Right. I think your friend just said that, genius," Azula says to her sarcastically. "And since you can't see, I should tell you I'm rolling my eyes," she continues, rolling her eyes and then smirking at the blind earthbender. "I'll roll your whole head," Toph exclaims angrily. "She's just baiting you again," Sokka tells Toph as he puts his hand on her shoulder, stopping her from attacking Azula. "Okay, so what do we do? Just ignore her?" Aang asks my brother. "We don't have a choice," Sokka answers. "We just have to get out of here and find the Fire Lord on our own somehow." Aang, Sokka, Toph, and I turn and walk away from Azula. It's a trap. Don't say I didn't warn you, Azula says, causing Aang, Toph, and I to turn to face her for a moment. Ignore! Sokka exclaims back to us as he continues walking away from the Fire Nation princess. So, Sokka's your name, right? My favorite prisoner used to mention you all the time, Azula says in a slightly bored tone. At her statement, Sokka stops in his tracks and turns around to face her. Oh no. Suki, I think as I look from Sokka to Azula and then back again. She was convinced that you were going to come rescue her. Of course, you never came, and she gave up on you, Azula continues, causing tears to fill Sokka's eyes. So I'm cut off from trying to stop him from attacking Azula when he lets out a furious cry of anger as he rushes at Azula. As Sokka charges at her, Azula mumbles something under her breath, something like, "Come and get it." All of a sudden, Toph raises her knee, which raises a stone into the air and shoots it forward with a thrust of her hands, the rock pinning Azula's wrists against the wall by the stone, a sharp ornate blade dropping from her hand. After Azula is pinned to the wall, Sokka grabs her shoulder, pushing her up against the wall even more, glaring into her eyes. Where is Suki? He asks her angrily. Where's Suki? Answer me! Sokka exclaims again, after Azula doesn't answer the first time he asked. I walk up behind him, grabbing him by the shoulder. Sokka, she won't talk. Sokka hesitates for a second before turning back to Azula. Where are you keeping her? He asks again, but she still doesn't answer. After a few more moments of silence from the princess, she smiles and says, Oh, sounds like the firebending's back on. Azula then kicks her leg upward, creating an arc of blue fire, making Sokka to jump back in surprise. She then thrusts her foot forward and shoots a fireball at Sokka. He's saved from the attack by Toph, who jumps in and pushes him out of the way. Azula then flips up, placing her feet on the wall. She strains herself to break her arms free from the restraints that Toph pinned her to the wall with. She grins as the rock trapping her there explodes in a blue flame. She springs off the wall towards Aang and flips forward. Aang jumps out of the way as Azula lands with a fiery heel drop where he was standing just a few seconds ago. Aang, Sokka, Toph, and I all ready ourselves for another attack as she stands up straight, turning to us. Dad's all the way at the end of the hall and down the secret stairway on the left. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to see you now, she says to us before she quickly runs away down the tunnel. I fell for it. I used up all our time, Sokka says remorsefully. It's not your fault, Sokka. Azula was ready for us. She had every move planned out, Toph reassures him. And now it's too late, Sokka says hopelessly, making me put a hand on his shoulder in reassurance. Maybe it's not too late, Aang says, causing Sokka, Toph, and I to look up at him in surprise. The eclipse is over, but I can face the Fire Lord anyway. No, I don't think that's a good idea, Sokka answers. But I'm ready. I came here with a job to do, and everyone's counting on me, Aang replies. No, Aang. The Fire Lord knew we were coming this time. We thought we had surprise on our side, but we didn't. It just wasn't our day. What we need to do now is go help our friends, I say to him. I guess you guys are right, Aang says hesitantly. I know that Aang wants to do what he came here to do, but it's not safe to do that now. You'll have another chance. I know you will, Sokka says to Aang, putting a hand on his shoulder in reassurance. The others and I get back to Appa and start flying back to regroup with the rest of the invasion force. As we're flying towards the palace, where the rest of the invasion force is, we see giant war balloons flying up into the sky. That's not good, I think worriedly. Appa lands and Katara comes running up to us, looking up at Aang. It was all a trap. Azula knew we were coming and she's plotted out every move, Sokka says to her as Toph, Sokka, and I jump down from Appa. We just got to get to the beach as fast as we can. If we can make it to the submarines, maybe we can get away safely, Sokka continues as our dad walks over to Katara's side. They've got air power, but so do I, Aang exclaims, causing all of us to look up at him as he opens his glider. I'm going to do what I can to slow them down, he continues before he throws his glider into the air. He catches onto it and flies into the air as it loops back to him. Appa growls, obviously wanting to go with him. Katara walks over to him. Appa, you and I can help too, she says to him as she climbs up onto him, going after Aang. Everyone, let's get back to the subs, Sokka exclaims before we all start running towards the beaches. Hopefully we can get to the beaches in time. We're near the bottom of the volcano, about halfway to the beach when Aang, Appa, and Katara come back, landing behind Sokka, who's in front of me. The air balloons are basically on top of us, too. Sokka and I look up towards the balloons and see the bomb bay doors of each one opening. Try and find cover. I think we're about to see some bombs, Sokka yells out to the others. Everyone huddles together as Toph bends a large slab of stone above us, ready to protect us from the bombs coming down. There are multiple explosions around us before the bombs make impact with the stone shields protecting us. The slab cracks and begins to fall, but Toph bends 2 stone supports up from the ground to keep it standing. The air balloons pass over us, ceasing the raid. Sokka, Aang, Toph, Katara, and I come out from under the stone slab and look up at the war balloons as they fly towards the beaches where the submarines are. Why aren't they turning around to attack us again? Katara asks in confusion. They're heading for the beach, Aang says. They're going to destroy the submarines. How are we all going to escape? Sokka asks sadly. We're not, our dad's voice sounds from behind us. Then our only choice is to stand and fight. We have the Avatar. We could still win, Sokka says to him. Yes, with the Avatar we could still win on another day, he agrees. You kids have to leave. You have to escape on Appa together. What? Katara and I ask at the same time in surprise. We can't leave you behind. We won't leave anyone behind, I continue urgently as Katara and I rush over to him, holding him up since he's still injured. You're our only chance in the long run. You, Katara, and Sokka have to go with Aang somewhere safe. It's the only way to keep hope alive, he explains. The youngest of our group should go with you. The adults will stay behind and surrender. We'll be prisoners, but we'll all survive this battle, Bato says from behind our dad. I've got some experience with the Fire Nation prisons. It's not going to be easy, but we'll get by, Tyro, Haru's dad, says to him. They're at the beach already, Sokka exclaims, making the others and I to turn to look towards the beach. The air balloons fly over the beach and begin to drop more bombs. The swamp benders try everything that they can to intercept the bombs. Sadly, though, one of the bombs lodges itself inside of the seaweed monster that was created by Hugh and explodes, destroying it. The bombs continue falling and the submarines are destroyed. The others and I stare at the destroyed submarines in despair, wishing that we could have gotten to the subs before they were destroyed. As the youngest members of the invasion force get into the saddle on Appa's back, Sokka, Katara, and I are saying our goodbyes to our dad. We've lost today, but we've never been this close. We tasted victory and that counts for something, Dad says to us. We'll miss you, Dad, Katara says to him before she hugs him tightly, Sokka and I following close behind her. Bye, Dad. We won't be apart for too long this time. I promise, Sokka says to him softly. We love you so much, Dad, I say to him. I love you too, he replies back, squeezing the 3 of us closer to him. Sokka, Katara, and I join the others on Appa, Sokka and I going into the saddle, while Katara goes over to Aang. Aang stands up from his kneeling position, turning to address the rest of the invasion force. Thank you all for being so brave and so strong. I'm going to make this up to you, he tells them. Katara jumps into the saddle and Aang sits down on Appa's head, Momo climbing onto his shoulder as Appa takes off into the sky. As Appa flies off into the distance, Sokka, Katara, and I look back at the rest of the invasion force. I continue looking back even when I can't see the rest of the invasion force anymore. But what I do see, when I can't see them anymore, is one single large air balloon. I glare at the balloon, just knowing that Azula is inside of it, watching us. Surprisingly, though, the balloon doesn't follow us. I know just the place for us to go where we'll be safe for a while, Aang says, making me turn away from the balloon. The Western Air Temple. Hopefully we'll be safe at the Western Air Temple long enough so that we can come up with another plan. Little did I know, though, a certain scarred prince of the Fire Nation was following us in a lone war balloon. Hello, my beautiful Glorians, and welcome back to another chapter of Polar Opposites, Book 3. Now, I know how I ended Chapter 8, so you know what is happening in this chapter. Or what is going to happen, I should say. Or at least I hope you do. I am so excited for you guys to listen to this chapter. And I just gotta say, this chapter is by far my favorite chapter because after having 8 chapters without any Zuko and Kida content, I am very excited for this chapter because, like I said, it's my favorite chapter. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Let's get into the chapter, guys. I really, really hope you guys enjoy it, because I know you will. Let's begin. Polar Opposites, Book 3, Fire, Chapter 9, The Western Air Temple. I sigh tiredly as the others and I continue our journey for the Western Air Temple on foot. This is humiliating, Katara says glumly. You mean getting thoroughly spanked by the Fire Nation or having to walk all the way to the Western Air Temple? Sokka asks her. Both, Katara answers, and I nod in agreement. It's bad enough that we had to split off from the rest of the invasion force, but now we have to walk to the Western Air Temple. Sorry guys, but Appa gets tired carrying all these people, Aang says while petting Appa with a small smile on his face. I wonder how the rest of the troops are, Tio says sadly. They're probably on their way to a prison, Haru answers glumly. Seems like my dad just got out and now he's going back in. I miss Pipsqueak, the Duke, who's walking next to me and Sokka, says sadly. I miss not having blisters on my feet, Sokka replies. Me too, I groan. Hey, we're here! I can feel it! Toph exclaims suddenly, a giant smile on her face. The others and I look around, only to see a large cliff in front of us. I think your feet need their eyes checked, Katara says to her. No, she's right. We are here, Aang smiles. Wow, it's amazing, Toph exclaims, her smile widening. Well, now that we're here, let's get down there, I tell the others before we all get on Appa and fly down to the temple. Whoa, this place is amazing, I say as the others and I get off of Appa on one of the many platforms that form the temple. It's so different from the Northern Air Temple. I wonder if there are any secret rooms, Tio says. Let's go check it out, Haru exclaims as he runs off to explore. Tio and the Duke follow him. Aang also tries to follow them, but he's cut off by Katara. You guys go. I think we need to talk about some things, she tells Haru and the 2 other boys. The 3 of them get to the top of the stairs that lead into the temple. I'll race you, Duke, Chio says before doing a wheelie and racing into the temple. I told you! It's the Duke! The Duke exclaims as he and Haru run into the temple after him. Why can't I go? Aang asks Katara. We need to decide what we're going to do now, and since you're the Avatar, maybe you should be a part of this, Katara explains to him. Aang walks over to one of the stone benches and sits down. Fair enough. So, what's the plan? He asks, looking up at the others and I. Well, if you ask me, the new plan is the old plan, Sokka exclaims. You just need to master all 4 elements and confront the Fire Lord before the comet comes. Oh yeah, that's great. No problem. I'll just do that, Aang answers sarcastically. Aang, no one said it's going to be easy, Katara consoles him. Well, it's not even going to be possible, Aang replies. Where am I supposed to get a firebending teacher? He asks her while turning to look at her. Katara thinks about it for a moment before looking up at Aang again, a smile on her face. We could look for Zhang Zhang. Aang immediately shoots her idea down, though. Yeah, right. He lays down on the stone bench she's sitting on without a care. Like we'll ever run into Zhang Zhang again. Who's... Toph starts to ask curiously. Oh, never mind. If it's important, I'll find out. She continues while folding her arms over her chest irritably. Oh well, guess we can't come up with anybody, Aang says as he jumps up from the bench. Why don't we take a nice tour around the temple? He asks as he takes his glider, running over to the edge of the platform, Momo scampering right behind him. Aang opens his glider when he gets to the edge of the platform, flying off into the canyon with Momo right behind him. What's up with him? Toph asks, and I just shrug. There's gotta be someone who can teach him firebending, Sokka states, trying to think of someone that could teach Aang firebending. I sit on the ground, leaning up against one of the many pillars on the platform where we had set up camp, waiting for the others to get Aang so that we can continue working on a plan. I hear Appa grunt from my left and see Aang flying around on his glider with Appa right behind him. There's no doubt in my mind that Katara and Sokka are trying to convince Aang that we really should try and think of a plan on how he's going to learn firebending. Aang! I think we should be making some plans about our future, I hear Sokka shout. Okay, we can do that while I show you the giant Pai Sho table, Aang replies as I hear Appa land behind the pillar. Oh, you're gonna love the all-day echo chamber, he continues as I get up from my spot, ready to go and join them to think of a plan. I think that'll have to wait, Toph says suddenly, sounding serious. I peek around the pillar to see Toph point behind her just as Appa moves out of the way to reveal a shadow. My eyes widen in shock at who I see standing there. Hello, Zuko here, he greets, raising his arm up in greeting. Zuko? I think in surprise. At the sight of him standing there, I retreat from my spot looking around the pillar in utter shock. It's been months since I've last seen Zuko, and the memories from the last time I had seen him flash through my mind. I rush to Katara's side, getting ready for a fight. Azula looks back and forth between the 3 of us nervously, waiting for our next move. Suddenly, a blast of red fire lands between Aang and Azula. The 2 of them shield themselves from it before turning towards the new opponent. My eyes widen at the sight of Zuko as he draws closer to us, poised in his firebending stance. I see him look at Azula, who looks back at him harshly. A second later, his eyes move to Aang, and my stomach drops when Zuko punches forward, shooting a fireball at him. No, I think desperately, trying to figure out as to why Zuko would choose Azula over being with me. Aang reacts just in time to protect himself by airbending a spiral of wind around his body, jumping back to gain distance as the flame is dispersed. Zuko, I whisper as I stare at him, tears brimming my eyes. My sadness about his betrayal is broken by Azula swinging a blast of fire at Katara and I, causing the 2 of us to block it by using the water from our flasks. Kida, go help Aang. I can take care of Azula, Katara says from beside me. I nod in reply, putting my bending water back into my flask before running over to where Aang is currently fighting Zuko. Aang! I shout as I draw the water from my flask again, ready to stop Zuko from attacking Aang. I shoot the water at him, turning it into icicles, but he blocks them by pulling back his still flaming fist, bringing both fists down to his sides, creating two large thick flames. Waving his arms, Zuko turns the flames into two long, searing webs of fire, evaporating the water. Zuko glares at me before swinging the webs at me. I dodge the attack by somersaulting out of the way. I whirl around, ready to attack him again, but he is attacking Aang again by swinging both whips at Aang, who jumps away as the fire webs slice through the crystals. I try to think of a way to distract Zuko from Aang, but come up with nothing. I then see Aang clinging to a stalactite on the ceiling. Zuko swings the burning tendrils at Aang, who jumps away to another stalactite as the fire webs cut through the one he was just on. Aang pushes off the stalactite with his legs and kicks another one, causing its tip to break and fall off. Aang grabs the upper part still attached to the ceiling, swings down under it, and kicks off, hurling himself down towards the ground. Aang turns himself right side up and slams his fists down into the falling stalactite, plunging it downward. The stone hits the floor, kicking up dust and creating a crater. Zuko is blown back by the shockwave, and his body hits a crystal cluster. Aang lands in the crater, and before I can make sure he's okay, I hear water splashing behind me. I turn around to see Katara bending the water all around her body, creating two long tentacles of water where her arms are, lifting them high into the air. Azula leans forward and thrusts out her fists, releasing a blast of blue fire, but it is quickly extinguished by one of Katara's water tentacles as it wraps around Azula's outstretched arm. Katara controls the water, swinging it around with her hand, and swings the other water tentacle down at Azula. Azula tries to counter with a straight thrust kick, but the blue flame shot out is also extinguished, and the tentacle wraps around her leg. Katara raises her arms and Azula is lifted into the air, shouting in fright. Just when it seems Azula is finished, Zuko performs a leaping overhead kick, punching downward to gather energy before hopping into the air and bringing his leg up, creating a large arc of flame. Zuko lands and brings his foot down, hurling the flame forward. The arc of fire passes over the channel and slices through the water tentacles, freeing Azula from Katara's grip. Azula smiles at her brother before turning her attention to Aang as he crawls out of the crater, still dizzy from his last attack. Azula lunges after him, causing Katara to run over to help Aang. I bent the water from the channel over my arms, much like Katara did, swinging them at Zuko, hitting him on the back. He rolls around, glaring at me. "How could you betray me like this?" I ask him as we both exchange blows. "I thought you had changed," I scream. "I have changed," he replies, stopping for a moment before continuing to exchange blows with me. I growl, tears streaming down my face as I attack him with multiple blows. When I regain consciousness, I see dozens of Dai agents jumping down from the cliffs above, forming long rows behind Azula and Zuko. As I slowly get to my feet, 11 Dai agents surround me. I quickly bend the water from the channel, forming a ring of water around me. The water sprouts 8 tentacles as I enter the octopus stance. The agents around me continue to stand there for a moment, just long enough for me to see Aang facing off with Zuko, Azula, and the rest of the Dai agents, and Katara facing off with 11 Dai agents as well. There's so many, I think. Compared to Aang, Katara and I got off easy, going up against just 11 Dai agents each. A familiar white glow catches my attention in the corner of my eye. I turn my head toward the light to see a dome made out of crystals glowing. Aang, I think, knowing that he's going into the Avatar state. The Dai agents surrounding me break their bending stances, turning to face the glowing crystals. I also see Zuko and the Dai agents behind him break their stances as well, enchanted by the light coming from the crystals around Aang. A second later, an incredible explosion of spiritual power destroys the crystals. The Dai agents behind Zuko shield themselves from the blast as Aang rises from the ground in a bright pillar of cosmic light. At the sight of Aang being in the Avatar state, hope begins returning to me. Now that Aang is in the Avatar state, we have a better chance of winning against Azula, Zuko, and the Dai agents. Aang continues to levitate into the air until suddenly a bolt of lightning strikes his body from behind. The lightning subsides and Aang's body falls to the ground. His clothes are charred and there is a terrible wound on his back where he was struck. No! Aang! I scream as I bend the water around me, creating a large wave riding on top of it towards Aang. In the corner of my eye, I also see Katara doing the same thing, desperately wanting to get to Aang before he crashes into the ground. Katara catches Aang in her arms, and the wave that she was riding flows away from her, while my wave rolls over Zuko and Dai Li, washing them away. My wave flows away from me, and I run over to Katara, who holds Aang's limp body in her arms, hopelessness in her eyes as she looks up at me. I hear footsteps coming up behind me, causing me to turn around, a rage bubbling up inside of me. My eyes land on Zuko and Azula as they both advance on three of us. I assume my bending stance, ready to defend both Aang and Katara with my life, even if it kills me. Before any of us can move, a fire blast hits the ground in between Zuko, Azula, and I, causing the three of us to look up to where the blast came from to see Iroh standing on the edge of the cliff. Iroh jumps down from the cliff and lands between his niece and nephew and Katara, Aang, and I, entering his battle space. "You've got to get out of here! I'll hold them off as long as I can!" he exclaims to us before punching left and right, shooting fire blasts at any potential attackers. As much as I want to stay and help Iroh, I know that I can't. I rush over to Katara, helping her with Aang by slinging his other arm around my shoulders. We lead Aang over to the waterfall, and Katara and I bend the water around our bodies, using it to raise up against the current of the waterfall. As I rise higher and higher, I look down towards the ground, my eyes meeting the gold ones of the Fire Nation Prince. I glare at him intensely for a second before turning my head back up towards the hole where the waterfall begins. I shake my head, wanting to not think about that night anymore. The night that Zuko had betrayed me. After everything we had been through. And now he decides now is a good time to come back into my life? Hey, I heard you guys flying around down there, so I just thought I'd wait for you here, Zuko's voice says, breaking me out of my thoughts. I peek around the pillar again, only to see Appa growl at him and lick him twice. Zuko wipes Appa's slobberer from his eye before looking at the others again. I know you must be surprised to see me here. Not really, since you followed us all over the world, Sokka replies angrily. Right, well, anyway, what I wanted to tell you about is that I've changed. And I'm good now, and well, I think I should join your group. Oh, and I can teach firebending to you, Zuko explains awkwardly, causing my siblings, Aang and Toph, to express shock. See, Toph cuts him off. You want to what now? You can't possibly think that any of us would trust you, can you? I mean, how stupid do you think we are? Katara asks him angrily. Yeah, all you've ever done is hunt us down and try to capture Aang, Sokka agrees. I've done some good things, Zuko argues. I mean, I could have stolen your bison in Ba Sing Se, but I set him free. That's something. Appa then licks him again, much to his surprise. He's right. He did set Appa free, and I was there when he did it. Appa does seem to like him, Toph says to the others, causing my brother and sister to turn to look at her. He probably just covered himself in honey or something so that Appa would lick him. I'm not buying it, Sokka says. I can understand why you wouldn't trust me, and I know I've made some mistakes in the past, Zuko says. Like when you attacked our village and captured Kida? Sokka asks angrily. At the mention of me, I see Zuko's eyes widen slightly, but before he can say anything, Katara cuts him off. Or when you stole my mother's necklace and used it to track us down and capture us? Or what you did to Kida in Ba Sing Se? Sokka exclaims angrily. I grit my teeth as the memory of what Zuko did in Ba Sing Se flashes through my mind again, before Zuko's voice cuts the memory off. Look, I admit that I've done some awful things. I was wrong to try to capture you, and I'm sorry that I attacked the Water Tribe. And Kida. He hesitates for a second after he says my name, putting his hand against his forehead, his eyes closed in what looks like shame. I regret what I did to her every minute of every day. He looks up at the others again as he continues. And I never should have sent that Fire Nation assassin after you. He sent Combustion Man after us? I ask myself with gritted teeth. I'm going to try and stop. Sokka cuts him off, pulling out his boomerang angrily. Wait, you sent Combustion Man after us? Well, that's not his name, but Zuko tries to explain, but my brother cuts him off again. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to insult your friend. He's not my friend, Zuko exclaims back angrily. That guy locked me and Katara in jail and tried to blow us all up, Toph exclaims. Zuko closes his eyes for a brief second before turning his head to Aang. Why aren't you saying anything? You once said you thought we could be friends. You know I have good in me. It's true. I remember Aang saying that he thought he and Zuko could be friends after Zuko had rescued Aang and I from Zhao as the Blue Spirit. You know what the worst part about being born over 100 years ago is? Aang asks, as if he knows that Zuko is staring at him. I miss all the friends I used to hang out with. He answers his own question, still looking down at the ground in front of him. Before the war started, I used to always visit my friend Kuzan. The two of us, we'd get in and out of so much trouble together, he says, smiling at the memory. He was one of the best friends I ever had, he continues before he turns to look down at Zuko. And he was from the Fire Nation, just like you. If we knew each other back then, do you think we could have been friends too? He asks Zuko with a small smile on his face. There's no way we can trust you after everything you've done, Aang's voice says, breaking me out of my thoughts. We'll never let you join us. At Aang's reply, Zuko's eyes widened slightly in surprise, probably because he didn't expect Aang to say that. You need to get out of here. Now, Katara says to Zuko angrily. I'm trying to explain that I'm not that person anymore, Zuko replies as he starts walking up to the others. Either you leave, or we attack, Sokka tells him, pulling out his boomerang. If you won't accept me as a friend, then maybe you'll take me as a prisoner, Zuko says as he kneels down, bends his head, and raises his arms in surrender. No, we won't, Katara exclaims as she blasts water at him, knocking him back. Get out of here, and don't come back. And if we ever see you again, well, we'd better not see you again. For a moment, Zuko just sits there, soaking wet before he slowly gets up to his feet and walks away. I let out a sigh as I slide down the pillar, happy that he's gone, but at the same time, not happy that he's gone. I feel bad for what Katara did to him, but he honestly deserved it, especially after all that he's done in the time since we first met him. Why would he try to fool us like that? Katara asks as we all start setting up our sleeping bags for the night. Obviously, he wants to lead us into some kind of trap, Sokka comments. This is just like when we were in prison together at Ba Sing Se, Katara begins, causing me to look up from my spot on the ground as I roll out my sleeping bag. He starts talking about his mother and making it seem like he's an actual human being with feelings. She continues, causing my heart to clench. If only they knew. For a while after Zuko set Appa free, Zuko did have feelings and he was a good person. But he wants you to trust him and feel sorry for him, so you let your guard down, then he strikes, Sokka says, breaking me out of my thoughts. The thing is, it worked. I did feel sorry for him, Katara answers as she kneels down, setting her sleeping bag down onto the ground. I felt like he was really confused and hurt, but obviously, when the time came, he made his choice, and we paid the price. We can't trust him. She's right. We really can't trust him, I think as I finish laying out my sleeping bag. I kind of have a confession to make. Remember when you two were sick and Kita and I got captured by Zhao? Aang asks as I get to my feet. And you made us suck on frozen frogs? How could I forget? Sokka asks irritably. I had a wart on the flap that hangs down from the back of my throat for a month, he continues, opening his mouth. Sokka, I looked at it. And I told you there was nothing there, Katara retorts. I could feel it. It's my throatal flap, Sokka snaps back. Anyway, when Zhao had Kita and I chained up, it was Zuko who came in and got me out. He did the same for Kita. Aang explains, his grey eyes meeting mine as he says this. He risked his life to save us. No way! I'm sure he only did it so he could capture you himself, Katara exclaims. Yeah, face it, Aang. You're nothing but a big prize to him, Sokka agrees. You're probably right, Aang says, finally agreeing with my siblings that Zuko is a bad person and that we shouldn't trust him. And what was all that crazy stuff about setting Appa free? Katara asks. What a liar! Actually, he wasn't lying, and Kida knows it, Toph says nonchalantly, causing Aang, Sokka, and Katara to look at her in confusion. What do you mean? Katara asks, looking from Toph to me. I sigh, knowing that Toph would know that I knew about Zuko not lying about setting Appa free back in Ba Sing Se. It's true. He did set Appa free, I answer, agreeing with Toph's statement about how Zuko wasn't lying about setting Appa free. Wait, but how do you know if he did? Aang asks me, sounding genuinely curious. I know he did because I was there, I answer, the memories of when Zuko and I set Appa free flashing through my mind.
We finally get to the bottom of the staircase and we hear several women talking in unison in a creepy kind of way. Zuko and I look at each other for a second before we start tiptoeing past the room that they're in. As I tiptoe past the door, I peek through the crack of the door, my eyes widening at the sight in front of me. Various women with their eyes wide and their pupils dilated repeat every word he dilated says to them. When we get far enough away from the room, I turn to Zuko, who's walking beside me. Brainwashing women. This place is disgusting. I growl in disgust. Ba Sing Se isn't what people say it is. Or what it used to be. Zuko responds as we round a corner, leading us to the tunnel where the cell Appa should be in is. When we reach the door that leads into the room where Appa is, my stomach turns in nervousness, not knowing the condition that he's currently in. Hopefully he's not in too bad of a condition. Ready? Zuko asks as he turns to me. I nod in reply, silently telling him that I'm ready. He grabs the handle of the door, sliding it open. Inside the dark room, I see a large silhouette, and I know that it's Appa. Appa turns his head towards us when we're completely in sight, getting up to his feet in uncertainty. Expecting someone else? Zuko asks him as we walk into the room, drawing one of his swords, causing Appa to shift nervously in his chains. Zuko, wait! I say, putting my hand on Zuko's shoulder, stopping his approach to the scared bison. Zuko turns his head to me, probably wondering as to why I had stopped him. You're scaring him, I state as I start walking past him toward Appa. I take my approach toward the bison slowly, not wanting to scare him any more than he already is. At my approach, Appa grits his teeth and starts stomping his feet threateningly. I reach my hand out to him slowly. It's okay, Appa, I reassure him softly. It's me, Kida. I continue as I pull down the cloth that's covering the bottom of my face, sending him a reassuring smile. See? I ask as I take another slow step toward him. You recognize me, don't you, boy? Appa looks at me with interest before he starts to calm down and become more relaxed. I smile at him as I reach my hand out to him. That's it, I smile as my hand gets closer to his head. We're here to get you out of here, buddy, I reassure softly as I keep my hand in front of his face, waiting for him to come to me. It takes a moment, but Appa pushes his nose to my palm softly. As he does this, I smile sadly at his current condition. His feet are chained to the floor, his fur is dirty, and I can tell that he's scared and confused. I can only imagine what he's been through since he and the others got separated. However that happened. Don't worry, Appa, I start softly as I stroke his fur gently. We're going to get you out of here, I promise. He grunts softly at my words, closing his eyes, pushing his nose against my hand again. And I'm going to get you back to Aang, I promise. I whisper to him reassuringly, not really wanting Zuko to hear my words. Once Zuko calms down fully, he gets to his feet. I walk over to Appa again, pressing my hand against his head, reassuringly. Zuko grabs one of his swords from the ground, slowly walking toward Appa. Appa growls at him, but he doesn't stomp his feet at him like he did earlier. Zuko steps closer to one of Appa's feet and cuts the chain, connecting it to the floor. Appa seems to realize that Zuko is helping him and he calms down, letting Zuko cut through the rest of the chains around his feet. After Zuko breaks through all the chains, I press my body up against Appa's head, giving him a sort of hug, a few tears escaping from my eyes from just thinking of Appa being reunited with Aang and the others. Give them all a big kiss for me, alright, boy? I ask him as I pull away from him. At my words, Appa licks my whole body, making me laugh, knowing that he'll do the same thing to Aang and the others. Okay, buddy, I say, taking a few steps back away from him. Time for you to get out of here. Yep. Appa grunts as he slams his tail onto the ground, taking off into the air and through the air duct in the ceiling and out of sight. See you soon, buddy. I promise. I think with a smile on my face.
Oh, hooray! In a lifetime of evil, at least he didn't add animal cruelty to the list, Sokka exclaimed sarcastically. Plus, Kida, you were probably the reason he set Appa free in the first place. Well, he's not entirely right, but he's not wrong, I think to myself. I'm just saying that, considering his messed up family and how he was raised, he could have turned out a lot worse, Toph states. You're right, Toph. Let's go find him and give him a medal. The not as much of a jerk as you could have been award, Katara retorts back sarcastically. All I know is that while he was talking to us, he was sincere. Maybe you're all just letting your hurt feelings keep you from thinking clearly, Toph states. Easy for you to say. You weren't there when he had us attacked by pirates, Katara exclaims. Or when he burned down Kyoshi Island, Sokka says. Or when he tried to capture me at the fire temple, Aang adds. Why would you even try to defend him? Katara asks her. Because, Katara, you're all ignoring one crucial fact. Aang needs a firebending teacher, Toph exclaims as she walks over to Aang, poking him in the chest. We can't think of a single person in the world to do the job. Now one shows up on a silver platter and you won't even think about it? She asks angrily as she stomps her foot on the ground to a point where the ground shakes slightly. She does have a point. We couldn't think of one person to teach Aang firebending other than Zhang, but we have no idea where he is. We don't really have time to go out looking for him anyway. And who's to say we would find him in time? I'm not having Zuko as my teacher, Aang exclaims. You're darn right you're not, buddy, Sokka agrees. Well, I guess that settles that, Katara says to Toph, crossing her arms over her chest in satisfaction. Ugh! Toph growls out angrily before turning away. I'm beginning to wonder who's really the blind one around here, she says before walking away to who knows where. The next morning, Katara and I are serving everyone breakfast. Has anyone seen Toph? Katara asks as she hands the Duke a bowl of rice. I haven't seen her since she stormed off yesterday, Sokka answers. Maybe she's just exploring the air temple. There are some pretty fun spots to practice earthbending, Haru suggests with a smile. I think we should go look for her, Katara says with a frown, clearly worried about the blind earthbender. Sokka sits down on the rim of the fountain next to me. Let her have fun with her rocks. I'm in no rush to have her yelling at us again. I nudge him in the side, a smirk appearing on my face. That's only because you're scared of her. At my accusation, he gets up from his spot next to me, glaring at me intensely. I am not scared of Toph, he exclaims, his voice cracking halfway through, causing me to hold back a laugh. Oh yeah? I ask. If I remember correctly, it took you forever to stop being afraid of Gran. How is Toph any different? Hey, that is... Sokka glares, but the Duke cuts him off by saying, We can go check for her. Yeah, I want to ride that tunnel down to the Hall of Statues again.
It will work a lot better now that I fixed my brakes, Tio explains before he, Haru, and the Duke leave to go look for Toph inside the temple. Not long after Haru, Tio, and the Duke leave to go find Toph in the temple, the ground shakes as a large hole appears in the wall not too far from where the others and I sit, eating our rice. The others and I rush over to where the hole in the wall is to see Toph falling down the pile of rocks that was caused by her making the hole in the wall. Toph! What happened? Katara asks as we all run over to her. My feet got burned, Toph replies. Oh no! What happened? Katara asks again as she looks at Toph's feet. I just told you. My feet got burned, Toph retorts. I meant how, Katara elaborates. Well, I kind of went to see Zuko last night, Toph explains hesitantly. You what? Aang asks. Zuko? Katara and I ask in surprise. Ah! Sokka yells out in shock. I thought he could be helpful to us. And if I talk to him, maybe we could work something out. Toph explains to us as Katara begins to heal her feet with the water from her water pouches. So he attacked you? Sokka asks her. Well, he did, and he didn't. It was sort of an accident, Toph replies. Aang and I exchange a glance for a moment before he turns back to face Toph. But he did firebend at you. Toph lets out a sigh before answering. Yes. See? You trusted Zuko and you got burned. Literally, Sokka says to her. It's gonna take a while for your feet to get better, Katara explains to Toph as she stops healing her feet. I wish I could have worked on them sooner. Yeah, me too, Toph agrees. Zuko's clearly too dangerous to be left alone. We're gonna have to go after him, Sokka declares. I hate to go looking for a fight, but you're right, Aang agrees. After what he did to Toph, I don't think we have a choice. He's crafty, but we'll find a way to capture him, Sokka states as he and Aang walk over to Toph and Katara. Maybe just invite him back here, Toph suggests as Aang and Sokka pick her up. He's already offered himself up as a prisoner once. Yeah, get him to come back and say he'll be our prisoner, then we'll jump him and really make him our prisoner. He'll never suspect it, Sokka exclaims, which causes me to roll my eyes at him. You're a master of surprise, Sokka, I say as Katara and I follow them over to the fountain. Sokka and Aang set Toph down on the rim of the fountain so that her feet are in the water of the fountain. Ah, that's the stuff, Toph sighs out in relief. Now I know how the rest of you guys feel. Not being able to see with your feet stinks, she says as I sit next to her, placing a hand on her shoulder in comfort. The five of us are silent for a moment when the temple is suddenly struck by a giant explosion, causing the others and I to shield ourselves from the debris coming down. I look in the direction where the blast came from, seeing Combustion Man. I gasp at the sight of him before turning to the others. We gotta get out of here! Now! Aang and Sokka quickly grab Toph, and before we can get to some cover, we hear a familiar voice. Stop! The others and I turn our heads up to where the voice of Zuko came from. I don't want you hunting the Avatar anymore! What is he doing? Does he want to get himself killed or something? I think as I watch Zuko literally get in front of Combustion Man, trying to stop him from attacking us again. The mission is off! I'm ordering you to stop! Combustion Man shoves him away and attacks again, ignoring his order. I duck down against the wall of the fountain with the others as another explosion blasts through the temple. If you keep attacking, I won't pay you! I hear Zuko exclaim. I'm assuming him saying that doesn't stop Combustion Man from attacking again, because next he says, Alright, I'll pay you double to stop! I lift my head over the wall of the fountain to see Zuko get out of Combustion Man's grip by knocking his hand back and kicking him in the chest. The kick does nothing as Combustion Man attacks again, another explosion causing the temple to tremble violently. Once the temple stops rumbling from the explosion, I lift my head over the wall again to see Combustion Man turning to Zuko. No! Zuko! I think as Combustion Man blasts an attack at Zuko. Zuko quickly creates a firewall to stop the attack, but is pushed off of the ledge. I gasp as I see the small crater in the floor with dissipating smoke coming from it. No, I think. I start to duck down behind the wall of the fountain again, but before I can, I see something in the corner of my eye. I quickly look up to see Zuko slowly making his way up a tree root that dangles down from the platform he was just blasted off of. He's alright, I think with a smile. My smile doesn't last very long, however, since Combustion Man turns back to face us, but before he can attack again, Aang stands up, running to the side. Aang does a spinning back kick, airbending and kicking up the dust around him, and leaping straight up just as a blast from Combustion Man explodes beneath him. Aang then spins in mid-air, airbending a tornado, kicking at Combustion Man. Combustion Man leaps over the tornado and fires another blast as he descends. Aang lands before quickly backflipping away from the blast, landing next to Katara, Sokka, and I. The others and I watch as Combustion Man continues to fall and land onto another platform that's closer to us. As he lands on the new ledge, he fires a blast at us. The others and I protect ourselves from the blast before I decide to attack myself. I run forward, bending the water from the pool of the destroyed fountain, bending it into a large wave before descending from a jump, bringing my arms down and crossing them with a battle cry. The wave matches my movements, and icicles move in both directions. As the icicles from my attack speed towards Combustion Man, he brings his middle arm over his face and his middle leg up to shield his stomach from the attack. The icicles break against him. As Combustion Man protects himself from the icicles, the others and I take this as a chance to get out of his line of sight. Not long after the others and I had hid behind the stone wall, another blast is shot at the platform we're standing on, causing us to protect each other from the debris. "He's going to blast this whole place right off the cliffside!" Toph exclaims. I look out at Combustion Man from behind the wall, only to see another incoming blast. The explosion subsides a moment later, and I turn to Sokka and the others. I can't step out to waterbend at him without being blown up, and I can't get a good enough angle on him from down here. Sokka pauses for a moment to think before his face brightens. I know how to get an angle on him. He pushes me back as he pulls out his boomerang. Katara and I exchange a confused look for a second before two more blasts happen, causing us to protect our faces from the debris again. Sokka projects Combustion Man's angle with his boomerang before getting ready to throw it. "All right, buddy. Don't fail me now," he begs to his boomerang before throwing it. Sokka and I peek around the corner, watching as his boomerang hits Combustion Man right in the head where his third eye tattoo is, causing him to hit the ground before it starts its return to Sokka. Sokka grins as the boomerang returns to him. "Yeah! Boomerang!" he exclaims happily as he jumps up, grabbing it. The others and I look up to where Combustion Man was to see him get up, albeit clearly shaken from Sokka's boomerang hitting him. "Ah! Boomerang!" Sokka groans before we all run back to our hiding spot behind the wall. Gearing up for another blast from Combustion Man, we all huddle up against each other behind the wall, but nothing hits the platform we're on. All I hear is an explosion and stone crumbling. The others and I get out of our hiding spot, running over to the edge of the platform to see the building that Combustion Man was on falling into the canyon below. Once it disappears in the fog below, Sokka, Aang, Katara, and I look at each other with wide eyes, surprised at what had just happened. After looking at my siblings and Aang for another moment, we all look up to see Zuko still climbing up the tree root, seeing that he had survived the ordeal with Combustion Man. I stand leaning against the pillar not too far away from the others as Zuko approaches the five of us. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but..." Aang starts off, hesitating for a second. "Thanks, Zuko." "Hey, what about me?" Sokka asks him. "I did the boomerang thing," he continues, which makes me roll my eyes at him. "Listen, I know I didn't explain myself very well yesterday," Zuko begins. "I've been through a lot in the last few years. It's been hard. But I'm realizing that I had to go through all of those things to learn the truth. I thought I had lost my honor, and that somehow my father could return it to me. But I know now that no one can give you your honor. It's something you earn for yourself, by choosing to do what's right. All I want to do now is play my part in ending this war, and I know my destiny is to help you restore balance to the world." He then turns to Toph. "I'm sorry for what I did to you. It was an accident," he apologizes as he bows to her. "Fire can be dangerous and wild. So as a firebender, I need to be more careful and control my bending, so I don't hurt people unintentionally," he explains, and as he says this, he stares into my eyes, not looking away once. "I think you are supposed to be my firebending teacher," Aang says after a moment of silence, causing my eyes to widen in shock. "When I first tried to learn firebending, I burned Katara.
And after that, I never wanted to firebend again, Aang explains, sounding ashamed and sad at the mention of what had happened. But now I know you understand how easy it is to hurt the people you love. I'd like you to teach me, he finishes as he bows before Zuko. Zuko smiles softly at Aang's words before bowing back. Thank you. I'm so happy you've accepted me into your group, Zuko continues with a smile. Not so fast. I still have to ask my friends if it's okay with them, Aang states. He turns to Toph first. Toph, you're the one that Zuko burned. What do you think? Go ahead and let him join, Toph answers. It'll give me plenty of time to get back at him for burning my feet, she continues with a smirk as she pounds her fist into her palm jokingly. Sokka? Aang asks, turning to my twin brother. Sokka just shrugs before answering his question. Hey, all I want is to defeat the Fire Lord. If you think this is the way to do it, then I'm all for it. Aang nods with a smile, satisfied with my brother's answer, before turning to look at me next. Kida? What about you? You know Zuko better than any of us. What do you think? At his question, everyone's eyes are on me, wondering what I'm going to say. I look at Zuko, my blue eyes meeting his gold ones for a moment. Looking into his eyes, I can see that he wants to prove himself by teaching Aang firebending. I then look away from him, not wanting him to influence my answer in any way, shape, or form. I stare at the ground for a few seconds, contemplating my answer to Aang's question. I really want to say no, but at the same time, I want to say yes because I know that Aang needs someone to teach him firebending, and Zuko is the best option that we have. I let out a sigh as I turned back to Aang. I'm with Sokka. If this is the way you want to do this, then do it. Aang nods with a smile before turning to my sister. Katara? Katara glares at Zuko for a moment, causing Zuko to sweat nervously. She then turns to Aang, answering his question reluctantly. I'll go along with whatever you think is right. Aang smiles, happy that Katara had agreed with his decision. I won't let you down. I promise, Zuko exclaims excitedly as he approaches us before we all separate, going our separate ways. I don't really know why Sokka had decided that I had to be the one to tell Zuko that lunch was ready. Even Toph and Aang agreed that I should be the one to do it. Why couldn't one of them do it instead? Ugh. I internally groan as I walk down the hallway to Zuko's new room that Sokka and Aang had led him to not too long ago. Sokka, I swear if you... My thoughts about Sokka's possible reasoning for having me to do this are suddenly cut off when I see Katara standing in the doorway of Zuko's room. What is she... I begin to ask myself, but Katara's voice cuts my question off. You might have everyone else here buying your transformation, she begins before she starts stepping into the room, disappearing from my line of sight. But you and I both know you've struggled with doing the right thing in the past. I approach the room slowly, staying out of sight and wanting to know what Katara's going to say to Zuko. So let me tell you something. Right now, I hear Katara growl out angrily. You make one step backward. One slip up. Give me one reason to think you might hurt Aang or Kida, and you won't have to worry about your destiny anymore. Because I'll make sure your destiny ends. Right then and there. Permanently, she threatens, causing my eyes to widen when she mentioned both Aang and I before she had threatened Zuko's life. I understand why she said what she said, but at the same time, Katara knows that Aang and I can protect ourselves just fine, so she doesn't have to threaten Zuko like that. I hear footsteps as Katara storms out of the room, slamming the door behind her. I'm surprised she didn't even see me standing there. Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 10. I Can't Forgive You. Not Yet. I sigh tiredly as I still haven't been able to fall asleep. I guess having Zuko join us has my brain on overdrive. It's just so weird having him around after so long. Then again, I've been doing my best to avoid him as much as possible since he joined us earlier. I know that sooner or later he's going to come to me and confront me about it. I quietly and slowly get out of my sleeping bag, not wanting to wake any of the others, before I make my way into the temple to explore a little bit. I never did get the chance to explore the temple yet, so I might as well take this as an opportunity to take advantage of it. After about 15 minutes of walking down many of the long corridors in the temple, I come to stand on one of the many balconies that look over the canyon. I smile gently at the sight of the moon, remembering how Yue had saved not only the Water Tribe, but the entire world. "Can't sleep either?" a voice asks from behind me. I tense up at the sound of it, knowing exactly who it is. "You could say that," I answer, not really knowing what else to say to him. "Yeah, me neither," he agrees as he stands next to me. "And why's that?" I ask, genuinely curious. "It's mostly because of what I did to you back in Ba Sing Se," he answers softly. My eyes widen at his words. "Kira?" he says, his voice cracking as he says my name, causing me to look at him. I'm so sorry," he says, tears streaming down his face. I, I, I don't know why I did what I did to you," he cries, and I can tell that he means every single word that he's saying. "Zuko," I begin, but he interrupts me. "I regret doing what I did to you every single day." At his words, a single tear slips down my cheek at the memory of what had happened in the catacombs underneath the Earth King's palace in Ba Sing Se, and Zuko doesn't hesitate to swipe it away with his thumb, causing me to flinch slightly. "Zuko, I can't forgive you for what you did to me in Ba Sing Se," I begin as I look up at the moon again, not wanting to look at him at the moment, because I know that if I do, I wouldn't be able to say what I'm going to say. "Kira, I cut him off, knowing exactly what he's going to say. "Not yet, at least," I finished, since I wasn't finished with my statement from earlier about me not being able to forgive him fully. It's silent between the two of us for about 5 minutes, and I know that Zuko's looking at me right now, but I don't want to see his facial expression. "I'm going back to bed," I begin as I start to walk away from him. "You should do the same since I know you begin training Aang tomorrow." I'm about to walk back into the temple when Zuko calls out to me again. "Kira," he begins, causing me to stop in my tracks. From the way his voice cracked, I can tell that he's crying. "What do I have to do for you to forgive me fully?" I close my eyes and sigh gently. I knew he was going to ask me this. I open my eyes again and slowly turn to face him again. "Prove that you're sorry by gaining not only my trust, but everybody else's," I answer. "Then, and only then, is when I'll forgive you," I state. "Get some rest, Zuko. Good night." After saying that, I walk away from him and into the temple, not letting him say anything else to me. Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 11, The Firebending Masters. To say that it was really awkward between Zuko and I the next morning during breakfast is an understatement. The whole time that I was eating my breakfast, I felt his eyes on me, and I know that he wanted to talk to me about last night. Luckily, though, he didn't get any chances to talk to me about it because he had to start training Aang today while Katara and I were planning on sparring ourselves. After spending almost the whole day sparring with Katara and Sokka, we all have dinner before we all get some sleep. I sit in between Katara and Haru eating my noodles. As I eat my noodles, I glance over to where Appa is eating his hay to see Zuko leaning up against one of the pillars. For whatever reason, he's been quiet today. And as much as I want to ask him about it, I just can't push myself to do it. As soon as I think that, I see Zuko turn his head so that he's looking at the others and I before he starts walking towards us. "Listen, everybody, I've got some pretty bad news," he says, causing all of us to look at him. "I've lost my stuff," he continues as he looks down dejectedly. At his words, Toph raises both of her hands in defense. "Don't look at me. I didn't touch your stuff," she continues as she folds her arms over her chest. "I'm talking about my firebending. It's gone," Zuko clarifies before he looks down again. I'm about to ask what he means by that, but Katara laughing causes me to not ask as everyone turns to her. "I'm sorry. I'm just laughing at the irony. You know, how it would have been nice for us if you lost your firebending a long time ago," Katara explains. She does have a point, but still. "Well, it's not lost. It's just weaker for some reason," Zuko clarifies. "Maybe you're not as good as you think you are," Katara replies, holding her bowl up and glaring at Zuko. "Ouch," Toph smiles sarcastically. Zuko looks away from Katara for a second before turning back. "I bet it's because I changed sides." "That's ridiculous." Katara scoffs before she drinks from her bowl. "I don't know. Maybe it isn't," Aang contemplates for a moment. "Maybe your firebending comes from rage and you just don't have enough anger to fuel it the way you used to." At that, Sokka leans towards Zuko, causing him to look at my brother. "So, all we need to do is make Zuko angry. Easy enough." He smiles before he starts poking Zuko in the head and waist with the hilt of his sword several times, laughing as he does this. "Okay, cut it out!" Zuko exclaims, which makes Sokka jump in surprise and his sword slip from his hand before falling onto his head. Zuko rubs his nose in irritation. "Look, even if you're right, I don't want to rely on hate and anger anymore," he says. "There has to be another way. You're going to need to learn to draw your firebending from a different source," Toph says as Sokka sits next to her, rubbing his head from when his sword hit him on the head. "I recommend the original source," she continues before she eats the food from her bowl. "How's he supposed to do that? By jumping into a volcano?" Sokka asks her excitedly. "No," Toph answers. "Zuko needs to go back to whatever the original source of firebending is." "So, is it jumping into a volcano?" Sokka asks her seriously. "I don't know. For earthbending, the original benders were badger moles," Toph replies as she places her bowl down on the ground in front of her. "One day, when I was little, I ran away and hid in a cave. That's where I met them. They were blind just like me. So we understood each other. I was able to learn earthbending, not just as a martial art, but as an extension of my senses. For them, the original earthbenders, it wasn't just about fighting. It was their way of interacting with the world," she explains. "Wow!" I smile, amazed at her story. "That's amazing, Toph," Aang agrees. "I learned from the monks, but the original airbenders were the sky bison." Aang then leans back to look at Appa. "Maybe you can give me a lesson sometime, buddy." Appa growls in response to that. "Well, that doesn't help me," Zuko says. "The original firebenders were the dragons, and they're extinct." "What do you mean?" Aang asks him. "Roku had a dragon, and there were plenty of dragons when I was a kid." "Well, they aren't around anymore, okay?" Zuko yells. "Okay, okay," Aang replies as he moves his arms in an appeasing manner. "I'm sorry." "But maybe there's another way," Zuko says as he walks towards the fountain. "The first people to learn from the dragons were the ancient Sun Warriors." Aang gets up from his spot and walks towards Zuko. "Sun Warriors?" he asks. "Well, I know they weren't around when I was a kid." Zuko turns his head towards Aang as he replies. "No, they died off thousands of years ago, but their civilization wasn't too far from where we are now. Maybe we can learn something by poking around their ruins. It's like the monks used to tell me. Sometimes the shadows of the past can be felt by the present," Aang says. "So what?" Sokka asks, causing Aang and Zuko to look back at him. "Maybe you'll pick up some super old Sun Warrior energy just by standing where they stood 1,000 years ago?" More or less, Zuko answers. Either I find a new way to firebend, or the Avatar has to find a new teacher. He finishes, causing Aang to look concerned and worried. The next morning, I help Aang saddle Appa before he and Zuko leave to go to the ruins of the Sun Warrior civilization. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? I ask Aang for what seems like the 100th time. I'm sure, Kida, Aang answers. I have a feeling Zuko and I will find something. I'm sure you will, I answer, smiling back at him. Aang? Zuko's voice rings out from below, causing Aang and I to look down at him from our spots in Appa's saddle. We should get going if we want to have time to look around before dark, Zuko says to Aang. Aang nods in reply. I know. Kida was just helping me saddle Appa. Zuko then looks at me, a confused look on his face. You coming with us, Kida? I shake my head. I would, but Sokka wants to spar. Oh, he answers, looking down at the ground, sounding slightly disappointed. Don't worry, Zuko. I'm sure you and Kida will be going on your own field trip soon. Aang smiles while shooting Zuko a wink. Aang! I shout in embarrassment as I feel my cheeks heat up in embarrassment, causing Aang to laugh. Aang stops laughing a few moments later, but he has a satisfied smirk on his face. Alright, I begin as I slide down Appa's side, landing next to Zuko. You two have fun on your field trip, I continue, making air quotes as I glare up at Aang, who's still smirking down at Zuko and I. I then turn to Zuko and place my hand on his shoulder. Good luck, and be careful, I say, giving him a small smile before walking away to find Sokka. Zuko and Aang came back from the Sun Warrior civilization the next afternoon, and pretty much as soon as they had arrived, they had the others and I sit down in front of them so that they could tell us what had happened. They had told us everything that had happened, and now they're showing us the actual technique that the dragons had shown them. With this technique the dragon showed us, Zuko and I will be unstoppable, Aang says as he and Zuko perform the technique. They get to the final pose and the others and I applaud. Yeah, that's a great dance you two learned there, Sokka says from his place beside me. It's not a dance. It's a firebending form, Zuko retorts, turning to glare at him. We'll just tap dance our way to a victory over the Fire Lord, Sokka says, moving his fingers in a dancing manner, causing me to giggle. Zuko stomps up to Sokka angrily. It's a sacred form that happens to be thousands of years old, he growls. Oh yeah? What's your little form called? Katara asks him. At Katara's question, Zuko's shoulders slump in embarrassment as he answers. The dancing dragon. The others and I laugh at that, causing Zuko to cringe in embarrassment. Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 12, The Boiling Rock. Part 1. A couple of days later, after Zuko and Aang went on their little field trip together to the Sun Warrior's ruins, the others and I are all sitting around the campfire as Zuko is giving out tea to the others and I. I sit next to Sokka, who's been really quiet today. I've been trying to make him talk about it all day long, but I just can't get him to talk to me. It's so strange to see him acting like this, all quiet and depressed looking. I have a sneaking suspicion that it's about how our dad was forced to surrender after the failed invasion of the Fire Nation. I really hope I'm wrong about that suspicion, though, because knowing Sokka, he's going to do something stupid and drastic. No one can make tea like Uncle, but hopefully I learned a thing or two. Zuko's voice cuts through my thoughts, and I turn to see him pouring tea into some cups that are on a tray that sits in front of him. Would you like to hear Uncle's favorite tea joke? He asks the others and I as he gets up, the tray of cups in his hands. I like jokes. Bring it. This should be good, I think with a smug smirk as Zuko kneels down in between the Duke and Haru, giving them their cups of tea. Okay. Well, I can't remember how it starts, but the punchline is, "Leave me alone. I'm bushed," Zuko says, in which he gets no response. The others and I just stare at him in silence for a moment before I remember how the joke actually goes, because Iroh had told me the same joke when we were traveling together. I remember how it goes. I smile, causing everyone to look at me. What does a bush say when it's getting poked at? Oh, that makes sense. I get it now. I giggle as everyone gets the joke now that I've finished it. It's nice to get a chance to relax a little. It hardly ever happens, Toph says before Zuko hands her and Tio a cup of tea each. It's true. It's been a while since we've gotten the chance to just relax. It's nice. I feel a hand on my shoulder bringing me out of my thoughts. I turn to see Zuko kneeling on his knee next to me. Sorry, he says sheepishly, handing me my cup of tea. It's okay, I respond as I take the cup from him. Zuko's about to give Sokka his cup of tea, but before he can, Sokka turns to him. Hey, can I talk to you for a second? He asks before he stands up, walking away from the others and I. Zuko and I exchange a glance for a second before he sets down the tray and follows him. I watch them walk away for a moment before getting up myself and following them. So, what's up? I hear Zuko ask Sokka as they walk past Appa, who wakes up and looks at the two of them as they walk past him. I approach Appa as well, placing my hand on his side, causing him to look at me. I silently shush him by placing my index finger to my lips. Luckily, he obeys and puts his head back down. If someone was captured by the Fire Nation, where would they be taken? Sokka asks Zuko as he and Zuko get to the end of the platform, far enough away from the others so that they can't listen in on their conversation. What do you mean? Who was captured? Zuko asks Sokka, sounding confused at my brother's question. When the invasion plan failed, some of our troops were taken, Sokka explains dejectedly. I just want to know where they might be. I can't tell you, Zuko replies. What? Why not? Sokka asks him. Trust me. Knowing would just make you feel worse, Zuko responds. I look past Appa's head to see him turn away from Sokka to leave, but before he can, Sokka grabs him by the shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. It's my dad. He was captured too. I need to know what I put him through, Sokka clarifies. It's not good, Sokka, Zuko answers. Please, Sokka begs. My guess is, they were taken to the Boiling Rock, Zuko answers, giving in to answering Sokka's question. What's that? Sokka asks him. The highest security prison in the Fire Nation, Zuko replies, causing Sokka to look at him horrified. It's on an island in the middle of a boiling lake. It's inescapable, Zuko continues as Sokka turns away from him, crossing his arms over his chest. What are you planning, Sokka? I ask silently, knowing that he's already planning something. Something reckless and stupid. So, where is this place? Sokka asks Zuko. Why do you need to know? What are you planning? Zuko asks back. Seems like I'm not the only one that thinks Sokka's up to something. Nothing, Sokka answers. He pauses for a moment. Boy, you're so paranoid, he says, brushing off Zuko's question. It's in the middle of a volcano between here and the Fire Nation. You guys actually flew right past it on your way here, Zuko explains. I mentally facepalm at that. Ah, why would you tell him that? I think in irritation. Thanks, Zuko, Sokka says, causing me to look at the two of them again. He yawns exaggeratedly. Ah, just knowing makes me feel better, he smiles before walking away. Yeah, I'm sure it does, Zuko replies sarcastically as he follows him back to the others. No wonder Sokka was so quiet today, I think. He's going to try and rescue Dad. It's a few hours before dawn when I slowly get out of my sleeping bag, grabbing my bag that I had packed earlier, along with my bow and sheath of arrows. After slinging my bag, sheath of arrows, and bow over my shoulder, I slowly sneak past the others and walk over to Appa. I climb up his side, getting into the saddle, waiting for Sokka, who I know will plan on taking Appa to the Boiling Rock to rescue our dad. A few hours pass and I am awoken by a gasp. I jolt up only to see Zuko climbing over the rim of Appa's saddle. "Kida? What are you doing?" he asks softly, not wanting to wake the others. "Same thing as you," I reply. "I know Sokka's going to go to the Boiling Rock to save our dad." "Oh, you heard that, huh?" he asks as he sits across from me. "Yeah, I did, but I suspected that he was going to do it eventually," I respond, "even before he asked you where he might be." "How'd you know that?" Zuko questions. "He's my twin brother, Zuko. I always know when he's up to something," I reply. Zuko nods in reply to that, probably not knowing how to respond to it. In the very early hours of the morning, I hear silent scuffling, and I know that Sokka's on his way over to Appa to take him to the Boiling Rock to rescue our dad. Zuko and I wait for him patiently in the saddle, our arms crossed over our chests. Sokka begins climbing up Appa's side and is about to get into the saddle when he notices both Zuko and I sitting there. "Not up to anything, huh?" Zuko asks him, which makes Sokka yell out in surprise before he falls off of Appa. "Fine! You caught me! I'm gonna rescue my dad. You happy now?" Sokka asks as Zuko and I lean over the saddle, looking down at him as he gathers his things, since they had fallen out of his bag that he had packed. "I'm never happy," Zuko retorts as I jump down from Appa, landing next to Sokka. "Why didn't you tell me that you were going to rescue Dad?" I ask him. "You know that you can't do it alone." Sokka sighs at my words, still picking up the fallen items. "Look, I have to do this. The invasion plan was my idea. It was my decision to stay when things were going wrong." Sokka picks up his bag, placing the strap over his shoulder. Zuko then jumps off of Appa as Sokka walks over to me. "It's my mistake, and it's my job to fix it. I have to regain my honor. Neither of you can stop me," Sokka says to Zuko as he pushes Zuko aside. "Sokka," I begin, but Zuko interrupts me. "You need to regain your honor? Believe me, I get it. We're going with you." "No, I have to do this alone," Sokka says as he continues to climb up Appa's side. "How are you going to get there? On Appa?" Zuko asks him. "Last time I checked, prisons don't have bison daycares," he retorts. Sokka stops climbing on Appa, sighs, and then looks back at Zuko and I. "We'll take my war balloon," Zuko states before we walk off towards the war balloon. I wake up to the sound of whistling. I look around for a second to see that it's daylight now. I was asleep for a few hours at least. That's good. I'm gonna need all the rest I can get, I think. "What?" I hear Zuko ask my brother, breaking me out of my thoughts. "What?" Sokka repeats. "Oh, I didn't say anything." It's silent between the two of them for a second before Sokka speaks again. "You know, a friend of mine actually designed these war balloons." "No kidding," Zuko replies. "Yep, a balloon. But for war," Sokka agrees. "If there's one thing my dad's good at, it's war," Zuko states, and I hear him blasting more fire into the tank. "Definitely," I think icily. "Yeah, it seems to run in the family," Sokka says. "Hey, hold on," Zuko says defensively. "Not everyone in my family is like that." I know. You've changed," Sokka replies, holding his hands up in surrender. "I meant my uncle," Zuko replies, sounding downcast. "He was more of a father to me, and I really let him down." I sigh gently at the mention of Iroh. I wonder where he is now. Hopefully he's somewhere safe. "I think your uncle would be proud of you," Sokka replies. Leaving your home to come help us? That's hard. It wasn't that hard, Zuko replies softly after a moment of silence. Really? Sokka asks in surprise. You didn't leave behind anyone you cared about? I can feel my heartbeat speed up as I wait for Zuko's answer to Sokka's question. Well, I did have a girlfriend. May, he answers, causing my heart to drop. That gloomy girl who sighs a lot? Sokka asks. Yeah, Zuko answers. I tense up when I see him turn to look at me, immediately closing my eyes so that he thinks that I'm still sleeping. It didn't really work out, though. I cared about her. I really did. But I care for Kida even more, he says, and my heart flutters slightly at that. She's just giving me a hard time about it. You can't really blame her, though, Sokka replies. I hear Zuko sigh at my brother's statement. I know. Zuko's words make my heart flutter since I never thought he would say something like that around anyone else but me, let alone Sokka. My first girlfriend turned into the moon, Sokka says, sounding sad. I peek my eyes open to see Zuko look up at the sky briefly before glancing back at Sokka. That's rough, buddy. Upon seeing my brother's sad face, I slowly get up from my spot on the floor and walk over to him, causing both him and Zuko to look at me with wide eyes as I sit next to Sokka, placing my hand on his shoulder in comfort. Kida? Sokka asks in surprise. How much of that did you hear? I shrug. Enough. I glance over at Zuko, and he slowly turns his head away from me, his cheeks turning a light shade of red. I lean over the railing of the balloon as Sokka sleeps and Zuko continues to keep the tank full of fire. I look up at the almost full moon and immediately think of Yue, since Sokka had mentioned her earlier. I smile gently as I feel the wind flow over my face and through my hair. I open my eyes a moment later when I feel a presence next to me. I turn to see Zuko staring at me intently. What? I ask, taking a step away from him. Nothing, he says, shaking his head before looking out into the distance again. It's silent between us for a few moments. The only sound we can hear is Sokka snoring behind us. Do you really think your dad's there? Zuko asks me. I don't know, I answer honestly after a second. But if Sokka thinks so, then I think so too. Zuko nods in reply to that, but I can tell that he's still unsure on whether or not our dad is there or not. I mean, if what Zuko said about the Boiling Rock was true, and they figured that my dad was the leader of the invasion force, then the Boiling Rock would be the ideal place to put him. In all honesty, I begin, causing Zuko to look at me, curiosity in his golden eyes. I really hope that my dad's there. I know Sokka's felt really bad about how he and the others had to surrender at the end of the invasion, so I really hope that he's there. For his sake. Me too. Zuko agrees before looking out into the distance again. I'm still looking out for the island on which the Boiling Rock is located, while Zuko checks on the tank again. My eyes widen as I see an island in the distance. Hey, Zuko, is that it? I ask, causing Zuko to walk over to stand next to me. That's it, he confirms. Sokka, we're here, I call out to my brother, who wakes up immediately. There's plenty of steam to keep us covered. As long as we're quiet, we should be able to navigate through it without being caught, Zuko says before he goes to the tank again, blasting a couple more shots of fire into it. As we enter the volcano's steam, the balloon begins losing altitude very quickly. We're going down, Zuko says to us as he frantically continues blasting fire into the tank. The balloon's not working anymore. The air outside is just as hot as the air inside, so we can't fly, Sokka exclaims back as Zuko blasts fire into the balloon, trying to get it flying again. Zuko then falls to the side as the balloon tips. So what are we supposed to do? He asks Sokka. I don't know. Crash landing? Sokka suggests with a shrug. The balloon skids along the boiling water of the volcano. I let out a gasp as some water splashes into the basket of the balloon next to me. I then see that we're going to be hitting the rocks at the edge of the island any second now. This is going to hurt, I comment, just before the balloon hits the base of the rock, ejecting the three of us from the balloon. I groan as I sit up from the ground. Well, we made it. You two alright? I ask as I turn to the two of them. Yeah, we're okay, Sokka answers, and Zuko nods in agreement. So, how are we going to get off the island if the balloon won't work? Zuko asks as we all look back at the destroyed war balloon. We'll figure something out. I suspected it might be a one-way ticket, Sokka responds as he gets up. Zuko and I exchange a look before getting up ourselves. You knew this would happen and you wanted to come anyway? Zuko asks. My dad might be here. I had to come and see, Sokka answers as he walks up to the balloon and starts gathering it in his arms. Uncle always said I never thought things through. But this... Zuko sighs in exasperation. Oh, this is just crazy. I agree, I state, agreeing with Zuko. This is crazy. Sokka gathers parts from the balloon together as he replies, Hey, I never wanted you two to come along in the first place. And for the record, I always think things through. But my plans haven't exactly worked recently, so this time I'm playing it by ear. So there, he retorts before kicking the balloon into the water. What are you doing? Zuko asks. It doesn't work anyway, and we don't want anyone to find it, Sokka replies as we watch the balloon sink down into the water. I hope you know what you're doing, Zuko says to my brother as we turn to look up at the prison. Yeah, I agree, because there's no turning back now. Surprisingly enough, the three of us got into the prison unnoticed. And the room we had entered through just happened to be a supply room filled with reserve guard uniforms. Sokka, Zuko, and I come out of the room, seeing no one around. I hope these disguises work, Zuko says. Me too, I think. We just need to lay low and find my dad as soon as possible, Sokka replies before a large group of guards runs by down the hallway, one of them stopping and calling out to the three of us. Guards! There's a scuffle in the yard! Come on! The three of us quickly follow after them, needing to play the part, of course. Out in the yard, all of the prisoners form a large circle around a single guard as well as a prisoner. I make my way through the crowd of prisoners standing next to Zuko with Sokka on his other side. I didn't do anything, the prisoner exclaims to the guard in the middle of the circle of prisoners. I'm going back to my cell, he states, starting to walk away. As the prisoner starts to walk away, the guard whips fire at him. Stop right there, Chit sang. Zuko tries to approach them, but I grab his arm, stopping him, causing him to look at me. I shake my head slightly, silently telling him not to start any trouble. We can't blow our cover, I whisper to him. I've had it with your unruly behavior, the bully guard exclaims to Chitsang. What did I do? Chitsang questions. He wants to know what he did. Isn't that cute? The bully guard smirks as he leans over Sokka, who gulps nervously instead of responding. The bully guard then turns back to us, lifting up his mask, giving us a stern look for not saying anything. Very cute, sir, replies Zuko. Super cute, Sokka replies. The cutest, I smile. Satisfied, the guard smirks as he turns and walks up to Chitsang. You didn't bow down when I walked by, Chitsang. What? Chitsang asks, sounding genuinely confused. That's not a prison rule. Do it, the bully guard commands, glaring up at Chitsang menacingly. Make me, Chitsang growls back, glaring down at the guard, just as menacingly. The guard turns away from Chitsang a moment later, but as he's leaving, he turns back around, whipping a blast of fire at Chitsang. What a dirty trick, I think to myself with gritted teeth and clenched fists. Luckily, Chit-Sang blocks the blast from hitting him and redirects it back to the guard, who breaks the blast with a kick. The guard clicks his tongue, shaking his head. Firebending is prohibited. You're going in the cooler. He turns around, pointing at Sokka. You! Help me take him in. Sokka turns his head to Zuko and I before he leaves. Meet back here in an hour, he says before he runs up to Chit-Sang and the guard. After hearing some of the guards say that they were going to the lounge, Zuko and I decide to go there so that we can hopefully find out if my dad is here or not. Zuko and I put some food on our trays. Zuko more so than me, though, since I'm not all that hungry. Hey, newbies! At the voice, Zuko and I look back to see 3 guards sitting at a table looking at us, 2 male and 1 female. I know it's the rule to have your helmet on at all times, but this is the lounge. Relax. The guard that had called out to us says. But what if there's an incident? If I'm not prepared, someone could strike me on the head, Zuko responds as we both walk up to the table that they're sitting at. The female guard turns to me. What about you? I'm just having a really bad hair day, I answer. The guards laugh at both of our answers as to why we can't take off our helmets. Give it a week. They'll loosen up, the female guard says to the other 2, a smile on her face. Can the new guy ask you veterans a few questions about the prison? Zuko asks as he sits down at the end of the table while I sit next to the female guard. No, you can't date the female guards, the female guard answers bluntly. Trust me, you don't want to, says the male guard that had called out to us earlier, making the female guard to throw her cup at him, which causes the guard sitting beside him to laugh. No, that's not it, Zuko begins. The Boiling Rock. It holds the Fire Nation's most dangerous criminals, right? He asks, causing the 3 guards to nod in reply. So what about war prisoners? Sokka's going to be so heartbroken when we tell him that our dad's not here, I whisper to Zuko as we enter the yard looking for Sokka. I know, but we tried at least, he replies, which I nod in reply to. We turn the corner to see a guard leaning on the railing as he looks down at the prisoners in the yard. From looking at him, I know it's Sokka. I'm about to call out to him, but Zuko greets him before I can. Hey there, fellow guard. How goes it? He asks, acting as if he's a normal prison guard. Sokka turns to him, lifting up his helmet's visor. Zuko? Shh, Zuko hushes him as I walk up to Sokka. Listen, Sokka. Zuko and I asked around the lounge. Dad's not here, I state as both Zuko and I lift up our visors. What? Are you sure? Did you double check? Sokka asks, desperation in his eyes. Yeah, I'm sure, I answer before looking down at the ground in sadness. No, Sokka says softly, putting his hands on his head as he walks over to the wall. No! He bangs his fists against the wall in frustration, and I walk over to him, putting my hand on his shoulder in comfort. I'm really sorry, Sokka, Zuko apologizes. So we came all this way for nothing? Sokka asks as he turns to Zuko and I. I failed. Again. What would Uncle say? Zuko asks himself as he holds his chin in thought. He thinks for a second before looking up at the sky. Sometimes clouds have 2 sides, a dark and light, and a silver lining in between. It's like a silver sandwich, Zuko begins, causing me to look at him with a raised eyebrow. So, when life seems hard, take a bite out of the silver sandwich, he finishes. I'm about to say something when I see Sokka's face turn from sullen to cheerful as he gets up. I'm cut off by him running up to the railing, excitedly looking down into the yard below. Maybe we haven't failed after all, he exclaims. That's the spirit, Zuko encourages with a smile as I stand on Sokka's other side. I can't believe that worked. I didn't even know what I was saying. No, what you said made no sense at all, Sokka says in reply, which I agree with 100%. But look, he points down into the yard. It's Suki, he exclaims with a grin. Suki? I ask myself in confusion as I look down at the girl my brother's pointing at. My eyes widen at the sight of her, recognizing her instantly. That's right! Suki's the leader of the Kyoshi warriors, I think. Prisoners, back in your cells! A guard yells out over the yard as a bell rings out through the yard, causing Suki and the other prisoners to head back inside the prison to go back into their cells. I turn my head back to Sokka to see him grinning widely at the sight of Suki as she walks away before he puts down his visor, running off to go find Suki's cell. I sigh while shaking my head. Come on. We gotta follow him so that he doesn't do anything stupid. Zuko nods in reply as we both follow after Sokka to keep an eye on him. I can't believe Zuko got caught. I would have been there when it happened, but another guard called me over to keep watch on the prisoners that were mopping the lower floors of the cell block. Before I left to go with the other guard, I had told Zuko not to do anything stupid. And look what happened. He got caught. I stand near Zuko and Suki, who are currently mopping the floor near the stairs. I see Sokka coming down the staircase, and I assume he knows that I'm the guard standing near the two of them since he turns to face them. Oh, good. You guys have met, he says, crossing his arms over his chest. Actually, we met a long time ago, Suki says as she glances over at Zuko with a frown on her face. We did? Zuko asks her. Yeah, you kind of burned down my village, Suki replies, sounding a bit angry. Zuko stops mopping for a second before he replies. Oh, sorry about that. Nice to see you again. The four of us gather together behind the staircase a moment later, staying out of sight of the other guards and prisoners. So, listen, I think I have an escape plan, Sokka begins. I checked out the coolers again, and the point of them is to keep firebenders contained, right? He asks. Yeah, Zuko answers hesitantly. So they're completely insulated and sealed to keep the cold in, Sokka explains. Well, to keep the cold in, it also has to keep the heat out, right? Just get to the point, Sokka, I say. It's a perfect boat for getting through the boiling water, Sokka says, explaining what he was getting at with the cooler thing. My eyes widen in surprise and I exchange a worried glance with both Zuko and Suki for a second. The cooler is a boat? Are you sure? Zuko asks. I'm telling you, it'll work, Sokka answers confidently. I walked around the perimeter. There's a blind spot between two guard towers. It's the perfect launching point. I already tested it out. We'll roll the cooler into the water and just float with the current. It'll take us straight across. As long as we don't make a sound, no one will notice. And bing bang boom, we're home free. But how are you going to get the cooler out? Suki asks him. Yeah, how are you going to get the cooler out? We all jump in surprise at the voice that came from the stairs above us. We all look up to see Chit Sang staring down at us before he jumps down by going through the bottom of the railing. What? We didn't say that, Sokka denies nervously. Yeah, you heard wrong, Zuko agrees. I heard you hatching an escape plan, and I want in, Chit Sang says, a smile coming to his face. There's nothing to get in on, Zuko replies. Yeah, the only thing we're hatching is... an egg? Zuko, Suki, and I all groan at Sokka's attempt at a lie, and his innocent smile wasn't and still isn't making it any better either. Okay, well, I come with you, or the warden hears about this egg, too, Chit Sang threatens. Suki turns to Sokka. I guess we have no choice. Okay, you're in, Sokka agrees. Now first we need someone to unbolt the cooler from the inside. Sokka explains as he hands Zuko a wrench that Zuko hides behind his back and under his shirt. Oh, I can get you inside, Chit Sang smirks confidently. Spirits, I really hope this works, I think as I step out from behind the staircase to stand and watch Chit Sang and Zuko go through the plan of how we're going to unscrew the cooler from the inside. I stop about 100 feet from the staircase, standing there with my hands behind my back, acting as if I'm watching the prisoners as they mop the floors. I see Chit Sang walk out from behind to the stairs before stopping to stand in a spot. Zuko then pretends to be mopping and bumps into Chit Sang from behind. Hey, What are you, stupid? Chitsang asks as he whirls around to Zuko. Watch where you're going, he exclaims before he shoves Zuko away from him. Hey, you watch where you're shoving, Zuko exclaims back as he pushes Chitsang back. I think you mean whom I'm shoving, Chitsang corrects, pointing an accusatory finger at Zuko. The two of them struggle against each other for a few moments. As they struggle against each other, prisoners and guards both are all focused on the two of them, the prisoners cheering and the guards watching closely to see if either of them uses firebending. Zuko and Chitsang break apart and Zuko goes in for a punch, but before he can land the hit, Chitsang throws Zuko onto the floor. That's my cue. I approach the two of them. I need backup over here, I yell out to all of the other guards. Zuko twists his body up and off the floor, dodging Chitsang as he tries to elbow body slam him. Zuko then turns around facing Chitsang, blasting a blast of fire at him. No firebending, a male guard shouts at Zuko. Into the cooler, he continues while pointing at him. I wince as two other guards run up to him, pushing Zuko to the ground. Oof, that's gotta hurt, I think. I watch as the two guards escort Zuko away, and before Zuko disappears completely from view, he looks at me from the corner of his eye, a smirk on his face. I let a small smile appear on my face at that. Let's just hope that this plan works, though, because if it doesn't, well, I don't even want to think about that. About an hour after Zuko had been put into the cooler, Sokka and I had let Suki and Chitsang out of their cells before going to the coolers to get Zuko. Sokka opens the door of the cooler and inside we see Zuko huddled around himself, trying to keep warm. We can take you back to your cell if you've learned your lesson, Sokka says to him, crossing his arms over his chest. Zuko raises his head slightly, releasing a small breath of fire before smirking up at Sokka and I. Yes, I have. Completely. He pulls down his shirt, revealing the removed bolts and screws, which makes Sokka and I smile. Sokka then lifts up his visor, leaning into the cooler. Kida and I got Suki and Chitsang out of their cells a few minutes ago. They'll be waiting for us at the shore. Someone's coming! Zuko grabs both Zuko and I by the arm, pulling us into the cooler before closing the door. I'm extremely close to Zuko right now, practically on his lap, which makes both of us blush in embarrassment. Sorry. Don't worry about it, Zuko replies awkwardly. Yeah, new arrivals coming in at dawn, a voice says from inside the hallway, causing Sokka, Zuko, and I to turn towards the door and look through the small crack in the door. Anybody interesting? A female voice asks. Nah, just the usual. Some robbers, a couple of traitors, some war prisoners. Though I did hear there might be a pirate, the male guard responds as they walk past the cooler that the three of us are in. At the guard's words, Sokka looks at Zuko and I in shock and worry. No fooling, the female guard responds as the two of them get farther and farther away from us. War prisoners. It could be your father, Zuko says to the both of us. I look over at Sokka to see what he would say in reply. Sokka looks down in sadness. I know. Zuko and I exchange a glance before he turns back to Sokka. Well, what should we do? Are we going ahead with the plan, or are we waiting another night? I don't know. Is it right for me to risk Suki's freedom? All of our freedom on the slim chance that my dad is going to show up? Sokka asks in desperation. It's your call, Sokka, Zuko and I reply at the same time, since Sokka was the one to come up with the plan in the first place. A while after the sun goes down, Zuko, Sokka, and I unlodge the cooler and roll it down the hill that leads to where Suki and Chitsang are waiting for us. As soon as Suki and Chitsang catch sight of us, they both run up to us to help us roll the cooler down the hill. Took you guys long enough, Chitsang frowns. This here's my girl and my best buddy. They're coming too. Fine. Everybody in the cooler. Let's go, Sokka says as the five of us move the cooler into the water. After the cooler's in the water, Sokka and I move to a rock that we had put all of our clothes and weapons under. Are you sure you want to go? Zuko asks. You're the one who said you wanted to redeem yourself. Redeem your honor. Rescuing your dad is your chance. Your dad? Suki asks my brother and I as she approaches Sokka. Sokka looks at me for a moment before turning to face Zuko. If I had just cut my losses at the invasion, maybe we wouldn't be in this mess. Maybe sometimes it's just better to call it quits before you fail. No, it's not, Zuko states. Look, Sokka, you're going to fail a lot before things work out. Sokka stands up from the ground. That's supposed to make me feel better? He asks irritably. Sokka moves away from Zuko, walking towards the cooler, while I stand up and stand next to Zuko. Even though you'll probably fail over and over and over again, Zuko continues before Sokka cuts him off, seriously, not helping. Zuko walks up to Sokka, grabbing his shoulder. You have to try every time. You can't quit because you're afraid you might fail. I'm about to agree with what Zuko had said, but Chit Sang cuts me off. Hey, if you two are done cuddling, can we get a move on? No, I'm staying. You guys go, Sokka says before he turns to Suki. You've been here long enough. I'm not leaving without you, Sokka, Suki replies. I'm staying too, Zuko smiles. Sokka then turns to me and I nod. We came here to see if Dad is here, and if you're staying, I'm staying too. Not me, I'm out, Chit Sang says. Let's roll, baby. And with that, he pushes the cooler into the lake and jumps in. We gave up our only chance of escaping. I hope we haven't just made a huge mistake, Sokka says as we watch the cooler float away. It's been hours since Chit Sang and his friends left in the cooler. There hasn't been any sign that they've been caught yet, so if they stay quiet and don't do anything stupid or reckless, they'll make it to the other side without getting caught. The others and I are making our way back up to the prison so that we can be there when the gondola arrives to see if our dad is here or not. I can see the gondola getting closer and closer as it is almost dawn, and the gondola is supposed to arrive at dawn. My nerves are going absolutely crazy with the anticipation of seeing if my dad is on the gondola or not. I just hope we had made the right choice in staying and not going with Chit Sang. Kita, what are you thinking about right now? Zuko asks. I turn to him, about to answer his question, when a loud roar echoes through the prison. Oh no, I think, knowing that Chit Sang and his friends will get caught for sure. That's when the prison's alarm bell rings out, signaling that they were indeed caught. The plan failed! They're caught, Sokka says as we continue making our way along the ledge. We get to the courtyard just as the gondola is about to arrive on the platform. The gondola's moving, Sokka states as we all watch the gondola stop on the platform. This is it, he states while taking my hand in his. I give his hand a squeeze in response, silently letting him know that I'm just as nervous as he is. If my dad's not there, we've risked everything for nothing. We had to, Suki reassures the both of us, putting a hand on both Sokka and I's shoulders. Come on, Sokka urges softly, just as one of the guards on the platform opens the gondola door. The first prisoner that gets off the gondola is a large man with a tattoo and nose ring. Is that him? Zuko asks from behind Sokka, Suki, and I. Our dad doesn't have a nose ring, Sokka replies as I shake my head. We all watch as several more men step off and out of the gondola. None of them are our dad. Where is he? Sokka asks as one more prisoner exits the gondola. That's it? That can't be it, Sokka says, looking very disappointed. I'm sorry, Sokka, Suki says to Sokka apologetically as I step back towards Zuko, who hugs me in comfort. I bury my face in Zuko's chest as tears form in my eyes, realizing that we had risked everything for nothing. Hey, you! I hear a guard say, making me lift my head from Zuko's chest, turning around to look up at the gondola again. Get off the gondola! Please, I whisper desperately. As I stare up at the gondola again, I feel Zuko place his hand in mine, giving it a squeeze, in which I give his hand a squeeze back. A moment later, a figure steps out of the gondola. I instantly recognize him as Sokka and I's dad. I smile at the sight of him. Dad! Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 13, The Boiling Rock. Part 2. After seeing that our dad was indeed on the gondola, Sokka had told me to take Zuko and Suki back to their cells before meeting him at Dad's cell. After leaving Suki in her cell, I lead Zuko to his. Once at the cell, I open the cell door and let him walk inside after telling him that Sokka or I will update him later. After checking the prison logs, I make my way to the cell that my dad should be in. Hopefully Sokka is still talking to him and thinking of an escape plan. I stand outside of the door as there are still guards and prisoners around. So, where's Bato? Where's everyone else from the invasion? I hear Sokka ask Dad from the inside of the cell. The others are being held at a prison near the Fire Nation Palace. They singled me out as their leader and sent me here, Dad replies. Of course they had figured out that he was the leader and sent him to the Fire Nation's most heavily guarded prison. But before I left, I met some young women who said they knew you. The Ashinama fighters? You mean the Kyoshi warriors? Sokka corrects. That's right, Dad agrees. Their leader Suki is here, and she's going to escape with us, Sokka explains. Good. We'll need all the help we can get, Dad says, and I agree with that 100%. We do need all the help we can get. The more people we have to help us escape, the better. And you know Prince Zuko? I hear Sokka ask our dad. The son of the Fire Lord? I don't know him, but I know of him, Dad replies. Well, he's here too, Sokka says. Sounds like a major problem, Dad answers, sounding a bit angry at the thought of Zuko being here. Actually, he's on our side now, Sokka reassures him. It's silent for a moment, and I'm sure that Dad is giving Sokka a suspicious look. I know. I had the same reaction. After all he's done, it was hard to trust him, Sokka states. But he's really proven himself, and I never would have found you without his help. It's so true about what Sokka had said about Zuko. It was so hard for the others and I to trust him. Especially me. After all that he's done ever since he first came to the South Pole and attacked our tribe. But now that he's on our side and redeeming himself, it's easier to trust him. So, do you have a plan? Dad asks Sokka, breaking me out of my thoughts. We had one, but some of the other prisoners got involved and ruined it. I don't know if there's another way off this island, Sokka explains, sounding downcast. Sokka, there's no prison in the world that can hold 2 Water Tribe geniuses, Dad replies. Then we better find 2, Sokka says in reply, which makes Dad laugh heartily. I take this moment as the perfect opportunity to open the cell door since there's no guards or prisoners in sight anymore. Actually, I say as I enter the cell, closing the door behind me, causing Dad to look at me with a worried face, while Sokka just smiles. I lift my visor, revealing my face. Make that 3 Water Tribe geniuses. Kita, Dad says as he gets to his feet, tears in his eyes. Hi, Dad, I smile as he grabs me, pulling me into a tight hug. After coming up with an escape plan, Sokka and I make our way over to Zuko's cell to tell him about the new escape plan that Sokka, Dad, and I came up with. I decide to let Sokka take care of it by himself since it would be sort of suspicious for the both of us to be standing outside of Zuko's cell. I'll meet you at the control room, I say to Sokka. He nods in reply and we go our separate ways. Come on, Sokka. Where are you? I silently ask myself as I sit in the lounge, not knowing what else to do while I wait for Sokka. Kita? You in here? I hear Sokka's voice say from the doorway of the lounge. Sokka, I say as I get up from my seat. What took you so long? I thought you were just going to tell Zuko and Suki the plan. I kind of ran into a couple of problems, he starts off hesitantly. My eyes widen under my helmet visor. What do you mean by a couple of problems? After Sokka tells me what had happened to both him and Zuko, we go on with the plan, not wanting to hold up on it any longer than we already have. Sokka and I both approach the guard that's in charge of the cell doors. "Hey, we just got orders. Let the prisoners out into the yard," Sokka says to him. "But we're in the middle of a lockdown," the guard replies. "Oh, okay. We'll just go tell the warden you said that," I say as Sokka and I start walking away from him, causing him to look at Sokka and I in shock. "I'm sure he'll be glad to hear about you undermining his authority," I state before walking back up to him, lifting my mask. "What's your name again?" I smirk smugly as I turn away from the sweating guard. He's clearly horrified at the thought of us telling the warden. I mean, I would be too if I was him. "Wait, don't tell the warden. I'm just a little confused," the guard says to us. "Hey, we're confused too, but the warden's in a bad mood and irrational. So if you ask us, it's best not to question it and just do what he says," Sokka says to the guard as he places his arm around his shoulder. "Yeah, you're right," the guard agrees before he turns to the control panel in front of him. "We're letting them out," he shouts as he pulls down the levers that open all of the cell doors. Once all of the cell doors are opened, Sokka and I exchange a glance with one another before walking away. Sokka and I are running down the hallway between prisoners and guards alike, when I remember that Zuko was taken away from his cell to talk to whoever he was still talking to. I grab Sokka's arm, tugging on it, silently telling him to stop. He slows to a stop and then turns to me with a confused look on his face. "I'm going to get Zuko. We'll meet up with you later," I tell him, answering a silent question. Sokka nods. "Okay, just hurry and be careful." I nod. "Yeah, you too." I've been searching for Zuko for the last 10 minutes, and there hasn't been any sign of him anywhere. I grit my teeth in anger, but that's when I see another guard run up to a cell in front of me. "Ma'am, there's a riot going on. I'm here to protect you." "I don't need any protection," I hear a very familiar, dull voice reply. "May," I think as I slowly make my way over to the cell to listen on their conversation. "Believe me, she doesn't." Zuko's familiar voice agrees with a slight chuckle. My heart aches slightly at Zuko's words. Him saying that just proves that he still cares for May in some sort of way. "I'm sorry, but I'm under direct orders from your uncle to make sure nothing happens," the guard explains to May as I step out into view so that Zuko can see me standing there. Zuko catches my eye from behind the guard and nods slightly at me. May, being the observant person that I assume she is, looks between Zuko and I for a moment before glaring at Zuko. "That's her, isn't it?" she asks. "The Water Tribe girl you left me for," she continues as she turns to me with a glare. I clench my jaw, but before I can say anything to her, Zuko blasts fire at the guard and starts to run towards the door of the cell. The guard jumps in front of May to shield her. "Get off of me!" May shouts as she throws the guard away from her before chasing after Zuko. Zuko comes running out of the cell, immediately shutting the door behind him. After the door is closed, I start running off to the yard before I realize that Zuko isn't following me. I turn around to see Zuko staring through the slit in the door where a pair of dark brown eyes glare at him. "Zuko, come on! We have to go! Now!" I urge. Zuko stares at May for another second before closing his eyes with a sigh before he comes running after me. "Kita, about May. Zuko begins, but I cut him off as we get to the yard, looking for Sokka and the others. "Look, Zuko, I know you want to talk about this now, but it really isn't the time or place." At my words, Zuko gives me a cross between a hurt, desperate, and angry look. I swear, Zuko is the only person who can pull off so many emotions in a single glance. "There they are," I point at Sokka, Suki, Chitsang, and my dad. Zuko and I run over to them. As the two of us continue to run over to them, a guard runs over to me and places me into a chokehold. I'm about to flip the guard over my shoulder, but Zuko grabs them by the shirt, throwing them to the ground. Another guard jumps onto Zuko's back, and I grab their leg and flip them down onto the ground. We both smile at each other before joining the others. "There you two are," Sokka smiles. "Good, we're all here. Now all we need to do is grab the warden and get to the gondolas." "And how do we do that?" Zuko asks. My brother turns to him with a raised eyebrow and a bewildered look on his face. "I'm not sure." Zuko groans out in frustration. I thought you thought this through. I thought you told me it's okay not to think everything through, Sokka says in reply, his voice so high that it could practically break a glass window. As I try to think of a way to get to the warden by looking up at the tower where he currently is, I see that it's going to be really hard to get to him. A few moments later, I come up with an idea on how we're going to get to the warden. I turn to Suki, smirking because I know that she's good at this kind of thing. She meets my eyes with a mischievous look, and I know that she's thinking what I'm thinking. You first, I say with a smirk, gesturing for her to go first. Thank you, she replies, bowing her head slightly. Suki then takes off running, and I grin as I reach behind my back and under my shirt, uncorking both of my water skins, bending the water inside before running after her. I follow closely behind Suki, copying her movements as she jumps off the heads of the rioters. When Suki reaches the tower and swings up onto the rails with her feet, I bend the water from my water skins to grab onto the handrail. I use the water to pull myself up and over the railing. I land on the platform, taking out the guards that come at me. I turn to Suki when I get the chance, and she nods before jumping up to the next level of the tower where the warden is. I take out the last guard before using my bending to pull myself up to the next level. I jump over the railing, seeing that Suki's definitely got it covered. Suki ties the warden's hands together before she uses his headband as a gag. Sorry, warden. You're my prisoner now. Suki smirks before she slams the warden against the wall, just as Sokka and the others arrive, breathing heavily. We've got the warden. Now let's get out of here, Suki says to them. After making the warden our prisoner, we make our way to the gondola. We're almost there, Sokka says to the rest of us as we get to the balcony that the gondolas are on. As we get onto the platform for the gondola, we're stopped by guards who launch 2 fire blasts at us. Zuko shoves Sokka out of the way and blocks both of the blasts. Back off. We've got the warden, Zuko says to the guards as more guards run forward to help. Albeit hesitantly, the guards clear our way to the gondola. Let's go, Zuko says before we all continue making our way to the gondola, cautiously watching the guards so they don't try any sudden moves. At the end of the walkway to the platform, Zuko and I turn to face the guards again as Sokka and the others get onto the gondola with the warden. Everyone in! Suki shouts to us, and Zuko and I make our way over to the gondola, Zuko taking care of the handle to get the gondola moving. The gondola starts moving, and the others and I watch Zuko as he's still on the platform. I stand next to Sokka at the window, looking at Zuko with a worried yet confused look on my face. Zuko then kicks the lever a few times as the guards approach until it breaks off. After the lever is broken, Zuko takes a running leap towards us while dodging fire blasts that were being shot at him by the guards. Without thinking, I lean out of the window to catch his arm. I grunt as his weight pulls me further out of the window. Seeing me struggling to pull Zuko through the window, Sokka helps me pull him in through the window. What are you doing? Sokka and I ask Zuko at the same time, me punching him in the shoulder for being so reckless. Ow! Zuko groans out in pain while rubbing his shoulder before turning to Sokka, a determined look on his face. I'm making it so they can't stop us. Way to think ahead, Sokka replies. We're on our way, Suki says with a smile, and I nod in agreement, glad that we're finally going to be getting out of here. Wait, who's that? Dad asks in confusion, causing the others and I to turn back to look at the platform. I rush over to the window and see Azula and Ty Lee standing there on the platform. You have got to be kidding me, I growl softly, with gritted teeth. That's a problem. It's my sister and her friend, Zuko replies to my dad's question. The others and I watch as Ty Lee and Azula make their way towards us. Ty Lee running along the cable while Azula uses a pair of handcuffs and her blue fire to propel herself along it. This is a rematch I've been waiting for, Suki says determinedly. Me too, Zuko and I agree simultaneously before we start climbing out of the windows to get onto the roof of the gondola. Sokka, Zuko, Suki, and I wait on the roof of the gondola for a moment, watching as Azula and Ty Lee get closer and closer to us. Ty Lee flips into the air and lands in front of Suki, who growls and assumes a battle-ready position. Azula then pulls herself up onto the roof and faces Zuko, Sokka, and I. I bend by bending water out of my water skins, making a whip. Azula assumes a battle stance before performing a slicing kick, sending blue fire at us, but Zuko blocks it with ease.
Waiting for the right moment to attack Azula, Sokka and I stand behind Zuko as he continues to wipe out Azula's fire blasts. Sokka and I exchange a glance and he nods before stepping out and driving Azula back to the edge of the gondola's roof with his sword, while I shoot multiple icicles at her, in which Azula dodges by leaning over to the side. I grit my teeth as she counters my attack with a blast of fire that goes wide, almost striking Suki and Ty Lee, who barely manage to dodge it. "Cut the line!" I hear someone yell. I grit my teeth in anger at the sound of the warden's voice. Sokka and I had told Chit-Sang to keep an eye on him before we climbed up onto the roof of the gondola. Ugh! If we die, I am so going to kill Chit-Sang, I think angrily as I dodge a fire blast from Azula before shooting an attack back at her. As Sokka, Zuko, and I continue fighting Azula, the gondola comes to a stop, rocking back and forth from the sudden stop. I struggle to keep my balance, but Zuko catches my arm. I give him a thankful smile before we both turn our heads to see Sokka sliding to the edge of the gondola. Zuko is quick to grab him by the arm and pull him back up at the last second. I quickly and carefully make my way over to the two of them, helping Zuko pull Sokka up. As Zuko and I help Sokka back up to his feet, I hear Ty Lee yell, "They're about to cut the line!" My eyes widen at her words. I look over towards the prison and see two guards in the process of cutting the line. "Then it's time to leave," Azula smirks before she blasts herself up. "Goodbye, Zuko," she states, a sinister smirk on her face before she reaches the other gondola. Ty Lee follows her lead, backflipping to the other gondola. Sokka is able to get to his feet at this point, and we watch as the other gondola passes us. "Come on, let's get inside," Sokka says to Zuko, Suki, and I. The four of us jump back into the gondola. "They're cutting the line! The gondola's about to go!" Zuko exclaims as the two of us jump back into the gondola. "I hope this thing floats," Dad replies. As we try and think of a way out of here alive, the gondola suddenly starts moving again. We all rush over to the window to see what had happened. "Who's that?" Sokka asks in surprise. My eyes widen at the sight of May as she fights off the guards. After taking down another guard, I see May turn her head towards us. "It's May!" Zuko exclaims in shock, probably because his ex-girlfriend is now saving our lives and not letting us get killed, especially after Zuko had locked her in that cell earlier before we went on with the escape plan. The gondola makes it to the other platform safely, and we all exit the gondola, leaving the warden behind. "Well, we made it out. Now what?" Suki asks as we get to the top of the hill that leads down to the docks. Sokka stops in his tracks and notices Zuko standing still behind us. "Zuko, what are you doing?" Zuko turns to him. "My sister was on that island." "Yeah, and she's probably right behind us, so let's not stop," Sokka replies urgently. He's got a point. Azula will probably follow us to find out where Aang is hiding. "What I mean is she must have come here somehow," Zuko elaborates. He walks up the hill that looks over the sea. "There," he exclaims, pointing down below as the others and I walk up to stand next to him, to see the giant airship that Azula had taken to come here. "That's our way out of here."
Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 14. I Forgive You, Zuko. Taking over the airship wasn't all that hard, surprisingly, but that was because there weren't that many people on it. We charged through the airship, throwing all of the crew overboard before quickly taking off. As soon as we were up in the air and on our way back to the Western Air Temple, I found an empty room to change back into my regular clothes in. Closing the door behind me, I basically ripped off the prison uniform in disgust and threw on my normal water truck clothes. "Finally," I think as I sigh out in relief as I finish braiding my hair. As I smooth out my shirt walking over to the window, I hear someone knock on the door lightly. "Come in," I call out as I turn towards the door. "Hey," Zuko greets as he opens the door coming into the room. "I thought I'd give these back to you," he continues as he closes the door behind him before handing my water skins and my bow with my sheath of arrows to me. I take the 3 items from him, realizing that my water skins are almost empty. Thanks. I'll have to fill my water skins again when we get back to the Western Air Temple, I say as I sling both water skins and my sheath of arrows around my back. Before we get there, I want to talk to you, Zuko says, looking at me with a serious look on his face. Well, I guess I had this coming. Then again, I do need to talk to him too. I nod, letting him know that we can talk. The 2 of us sit down in chairs that are across from each other, near the window. To be completely honest, though, I was kind of hoping that he would move his chair to where he would be sitting next to me so that I didn't have to look up at him. I reluctantly look up to meet his eyes to find him staring into mine so intensely that I have to stop myself from shuddering. Zuko keeps on staring into my eyes for another few moments before he starts explaining things. He tells me about how guilty he felt after what had happened in Ba Sing Se. He tells me about why he had gotten with May, which was because he was trying to forget me. Which was because he was trying to forget about me, like I was trying so hard to forget about him. Zuko also told me that he had thought that if he got with May, it would help him forget about me. But it somehow made it worse. Instead of making him forget about me, it made him think about everything we did together. He said that sometimes at night he heard my voice, but he said that I could never be forgotten, no matter how hard he tried. I'm so sorry, Kida, he says, putting his face in his hands. This whole time that I've been with you guys, it's been eating me alive. Most nights I couldn't sleep. I watch painfully as I see tears drip through his hands and onto the floor. This is the only second time I've seen him cry, and it still breaks my heart and brings me to tears. After watching him cry for another minute, I can't stand watching him tear himself apart because of this anymore. Without hesitating, I grab his hand, pulling him into my arms. I close my eyes, savoring the feeling of having Zuko back in my arms, no matter how broken he is or was. Slowly, I feel Zuko relax against me and snake his arms around my waist, nuzzling his head into my neck. It's okay. You don't need to apologize anymore, I whisper as I hug him tighter. What do you mean? I cut him off. I forgive you, Zuko. I feel Zuko's body tense up against me at that. It takes him a second before he loosens his grip on me, lifting his head from my shoulder to look up into my eyes. His eyes are glistening from the tears. You forgive me? He asks in disbelief as he wipes his face with the back of his sleeve. I do. I really do, I answer, nodding. Zuko smiles as he stands up from his chair, holding my hands in his as he does. I smile back at him as I get to my feet, standing in front of him. We stare into each other's eyes for a moment before Zuko slowly leans forward, his hand cupping my face, making me lean into his touch. A moment later, Zuko's lips meet with mine, gently. I hum against his lips, just loving the feeling of his warm lips against mine. Zuko smiles against my lips, pulling me even closer, causing me to wrap my arms around his neck, my hands playing with his black hair. After a couple of more minutes of kissing, we slowly part away, our foreheads meeting. I sigh, my eyes closed in content. I love you. I love you too, he replies back. I'm about to kiss him again when I hear what sounds like a squeak from some sort of animal. I pull my head away from Zuko's only to see Sokka standing in the doorway, his mouth wide open in disbelief. What the heck is going on here? Sokka asks in complete and utter disbelief. I roll my eyes at him. It's kind of obvious as to what it looks like. Yeah, but, he squeaks in shock. Zuko and I exchange a look before we turn back to look at Sokka. Look, Sokka. Zuko and I were just talking things over, and now I look over at Zuko again, taking his hand in mine, causing him to smile down at me. We've worked things out between the two of us. Wait, really? Sokka asks me in confusion. I smile as I nod at him. Well, that's good to hear. Sokka smiles. Now, what exactly did you come in here for? I ask him with an eyebrow raised. Oh, yeah, he says with an awkward laugh. I just wanted to tell you guys that we're almost to the Western Air Temple. Oh, okay, I answer with a nod. Okay, I'll leave you guys to whatever
It was you two were doing, Sokka says awkwardly as he backs out of the room, closing the door. Well, that was awkward, I sigh out after a moment. Yeah, it really was, Zuko agrees. We get back to the Western Air Temple not too long after the sun sets, and Sokka, Zuko, and I walk out of the airship to meet Toph, Aang, and Katara. What are you guys doing in this thing? What happened to the war balloon? Katara asks us. It kind of got destroyed, Zuko admits from beside me. Sounds like a crazy fishing trip, Aang says, and I snicker. Oh, if only he and the others knew. Did you at least get some good meat? Toph asks us. We did, Sokka replies. The best meat of all. The meat of friendship and fatherhood. As if on cue, Suki, Chitsang, and Dad exit the airship. I'm new, Chitsang waves. What's up, everybody? Dad, Katara says, tears welling up in her eyes. Hi, Katara, Dad greets as she runs up to him, embracing him in a hug. They hug for a moment before Katara looks up at our dad. How are you here? She then turns to face Sokka, Zuko, and I. What is going on? Where did you go? We kind of went to a Fire Nation prison, Sokka admits, to which I nod in agreement too. Katara then grabs Sokka by the hand, who in turn grabs mine as he's pulled into a tight hug. Seriously? You guys didn't find any meat? Toph asks. Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 15. The Southern Raiders. A loud explosion is what wakes me up from my spot next to Zuko and my dad. My eyes widen in surprise as I see Fire Nation airships rise from the fog below, throwing bombs at the temple. The others and I quickly get to our feet as Aang and Appa run over to us. Once Aang and Appa get to us, Aang uses his airbending to force the large, ceiling-high metal doors surrounding our campsite closed. As I hear several more explosions hit the temple, I hear rock crumbling and cracking above my head. I look up to see the ceiling crumbling down. Watch out! I hear Zuko shout before I see him run over to Katara, who had been standing under the crumbling ceiling. The two of them roll across the floor before settling several feet away from where the ceiling collapsed. What are you doing? Katara asks Zuko angrily. Keeping rocks from crushing you, Zuko replies calmly. Okay, I'm not crushed. You can get off me now, Katara retorts as she rushes out from under Zuko and back to the others and I. I'll take that as a thank you, Zuko says as he rises to his feet, running over to my side. Zuko and I stand next to each other for a moment, glaring towards the doors that Aang had closed just minutes ago, knowing that Azula is probably the one who's leading this attack. Come on! We can get out through here! I hear Toph shout to the others from behind me. I turn around to see that she and Haru had used their earthbending to make a tunnel. I start making my way over to the tunnel, knowing that it's the best way for us to get out of here safely. I then realize that Zuko's not following me. I turn around to see him still standing there facing the airships. What are you doing? I hear Aang ask. Seems like I'm not the only one who had noticed him standing there. Go ahead. I'll hold them off, Zuko replies. I think this is a family visit. And with that, he runs off towards the airships. Zuko! No! Aang and I shout after him as he runs off. I start running after him, not wanting him to get hurt, but a hand being placed on my shoulder stops me from doing so. Kita, no! Sokka exclaims. But he cuts me off. I know you're worried about Zuko, but he can take care of himself. Now come on, we gotta get out of here. I only hesitate for a split second before nodding in agreement and helping with pulling Appa towards the tunnel. Sokka, Aang, Katara, and I have been trying to get Appa into the tunnel for about 10 minutes now, and he's still not budging. I know he hates tunnels, but come on! The temple's collapsing and we need to get out of here. Now! I can't get him to go in there. Appa hates tunnels, Aang shouts. Aang, there's no way we can fly out of here, Katara replies back as we continue to pull on Appa's reins, trying to get him to go into the tunnel. We'll have to find a way, Aang replies back as the four of us stop pulling on the reins. We need to split up, Sokka says after a moment. I turn to him with wide eyes. Split up? You have got to be kidding me. Sokka runs up to the others at the end of the tunnel. Take the tunnel and get to the stolen airship. No! Katara shouts angrily as she turns around, walking towards our dad. The Fire Nation can't separate our family again. It'll be okay. It's not forever, Dad replies as he puts his hand on her shoulder reassuringly. I walk over to Dad as he hugs Sokka quickly before Sokka takes Suki by the hand, leading her over to Appa. I hug my dad. Please be safe, Dad. I will, he replies. Take care of Sokka and Katara for me. And stay safe. I nod in reply as I let him go before running over to Appa with the others. As the others and I get onto Appa, Toph puts her hand on the wall, probably to look for a way to get out of here. I can clear that away and we can fly out through there, she says to us before she uses her earthbending to launch herself into the saddle. There's an awful lot of fire in that general direction, Suki replies hesitantly. We'll get through. Let's go, Aang says, sounding very determined to get out of here. Appa flies through the wall, Toph using her bending to make a shield to protect Appa from any attacks that'll most likely be fired at us as we fly out of the temple. Good thing Toph made that shield for Appa, because even from behind the shield of rock, I could still feel the heat of blue flames. When we're out of Azula's line of fire, Toph breaks the shield away and we start to fly away from Azula. Not wanting to leave Zuko behind, Aang keeps flying around the airships, and I don't take my eyes off of Azula as she stands on the top of the airship as she watches us fly away. My eyes widen when behind Azula, a second airship rises above the fog, revealing Zuko. Zuko, I think as I watch as he and Azula face off. After a moment, Zuko makes the first move. He jumps towards Azula, who sends a column of fire at him, which he responds to by swiping the blast away and then firing a blast of his own in return. Once Zuko lands on the airship that Azula is on, the two of them attack each other several times. My focus is taken off the fight between Azula and Zuko by blasts of fire being shot at us. At the same time, Katara and I draw our bending water out of our flasks, deflecting several of the blasts as Appa dodges the rest. I turn my head to see that we're flying straight for an airship. Aang? I shout, my eyes wide in surprise and fear. Aang responds to my warning by lifting Appa's reins above his head to make Appa fly over the airship. Once Appa's level again, I turn back to the fight between Zuko and Azula. Seems like they're evenly matched. I mean, I know Zuko was a good firebender before, but ever since he and Aang learned from the dragons, he's even better. He's good enough that he's probably able to beat Azula. He's not reckless when it comes to fighting anymore. He's precise and calculated when it comes to fighting. Come on, Zuko. Beat her, I think as I watch him swipe each of Azula's blasts away from him as he gets closer to her. Just when Zuko gets close to her, he and Azula strike at each other at the same time, causing a large explosion, blowing the two of them off the airship. Aang! Down there! Hurry! I shout out to him in desperation as I see both Azula and Zuko free-falling from the airship. Aang heeds my words, causing Appa to swerve down and fly under Zuko. As we fly under him, I reach my hand out for his and pull him down into the saddle next to me and the others. You okay? I ask him as he sits up next to me. He nods in reply before he turns his head to see Azula still free-falling. She's not gonna make it, he says softly. Knowing Azula, she's going to be fine, I think as I watch her fall too. Just as I finish thinking that, Azula uses her firebending to propel herself towards the cliffside, stopping her fall with her hairpin and saving herself. Of course she did. Zuko sighs before he turns away from Azula as we fly away.
Before we set up camp for the night, we flew on Appa all day, just to make sure Azula wasn't following us, flying around in circles and crisscross patterns. Once we figured that Azula wasn't following us, Aang found us a spot to set up camp for the night. We finally settled on a secluded island with a beach that lined the rim of it. Once Appa had landed, the others and I jumped off Appa, stretching our limbs since we were sore from flying for so long. "Alright guys, let's get started with setting up camp," Sokka says to us after a minute or two of stretching. The others and I nod in reply, agreeing that we should get our camp set up before the sun sets. After our camp was set up, Katara and I had made dinner for everyone, and now we're sitting around the campfire just talking about random things while we eat. It's like we're just a group of kids having a good time on a vacation. Unfortunately, though, this isn't a vacation. If we really do want to go on a vacation, it's going to have to wait until after the war ends. Wow, camping. It really seems like old times again, doesn't it? Aang asks with a smile on his face as he sits in between Suki and I. If you really wanted to feel like old times, I could, Zuko begins jokingly, his eyes meeting mine for a second, chase you around a while and try to capture you, all the while Kita's chasing me. I playfully roll my eyes at him as I punch him in the shoulder and the others laugh. "Ha ha," Katara says sarcastically, causing me to look at her. What's up with her? I wonder as I stare at her for a second before Sokka holds up his cup. To Zuko, who knew after all those times he tried to snuff us out, today he'd be our hero. All of us, except for Katara, hold up our cups. Hear, hear! As I take a sip of my drink, I turn to look at Zuko, who has a genuine smile on his face. So much for never being happy. I'm touched, Zuko smiles. I don't deserve this. I'm about to tell him that he does indeed deserve it, especially after what he did today, but Katara's voice ringing out stops me from doing so. Yeah, no kidding, she says angrily before getting up from her spot and walking away. What's with her? Sokka questions. Zuko stands up from his spot beside me, causing the others and I to look at him. I wish I knew, he says in reply before walking off and following Katara. Don't we all, I think, as I finish off my drink. What's with him? Sokka asks as he turns to me, a curious look on his face. I shrug as I get up from my spot too, walking away. Seriously, what is up with everybody today? I hear Sokka ask, quite stupidly if you ask me, as I walk in the direction that Katara and Zuko went. I find Katara and Zuko near a rocky cliff on the island, Zuko approaching Katara from behind. I stay behind one of the large rocks nearby, listening in on their conversation. This isn't fair. Everyone else seems to trust me now. What is it with you? Zuko asks Katara. Katara turns around to face him furiously in reply. Oh, everyone trusts you now? Other than Kita, I was the first person to trust you, she exclaims while placing her left hand on her heart. Remember? Back in Ba Sing Se, she points to the ocean. And you turned around and betrayed not only me and Kita, you betrayed all of us. What can I do to make it up to you? Zuko asks her gently. You really want to know? Katara responds icily as she approaches him. Maybe you could reconquer Ba Sing Se in the name of the Earth King, she suggests. Or, I know, you could bring my mother back. My eyes widen at her words. I've always known that Katara took our mother's death harder than Sokka or myself, but taking her anger out on Zuko for it? That's just not like her. It wasn't Zuko's fault. She shouldn't be taking her anger out on him like this when he did nothing wrong. I watch from my spot as Katara walks away from Zuko and back towards our campsite. Looks like I'm going to have a sisterly talk with her later, I think with a shake of my head. After Katara disappears from sight, I step out from behind the rock to find Zuko looking out to the ocean. Don't take it too hard. I begin as I walk up to him, causing him to turn to me in surprise. She'll come around eventually. I know, but Zuko sighs as he closes his eyes. I don't get as to why she's blaming me for your mother's death. I place my hand on his shoulder as I nod. I know. I don't really know either. But like I said, Zuko, I cup his cheek in my hand, causing him to turn and look me in the eyes. She'll come around eventually. Just give it some time, okay? I ask gently. Zuko gives me a small smile in response. Okay. I smile back at him before leaning up and placing a kiss to his cheek. Get some rest, Zuko. You've had a busy day today. Good night, I say to him. Night. He responds before I walk away, silently hoping that he won't do anything stupid in trying to get Katara to trust him. The next morning, I exit my tent to see Zuko sitting on a rock just outside of Katara's tent. I make my way over to him. Did you get any sleep last night? I ask. His head shoots up at the sound of my voice, and he shakes his head in reply. I couldn't sleep. I sit down next to him on the rock. And why's that? He hesitates for a second before answering. I went to go and talk to Sokka last night, and well, he sighs, hesitating again. What? What did you talk to Sokka about? I ask him, genuinely curious. He told me what had happened to your mother, he answers after a moment, avoiding my gaze. What? My eyes widen in surprise. Why would you want to know about that? I already told you what... He cuts me off. I know you did, but Sokka went into more detail about the attack. I was going to ask you about it, but I know it's a really hard subject for you to talk about, and I didn't want to push you. It's true. I did tell Zuko about what had happened to my mother while we were traveling together, but I just never went into detail since the memory is so hard for me to talk about. Okay, well, whatever it is you're planning on doing, I hope it works, I say to him before I stand up from my spot on the rock beside him and walk away to start making breakfast for everyone. It's later in the day and I'm currently sitting next to Sokka as he fiddles around with a flower necklace that I assume is for Suki or something. I hear footsteps coming towards us and Sokka and I both look up to see both Zuko and Katara approaching us, Zuko carrying a sack slung over his shoulder. I need to borrow Appa, Katara says to Aang, who is currently giving Appa some hay. Why? Is it your turn to take a little field trip with Zuko? Aang asks her jokingly. Yes, it is. Katara answers with no hesitation whatsoever. That makes Aang turn to her in surprise. Oh, what's going on? He asks. We're going to find the man who took my mother from me, Katara answers, a determined look on her face. Sokka and I get up from the ground, surprised. Sokka told me the story of what happened. I know who did it and I know how to find him, Zuko explains as Sokka and I walk over to them. And what exactly do you think this will accomplish? Aang asks hesitantly. Katara shakes her head in dismay at Aang's question. Ugh, I knew you wouldn't understand. She begins to walk away, but Aang stops her. Wait, stop. I do understand. You're feeling unbelievable pain and rage. How do you think I felt about the Sandbenders when they stole Appa? How do you think I felt about the Fire Nation when I found out what happened to my people? He questions. She needs this, Aang, Zuko says, causing Aang, Sokka, and I to look at him. This is about getting closure and justice. I don't think so. Aang disagrees. I think it's about getting revenge. Fine. Maybe it is, Katara shouts angrily. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe that's what he deserves. My eyes widen at her words. She sounds just like Jet, I think, but it seems that I'm not the only one who thinks that. Katara, you sound like Jet, Aang says to her, voicing my thoughts. It's not the same, Katara exclaims, turning back around to face Aang. Jet attacked the innocent. This man,
He's a monster, she continues. Katara, she was our mother too, Sokka says as he gestures to the two of us and steps forward. But I think Aang might be right. Then you two didn't love her the way I did, Katara exclaims. Katara! Sokka and I say at the same time. The only difference is, Sokka says it gently, sounding hurt, while I shout it, scorning her for even saying that. Before I can even reprimand her for saying that, Aang speaks up. The monks used to say that revenge is like a two-headed rat viper. While you watch your enemy go down, you're being poisoned yourself. That's cute, but this isn't Air Temple preschool. It's the real world, Zuko retorts. Now that I know he's out there, Katara begins. Now that I know we can find him, I feel like I have no choice. Katara, you have a choice. Forgiveness, Aang says to her. That's the same as doing nothing, Zuko replies. No, it's not, Aang says with a shake of his head. It's easy to do nothing, but it's hard to forgive. It's not just hard. It's impossible, Katara replies before she walks away, Zuko following her. Are you sure you don't want to come with us? I know you were very close to your mother, Zuko asks me for what seems like the millionth time. I look to the ground with a sigh. Believe me, I would. But I just don't think taking revenge on that man is the right thing to do, I answer truthfully. And I truly think that Katara needs to learn that for herself. Zuko stands up from his spot on the ground, walking over to me, taking my hands in his, making me look up at him. It's going to be okay, Kida, he reassures as he tucks some of my hair behind my ear before he pulls me into a hug. I sigh at the feeling of being in his warm embrace, not wanting to leave his arms. Can you promise me something? I ask him softly after a few moments of just staying in his arms. Anything, he replies as I let him go slightly, staring into his eyes. Promise me that you'll take care of Katara. I just don't want her to get hurt if she does go through with this. Zuko nods in reply to my request. I will. I promise, he states as he puts his forehead against mine, staring into my blue eyes with his gold ones. I smile at him, knowing that he'll keep his word in keeping Katara safe as the two of them go to find the man that took our mom away from us. I just hope that Katara doesn't go through with her want for revenge on him. As Aang said earlier, Katara has the choice to either forgive him or go through with her want to get revenge on him for our mother's death. In reality, it's Katara's choice whether or not she goes through with it or not. Three days later is when Zuko came back without Katara. Of course, the others and I were worried and wondered what had happened, but Zuko reassured us that she was fine and that she hadn't gone through with killing the man that killed our mother. She had actually spared his life. He had also said that she was waiting for us on Ember Island, and that we could stay at the old vacation home that he and his family went to every summer when he was little. So, we packed up camp and headed to Ember Island. The sun's just about to set when we finally get to Ember Island, and I can see Katara sitting at the end of a dock, kicking at the water. Appa lands and Aang immediately jumps off of Appa, with Zuko and I following close behind him. Aang runs down the dock towards Katara, while Zuko and I stay back a little.
Katara, are you okay? Aang asks her. I'm doing fine, Katara replies, but I can tell that she's still upset about what had happened. Zuko told me what you did. Or what you didn't do, I guess. I'm proud of you, Aang says to her. I wanted to do it, Katara replies. I wanted to take out all my anger at him, but I couldn't. I don't know if it's because I'm too weak to do it or because I'm strong enough not to. You did the right thing. Forgiveness is the first step you have to take to begin healing, Aang says to her. Katara rises from her spot at the end of the dock, turning to us. But I didn't forgive him. I'll never forgive him. She turns her gaze towards Zuko and smiles as she walks up to him. But I am ready to forgive you. I smile as I take a couple of steps back, giving the two of them a little room, as Katara hugs him. From what I can tell, Zuko seems pretty happy that everyone trusts him now, and I couldn't be prouder of him. A moment later, Katara lets go of Zuko, turning to me. I smile at her as I open my arms out to her. She grins before entering my arms, hugging me tightly. I'm so proud of you, Katara, I tell her, and I know Mom would be proud of you too, I state as we separate from each other. At my words, Katara's eyes fill with tears as she grabs the necklace around her neck. Come on, let's go help the others unpack. She nods and the two of us walk down the dock towards Sokka and the others. Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 16. The Ember Island Players. For the past week, the others and I have been lazing around the Fire Lord's old beach house on Ember Island. I find this whole situation really ironic since the Fire Lord is looking for us and here we are in his old beach house that he still owns. Since Ember Island is in the Fire Nation, for an extra precaution, we all changed into the Fire Nation clothing that we had. All of us except for Zuko, of course, since he is originally from the Fire Nation. During the time that we've been here, Zuko's been teaching Aang firebending techniques and forms while the rest of us just lounge around the house. We're in the Fire Nation, so there isn't much that we can do, which is so boring and dull. I have to say that doing nothing all day is very enjoyable though, especially considering how much we've been going through before we got here. At the moment, Aang and Zuko are practicing their firebending in the courtyard of the house while Katara, Toph, and I watch. Well, Katara and I are watching. Toph is just sitting there feeling the vibrations from their movements. 'Cause, you know, she's blind. To be completely honest, I haven't really been watching them. In fact, I haven't been watching Aang at all. Instead, I've been watching the muscles in Zuko's bare torso ripple and tense with every movement that he makes. What? It's not like I can really help it. I mean, he is shirtless. Aang and Zuko finish their routine with a deep breath before bowing to each other respectfully. Doesn't it seem kind of weird that we're hiding from the Fire Lord in his own house? Katara asks while looking around the courtyard. She's right. It is weird. Very weird. I told you. Zuko says, causing Katara and I to look at him as he's now sitting on a dry fountain, wiping his head with a towel. My father hasn't come here since our family was actually happy, and that was a long time ago. It's the last place anyone would think to look for us. I frown at him just being so casual about how his family is unhappy, and has been for years. You guys are not gonna believe this, Sokka's voice exclaims as he and Suki walk into the courtyard. There's a play about us. We were just in town when we found this poster, Suki clarifies. Sokka unrolls a scroll of paper, showing the others and I the poster for the play. Out of curiosity, I get up from my spot next to Toph and Katara to get a closer look at the poster. It depicts Katara, Aang, Sokka, and I with Zuko's scarred face in the background. What? How is that possible? Katara asks, surprised. Listen to this, Sokka says as he turns the poster towards him.
The Boy and the Iceberg is a new production from acclaimed playwright Puan Tim, who scoured the globe gathering information on the Avatar, from the icy South Pole to the heart of Ba Sing Se. His sources include singing nomads, pirates, prisoners of war, and a surprisingly knowledgeable merchant of cabbage. He reads off. Brought to you by the critically acclaimed Ember Island players. Suki finishes. Ugh, Zuko groans out, causing the others and I to turn to him in confusion. My mother used to take us to see them. They butchered Love Amongst the Dragons every year. Sokka, do you really think it's a good idea for us to attend a play about ourselves? Katara asks our brother. Come on, a day at the theater? Sokka asks persuasively. This is the kind of wacky time-wasting nonsense I've been missing, he continues as he holds up the poster anxiously with a sheepish smile. After we all decided that going to the theater would be fun, we all get ready to go before leaving the house when it was almost time for the play. We got to the theater about 30 minutes before the show was supposed to start, and it was really crowded. We were definitely not expecting this play to be this popular. Once we got inside of the theater, we decided to head up to one of the upper sections and sit there so that we could keep to ourselves. I follow Sokka and Suki into the balcony to see Aang trying to sit next to Katara, but before he can sit next to her, Zuko sits there instead. Hey, I wanted to sit there, Aang says to Zuko, trying to act as casual as possible. Zuko removes the hood of his cloak from his head. Just sit next to me. What's the big deal? He asks. I wanted to... Aang tries to explain before finally giving in and sitting down next to Zuko. Okay. I giggle softly as I sit down next to Sokka and Suki in the second row behind them. Why are we sitting in the nosebleed section? Toph asks. My feet can't see a thing from up here. Don't worry, I'll tell your feet what's happening, Katara says to her just as the curtain rises to reveal a set representative of the South Pole Seas. In the center of the stage, actress Katara and actor Sokka are rowing their boat along. I roll my eyes at the sight of how they look. I mean, sure, they could never get an exact look-alike, but really? They literally could have done so much better than this. Sokka's actor is more pale, skinnier, and just all-around weird-looking. The only thing that actually made him look like Sokka was the hairstyle and the water tribe clothes that he's wearing. The actress that plays Katara is even worse, though. She's much more round and developed than Katara really is, and her water tribe clothes are much more revealing than they should be. She also has too much blush on her face. So much, in fact, that it makes her look really embarrassed. For no reason at all. Just from seeing them, I really don't want to see the actress that's going to play me. The actress that's playing Katara lets out a dramatic sigh that brings me out of my thoughts. Ah, Sokka, my only brother. We constantly roam these icy South Pole seas, and yet never do we find anything fulfilling. All I want is a full feeling in my stomach. I'm starving, actor Sokka exclaims, which makes the audience laugh while Sokka and Katara's faces fall as they look at each other confused. Is food the only thing on your mind? Katara asks him. Well, I'm trying to get out of my mind and into my mouth. I'm starving. Sokka replies, which causes the audience to laugh once again. Sokka leans forward in his seat over Katara's shoulder, clearly annoyed. This is pathetic. My jokes are way funnier than this, he exclaims as he extends his arm in a dramatic gesture. Toph laughs as she leans back in her seat with her legs crossed and her arms resting behind her. I think he's got you panged. Katara stands up in the canoe. Every day, the world awaits a beacon to guide us, yet none appears. She holds out one hand to the audience and the other on her heart. Still, we cannot give up hope. For hope? She then begins to cry. is all we have, and we must never relinquish it, even, she sniffs and falls back into a string position, even to our dying breath. With those final words, she leans over the side of the canoe and buries her face in her hands, crying. At the actress's words, Sokka, Suki, Toph, and I find ourselves snickering. Well, that's just silly. I don't sound like that, Katara says with crossed arms, clearly displeased. Oh man, this writer's a genius, Toph exclaims, elated.
Actress Katara is still slumped over the side of the canoe, crying, when an iridescent light suddenly appears from above behind her and Sokka. She and Sokka turn towards the light, looking shocked. A model iceberg slides onto the stage behind the canoe, the vague shadow of a figure visible from behind. The two actors stand up in the canoe. It appears to be someone frozen in ice, perhaps for 100 years, Katara says. But who? Who is the boy in the iceberg? Sokka asks. As I watch the scene continue, I see Aang smile as he leans forward in his seat, clearly excited to see what his actor looks like. Katara and Sokka climb up to the top of the model iceberg to stand before the silhouetted figure. Waterbend! Hi-ya! Katara slices her hand and the iceberg breaks in half. Fog comes out before Aang jumps out from behind the iceberg in front of Katara and Sokka. I have to stifle a laugh at the sight of Aang because it's actually a woman playing him. Who are you, frozen boy? Katara asks Aang. Aang giggles and points to herself. I'm the Avatar, silly, here to spread joy and fun. Wait, is that a woman playing me? Aang asks in disappointment. A crude costume version of Appa suddenly bursts up from behind the trio of actors. The replica of Appa sways from side to side before leaping off the iceberg prop and running around the stage. Katara gasps out in surprise. An airbender! She then clasps her hands to her chest. My heart is so full of hope that it's making me tear bend, she continues as she begins to cry and grab onto Aang's leg. My stomach is so empty that it's making me tear bend, Sokka exclaims as he throws his arms up hopelessly before dropping to his knees, clutching onto actress Aang's other leg and crying. I need meat! At Sokka's words, Aang stoops down, puts her arm around actor Sokka's shoulders, and points upward. But wait, is that a platter of meaty dumplings? At her question, Sokka quickly leans away from her, looking around excitedly, shielding his eyes with his hand, turning his head, searching for the alleged dumplings. Ooh, where? At his reaction, Aang laughs and swings her arms around joyfully. Did I mention that I'm an incurable prankster? She asks as she crosses her legs as the audience laughs. I don't do that! That's not what I'm like! And I'm not a woman! Aang exclaims as he extends his arm towards the stage, angry at the actress's bad portrayal of him. Oh, they nailed you, Twinkle Toes! Toph laughs. The scene then changes and a boat with the Iroh and Zuko actors standing on it appears. A stifled giggle escapes my mouth at the sight of Zuko's actor as he's wearing a replica of Zuko's old Fire Nation armor with his long ponytail. Not only that, but his scar is on the wrong side of his face. Prince Zuko, you must try this cake, Iroh says as he holds up a plate with a whole cake with one slice missing on it. I don't have time to stuff my face, Zuko exclaims determinedly. He then lowers his telescope and turns to actor Iroh. I must capture the Avatar to regain my honor. Well, while you do that, maybe I'll capture another slice, Iroh replies as he holds the cake up higher before bringing it towards his face and proceeding to gobble it down ravenously and noisily. Zuko turns away from Iroh in disgust. You sicken me. They make me look totally stiff and humorless, Zuko complains while he gestures towards the stage. Actually, I think that actor's pretty spot on, Katara replies, complacently amused, which makes me snicker. How could you say that? Zuko asks her in protest. I'm about to say something to rile up Zuko even more, but actor Iroh's voice echoing through the theater stops me from doing so.
Let's forget about the Avatar and get massages. Actor Zuko turns towards his uncle, leaning forward menacingly as he shouts, How could you say that? I look down at the real Zuko and Katara to see Katara smiling at Zuko smugly as he slumps down in his seat, defeated and dismayed to find her claim accurate. Ah, Zuzu, I coo as I lean up and over the back of his seat, putting my chin onto his shoulder. Shut up, Kida, he groans as the others and I snicker at his displeased face. The scene changes again, and this time it's a display of what looks like a small village in the South Pole. As the scene changes, a figure in a thick parka steps out onto the stage. Dear sister! Katara exclaims, which causes me to perk up, knowing that the figure is supposed to be me. It's about time you two showed up, the figure in the parka says as they pull off the parka. As soon as I see her face, my nose scrunches up in disgust. Look, sis! It's the Avatar! Sokka grins, gesturing to Aang. I don't even pay attention to what the actress playing me says about meeting Aang. In fact, all I can focus on is her appearance. Her dark hair is in a messy braid that goes down her back. She's extremely skinny, it almost looks unnatural. She's also wearing a lot more makeup and a dress that reveals a lot more skin than Katara is. The next scene was when Zuko came to our village and captured Aang, planning to bring him to his father to regain his honor, as well as when I got captured and taken prisoner on a ship. The only thing that really made me focus on that scene of the play was how the actress playing me had literal heart eyes anytime Zuko was talking to her. Oh, please, I hiss with a roll of my eyes, since I know, for a fact, that Zuko and I didn't start forming feelings for each other until after Zuko saved Aang and I from Zhao as the Blue Spirit. The next scene with Aang, Katara, and Sokka is when they're at the Southern Air Temple. The actress playing Aang looks around the stage before noticing a tail prop moving behind a bush prop. Hey, look! I think I found something! She exclaims before she tiptoes to the bush. A moment later, actress Aang takes out a hand puppet that doesn't even look like Momo, placing it on her shoulder. It's a flying rabbit monkey! I think I'll name him Momo! She laughs. Hi, everybody! I love you! She continues while using the puppet and making the audience laugh. The next scene is of what had happened when my siblings and Aang met Suki on Kyoshi Island. To be completely honest, I couldn't help but laugh when I saw actor Sokka in the Kyoshi Warriors uniform. Does this dress make my butt look fat? Sokka asks as he points at his backside. Not only does the whole audience laugh at that, but both Suki and I laugh too. Sokka gives Suki and I an embarrassed look as he blushes at the memory. After seeing a reenactment of what happened when my siblings and Aang first met King Bumi and Omashu, it cuts to when my siblings and I met the pirates. Our actors and actresses are currently standing center stage when the pirates enter the stage from both sides, holding weapons in the air before they attack them. The 4 players slip away with actress Katara holding a large scroll. They tiptoe away from the pirates. "Why did you have to steal that waterbending scroll?" Both Sokka and I's actors ask Katara at the same time. "It just gave me so much hope," Katara replies while crying and clutching the scroll even tighter to her chest. Next is the scene where both of the actresses playing Aang and I are tied on 2 separate platforms guarded by 6 Fire Nation soldiers. "The Avatar and the last waterbender from the Southern Water Tribe are mine!" Zuko exclaims. He looks off stage. "Wait! Who's coming?" Suddenly, a figure with a giant blue spirit mask on jumps on stage holding 2 swords. "I'm the Blue Spirit, the Scourge of the Fire Nation, here to save the Avatar and the last waterbender of the Southern Water Tribe." The Blue Spirit then walks across the stage, waving his swords. The guards fall down and actor Zuko runs around the platform before he throws a red stripe of paper to symbolize firebending at the Blue Spirit. The Blue Spirit then points one of his swords at actor Zuko, who runs away. "Our hero!" Both actresses exclaim as they both jump on top of the Blue Spirit's large mask before the Blue Spirit walks off stage. Ugh, I groan out in frustration at the scene. Time goes on and we're at the point in the play where we were in the North Pole. "Don't go, Yue! You're the only woman who has taken my mind off of food," Sokka says before he kisses Yue. He then lets go and gags. "Wait, did you have pickled fish for dinner?" he asks her. "Goodbye, Sokka. I have important moon duties to take care of," Yue says as a moon prop that she's currently sitting on starts to rise up. "And yes, I did have pickled fish," she says, answering Sokka's previous question before disappearing above the stage. "You never told me you made out with the moon spirit," Suki says from Sokka's other side. In reply to her words, Sokka places a finger over her lips. "Shh! I'm trying to watch," Sokka says, tearing up. Suki, disgusted by Sokka's act, looks away from him, folding her arms over her chest. The next scene is of actress Aang wearing a Koizilla costume, as tiny Fire Nation ships are being pulled across the stage by ropes. Actress Aang in the Koizilla costume stomps on them as she waves a doll of Zhao. "Ha ha ha! The Avatar is back to save the day! Yay!" She cheers as she stomps 3 more ships before tripping over her Koizilla costume and falling just as the curtain drops, signaling the end of Act 1 of the play. The audience cheers and Toph laughs while the others and I all groan in disgust. It's now the first intermission and the others and I are currently sitting on a flight of stairs outside of the theater. So far, this intermission is the best part of the play, Zuko says as he leans against the railing. Huh, I'll say, I agree as I sit on the railing next to him. Apparently, the playwright thinks I'm an idiot who tells bad jokes about meat all the time, Sokka exclaims irritably as he walks down the stairs holding a bag of flaming fire flakes and sits next to Suki. Yeah, you tell bad jokes about plenty of other topics, Suki replies with a hint of sarcasm. I know, Sokka exclaims back to her as he eats a fireflake. At least the Sokka actor kind of looks like you, Aang says angrily, which makes Sokka turn to him while Suki smiles gleefully. That woman playing the Avatar doesn't resemble me at all. I don't know. You are more in touch with your feminine side than most guys, Toph replies. At that, Aang stands up from the stairs angrily. Arrgh. Relax, Aang, Katara says, causing Aang, the others, and I to turn to her. They're not accurate portrayals. It's not like I'm a preachy crybaby who can't resist giving over-emotional speeches about hope all the time. Nobody says anything to her about her comment. What? She asks. Aang turns around and sits back down on the stairs. Yeah, that's not you at all, he says sarcastically. Listen, friends, it's obvious that the playwright did his research. I know it must hurt, but what you're seeing up there on that stage is the truth, Toph says. She does have a point. The playwright did do his research, but this play is just terrible. Not to mention, I am not that rude and mean to my siblings, or anyone that I know for that matter. Well, here we are in the Earth Kingdom, Katara sings out. I'd better have a look around to see if I can find an earthbending teacher, Aang says as she opens up her miniature air glider prop and jumps into the air, a cable lifting her up. This is it! This must be where I come in, Toph says, sounding really excited. Actress Aang flies around the theater over the audience and returns to the stage. I flew all over town, but I couldn't find a single earthbending master, she says as she looks out towards the crowd. Here it comes, I hear Toph say joyfully. You can't find an earthbending master in the sky, a tall, buff man says as he enters the stage from a trapdoor beneath a rock prop. You have to look underground, he continues as he throws the prop over to the side. At the sight of Toph's actor, Aang, Sokka, Suki, Katara, and I laugh, while Zuko looks up from the piece of paper that he's holding in stunned silence. Who are you? Actress Aang asks him. The man spits to the side before smirking. My name's Toph. He then flexes his muscles. Because it sounds like tough, and that's just what I am, he finishes, which makes the audience laugh. Wait a minute, Toph says as she picks at her ear with her pinky. I sound like a guy. A really buff guy, she continues in utter confusion. Well, Toph, what you hear up there is the truth. It hurts, doesn't it? Katara asks her, throwing what Toph had said to us about the play and the actors playing us earlier back at her. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't have cast it any other way, Toph exclaims. She laughs. At least it's not a flying bald lady.
So, you're blind?
I can see you doing that. I see everything that you see, except I don't see like you do. I release a sonic wave from my mouth. There. I got a pretty good look at you.
I watch as a spotlight rises over the stage, only to reveal the actors playing Zuko and Iroh. Only this time, Zuko's hair is not in the ponytail like it was earlier in the play. At the sight of actor Zuko, I cover my mouth with my hand to stifle my laughter, which causes the real Zuko to turn around in his seat and glare at me. Zuko, it's time we had a talk, Iroh says as he points at Zuko. About your hair. It's gone too far. Maybe it's best if we split up, Zuko says dramatically before he and Iroh walk away from each other. The play continues as the actors and actresses act out all of our adventures in the Earth Kingdom. I watch as actor Jet acts all crazy after putting on googly eyes. No! Jet! What did they do to you? Actress Aang asks him. Must serve Earth King, Jet says as he begins to swing his hook hands wildly, almost hitting actress Aang and actor Sokka. Must destroy! He exclaims. A hollow rock prop then begins to float down onto the stage. Actor Jet falls down so that he lands underneath the prop and crawls all the way underneath it. I tilt my head in confusion. What just happened? I think in utter confusion. Did Jet just die? Zuko asks in confusion. You know, it was really unclear, Sokka replies with a shrug. Yeah, I'll say, I agree. That was certainly weird to watch. The scene changes to the Crystal Catacombs where Katara and Zuko are alone. I have to admit that I have been somewhat curious as to what happened between Katara and Zuko when they were in the catacombs together, even if both of them, more specifically Katara, have told me what had happened between them. I have to admit, Prince Zuko, I really find you attractive, Katara says. You don't have to make fun of me, Zuko says to her from his spot on a rock prop with his arms and legs crossed. But I mean it, Katara replies as she sits down with actor Zuko. I've had eyes for you since the day you first captured me. I raise an eyebrow at what's happening on stage right now. Surely this didn't happen when Katara and Zuko were alone together in the catacombs, especially with how Katara acted towards Zuko when he first joined the others and I. Actor Zuko stands up. Wait, I thought you were the Avatar's girl. The Avatar? Katara laughs as she stands up and starts walking towards actor Zuko. Why, he's like a little brother to me. I certainly don't think of him in a romantic way. I squint my eyes at the actors with a deep frown on my face. Besides, how could he ever find out about this? Katara asks as she and Zuko embrace, holding hands while actress Katara pops up one leg. I scoff and cross my arms over my chest, looking away from the stage in disgust. I then see Aang getting up from his spot in front of me. Oh, you're getting up? Sokka whispers to him. Can you get me some fire flakes? He asks him as he leaves before he puts his arm around Suki, who leans into his side. Oh, and fire gummies! He continues, all the while leaning over me so that Aang can still hear him. As he puts his arm back around Suki, we both look at him slightly annoyed. The next part of the play is when Zuko betrayed Iroh and went with Azula. My actress is on stage as well, looking at Zuko with a worried expression on her face. Well, my brother, what's it going to be? Your nation or a life of treachery? Azula asks. Iroh stops drinking from the cup in his hands and says, Choose treachery. It's more fun. Actor Zuko walks towards actor Iroh and the actress that's playing me. No way! Azula exclaims. When actor Zuko gets in front of actor Iroh, he pushes him over before walking back over to Azula. I hate you, Uncle. You smell. And I hate you for all time, Zuko exclaims angrily. At his words, my actress falls to her knees, sobbing like crazy. The Earth Kingdom flag on the back wall of the stage falls onto actor Iroh and my actress as actress Azula and actor Zuko exit the stage. A tear falls down my cheek at the memory of that night in the catacombs. The night that my life changed forever. You didn't really see that, did you? I hear Katara ask as she looks at Zuko, who's leaning on the balcony railing, his chin laying on his forearms. I might as well have. Zuko replies as he turns his head away from the stage, a frown coming to his face at the memory. Seeing the sad expression on his face, I get up from my seat and take the seat next to him, placing my hand on his shoulder. At my touch, Zuko sits up and wraps his arm around my shoulders, causing me to lean into him, a smile coming to my face as I turn my attention back to the stage. I watch as the actresses playing May and Ty Lee take out the Earth King's guards. And let me just say, the way that they acted it out is not realistic at all. After Ty Lee and May pose and the audience applauds, actress Aang jumps in from behind the set, landing in front of actress May and actress Ty Lee. Avatar state, yip yip! Aang exclaims as the lights on the stage go out, causing her tattoos and eyelids to glow. A stagehand then runs across the stage and ties a rope to her. Aang closes her eyes while the rope lifts her up into the air. A moment later, actress Azula jumps onto the stage from behind the smoke. Not if my lightning can help it, she exclaims as she throws a blue streamer at actress Aang. Actress Aang grabs the blue streamer and starts to shake and scream, feigning pain before she goes limp. Actress Aang's limp body is slowly lowered to the stage, and actresses Ty Lee and May pose on both sides of actress Azula, who stands in front of actress Aang. The Avatar is no more! Azula exclaims to the crowd, making the audience cheer and applaud loudly. All the while, the others and I look at the stage and actors in disgust. During the second intermission, I sit on the floor next to Zuko, my arms crossed over my chest as I lean my head on his shoulder, still trying to comfort him in some sort of way, since I know that this play is bringing back memories of what had happened between him and Iroh back in Ba Sing Se. It seems like every time there's a big battle, you guys barely make it out alive. I mean, you guys lose a lot, Suki says from her spot next to me as she turns to Sokka. You're one to talk, Suki. Didn't Azula take you captive? Sokka asks her rhetorically. That's right, she did, he exclaims, while leaning in close to her face. Suki gives Sokka a serious look at that. Are you trying to get on my bad side? Sokka leans away from her, raising his arms up in defense. I'm just saying. Does anyone know where Aang is? Katara asks us. He left to get me fire gummies like 10 minutes ago. And I'm still waiting, Sokka replies. Katara looks down at me and I shrug, not knowing where Aang went. All I know is that he left and didn't come back into the theater when the second intermission started. Katara turns to face the door that leads outside. I'm gonna check outside. She walks towards the balcony we were on for the first intermission to see if Aang's there. I continue sitting on the floor next to Zuko, who's sulking even more than usual, just ignoring everything that's going on around me. I'm too zoned out to even notice Suki and Sokka leaving. Jeez, everyone's getting so upset about their characters. Even you two seem more down than usual, and that's saying something, Toph says, referring to Zuko and I. You don't get it. It's different for you. You get a muscly version of yourself, taking down 10 bad guys at once and making sassy remarks, Zuko replies to her. He's right. The actor that plays Toph is actually a good match for her. Whereas the rest of us... Yeah, that's pretty great. Toph smiles, breaking me out of my thoughts. But for me, it takes all the mistakes I've made in my life and shoves them back in my face, Zuko says. My uncle, he's always been on my side, even when things were bad. He was there for me. He taught me so much. And how do I repay him? He asks. With a knife in his back. It's my greatest regret, and I may never get to redeem myself. I'm about to reassure him that he has redeemed himself to Iroh because he's here with us, but Toph beats me to it. You have redeemed yourself to your uncle, she says to him as she sits down on the other side of him. You don't realize it, but you already have. How do you know? Zuko asks her. Because I once had a long conversation with the guy, and all he would talk about was you, Toph answers. Zuko pulls the hood of his cloak down. Really? Yeah, and it was kind of annoying, Toph answers. Oh, sorry, Zuko apologizes. But it was also very sweet, Toph reassures him. All your uncle wanted was for you to find your own path and see the light. Now you're here with us. He'd be proud. Zuko looks at me as she says this, and I give him a smile, along with a nod. That's when Toph punches Zuko on the shoulder, causing Zuko to bump into me, almost knocking me over. Ow! What was that for? Zuko asks her while I just silently glare at the blind earthbender for doing that. That's how I show affection, Toph responds with a small smile. And this, I begin while cupping Zuko's cheek in my hand, bringing his head closer to me, is how I show affection. I smile before pressing a quick kiss to his cheek, causing his cheeks to turn pink. Before Zuko can even say anything about what I just did, a small boy in an Aang costume comes by and stops right in front of Zuko. Your Zuko costume's pretty good, but your scar's on the wrong side, he says to Zuko before running off. Zuko leans off of the wall in anger. The scar's not on the wrong side, he exclaims after the boy before leaning back on the wall again, covering his head and face with his hood as Toph and I giggle at what had just happened. The third act starts up after the second intermission, and the others and I troop back into the theater. By this point, I'm not even into the play anymore. I just sit next to Zuko with my head on his shoulder and his arm around my shoulders, keeping me close to him. I've been staring at the stage blankly, not really paying attention to what's happening on stage. Here's what you missed. We went to the Fire Nation, and you got better, and Katara was the Painted Lady, and I got a sword, and I think Combustion Man died. I hear Sokka list off behind me, and I assume that Aang has come back inside and sat down next to him and Suki. Oh, look! The invasion's about to start. Shh! He shushes, and I start paying attention to the play again, even though I really don't want to. I just wanted to let you know, Aang, that I'll always love you. Like a brother, actress Katara says to actress Aang as they both stand on a submarine prop. Actress Aang punches the air as she smiles at her. I wouldn't want it any other way. The two of them shake hands, and then actress Aang opens her miniature glider and flies up via a rope. Hey Toph, would you say you and Aang have a rocky relationship? Sokka asks Toph, which makes the audience laugh. I jump in my seat in surprise as I hear Sokka laughing hysterically behind me. I told him to say that, he says excitedly as I turn to glare at him as he lifts Aang's hat from his head. I roll my eyes at my brother as I sit normally again, with Zuko's arm going around my shoulders again. I hope everyone's ready for the invasion. Slap a pow! Actor Sokka exclaims, causing the audience and Sokka to laugh once again, while I just roll my eyes in irritation. The curtain rises and the stage is set up to look like the inside of the royal palace. Actresses and actors Kita, Katara, Toph, and Sokka enter from the sides of the stage, while actress Aang is dropped from above the stage via rope. "We finally made it to the royal palace, but no one's home," actress Aang says to the other actresses and actors. That's when a figure comes onto the stage from stage right, causing the other actors to get into their battle stances. I snicker at the sight of actor Zuko's hair as it's all slicked back and spiky. "Actually, I'm home, and I want to join you," actor Zuko says to the others. Actor Sokka lowers his boomerang prop. "I guess we have no choice. Come on." And with that, all of them exit the stage. "I guess that's it. The play's caught up to the present now," Sokka says from beside me. "Wait, the play's not over," Suki says to him. "But it is over. Unless..." Sokka begins. "This is the future," he finishes off dramatically, which makes me roll my eyes at him yet again. The stage is dark for a moment before actor Ozai steps onto the stage, standing on the royal palace prop, an orange lantern held by a small cable with paper flames slowly moving across the stage behind him. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. "With the energy harnessed from that comet, no one will be able to stop the Fire Nation!" he exclaims as he raises his arms into the air. Actress Azula, Oh, I should have kept all the bloopers, man. Oh my gosh. Actress Azula then comes onto the stage and kneels before him. "Father, Zuko and the Avatar are at the palace. They're trying to stop you." "You take care of Zuko. I shall face the Avatar myself," Ozai exclaims before he disappears behind a smokescreen. Actor Zuko and my actress jump onto the stage as a rope lowers actress Aang. Oh. Okay, typo again. Goodness. Actor Zuko and my actress jump onto the stage as a rope lowers actress Aang onto the stage. Connected... what? Okay. Actress Aang... Okay. I got it. Actress Zuko and my actress Zuko? What? Actor Zuko and my actress jump onto the stage as actress Aang lowers down onto the stage by the rope connected to her back. Aang! "Aang, you fight the Fire Lord. I'll hold her off," Zuko says, and the cable lifts actress Aang off stage. "No, Zuko, you can't face Azula on your own," my actress exclaims as she clutches onto Zuko's arm desperately. "I have to, Kita. Not only for my honor," Zuko begins as he pulls my actress closer to him. "But for you as well," he continues before he crushes his lips against hers in a deep kiss. I turn my head over to the real Zuko, a deep blush on my cheeks, only to see him already looking at me, a deep blush on his cheeks as well. "Ah!" I hear actress That sounded so wrong. Oh my god. Ah! I can't do it. I can't do it. Oh my god. Oh. Oh goodness. Ah. Okay. Ugh. I hear actress Azula groan out in disgust, causing me to turn back to the stage. I see my actress and actor Zuko pulling away from each other, looking at actress Azula. "You are no longer my brother! You are an enemy!" Azula exclaims angrily. "No! I am the rightful heir to the throne! Zuko exclaims. Zuko exclaims back at my actress. Oh. Zuko exclaims back to her as my actress runs off the stage. We'll see. Actress Azula grins evilly as she pulls out her blue streamers, snapping it at Zuko, who ducks out of the way. The two actors exchange blows for a few more moments before actress Azula raises her hand, not holding the blue streamer. Fire red paper resembling flames shoots from the ground, starting at actress Azula. Oh. What? Okay. 5 red pieces of paper resembling flames shoot from the ground, starting at actress Azula, the last one covering actor Zuko so that only his silhouette can be seen. Honor! Zuko exclaims before he drops off the stage through a trapdoor with the flames. Once actor Zuko disappears under the stage, actress Azula turns to the audience and bows, causing the audience to cheer. My eyes are wide in worry as I look up at Zuko, who looks just as worried as I am as he looks down at the stage. After convincing myself that this is just a play, and the playwright is just ending the play to where the Fire Nation wins the war, I turn back to the stage to see actress Aang walking across the stage looking around. So, you have mastered all 4 elements? Actor Ozai asks as a spotlight reveals him to her. Yeah, and now you're going down! Actress Aang exclaims as she points her staff prop at him. No! It is you who are going down, actor Ozai grins. He stands up from the throne that he was sitting in. You see, you are too late. The comet is already here, and I'm unstoppable, he yells, causing actress Aang to look at the audience in concern and horror. Actor Ozai then wields 2 red streamers. He attacks actress Aang, who jumps out of the way. Once actress Aang lands, she turns back to actor Ozai and opens her glider, which now has 2 small blue banners on each end of it. The two of them continue to exchange blows until actress Aang lands after jumping over actor Ozai, when actor Ozai sends a large red sheet painted as fire at her. Actress Aang becomes wrapped in the fire blanket. No! She exclaims as she falls to the stage with her eyes closed. Actress Azula then enters on stage behind actor Ozai. It is over, father. We've done it. She grins triumphantly. Yes, we have done it. Actor Ozai agrees, an evil grin on his face. The dreams of my father and my father's father have now been realized. He continues as large fire sheets rise behind him and a platform lifts him up, a Fire Nation flag dropping behind him a second later. The world is mine. I watch as the rest of the audience gives the play a standing ovation. All the while the others and I stare at the stage, concerned by the events portrayed on stage. When it's finally time to exit the theater, the others and I don't even hesitate to leave, happy to leave and go back to the beach house. Zuko and I walk side by side in front of everyone else. That wasn't a good play, Zuko says, breaking the tense silence as we walk down the road towards the beach. I nod in agreement to Zuko's statement. I'll say, no kidding. Horrible. You said it. The others agree as well, the only one to not say anything being Sokka. But the effects were decent, I hear Sokka say finally. I sigh with a roll of my eyes. Trust Sokka to think of something positive out of all of this. Polar opposites.
Book 3, Fire. Chapter 17. Sozin's Comet. Part 1. The Calm Before the Storm. After seeing that terrible play, the others and I just kept on lounging around the beach house since there's not really anything for us to do other than watch Zuko train Aang in firebending. Currently, the others and I are sitting on the stairs leading up to the beach house, watching Aang practice his firebending as Zuko stands nearby observing him. More ferocious! Imagine striking through your opponent's heart, Zuko says to Aang as he goes through the motions. Aang stops firebending and turns to Zuko with an irritated growl. I'm trying! Now let me hear you roar like a tiger dillo, Zuko commands. In response to Zuko's command, Aang gives a light-hearted roar as fire bursts come out of his hands and mouth before giving Zuko an embarrassed grin. That sounded pathetic! I said roar! Zuko growls at him. Aang roars even louder this time, as 3 bursts of fire come out of his hands and mouth, causing Momo to run and hide behind Zuko's leg in fear. Zuko nods approvingly at Aang's demonstration. Who wants a nice cool glass of watermelon juice? Katara asks from her spot beside me as she holds up 2 watermelons. Aang brightens up upon hearing her say that. Ooh, me, he exclaims as he starts to run towards Katara, only for Zuko to grab him by the shirt of his robes, stopping him. Hey, your lesson's not over yet. Get back here, Zuko says to him as he holds Aang up in the air by his shirt. Come on, Zuko, just take a break, Suki says to him from her spot next to Sokka. What's the big deal? She does have a point. He has been really uptight these last few days when it came to training Aang. Then again, Sozin's Comet is only 3 days away, so I can definitely see why he's been so worked up about getting Aang ready for his battle against Ozai. Fine, Zuko says as he lets Aang go, causing Aang to happily run over to Katara, taking a watermelon from her. If you want to lounge around like a bunch of snail sloths all day, then go ahead, he continues angrily before walking away. I'm about to follow him and see what's really bothering him, but Sokka's voice stops me from doing so. Maybe Zuko's right, he begins, causing everyone to turn to him. Sitting around the house has made us pretty lazy, but I know just the thing to change all that. He takes off his robe, revealing a bathing suit. Beach party! He shouts excitedly. Maybe a beach party is a good idea. Maybe it'll make Zuko relax a little bit before the comet comes. Now, where did he go off to? You coming, Kida? Katara asks, breaking me out of my thoughts. Oh, yeah. You guys go on ahead, though. I'll catch up with you. I smile as I get up from the stairs, ready to go and find Zuko and talk to him. All right, she says to me before turning around and following Sokka, Aang, Toph, and Suki down the trail that leads down to the beach. It's a good thing that I decided to look for Zuko inside of the house first, since I actually found him in the room that he's been staying in since we've come to Ember Island. Hey, I smile as I lean on the doorframe. You want to join us? Join you for what? He asks, and I can still tell that he's still a little irritated from earlier. I make my way over to him as I answer. A beach party? It was Sokka's idea, actually. I continue. At my words, he lets out a frustrated groan. I can't believe you guys are having a beach party when Sozin's Comet is only 3 days away. I know, Zuko, I sigh. The others just want to have a little fun before the comet comes. I mean, who knows if we'll even have a chance to do anything like that again after the comet, I continue as I put my hand on his shoulder. But there isn't any time for a little fun, he shouts as he jerks away from me. We have to have a plan and be prepared or we're not going to make it. I sigh again. Zuko,
I know you're worried about the comet and Aang fighting your father. I step in front of him and turn to face him fully. That way he's looking directly in my eyes. But everything's going to be okay. We're going to make it. How do you know that? He asks as he stares into my eyes, a frown on his face. Because I have faith. I smile as I cup his cheek. And don't worry about making a plan right now. I'll talk to Sokka and the others about it, and we can come up with a plan tonight after we have a little fun at the beach. Okay? I ask him as I rub his cheek with my thumb. Zuko sighs as he takes the hand on his cheek in his, giving it a squeeze. All right. I give him a small smile before kissing him on the lips gently, causing him to kiss me back for a brief moment. You gonna join us for a little while? I ask as I keep my forehead against his. He takes a moment to just bask in the silence before shaking his head at my question. I nod in reply to his silent answer to my question. Okay, but if you change your mind, you know where to find me. He nods in reply and I smile before kissing his cheek and walking out of the room so that I can join the others on the beach to have a little fun before coming up with a plan. I don't even get to the beach when I hear explosions. That better not be who I think it is, I think as I start running towards the beach. As soon as I get to the beach, everyone takes sight of me and just stares. What's going on? What were those explosions? I ask. Your boyfriend's gone crazy, Sokka exclaims to me, throwing his arms up in the air. I made a sand sculpture of Suki and he destroyed it. He then pauses for a moment. Oh, and he's attacking Aang. What? I exclaim as the others and I start running back to the beach house. The others and I are about to go inside the house to try and stop Zuko from hurting Aang when we see Zuko getting blasted through the window on the side of the house. The others and I get over to him to see him holding his head in pain. Zuko, I told you we would talk about the plan after the beach party. I sigh as I help him up to his feet. What's wrong with you? You could have hurt Aang, Katara exclaims to Zuko as he stands to his feet. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with all of you? How can you sit around having beach parties when Sozin's comet is only 3 days away? When no one answers his questions, he turns to me with a slightly annoyed and slightly confused look on his face as the others stare at us with slight frowns on their faces. Why are you all looking at me like I'm crazy? Zuko finally asks them. About Sozin's comet. I was actually gonna wait to fight the Fire Lord until after it came. After? Zuko and I ask with furrowed eyebrows. I'm not ready. I need more time to master firebending, Aang explains. And frankly, your earthbending could still use some work too, Toph chimes in, making Aang grimace slightly. So you all knew Aang was going to wait? Zuko frowns before turning his head to me, giving me a questioning look. Hey, I didn't know about this either. I shrug. Honestly, I knew Aang and the others were considering on waiting until after the comet, but I honestly didn't know that they had come to that decision. Honestly, if Aang tries to fight the Fire Lord now, he's going to lose, Sokka says, which causes Aang to frown at him. No offense. The whole point of fighting the Fire Lord before the comet was to stop the Fire Nation from winning the war. But they pretty much won the war when they took Ba Sing Se, Katara says. She looks down at the ground sadly. Things can't get any worse. You're wrong. That catches all of our attention, making us all turn to Zuko as he turns away from all of us. It's about to get worse than you can even imagine. What do you mean? I ask with a frown. Zuko gives me a side glance before explaining what he meant by that. The day before the eclipse, my father asked me to attend an important war meeting. It was what I dreamed about for so many years. My father had finally accepted me back, he begins. Zuko continues to explain his father's plan to literally destroy everything in the Earth Kingdom with the comet's power. As he explains it further, the sicker I began to feel. It's utterly disgusting how far the Fire Lord will go to win the war. I wanted to speak out against this horrifying plan, but I'm ashamed to say I didn't, Zuko says, breaking me out of my thoughts. My whole life, I struggled to gain my father's love and acceptance. But once I had it, I realized I'd lost myself getting there, he says before he looks up at me and grabs my hand, taking it in his. I'd forgotten who I was. I give his hand a squeeze and a small, sad smile in reply. I can't believe this, Katara says sadly after she drops to her knees beside me. I always knew the Fire Lord was a bad guy, but this plan is just pure evil, Sokka says with a shake of his head. It is pure evil. We need to take Ozai down once and for all now. That's for sure. What am I gonna do? Aang asks, sounding disappointed and scared. I can't even imagine what he's feeling right now. The world needs him now more than ever has in the time that I've known him. Zuko stands up from the rock he was sitting on and walks up to Aang. I know you're scared, and I know you're not ready to save the world. But if you don't defeat the Fire Lord before the comet comes, there won't be a world to save anymore. Why didn't you tell me about your dad's crazy plan sooner? Aang asks Zuko angrily as he turns away from us in frustration. I didn't think I had to, Zuko replies. I assumed you were still going to fight him before the comet. No one told me you decided to wait. Or me, I chime in. Aang holds his head with both of his hands before he sinks down to his knees. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Seeing him this scared and utterly confused breaks my heart, but I honestly don't know what to say or do to comfort him at this point, because I've never been in a situation like this before. Aang, you don't have to do this alone, Katara says to him as she walks up to him. Toph, Sokka, Suki, Zuko, and I walk over and stand next to Katara. Yeah, if we all fight the Fire Lord together, we got a shot at taking him down, Toph says determinedly. All right! Team Avatar is back! Sokka exclaims excitedly. Air, he points at Aang. Water, gestures to Katara and I. Earth, points at Toph. Fire, points at Zuko. Sokka then gives Suki a clump of leaves and holds up a large leaf himself. Fan and sword, he exclaims for himself and Suki. Fighting the Fire Lord is going to be the hardest thing we've ever done together, but I wouldn't want to do it any other way, Aang says to us, smiling. The others and I laugh, walking over to him, getting into a group hug. Everyone except for Zuko, anyway. Get over here, Zuko. Being part of the group also means being part of group hugs, Katara says to him. For a moment, Zuko just stands there with a do I really have to look as he contemplates on telling us that he won't be joining the group hug. I groan as I split away from Toph, reaching over to grab his arm. Get over here, you big grump, I chuckle, pulling him into the group hug so that he's in between Toph and I. As he joins the hug, I can see a slight pink color to his cheeks, which causes the others and I to chuckle slightly at his embarrassed face. Before any of us can say anything else about it, we hear the all-too-familiar growl of Appa coming in from behind us. All of us are about to try and stop him from landing on us, but before we can even do that, he knocks us all over, obviously trying to be a part of our group hug. The others and I start laughing at what Appa just did, all except for Zuko, of course, who just chuckles slightly. Even though we may not make it out alive after facing the Fire Lord, I'm still confident that we can win this fight if we work together. I'm confident that if we work together, we can beat him because we have something that he will never have. Friends and family that love us. After changing back to my clothes, I decide to go into the courtyard to watch Zuko teach Aang some more firebending techniques. I assume that Sokka, Suki, and Toph went off to start planning for some training stuff or something. I wasn't really paying attention to what everyone else was going to do since I wanted to get back into my own clothes. I walk outside and walk over to where Katara sits with Momo right beside her. I lean up against one of the beams of the pavilion watching Aang and Zuko. There's one technique you need to know before facing my father. How to redirect lightning, Zuko tells Aang, which causes Aang to smile in excitement. If you let the energy in your own body flow, the lightning will follow it, Zuko states as he begins to demonstrate the technique that Iroh had taught him all of those months ago, after Iroh had gotten hurt by Azula. You turn your opponent's energy against them. That's like waterbending, Aang exclaims with a smile. Exactly, Zuko nods as he continues to repeat the technique. My uncle invented this technique himself by studying waterbenders, Zuko explains, his eyes flicking over to me for a second. I smile at him, remembering that day like it was yesterday. So, have you ever redirected lightning before? Aang asks Zuko as he follows his movements, repeating the form. Once. Against my father, Zuko answers. I perk up at that. Huh. Zuko's never told me about actually redirecting lightning against Ozai. Maybe I'll ask him about it sometime. What did it feel like? Aang asks as he and Zuko continue repeating the form. Zuko stops practicing the lightning form. Exhilarating. But terrifying, Zuko answers. You feel so powerful holding that much energy in your body, but you know if you make the wrong move, it's over. Aang chuckles. Ha ha. Well, not over. I mean, there's always Katara and a little spirit water action, he says before turning to Katara. Am I right? Actually, I used it all up after Azula shot you, Katara answers. Oh, Aang replies, sounding disappointed. You'll have to take the Fire Lord's life before he takes yours, Zuko says to Aang determinedly before he walks away, making his way into the house. Yeah, I'll just do that. Aang replies sadly, which causes me to stare at him, a worried expression on my face. Not too long after Zuko walks back into the house, I go inside to look for him, leaving a very unsure Avatar with Katara. I'm sure Katara will find some way to cheer him up. I find Zuko in his room, laying on his bed, his arms behind his head, clearly using them as a pillow. Hey, Mr. Positive, I greet teasingly while giving him a 2-fingered salute. What? He asks flatly as he lifts his head up slightly to look at me. Ouch, that hurt. Can't I just talk to you? I ask innocently. You can, but when you start off with something teasing or sarcastic like that, I get suspicious, Zuko clarifies as he sits up from his bed as I walk over to him. You know me so well, I chuckle, giving him a big cheesy smile as I sit down on the bed next to him. Zuko raises his eyebrow and looks at me with a suspicious look. What do you want? He asks, his tone suspicious. He really does know me. Probably as much as both Sokka and Katara do. Maybe even more. I drop my innocent act and sigh in defeat. Do you think that you could lighten up a bit? I ask him honestly, cutting to the chase. There's no real point in being cryptic with Zuko because he'll just get confused or frustrated before just walking away. What? He asks. I'm telling him the truth and I'm not going to sugarcoat it for him. That's only because no one has sugarcoated it for you, I begin, causing Zuko to glare at me. But come on, Zuko. Aang's just a kid. He's got enough to worry about without the rest of us dragging him down further. My words seem to spark his temper as he gets up from the bed. No, you're right. No one sugarcoated the truth for me, he agrees to my last statement about no one sugarcoating stuff for him. No one even bothered to tell me the truth. I had to find it all out on my own. Aang's lucky to even know all of this. I don't even flinch at his harsh tone, but it still hurts me. I close my eyes as I take a deep breath so that I can even out my emotions, becoming calm again. I'm not here to fight with Zuko and scream at each other about whose life is worse. I'm here on behalf of Aang, who's struggling to come to terms with the fact that he has to take the Fire Lord's life. This is about Aang, the Fire Lord, and finally ending the war. With that in mind, I open my eyes to look at Zuko, meeting his fiery glare, just staring at him before speaking. I know, I whisper after a few moments of silence. I know what you've had to go through. And I know that it's made you strong. But this isn't about you, Zuko. It's about Aang. Can't you see that he's struggling with the fact that he has to end someone's life to end this war? I ask him. Look, Kida, he begins. It's either my father's life or all of our lives. My father won't show any of us mercy. It's the only way, he finishes darkly. I sigh as I run a hand through my hair in frustration. Take it easy on Aang, okay? I ask him pleadingly. Zuko hesitates for a moment before sighing and nodding slightly in reply to my question. I'll try. At his reply, a small smile finds its way onto my face as I get up from the bed and make my way over to where he stands in the middle of the room. I place my hand on his cheek. Thank you, I whisper as I lean in, pressing a gentle kiss onto his other cheek right under his scar before making my way out of the room. A couple of hours later, Sokka comes back with Suki and Toph, telling us that they found the perfect place for us to train. So we headed out to the spot he was talking about in the clothes that we would be wearing on the day we'd fight and defeat Fire Lord Ozai. I decided to go with the outfit that I wore for the invasion. It honestly feels really good to be in my Water Tribe clothes again. Sokka leads the rest of us to some rocky cliffs that look over the beach. Gather round, Team Avatar, Sokka tells us as we sit in a circle as he places a carved melon on a draped mannequin behind him. In order to take down the Fire Lord, or in this case, the Melon Lord, our timing has to be perfect, he explains before he kneels down on the ground using a stick to draw a line heading towards the Melon Lord symbol. First, Suki and I will draw his fire. Then Katara and Zuko charge in with some liquidy offense. He draws another line. And while the Melon Lord is distracted, he continues as he draws a third line, Aang swoops in, and BAM! The line goes through the Melon Lord symbol. He delivers the final blow. What about me and Kita? Toph asks. For now, you two are the Melon Lord's forces, Sokka replies. So I get to chuck flaming rocks at all of you, while Kita fires flaming arrows? Toph asks excitedly. Whatever makes the training feel more realistic, Sokka replies with a shrug. Sweetness. Toph and I smile, definitely excited for this training session. After setting up everything for Toph and I, we're ready to begin the training. Mwahahaha! Toph laughs evilly, clearly taking her role as the Melon Lord's forces very seriously. As I stand next to Toph, I see the others peeking around some of the boulders. I then see Sokka signal to Aang and the others to start moving. You ready, Melon Lord? I ask Toph as I light one of my arrows on fire, ready to fire it down on the others. Toph grins next to me as she bends one of the large boulders over the pots of fire in front of her, causing it to burst into flames. Definitely. I grin at her answer as I load the arrow, ready to fire it. As the others run towards us, Toph makes stone Fire Nation soldiers that rise out of the ground. I watch as Sokka and Suki take down the stone soldiers before a large burning rock falls out of the sky, landing in front of them. Suki jumps over the boulder, continuing towards the Melon Lord, while Sokka finds himself fallen down just a few inches away from the flaming boulder before he jumps up. Watch it, Toph! He shouts. I am not Toph! I am Melon Lord! Mwahaha! Toph laughs evilly before she lights a second boulder on fire, sending it through the air at Zuko and Katara. The two of them run around the boulder before they become surrounded by a circle of stone Fire Nation soldiers and a flurry of flaming arrows, which they quickly destroy and deflect. Now, Aang! Sokka shouts as he and the others continue to run towards the Melon Lord. Toph and I stop firing as I see Aang jump into the air, preparing to strike the Melon Lord with his staff. When he lands in front of the mannequin, he stops his attack. He backs away a second later. What are you waiting for? Take him out! Zuko shouts at him. Aang shakes his head in reply. I can't. Sokka walks up to Aang at that. What's wrong with you? If this was the real deal, you'd be shot full of lightning right now. I'm sorry, but it just didn't feel right. I didn't feel like myself, Aang answers. Sokka unsheaths his sword and slashes the Melon Lord's head in half, which makes Aang cringe at the squishing sound. There, that's how it's done, Sokka says to Aang before he walks off. I watch in disgust as Momo runs over and starts eating the melon, which causes Aang to look at the scene with a horrified look on his face. After the training session with the others, I had decided to stay behind and just enjoy the view from the cliff that overlooks the beach. I sit on the edge of the cliff, watching the sunset, watching as the warm colors blend together around the sun, how the pale blue of the sky darkened as time went by. I honestly have no idea as to how much time has passed just sitting here on the edge of a cliff overlooking a beach on Emerald Island. Growing up in the South Pole, it was near impossible to tell what time it was by the sun. I guess you could say that I got too mesmerized by the scenery to move. I didn't and still don't want to move. I just want to sit here in silence, feeling the soft breeze blowing the hair that fell out of my braid back behind me slightly as I breathe in the salty scent of the ocean. Hearing footsteps behind me, I open my eyes and turn around to see Zuko making his way up the slope towards me. Hey, I greet with a small smile. Hey, he greets back as he sits down next to me. Katara was getting worried about you. I gave a small laugh at his words. You sure it was Katara and not you who was worried? I smirk at him as he scratches the back of his neck nervously, averting his eyes away from me and blushing. Spirits, he looks so cute when he does that, I think with a giggle as I ruffle his hair for a moment, which causes him to look at me again, smiling ever so slightly. Even after all this time, every time Zuko smiles, it sends tingles through my body and makes me forget everything else that's going on in the world. It's amazing. Fine. I was worried, Zuko admits with a sigh, and I bite my lip, trying not to laugh. But why are you out here anyway? I shrug and reply, turning back to look at the ocean. I don't really know. I guess I just felt like being alone. Well, do you mind if I be alone with you? Zuko asks, while he takes my hand in his, causing me to turn back to him. Well, this is definitely a first. I mean, sure, Zuko and I have held hands before, but it's just so strange seeing him all lovey-dovey like this. Wouldn't Katara worry? I tease. Ha ha, very funny, Kita, he says with slight sarcasm in his voice, which makes me bump his shoulder with mine with a giggle of my own. We sit there in silence for a moment, just looking out at the ocean, enjoying the view. I sigh as I place my head on his shoulder, enjoying his company as I look out into the distance. Zuko and I continue sitting on the cliff in silence for another 15 minutes before Zuko turns his head to me, causing me to look up at him. Come on, he begins as he gets up, holding his hand out to me. Let's get back to the house. Katara made dinner. I sigh, not really wanting to leave. I really just want to sit here all night long, just looking over the ocean. Come on, Zuko urges me again gently. Not wanting to think about staying here all night again, I take a hold of his hand so that he can help me up to my feet. Once on my feet, I stand in front of Zuko, staring into his eyes for a second before he takes me by the hand, leading me back towards the house for dinner. As we walk back to the house, Zuko gives my hand a comforting squeeze, silently assuring me that everything is going to be okay. For now, at least. Zuko and I arrive in the courtyard of the house as the stars twinkle above us. The moon also shines brightly in the night sky, giving us light apart from the fire that was created. Where were you? Sokka asks as he hands Zuko and I a plate of food as we sit down on the stairs of the courtyard. Watching the sunset from the edge of a cliff, I answer with a shrug as I start eating my food. Sokka seems satisfied with that answer since he continues eating his own food. I have a surprise for everyone, Katara says as she walks up to everyone holding a scroll in her hands. I knew it! You did have a secret thing with Haru, Toph exclaims, which causes Sokka, Suki, Zuko, and I to look at her strangely as she smiles gleefully. No, Katara answers, and we all start eating again. I was looking for cooking pots in the attic, and I found this, she says excitedly as she unrolls the scroll to reveal a painting of a happy, dark-haired baby playing at the beach. Look at baby Zuko! Isn't he cute? Sokka, Suki, and I start laughing and cooing at the cute picture. All the while, Zuko doesn't laugh. Oh, lighten up. I'm just teasing, Katara says to him as she sees his solemn expression. That's not me. It's my father, Zuko informs us as we all stop laughing and smiling at any trace of amusement vanishes instantly. At his answer, Katara rolls up the scroll. But he looks so sweet and innocent, Suki says almost sadly. Well, that sweet little kid grew up to be a monster, and the worst father in the history of fathers, Zuko says darkly, barely hiding his anger. I know that Zuko doesn't want any pity when it comes to his family or his past, but I just can't help but feel sorry for him. No father should be that malevolent towards his child. It's just not natural. But he's still a human being, Aang speaks up from a spot a few feet away. I didn't even realize that he was there until now since he's been strangely quiet throughout the whole meal. You're going to defend him? Zuko asks him as we all look over at Aang. No, I agree with you, Aang says as he gets up. Firelord Ozai is a horrible person, and the world would probably be better off without him. But there's gotta be another way. Like what? Zuko asks him. Aang shrugs cluelessly. I don't know. He perks up a second later, an idea clearly coming to him. Maybe we can make some big pots of glue, and then I can use glue bending to stick his arms and legs together so that he can't bend anymore. Yeah, then he can show him his baby pictures and all those happy memories will make him good again. Zuko agrees sarcastically, causing Suki, Sokka, and I to snicker. Do you really think that would work? Aang asks him excitedly. No, Zuko exclaims bluntly, suddenly all serious again. At Zuko's answer, Aang's face visibly drops as he slumps over. This goes against everything I learned from the monks. I can't just go around wiping out people I don't like, Aang says as he begins to pace in front of the others and I, a stressed out look on his face. Sure you can. You're the Avatar. If it's in the name of keeping balance, I'm pretty sure the universe will forgive you, Sokka replies casually. Aang whirls around at Sokka's words. This isn't a joke, Sokka. None of you understand the position I'm in, he explodes. Aang, we do understand. It's just... Katara tries to explain, but Aang cuts her off. Just what, Katara? What? We're trying to help, Katara exclaims back. Then when you figure out a way for me to beat the Fire Lord without taking his life, I'd love to hear it, Aang replies back before walking away angrily. Aang, don't walk away from this, Katara shouts after him before she starts to walk towards him, ready to confront him. Before she gets too far, though, Zuko quickly gets up from his spot behind me, walking up behind her and placing a hand on her shoulder to stop her. Katara looks back at him in confusion. Let him go. He needs time to sort it out by himself, Zuko says to her. He's right. Aang does need to sort this out by himself. Not only because he's the Avatar, but because the others and I don't really know what he's going through. The next morning, the others and I load everything onto Appa, ready to head to the palace city and face the Fire Lord. I toss up the last bag to Sokka, who's sitting in the saddle, loading and situating everything in the saddle before we leave. Okay, that's everything, Sokka says as he sets down the bag. No, it's not. Where's Aang? Toph asks with a raised eyebrow. At her question, the others and I all look at each other in worry before running back into the house to look for him. Aang? Zuko calls out. Aang! Come on, lazy bones, let's go! Toph calls out. No answer. Let's look around the house. He's gotta be in here somewhere, I say to the others, in which they nod to before we all split off to check both sides of the house. Aang? I call out for what seems to be the millionth time in the last 10 minutes. Zuko, Toph, and I have been searching for him on the side of the house that Sokka, Suki, and Katara aren't on. I open the door leading into one of the many rooms in the house, only to see an empty and dark bedroom that nobody's been in for who knows how long. I sigh. Where are you, Aang? Anything? Zuko's voice asks from behind me, causing me to turn around to see him and Toph walking down the hallway towards me. I shake my head with a sigh. No. Nothing. Let's go see if the others found anything, Toph tells Toph and I before leading the two of us to the other side of the house to find the others. We find Sokka, Katara, and Suki on the balcony that looks out to the beach behind the house. He left his staff. That's so strange, Sokka says as Zuko, Toph, and I walk up to the three of them. Aang's not in the house. Let's check the beach, Zuko suggests before we all make our way down to the beach. It doesn't take us that long to get to the beach where we find Aang's footprints going down to the water. Look, there's his footprints. The trail ends here. So, he went for a midnight swim and never came back? Suki guesses in confusion. Maybe he was captured, Katara says. I shake my head as I kneel down to examine the footprints closely. I don't think so. There's no sign of a struggle. I bet he ran away again, Toph says. He left behind his glider and Appa, Sokka replies. Then what do you think happened to him, oh sleuthy one? Toph asks him sarcastically. It's pretty obvious, Sokka answers. Aang mysteriously disappears before an important battle? He's definitely on a spirit world journey. But if he was, wouldn't his body still be here? Zuko asks him. Oh, yeah. Forgot about that, Sokka replies, downcast. Then he's got to be somewhere on Ember Island. Let's split up and look for him, Katara says to the others and I. Before any of us can say anything on where we're going to look and who should go with who, Toph latches onto Zuko's arm, causing Zuko to blush deeply. I'm going with Zuko! Sokka, Suki, Katara, and I stare at her in surprise at this. What? Everyone else went on a life-changing field trip with Zuko. Now it's my turn, Toph exclaims with a smile as she grips Zuko's arm tighter, causing me to fight off a laugh. All right, then, I say, breaking the weird silence. I'll go with Suki and Katara into town and see if Aang's there. Suki and Katara nod in agreement. All right, I'll take Appa and check around the island along the beaches, while Toph and Zuko look around the rest of the island. There hasn't been any sign of Aang as of yet, and I can tell that Katara's getting worried as the three of us girls look for Aang in Harbor City. We walk further into the city to see a group of people gathered in a circle. Aang! 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 They chant over and over. At the group of people chanting Aang's name, Katara, Suki, and I glance at each other in shock before running towards the group of people, pushing people to the side so that we can see if it is really Aang. My eyebrow twitches in irritation as I see the actress that played Aang in that terrible play that the others and I saw a few days ago, standing in the middle of the crowd. Avatar state, she exclaims before actor Toph lifts her up into the air. Yep, yep, she continues cheerily, causing the crowd to cheer in excitement. Why, I oughta, I growl angrily as I begin to stomp over to the two actors from the play, only to be held back by both Suki and Katara. Kita, don't, Katara says to me. We don't want to cause a scene. I stop trying to get out of her and Suki's grip, realizing that she's right. We definitely don't want to cause a scene now, especially 2 days before Soden's comet. After not finding Aang in Harbor City, Suki, Katara, and I head back to the beach house to wait for the others. Hopefully they'll be able to find Aang. 20 minutes after the three of us get back to the house, Zuko and Toph show up. I'm guessing you didn't find him, huh? I ask Zuko as he sits down next to me on the stairs. No, there's no sign of him, he replies before letting out a sigh and covering his face with his hands. About 10 minutes later, Sokka lands Appa near the stairs that the others and I are sitting on in front of the house. Judging by the looks on your faces, I'm guessing you guys didn't find Aang either, he says to us before jumping off of Appa. No, Zuko answers from his spot beside me as he looks up at my twin brother. It's like he just disappeared. Hey, wait a minute, Toph exclaims as she sits up straight as she was laying down on her side. Has anyone noticed that Momo is missing too? Oh no! Sokka exclaims as he turns back to Appa. I knew it was only a matter of time! He jumps down to where he's standing in front of Appa again. Appa ate Momo! I roll my eyes at him as he forces Appa's mouth open before starting to climb inside. Momo, I'm coming for you, buddy! Sokka, Appa didn't eat Momo, Katara says to her brother. He's probably with Aang. That's just what Appa wants you to think, Sokka says back to her before he literally climbs into Appa's mouth. Get out of the bison's mouth, Sokka. We have a real problem here. Aang is nowhere to be found and the comet is only 2 days away, Zuko says urgently. What should we do, Zuko? I ask him as Katara, Suki, Toph, and I turn to stare at him. I don't know, Zuko replies as he stands up from his spot on the stairs next to me. We just keep staring at him. Why are you all looking at me? Zuko asks, clearly confused and a little bit irritated. Well, you are kind of the expert on tracking Aang, Katara explains. Yeah, if anyone's got experience hunting the Avatar, it's you, Toph agrees. They do have a point. Out of all of us here, Zuko is the one with the most experience when it comes to hunting down Aang. Let's just hope that we can find him in time. I sit in the saddle with Sokka and the others, wondering where Zuko is taking us. Zuko, I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but why are we heading towards the Earth Kingdom? Sokka asks Zuko as he leans over the edge of the saddle, looking down at Zuko. There's no way Aang's there. Well, seems like I'm not the only one wondering as to where we're going right now. Just trust me, Zuko responds without turning to face my twin brother as he continues to direct Appa in the direction of the Earth Kingdom and to wherever it is we're going. We fly on Appa for a few more hours, the others and I not really knowing where Zuko is taking us. All we really know is that it's in the Earth Kingdom. We're here, Zuko says to the others and I as he begins to land Appa near what looks like a tavern. I stare at the building in confusion. Why would Zuko take us to a tavern in the Earth Kingdom? There is no way that Aang is here. Appa lands and we all slide off of Appa, following Zuko into the tavern. And the reason you've brought us to a seedy Earth Kingdom tavern is what now? Katara asks Zuko as she looks around the tavern in confusion. June, Zuko answers simply while pointing to the middle of the room. I know that name. I look in the direction that Zuko's pointing and see a familiar face. The bounty hunter, I think in realization, remembering how she had a Shearshu and had destroyed Zuko's ship whenever she was tracking someone down. I watch as she gets attacked by one of the other patrons in the bar, only for her to take him down and basically use him as a footrest. Another thug then tries to punch her a few seconds after the first one, but she dodges every punch that he throws at her, still holding her drink that she holds in her hand. Oh, that's right. That's the girl that Iroh liked, I say, turning to Zuko. Yep, that's her, Zuko responds. Oh yeah, Sokka says from behind me, remembering her as well, apparently. That weird bounty hunter with a giant mole. Mole? Suki asks. Her skin is flawless. No, she has this giant mole creature she rides around on, Sokka explains to her. The Shearshu, Zuko clarifies, causing the others and I to turn to him. It's the only animal that can track Aang's scent anywhere in the world. It's the one shot we have of finding him, he explains further. Still fighting the second thug that had attacked her, June throws her drink into the air, clearly to avoid spilling it, before throwing the thug at one of the tables in the corner of the tavern. I wince as he hits the table, knocking it over. Ouch! That's gotta hurt, I think, before I turn my attention back to June, who catches her drink before taking a sip of it. I don't know who this June lady is, but I like her, Toph exclaims, grinning broadly. Polar Opposites, Book 3, Fire, Chapter 18, Sozin's Comet, Part 2, The Old Masters. The others and I watch as June kicks a chair in front of her before sitting down to continue drinking her drink. Hey, I remember her, Sokka exclaims. She helped you attack us. Yup, Zuko agrees before he grabs me by the hand as he starts to walk towards June. Back in the good old days. The others and I follow Zuko over to June. Oh great, it's Prince Pouty, June begins, clearly recognizing Zuko. Where's your creepy grandpa? He's my uncle, and he's not here, Zuko defends. I squeeze his hand reassuringly as I hear the sadness in his voice. Clearly, he still hasn't forgiven himself for betraying Iroh. I see you worked things out with your girlfriend, June teases as she refers to Katara and not me since I don't think she can see me. Zuko and Katara turn to each other looking slightly grossed out and really embarrassed. I'm not his girlfriend. She's not my girlfriend. This is my girlfriend, Zuko says as he tugs me forward, wrapping his arm around my waist as he does. June raises an eyebrow before smirking at him. Okay. Sheesh. I was only teasing. Wrong waterbender. Anyway, what do you want? She asks. I need your help finding the Avatar, Zuko says to her as he lets go of my waist and steps in front of me. Just like old times, Zuko hiring people to help him find the Avatar. Huh. June huffs. Doesn't sound too fun, she continues before taking a sip of her tea. Zuko tenses up in annoyance at her reply before leaning towards June, his fists clenched in anger. Does the end of the world sound like more fun? June pauses to look over at Zuko. Seems like June doesn't like the sound of the world ending either. Seeming to give in with Zuko's request to help us find Aang, she gets up from her chair with a sigh, and without a word, she just makes her way out of the tavern. Well, I guess she's helping us, I say as we follow her out of the tavern. Outside, we find Appa and June's Shearshu growling at each other angrily. Well, that is until Appa licks the Shearshu in the face and they both lay down. A moment later, they both look over to June, the others, and I as we walk over to them. Nyla! June sing-songs as she holds out a piece of meat before throwing it to her Shearshu, who catches it in her mouth. June walks up to Nyla and starts petting her. Oh, who's my little snuffly wuffly? Nyla then sticks her toxin-coated tongue out and June dodges it, forcing Nyla's mouth closed. Whoa! Careful there. June turns back to face us, still petting Nyla on the head as she does. Okay, so who's got something with the Avatar scent on it? Katara quickly climbs up to Appa's saddle to grab the only thing we really have to find Aang with. I have Aang's staff, Katara says, holding the staff up. All right, throw it over, June says to her. Without much hesitation, Katara throws Aang's staff down to her so that June can let Nyla take a sniff of it. June approaches Nyla with the staff, holding it in front of her. Nyla sniffs it for a quick moment before she begins to walk around in circles around the others and I, trying to sniff out Aang's scent. Nyla returns to June after a few rounds around the others and I, still sniffing the air for a moment before laying down and covering her nose with her front paws. That doesn't seem right. Well, what does that mean? Zuko asks from his spot beside me, folding his arms over his chest, looking a little irritated as well as confused. Means your friend's gone, June replies from her spot next to Nyla as she pets her. That can't be right. Aang can't be dead. If he was, we would know. We know he's gone. That's why we're trying to find him, Toph sasses to her. June stands back up. No, I mean he's gone. She turns to face us as she continues. He doesn't exist. A worried gasp escapes my mouth. But we saw Aang just last night. How can he not exist? All of his stuff is still here. That just doesn't make any sense. What do you mean Aang doesn't exist? Sokka asks June, breaking me out of my thoughts. Do you mean he's, dead? Nope, June answers while still petting Nyla. We could find him if he were dead, she elaborates. Wow, it's a real head-scratcher. See ya, she finishes before mounting Nyla. Helpful. Real helpful, Toph says sarcastically. Wait, Zuko says, cutting me off. I have another idea. There's only one other person in this world who can help us face the Fire Lord. He turns to face June. I'll be right back with a smell sample. Zuko walks up to Appa and rummages around in his stuff, looking for whatever smell sample he's talking about. After a few minutes of rummaging through his stuff, he comes back to us holding a sandal. From where I'm standing, I can smell the strong stench coming from the sandal. The scent automatically reminds me of Iroh, since when he was captured by Earthbenders, he had left that very same sandal for Zuko to find and follow the Earthbender's trail. Why in the world did Zuko think that keeping Iroh's old, smelly sandal was a good idea? Seriously? I begin, trying to hold back a laugh. That's Iroh's sandal, isn't it? At my question, Zuko nods, a slight blush on his face. You saved your uncle's sweaty sandal? Sokka asks Zuko while holding his nose to block out the stench. Ugh! He groans in utter disgust, pinching his nose even tighter. I think it's kind of sweet, Toph comments with a smile. Nyla jumps forward towards Zuko, who's holding the sandal, causing him to jump slightly, but all Nyla does is sniff the sandal. A moment later, Nyla begins to get all excited and her movements become more frantic. Let's do this, June states determinedly before flicking her reins, causing Nyla to run off. Hey, wait up! Zuko calls out after her as we all run over to Appa to follow her. We fly through the next day and pretty late into the night. I look out into the distance to see a familiar sight. The outer wall of the once great Earth Kingdom capital of Ba Sing Se. Iroh's in Ba Sing Se? I ask myself in confusion. Zuko lands Appa near the rubble of the wall that was destroyed when the Fire Nation first took over the city. We're going to Ba Sing Se? Zuko asks in confusion as we see Nyla start to dig at the remnants of the destroyed part of the wall. Your uncle's somewhere beyond the wall, June replies to him. Nyla then stops digging at the remnants and walks away from the wall. Nyla's getting twitchy, so he can't be too far. Good luck, she continues before she urges Nyla to leave. We all watch as they disappear over the hill before Zuko turns to the others and I. It's been a long day. Let's camp and start our search again at dawn. The others and I agree with no hesitation whatsoever since we're all tired from flying all day. After deciding to just leave all of our stuff in Appa's saddle and get some rest, Zuko and I decide to sleep in Appa's saddle while Katara sleeps on one of Appa's legs, and Suki and Sokka sleep on Appa's tail. It's only been at least a couple of hours since the others and I went to sleep when a bright light and Appa getting up to his feet wakes the others and I. Zuko and I quickly jump down from Appa's saddle as a ring of fire surrounds us. The others and I look around in confusion, ready for firebenders to attack us. That's when I see 4 figures standing on the rubble of the destroyed wall. Wait a minute, I think as I recognize 3 of the 4 figures. Well, look who's here, the all-too-familiar voice of Boomy says as he starts laughing and snorting crazily. At the sight of Boomy, Piandao, Pakku, and who I'm assuming is Zhong, who was Aang's first firebending teacher, Katara, Sokka, and I look at each other excitedly, all the while Suki, Zuko, and Toph just look confused. What's going on? Toph asks, clearly confused as to what's going on. We're surrounded by old people. Not just any old people, Katara begins as she walks up to Pakku. These are great masters and friends of ours. Pakku, she greets as she bows to the waterbending master that taught her everything she knows. Pakku bows back to her. It is respectful to bow to an old master. But how about a hug for your new grandfather? He asks as he extends his arms out to her. At his question, Sokka, Katara, and I look at him in both surprise and joy. That's so exciting! Katara exclaims excitedly as she hugs Pakku. You and Gran must be so happy to have found each other again. I made her a new betrothal necklace and everything. Pakku smiles. I'm about to congratulate him myself when Sokka runs up and hugs Pakku. Welcome to the family, Gramp. Pakku gently pushes Sokka away, slightly annoyed. You can still just call me Pakku. How about Grand Pakku? Sokka asks. No, Pakku replies, not amused. And this was Aang's first firebending teacher. Katara introduces Zuko as he walks up to who I assume is Zhong. Zhong, the man replies as he bows to Zuko. Master Piandao, Sokka smiles as he bows to his master. Hello, Sokka, Piandao replies as he bows back. So, wait, how do you all know each other? Suki asks, clearly confused. That is a good question, I think. All of the masters are from different nations, so how would they even know each other? All old people know each other, Boomy replies. Don't you know that? He continues before he lets out a laugh and a couple of snorts. We're all part of the same ancient secret society, a group that transcends the divisions of the 4 nations, Piandao explains further. Zuko and I smile at the mention of the society that he's talking about. The Order of the White Lotus, we speak at the same time. That's the one! Boomy grins. The White Lotus has always been about philosophy and beauty and truth. Zhang begins to explain. But about a month ago, a call went out that we were needed for something important. It came from Grand Lotus. Your uncle, Paku says as he looks over at Zuko, causing me to look over at Zuko with wide eyes. Iroh of the Fire Nation. At Paku's words, Zuko smiles. Well, that's who we're looking for. Toph smiles. Then we'll take you to him. Piandao answers. That's when Boomy appears behind Piandao and Zhang, pushing them out of the way. Wait! Someone's missing from your group. Someone very important, he explains, and I expect him to ask where Aang is, considering that he and Aang were friends before the war. Where's Momo? He asks, leaning into Sokka's face. He's gone, Sokka replies, and so is Aang. Boomy steps away from Sokka just a second later, who's still leaning back. Oh, well, he shrugs as he pats Sokka on the chest, which causes him to almost fall back. So long as they have each other, I'm sure we have nothing to worry about. Let's go, he shouts before he slams his fist into the ground before raising a pillar of stone underneath him that launches him away. The others and I have been walking with the White Lotus members to their campsite for about 20 minutes now, and I honestly can't wait to see Iroh again. It's been so long. So, Boomy, how did you end up escaping your imprisonment in Omashu? Sokka asks Boomy as Zuko, Suki, and I follow close behind him and Boomy. Escape, Boomy repeats. I didn't escape. Everybody else escaped. There I was, back in Omashu, waiting for just the right moment. I didn't know what or when, but I knew I'd know it when I knew it. The others and I listened closely to the story of how he single-handedly took back Omashu from the Fire Nation by using his earthbending and nothing else. Wow, you took back your whole city all by yourself? Suki says, clearly amazed. So what about you guys? Did you do anything interesting on the day of the eclipse? Boomy asks us. At his question, I share a look with both Sokka and Zuko. Nah, Zuko replies nonchalantly. No, not really. Sokka and I reply at the same time, just as nonchalantly. After another 15 minutes, we see the White Lotus campsite. We approach the camp and Boomy lowers a rock to allow us entrance into the camp. Well, here we are. Welcome to Old People Camp, Boomy says to the others and I. As the others and I start walking into the camp, I walk alongside Appa behind Zuko and Piandao. Where is he? Zuko asks as he looks around the camp for Iroh. Piandao, who's standing next to him, points to a tent on the other side of the camp. Your uncle's in there, Prince Zuko. Zuko lowers his head in what I assume is shame before walking towards the tent where Iroh is. I watch him closely as he sits down outside of the tent once he gets close to it. Wanting to see what's wrong, I give Appa a stroke on the head before making my way over to him. You okay? I ask as I stop right next to Zuko. No, Kida, I'm not okay, he answers, not even looking at me. My uncle hates me. I know it, he continues. I sit down next to him at that, wanting to comfort him in any way I can. He loved and supported me in every way he could, and I still turned against him. How can I even face him? He asks me. Zuko, you're sorry for what you did, right? I ask him. More sorry than I've been about anything in my entire life, he replies. I smile at that while taking his hand in mine, causing him to look at me. Then Iroh will forgive you. He will, I smile. Just like I did. Zuko gives me a smile and I nod towards the tent, silently telling him to go inside. Zuko hesitates for a second before getting to his feet. He takes a step forward, only to turn to me. Come with me? Please? He asks, holding out his hand to me. Of course, I smile as I take his hand so that he can help me up to my feet. Once I get to my feet, Zuko and I walk up to the tent's entrance. Zuko squeezes my hand as he exhales deeply before he leads me inside. Uncle, Zuko speaks gently as we enter the tent fully. The sound of snoring comes from in front of us, and Zuko and I see Iroh sleeping on the ground a few yards in front of us. I look at Zuko from the corner of my eye to see what he's going to do, only to see him smile at Iroh before he looks over at me, the smile still on his face. Come on. He nods towards Iroh before leading me over to the mat that's next to the one that Iroh's sleeping on. I sit down next to Zuko and look over at him. You're gonna stay here all night? I ask. Yeah, Zuko answers. You don't have to stay with me, you know. I know, I answer as I place my head on his shoulder. But I want to stay with you. Okay, Kida, he says as he wraps his arm around my shoulders, pulling me in closer to him. I wake up early the next morning, my head laying on Zuko's lap as he still sits in the same spot he sat last night. I groan quietly, not really wanting to disturb Iroh as I sit up and sit next to him. Morning, he says to me. Morning, I reply with a small smile. Did you get very much sleep last night? You look exhausted, I continue in a whisper as I cup his cheek in my hand, examining the dark circles under his eyes. No, I couldn't sleep barely at all last night, Zuko answers as he takes my hand that's on his cheek and pressing his lips against my palm. What about you? He asks as he stares into my eyes. Did you sleep okay? I nod. Yeah. Good, he says before leaning forward and pressing a kiss to my forehead. Zuko and I sit in silence for about 20 more minutes before Iroh begins to stir awake. Knowing that Zuko wants to talk to Iroh alone, I start to get to my feet. I'll give you two some time alone, okay? I ask him. At my question, Zuko seems hesitant at first, but he does nod in reply. Good luck, I say. Thanks. Zuko replies back as I walk out of the tent to give him and Iroh some privacy. After leaving Zuko to talk to Iroh, I find the others eating breakfast with the rest of the White Lotus. There you are, Katara greets with a smile. Where were you last night, Kita? Sokka asks me as he hands me a bowl of rice. Just with Zuko, I reply with a shrug. Oh, really? He asks, wiggling his eyebrows at me. He opens his mouth to continue, but I whack him on the back of the head. It wasn't like that, Sokka, I growl while glaring at him. Okay, he says as he holds his hands up in surrender. Sheesh, I was only teasing. Well, stop, I exclaim. I was just keeping him company before he talked with Iroh, and that's all. I've been sitting on the ground with the others eating my breakfast for about a half an hour now, and there's still no sign of Zuko or Iroh. I look around the campsite, wondering where the two of them are. Hopefully Iroh accepted Zuko's apology, and they're just talking about what's happened in the last few months. There's Zuko and General Iroh, Katara says, bringing me out of my thoughts. At the mention of Iroh, I perk up. I then see Iroh and Zuko walking towards the others and I, both smiling. Iroh! I exclaim with a grin as I get to my feet. Kita, he smiles as he opens his arms wide. I run up to him and hug him tightly, just so happy to see him again. It's so good to see you again, Iroh, I say as I pull away from him after a moment. Indeed, Iroh agrees with a grin. After reuniting with Iroh, Zuko and Iroh sit down and eat breakfast with the others and I. Uncle, you're the only person other than the Avatar who can possibly defeat the Father Lord, Zuko says from his spot in between Toph and Iroh. I almost spit out my food from what you just said. You mean the Fire Lord, Toph corrects him. That's what I just said, Zuko says to her angrily. Iroh hums. We need you to come with us, Zuko urges him. No, Zuko. It won't turn out well, Iroh answers. You can beat him, Zuko replies, determined to convince him to come with us to defeat Ozai. And we'll be there to help, he continues, gesturing to the others and I. Even if I did defeat Ozai, and I don't know that I could, it would be the wrong way to end the war, Iroh begins to explain. History would see it as just more senseless violence, a brother killing a brother to grab power. The only way for this war to end peacefully is for the Avatar to defeat the Fire Lord. He does have a point. The only way for this war to end peacefully is for Aang to defeat Ozai himself. And then you would come and take your rightful place on the throne? Zuko asks Iroh, breaking me out of my thoughts. No, someone new must take the throne. An idealist with a pure heart and unquestionable honor, Iroh answers, and I know that he's talking about Zuko. It has to be you, Prince Zuko. At Iroh's words, Zuko briefly looks away. Unquestionable honor? He questions. But I've made so many mistakes. That's true. Zuko has made many mistakes in his life, but now that he's with us, he's made up for it. At least in my opinion. Yes, you have, Iroh agrees. You've struggled, you've suffered, but you have always followed your own path. You restored your own honor, and only you can restore the honor of the Fire Nation. Zuko looks away from Iroh as he answers, I'll try, Uncle. Well, what if Aang doesn't come back? Toph asks Iroh. Sozin's comet is arriving, and our destinies are upon us. Aang will face the Fire Lord, Iroh says. When I was a boy, I had a vision that I would one day take Ba Sing Se. Only now do I see that my destiny is to take it back from the Fire Nation, so the Earth Kingdom can be free again. That's why you gathered the members of the White Lotus, Suki says from her spot next to me. Yes, Iroh answers before he turns to face Zuko again. Zuko, you must return to the Fire Nation so that when the Fire Lord falls, You can assume the throne and restore peace and order. But Azula will be there, waiting for you. He finishes, which makes Zuko's face turn into one of determination. I can handle Azula. I'm about to object to him facing Azula alone, when Iroh beats me to it. Not alone. You'll need help. You're right. Katara, Kida, how would you two like to help me put Azula in her place? Zuko asks us, his voice filled with determination. Katara and I share a look before turning to face Zuko, smirks on our faces. It would be our pleasure, we reply at the same time, which makes Zuko smile at us. What about us? What's our destiny today? Sokka asks Iroh, referring to Toph, Suki, and himself. What do you think it is? Iroh asks him. I think that, even though we don't know where Aang is, we need to do everything we can to stop the airship fleet, Sokka replies determinedly. And that means when Aang does face the Fire Lord, we'll be right there if he needs us. Toph continues, just as determined as my twin brother, if not more. Not too long after we all come up with a plan on what to do and how all of us would get to where we need to go, the others and I get ready to do our part in finally taking down Fire Lord Ozai and ending this war once and for all. I finish filling up my water skins before starting to make my way over to Appa, since Katara, Zuko, and I are taking him to the Fire Nation, while Sokka, Toph, and Suki will take an eelhound to where the airship fleet is being launched, so that they can take the fleet out. Nothing runs faster over land or swims quicker than a giant eelhound. The airship base is on a small island just off the Earth Kingdom shore. You should be able to intercept the fleet within a day's journey. I hear Piandao say to Sokka as I mount Appa and sit in the saddle next to Katara, while Zuko takes the reins. Thank you, Master, Sokka says to Piandao. I smile at my twin brother as he and Piandao bow to each other before Sokka engulfs Piandao in a hug. And from what I can see of Piandao's expression, he wasn't expecting that. So if I'm going to be Fire Lord after the war is over, what are you going to do? Zuko asks Iroh, causing me to look down at Iroh and the rest of the members of the White Lotus. After I reconquer Ba Sing Se, I'm going to reconquer my tea shop, and I'm going to play Pai Sho every day. Iroh answers with a smile on his face as he flips a Pai Sho piece and catches it as he speaks, which makes me smile at him. I turn my attention back towards Suki and Sokka, who sit on the eelhound with Toph. Sokka nods to us, silently telling us good luck and to stay safe. Goodbye, General Iroh, Katara says to Iroh. Goodbye, everyone. Today, destiny is our friend, Iroh says to all of us. I know it, he continues in a whisper. With that, Sokka, Suki, and Toph take off on the eelhound, and Zuko, Katara, and I take off on Appa, ready to take down Azula so that Zuko can become the new Fire Lord after Ozai is taken down once and for all. Let's hope that Iroh is right when it comes to destiny being our friend, because this is it. After this will be the end of the war, and I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that we win this thing and get out of it alive. I don't care if I have to sacrifice myself in the process. As long as I die knowing that I did everything that I could to win the war and protect the people that I love and care about.
Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 19, Sozin's Comet. Part 3, Into the Inferno.
As Zuko, Katara, and I fly on Appa towards the Fire Nation, the comet starts making its way across the sky. At the sight of it, I can't help but struggle to keep my thoughts positive. Nothing like going into battle with a crazy 14-year-old girl with enhanced firebending skills magnified by a lot. I don't know who's crazier, Azula or us, because at this point it's really hard to tell. I shake my head, clearing those thoughts away, not really wanting to worry about that right now. I really need to focus on the upcoming battle the three of us will have against Azula. I turn to Zuko and Katara, who are both sitting on Appa's head while I sit in the saddle. I see that Zuko has a worried and somewhat anxious expression on his face. I'm about to reassure him that we will beat Azula and Aang will beat Ozai, but it seems that I'm not the only one who notices his expression. Zuko, don't worry. We can take Azula, Katara says to him. I'm not worried about her. I'm worried about Aang, Zuko answers. What if he doesn't have the guts to take out my father? What if he loses? He does have a point. Before Aang disappeared, Aang was adamant that he wasn't comfortable with taking the Fire Lord's life. What if he doesn't deliver the final blow and he doesn't make it? Aang won't lose. He's gonna come back, Katara responds back somewhat confidently. She looks forward with narrowed eyes before continuing. He has to. She's right. If we want this war to finally end, Aang has to come back and defeat Ozai once and for all. Because if he doesn't, well, I don't really want to think about that right now. We finally get to the palace city, and it seems that we just got here just in time because down below, in the Coronation Plaza, Azula is just about to be crowned Fire Lord. As I look down at the scene below, I can tell, even from here, that Azula seems a bit off. Her posture doesn't seem like her usual straight and confident posture, and her hair is in a messy loose bun. Looks like she's showing her crazy even more so than before. By decree of Phoenix King Ozai, I now crown you Fire Lord. I hear the fire sage that's about to crown Azula say before he trails off as he spots us on Appa. Azula turns her head to face him angrily. What are you waiting for? She asks him, somewhat annoyed. Do it! Even her voice seems off. It isn't as calm, cold, and even as it usually was. Seems like Azula's crazy side has finally caught up to her. Appa lets out a loud growl, causing Azula to turn back around to see Appa landing in the plaza courtyard. Zuko stands up from his spot on Appa's head. Sorry, but you're not going to become Fire Lord today. He jumps off of Appa. I am. Azula laughs at his declaration mockingly. You're hilarious. Katara and I jump off of Appa to stand on either side of Zuko. And you're going down, I growl out angrily as the three of us glare up at her. The fire sage standing behind Azula is about to crown her the new Fire Lord again, regardless of the three of us standing here. That is, until Azula signals with her hand for him to stop. Wait. She gets to her feet, staring down at Zuko. You want to be Fire Lord? Fine. Let's settle this. Just you and me, brother. The showdown that was always meant to be. Agni Kai, she shouts. No, I think. She can't do this. Not now. And I know with how stubborn Zuko is, Zuko will accept her challenge, just to show everyone that he can beat Azula. With how unhinged Azula is acting right now, he's going to get himself killed. You're on, Zuko answers seriously, causing both Katara and I to look at him in surprise. Zuko, what are you doing? I ask him. She's playing you. She knows she can't take all three of us on by herself, so she's trying to separate us. I know. Zuko agrees with me, his gaze not leaving Azula as he stares her down. But I can take her this time. But even you admitted to your uncle that you would need help facing Azula, Katara argues. There's something off about her. I can't explain it, but she's slipping, Zuko replies. He then turns to Katara and then to me. And this way, no one else has to get hurt. Katara and I share a look before nodding in agreement. That him facing Azula in an Agni Kai will be the best way to take her down. It's almost time for the Agni Kai to start, and I'm so nervous for Zuko. So nervous, in fact, that I have to fight the tears that are wanting to come out at the thought of him fighting her on his own. Unfortunately, though, as Katara wishes him good luck, one tear slips out. I quickly wipe it away, but Zuko notices it. "Kida," he begins as he steps closer to me. "It's going to be okay. I promise," he continues as he pulls me into a tight hug. More tears slip down my face as I bury my face into his chest. I have confidence in him. I do. But that doesn't mean that I'm not afraid for his life. It's just that after everything we've been through together, I don't want to lose him. Not again. "I love you, Zuko," I whisper into his chest. "I love you too, Kida," Zuko responds as he lets me go. I sigh as I wipe the tears out of my eyes before I look up into his orange eyes. "Just don't die. Because if you do, I swear I'll kill you," I comment with a small smile on my face, which causes Zuko to chuckle lightly as he pulls me into him again. "Well, look at this." Azula's all-too-familiar voice rings out through the plaza, causing Zuko and I to turn to her, annoyed looks on our faces. "Little Zuzu has a new girlfriend. May will be very happy about this. Don't you worry, though, Zuzu. After you're gone, I'll make sure that her death is quick." I let Zuko go this time, and look him fiercely in the eyes. "I trust you, but you have to end her," I whisper, my voice breaking from the tears again. Zuko cups my face in his hands and holds it close to his. "I will," he whispers against my lips before crushing them against his in a searing kiss. After both Katara and I wish Zuko luck, we both retreat to the edge of the courtyard to keep out of the fight. I don't know how much help it'll be considering that Sozin's comet is above us right now, which will enhance both Zuko and Azula's firebending power, which will cause fire to go everywhere. I watch silently as both Azula and Zuko both walk to opposite sides of the courtyard, before kneeling on the ground, their backs facing each other. This isn't the first time I've seen a real Agni Kai. The first one I saw was when Zuko was fighting Zhao, and I was the prize. That Agni Kai that he had with Zhao was less serious than this one is, since the fate of the entire world didn't rely directly on the battle that raged between them. It's different now. There's a tension in the air that is literally fraying my nerves. I want to look away, but I can't. I have to watch. I have to be the one who protects Zuko if something goes wrong. For if Zuko falls, I'll be there to finish this once and for all. A hand being placed on my shoulder breaks me out of my thoughts, and I turn my head to face Katara, who looks at me with a reassuring look in her eye. "It'll be all right, Kida. Zuko can beat Azula." I sighed with a nod before turning back to look at the two firebenders. "I really hope you're right." As I turn my attention back to Zuko and Azula, I see them get to their feet so that they can face each other. "I'm sorry it has to end this way, brother," Azula comments snidely, smirking conceitedly as she takes off her coronation robe, throwing it to the side. "No, you're not," Zuko answers calmly as he gets into a firebending stance. Azula just continues to smirk like mad as she assumes an awkward bending stance. I've seen Iroh teach Zuko enough times to know that her stance is sloppy and uneven, and it's just not like Azula at all. Ever since we arrived, Azula hasn't seemed like her normal self. It's really weird not seeing her all cold and closed off. Now I'm seeing the real her, and I don't like it. She's dangerous, but I have to stay positive in my hope that Zuko will take her down so that she doesn't hurt anyone else from now on. I'm broken out of my thoughts when Azula spins and sends a sudden blast of blue flames towards Zuko. In response, Zuko brings his hands up and jumps forward, bending a flame in each hand as he brings his arms down in front of him, sending the flames towards Azula. The red and blue flames collide in the middle of the plaza. At the sight of the flames coming towards us, Katara and I jump out of the way, not wanting to get hit. After the wall of fire begins to die out, I look over at Katara, making sure that she's okay. "Katara, you alright?" I ask. "Fine," she answers. "You?" I nod in reply, reassuring her that I'm okay. "I'm good." After I know that Katara is okay, I turn my attention back to the fight to see Azula sending 3 spinning kicks of blue fire at Zuko. Zuko and Azula continue to exchange blows for another 10 minutes before their flames start to blend with each other like they did before. I watch as the orange and blue flames start to shoot to opposite ends of the plaza. My eyes watch Zuko as he's pushed back by the blue flames colliding with his. "Come on, Zuko," I whisper pleadingly, not wanting him to get hurt. Or worse. The fire stops and I get to see the whole plaza again. I see Zuko poised to fight, staring straight at Azula, all the while small fires mingle around parts of the plaza, evidence of large flames. I turn my gaze towards Azula to see her with a scared and confused look on her face before she turns around to find that Zuko's strong attack has caused the building behind her to catch fire. Azula then whirls back around to face Zuko, a distressed and angry look on her face. You know, if she wasn't so evil and out to kill Zuko, I would feel genuinely sorry for her. Unfortunately, though, Azula is evil, and out to kill not only Zuko, but everyone that I love and care about. So I do not feel sorry for her at all. Azula leaps forward with a blast of fire that she swings at Zuko. Just as he's about to be hit, Zuko thrusts his palms outward to create a wall of fire that slices the blue flame in half. The flames slowly die down and I'm confident that Zuko's gonna win since, from what I can tell, Azula looks like she's getting tired and scared. Looking at her now, she actually looks like an actual 14-year-old girl. Azula's finally cracking. Her hard and cold mask is finally revealing the ugliness within. That's when 2 large fireballs that are encircling each other come flying towards Azula from Zuko. She just manages to jump out of the way of them before she starts flying towards Zuko, pushing blasts of blue flames at him as she goes. As the blue flames make their way towards him, Zuko launches himself into the air with his own fire and meets Azula's blue flames with his own. My breathing becomes rapid with worry and anxiety as I watch Azula skate around Zuko with her blue flames, launching fire at him as she does so. Luckily, though, Zuko easily deflects all of the blasts that she throws his way, all the while trying to knock Azula off of her feet.
Azula keeps circling Zuko, and clearly it's become obvious to not only me, but Zuko as well, that he just wasn't getting anywhere with just punching flames at her as she circles around him. Once he has an opening, Zuko does a sweep kick, creating a ring of fire around him. I snap my attention back to Azula, who seems to just hold back, but still gets blown back by the flames. I mentally wince as she rolls to a stop. Oof, that's gotta hurt. As soon as I think this is finally over, Azula gets back up almost immediately. She stands up, her hair now free from her hair tie that must have broken while she was blown back by Zuko. "No lightning today? What's the matter?" Zuko taunts angrily and somewhat mockingly. "Afraid I'll redirect it?" Now that was stupid. At his taunt, Katara and I run out onto the plaza courtyard to where we stand behind Zuko, ready to help if he needs us to. "Oh, I'll show you lightning," Azula shouts angrily at him. Azula begins to wave and rotate her arms, sparks of lightning flicking out of her fingertips as she does. I gulp in nervousness, hoping that Zuko redirects the lightning and we can finally end this. I watch Zuko carefully as he takes a deep, calming breath before exhaling deeply, controlling his energy so that he can redirect the lightning.
Azula finishes charging up a second later and brings her fingertips to her chest, ready to fire. For some reason, though, I get the feeling that something bad is about to happen. I just know it. I watch Azula very carefully, looking for any signs that she might do something that we're not expecting. Any sign at all. A split second later, I see it. Azula's eyes meet mine for just a split second before she smirks evilly before lunging, shooting the lightning directly at not only me, but also Katara, who's standing right next to me. I stand frozen in complete fear at the sight of the bolt of lightning coming straight for me. I literally can't move. My body is so filled with fear that none of my limbs want to move. That's when it begins to seem like everything around me is going in slow motion. I watch in complete and utter horror as Zuko moves so that he's in between the lightning and Katara and I. No! I hear Zuko shout as he extends his arm out in order to redirect the lightning. It's too late, though, because his body gets struck by it, therefore absorbing it. I watch with wide eyes as Zuko hits the ground, the lightning leaving his body through his other arm so that it's shot above the city and into the air. The lightning that wasn't redirected, though, is still going through his body, causing his body to twitch. Zuko rolls onto his back, groaning and holding his wounded chest. I gasp in horror. Katara and I need to get to him. Zuko! Zuko! Katara and I yell as we start running towards him, only for a blast of lightning to hit the ground in between us and Zuko. I grit my teeth at the sight of Azula as she laughs maniacally, running towards Katara and I as she does. Katara, we need to get to Zuko, I say as we both dodge another blast of lightning from Azula. I know, but how? She asks. Before I can answer, Azula fires another blast of lightning at us, causing Katara and I to jump out of the way. Katara and I turn to face Azula as she lands on the roof of the overhang that goes around the courtyard. I'd rather our family physician look after little Zuzu if you two don't mind, Azula tells us darkly as she charges up yet another blast of lightning to fire at us. I quickly bend the water from the pool beside us in front of us, causing a smokescreen to form when the lightning hits it, letting Katara and I run behind some pillars and out of sight from Azula as she continues to fire blasts of blue flames at us. I held Katara tightly against me as we hide behind a pillar, waiting for the flames to dissipate. When they do dissipate, Katara and I straighten up, looking around either side of the pillar to see what's going on. My gaze immediately goes over to Zuko, who's still lying on the ground in pain. Zuzu, you don't look so good. I hear Azula taunt before I see her shoot yet another blast of lightning at Katara and I, causing us to run behind the next pillar for cover as the one we were just behind explodes from the impact. Here's the plan, I say to Katara as we hide behind the pillar, causing Katara to look at me. I'll take care of Azula, while you heal Zuko. But, Kida, what if... I cut her off. Don't worry about me. I've got a plan. All right, Katara answers hesitantly. I pull her into a quick hug. Be careful, okay? I ask. I'll try and keep her distracted long enough that she doesn't see you making your way over to Zuko, okay? All right. You too. She answers back as I let go of her, running to hide behind another pillar to distract Azula. Clearly, it worked, because as soon as I started running towards the next pillar to hide, she shoots another blast of fire which almost hits me. Almost. The flames dissipate and I grit my teeth in determination as I bend the water from the pool on the side of the courtyard again, bringing it around the pillar and launching it at the roof where Azula had been shooting the lightning and fire from. My eyes widen when the water crashes over the roof, but Azula is not there. I hear the sound of crackling flames behind me and see Azula flying towards me. I quickly bend the water from the pool again, forming it into ice so that I can glide along it, all the while dodging her attacks. Azula continues firing blue flames at me when I run out of ice. Luckily, I landed out of her line of fire under the overhang. I land on my hands and knees on top of some grates and I smile at the sight of the water running below me. An idea comes to my head and I look around for something I can use to tie Azula down with. I find some chains tied to a closed door and smile. Perfect, I think as I rush over to grab the chains. After struggling with the chains for a minute or two, I finally get them unhooked. And just in time, too, it seems. There you are, filthy peasant! I hear Azula hiss from my left as she walks up to me, an angry look on her face. Azula stops on top of the grate, but I know that now isn't the right time to freeze her in ice like I planned to, so I glare at her intensely. After a brief stare down of both of us glaring at each other intensely, I use multiple water whips to force Azula onto the grate and into a better position for my plan. As I do this, I see that she's about to shoot lightning at me when I bend the water from down below, freezing both of us in ice. It worked! After being frozen in the ice for a moment, I let out air through my nose, melting the water around me so that I can chain Azula's hands together and to the grate. Once I know that she's tied down, I bend the water back into the grate, causing Azula and I to cough from being underwater that long. I tighten the chains around Azula's wrists just to make sure that she can't get free. After seeing Azula struggle against the chains for a second, I know that she can't get free, so I look over to where I know Katara and Zuko will be. I see Katara using her healing abilities on Zuko and rush over to the two of them, tears running down my face as I do, hoping to the spirits that Zuko's going to be okay. Once I get to them, I kneel down next to Zuko's head, seeing that he's gritting his teeth in pain as Katara heals him. I gently lift his head up before placing it on my lap so that I can run my fingers through his hair as a sort of comfort for him. The water that Katara is using absorbs into Zuko's chest, and I feel a tear run down my cheek as I see Zuko open his eyes as he looks over at Katara, smiling weakly. "Thank you, Katara," he whispers to her. I brush his bangs out of his eyes, causing him to look up at me as I smile down at him, tears running down my cheeks. "I think we're the ones who should be thanking you," I say to him as I lean down, pressing a short, gentle kiss to his lips, as I am utterly relieved that he's going to be okay. I let go of his lips after a moment, pressing my forehead against his. "I love you, Zuko," I whisper. I feel Zuko put his hand on my cheek, making me hold it in my own, keeping it against my cheek. "I love you too, Kida." "Do you want to get up now?" I ask him gently as I sit straight up again. Zuko nods in reply to my question, and Katara and I slowly help him up to his feet. I keep my arm around Zuko's lower back as I give Katara a hug, so happy that we're all okay and still alive. The sound of panting causes the three of us to look over at Azula as she begins to scream out in madness and breathe fire, writhing in an attempt to break free from the chains that I tied her up in. Finally, though, after a moment, she stops and begins to cry uncontrollably. Zuko wraps his arm around me as the three of us look down at Azula with both horror and pity. We had beaten Azula and won the battle for the throne of Firelord. And now, all we have to do is wait. Wait for any news on Sokka, Toph, and Suki with airships, and Aang and the Firelord. Oh wait. Sorry. Phoenix King. Polar Opposites. Book 3, Fire. Chapter 20. Sozin's Comet. Part 4. It's finally over. The comet had come to an end and we had finally won the war. It's finally over. The war that has been raging on for 100 years. All the sacrifices, blood, sweat, and tears are not in vain. We did it. We had put an end to the 100-year war. All of our hard work had finally paid off. It was good to breathe as a free woman in the Fire Nation. It was good to walk around in Waterbend without always looking over my shoulder. Not to have to hide anymore as a massive relief. After the battle, Aang, Sokka, Toph, and Suki arrived on a large Fire Nation airship. It was so out of the blue that For a terrifying moment, I literally thought that Ozai had beaten Aang, but luckily, the four of them stepped off the ship looking very tired, but still smiling. After seeing that the four of them were alive, I got quite the shock when I found out that Ozai was still alive. Aang, of course, explained that he had taken Ozai's bending away, permanently. Aang taking someone's bending away is a scary thing to think about. We updated each other on what we all did during Sozin's Comet while eating together. Sokka telling his over-exaggerated version of the whole airship slice thing was hilarious, but it was much better when Suki explained the real version of what happened. Aang explaining how he had defeated Ozai and managed to master the Avatar state. It was almost a miracle. Then Zuko, Katara, and I all told them about what had happened during the last Agni Kai. Yes, it has an official name because it was the last Agni Kai between Azula and Zuko, and it'll probably be the last Agni Kai that she'll ever have. That night, I just slept. I slept in my own bed, by myself, in the Fire Nation's royal palace. I fell into a deep, deep sleep. For once, since before my siblings and I had met Aang, I didn't have to worry about being attacked in my sleep or surviving tomorrow. I fell asleep knowing that I was completely safe, knowing that there wasn't any danger out there that was trying to kill me. It was a huge relief for me. A few days of relaxing had passed, and now it's the day that Zuko is to be crowned as the new Fire Lord. The war is also to be declared over, but we had to wait for everyone to show up, our closest friends and allies coming from all over the world to watch it all go down. During the few days that we had to have in between for everyone to arrive, the preparations were made. While the preparations were being made, we found out that no one had allegiance for Ozai. We were all very surprised to learn that. After our allies started arriving for Zuko's coronation, Katara and I went around healing people if they needed to be healed. And there were a lot of people who needed to be healed. Katara's healing ability is amazing. She really does have a real gift for helping people. Everyone else that didn't need to be healed helped to fix up the palace city as much as they could so that it would look presentable for Zuko's coronation. I have to say that I couldn't be prouder of Zuko. He overcame the demons of his past to help build a new world. He defied his family, known for destruction and devastation, to help bring an era of peace into the world. Even though I didn't know his mom, I know that she would be very proud of her son. I sigh as I let my dark hair fall in cascades of waves around my shoulders and down my back as I walk down the long hallway towards Zuko's private quarters so that I can do another healing session on his wounds that he had gotten from Azula. Katara had left the duty of healing Zuko in my capable hands. She's a lot better than me with healing, but she still insisted that it was my duty to him as his girlfriend. I approached the familiar large red and gold doors, a smile making its way onto my face. So, without thinking, I pushed open the door. "Hey Zuko, time for another healing sesh." I stopped mid-sentence when I processed the scene in front of me. Standing in the middle of the room stand Zuko and May. Did I mention that they're too close for my liking? As I look at them, May looked unfortunately comfortable and Zuko looks out of place but still slightly happy. I mean, he is in the Fire Nation Palace, about to become the new Fire Lord, standing with a girl from the Fire Nation that he used to date. I guess he is happy because she isn't in prison anymore. However, May didn't exactly look happy when she saw me standing there in the doorway. Seeing that slightly flared up my temper, but I swallowed it down, not really wanting to escalate the situation too much. "Oh, sorry. I'll just wait outside," I mumble, feeling the heat creep up my cheeks. Turning quickly, I resist the urge not to sprint out of the room. I walk as normally as I can, ignoring the awkwardness, jealousy, and anger that built up inside of me at the sight of them. Shutting the doors behind me, I lean up against the wall and sigh. I probably had this coming. I mean, Zuko and May have liked each other since they were kids, and they pretty much grew up together. I'm just some girl from the Southern Water Tribe that let her hormones and emotions get the better of her. Oh, how could I have been so stupid? I slump against the wall and look up at the ceiling, forcing every single thought out of my head by concentrating on the patterns and designs on the ceiling. Just how the gold thread twist and twirl on the ceiling, resting an elegant pattern. While staring at the ceiling, I force myself to think about what I would have for lunch, thinking about whether it's a good idea to go home or not. Now that I think about it, I think a trip to the South Pole is a very good idea right about now. The door slamming shut is what causes me to snap out of my thoughts. I look over to the door to see May storming towards me. Instinctively, I would back up to the wall, but I'm already pressed up against it. So I just press myself into it as best as possible as she gets right into my face with a very angry expression on her face. I'll admit, it did scare me a little, but I don't think I've ever seen her show this much emotion before. In fact, now that I think about it, I've never seen her show this much emotion before. I reluctantly meet her eyes to find her heated glare. A few days ago, I was able to take down Azula during Sozin's Comet without a second thought. Standing here now with May and staring right into her eyes as she glares down at me, I want to run. I am legitimately scared of her right now. By the harshness of her glare, I'm guessing she wants to grab one of her knives and chop me up into little pieces. I have no idea why he chose you over me, she whispers dangerously, expressing her curiosity. Whoa. Wait, what? He chose me over her? Me neither, I respond honestly. May narrows her eyes at me, intensifying her glare. What do you have that I don't? She wonders threateningly aloud. Waterbending, caramel-colored skin, a family that cares about me, emotions, I list off in my head, and to be honest, I think she would honestly kill me if I had said any of them out loud. So I keep my mouth shut tightly, not wanting to accidentally blurt something out. But you know what? She asks me. I'll be waiting for the day that he decides to dump you. This sparks up my temper again. What on earth makes her think she'll be around if Zuko dumps me? Then you know what I think about that? I ask her. I suggest that you move on with your life, or else you'll be waiting a very long time, I retort sweetly, just to annoy her. Somehow, her glare gets even more deadly. Being as angry as I am, though, it excites me. I really doubt you'll last long with him, she warns through gritted teeth. I've lasted this long with him, so I think I can go for a little while longer, I tease, smirking slightly. She seethes in anger for a moment before turning away from me and storming off down the hallway. I watch as she storms off down the hall and around the corner, letting out a silent sigh of relief. Spirits! That was scary. Being mad at her just gave me false confidence. I really wonder how Zuko's ego will take two girls fighting over him. Well, I might as well go and find out. Shaking off what just happened between May and I turn and walk into Zuko's room again. I walk in to find him pacing around the room in his robe with a hand placed on his chin, his face showing concern and worry. Once he sees me coming into the room, his face lights up with relief. She didn't kill you, he breathes out in relief, coming over to me with his arms open. A chuckle escapes my lips. No, she didn't, I say, stepping into his embrace. With a sigh, I basically melt into his embrace. If I could, I would live in his arms because they're so comfortable. I wrap my arms around him tightly, hugging him back. Zuko, wincing a moment after I wrap my arms around him, catches me off guard, and I immediately let go of him. Guilt rushes through me as I remember why I came here in the first place. Zuko groans slightly as he holds the center of his chest, where his wound is. You all right? I ask softly as I pull away from him. Yeah, I'm fine, he says, his voice strained from the pain. No, you're not, Zuko. Let me heal you, I pretty much order him. Zuko meets my gaze with a pleading look. I give him a small smile before I help him remove his robe. Once his robe is removed, I go to undo his bandages and let them drop to the floor. Lucky for me, there was a large pot of water in the corner of the room. Bending the water around my hands, I place them against his chest and focus on relieving Zuko from his pain. As I heal him, I feel Zuko's body tense up for a brief moment before he sighs out in relief, causing me to smile and bend the water back into the small pot. Once the water is back in the pot, I look down at his chest, looking at the wound. The light pink flesh that is calm now from being healed slightly. I want to touch it, run my fingers over it softly, but I can tell from the moisture and pinkness that it would hurt if I touched the wound. Denying myself that pleasure for Zuko's sake, I move over to get the bandages, feeling Zuko's intense gaze on me the whole time. I resist the urge to shiver from his intense gaze and try to even out my breathing. Slowly, I wrap up the wound in bandages again, his golden eyes watching me very happily. Is it still sore? I ask, meeting his eyes. I almost regret looking up. Almost. Immediately, his golden stare traps me so much that I'm unable to look away. His gaze softens as I meet his eyes, and I'm lost under his spell. It's like nothing else matters anymore. It's just me and him. The pain was nothing I couldn't handle, he comments, smirking slightly. That's good. I breathe out as my heart starts pounding and the heat in my body begins to rise as I begin to get really flustered. Shouldn't you finish bandaging me up? Zuko smirks at me, raising an eyebrow. That immediately snaps me out of my trance. Yeah, I mutter with a roll of my eyes as I continue to wrap his wound up. Stupid Zuko and his big ego. Knowing that he's watching me, I keep trying to fight the smile that's playing at the edge of my lips. I just can't help it. It's an automatic thing for me now. Smiling, that is. Are you excited to become Fire Lord? I ask, breaking the tense silence. More excited that this war is finally over and we'll be creating peace in the world, Zuko answers thoughtfully. You've got a lot of mistakes to fix, you know. I ask him, fixing his bandages so that it doesn't come undone. I know, and I'm going to fix them. This is my destiny, he says proudly, causing a smile to creep its way onto my face. Spirits. He's so dang cute when he's proud. I'm glad you finally figured it out, I whispered him before leaning up to kiss him. It's only a small peck. I just know that it would drive him crazy. Don't keep everybody waiting, okay? I warn as I turn around so that I can join everybody else outside in the courtyard. I join everyone else down in the courtyard, finding Katara, Sokka, and our dad with the rest of the Water Tribe warriors. Dad! I smile as I run up to him, engulfing him in a huge hug. Kida! He smiles as he hugs me back. Katara told me what you did, he continues as he pulls away. Your mother would be proud. A tear runs down my cheek at the thought of our mom being proud of not only myself, but also Sokka and Katara. There's my favorite warriors, Sokka exclaims, causing me to turn to see the Kyoshi warriors standing there in full uniform and makeup. I have to admit, I kind of missed the face paint. So, how does it feel to be in uniform again? He asks. It feels great! Ty Lee, who is in a Kyoshi warrior uniform as well, says excitedly. Sokka limps up in front of Suki to protect her, pointing his crutch at Ty Lee. Careful, Suki! Ty Lee is pretending to be a Kyoshi warrior again. It's okay. She's one of us now, Suki assures him, which makes him look from her to Ty Lee and back again with a stunned look on his face. Yeah, the girls and I really bonded in prison, and after a few chi blocking lessons, they said I could join their group. We're going to be best friends forever, Ty Lee explains before she hugs two of the other warriors, smiling widely. After a few more minutes, everyone hushes down as the curtains part and Zuko walks out onto the platform in the front of the courtyard, all formal and royal looking in his Fire Lord robes. I have to say, seeing him like this, he looks rather attractive, especially with his hair pulled out of his face. He looks so authoritative. At the same time, everyone starts to cheer him on, but he raises a hand, ceasing the cheers. Please. The real hero is the Avatar, Zuko says before he steps to the side as Aang walks out in his ceremonial monk robes. Seeing both Aang and Zuko up there, fulfilling the places that they're destined to be in, I just can't be prouder of them. They've grown so much the last year that I've known both of them. From the annoyingly energetic little kid to the savior of the world. From the hot-headed banished prince of the Fire Nation to the calm and collected Fire Lord. So much has changed. We've all changed. For the better, of course. Today, this war is finally over, Zuko announces, and my heart swells with both relief and pride as everyone else cheers out in excitement. I promised my uncle that I would restore the honor of the Fire Nation. And I will. The road ahead of us is challenging. 100 years of fighting has left the world scarred and divided. But with the Avatar's help, we can get it back on the right path and begin a new era of love and peace. As he says that last part, I swear that I saw his eyes flick to mine briefly. My smile stretches into a large grin at his words. They were spoken like a true Fire Lord. The worst of it is over. Now all we have to do is make it get better. After his speech, Zuko kneels down, preparing to be crowned as Fire Lord, and one of the Fire Sages behind him comes up behind him, holding the Fire Lord's hairpiece high into the air. The Fire Sage puts the Fire Lord headpiece into Zuko's top knot. All hail Fire Lord Zuko! The Fire Sage announces, causing the crowd around me to cheer again as Zuko rises to his feet. Everyone around me cheers excitedly. All the while I stay still with a silly grin on my face as I watch him. He's here. He's alive. He's good. He wants to fix the world and he loves me. I've watched him grow so much in the past year. And I know that I'll watch Zuko grow even more in many more years to come as the new Fire Lord. Tears well up in my eyes as the cheering gets even louder. Who knew watching your boyfriend getting crowned Fire Lord after everything he's been through would be so emotional? I'm so proud of Zuko that the word proud doesn't even cover it anymore. That stupid firebending jerk that was trying to capture Aang, Katara, Sokka, and I, whom I fell in love with as a prisoner on his ship, stands in front of me now as the Fire Lord of his nation, ready to help heal the world. It's a very heartwarming moment. After Zuko's coronation, we all decided to take a vacation to Ba Sing Se to celebrate. We arrived at Ba Sing Se and are now sitting inside the Jasmine Dragon. I sit next to Iroh, who's playing the Sungi horn, as Zuko serves us tea. He places a cup for Iroh on the table before handing me one. Thank you, I smile, and he nods before kissing my forehead gently before moving on to give tea to the others. Zuko, stop moving! Sokka exclaims from his spot at a table at the other side of the room. I'm trying to capture the moment! I wanted to do a painting, so we always remember the good times together. Katara walks over to him from her spa to see the painting. That's very thoughtful of you, Sokka. Her face suddenly looks annoyed. Wait, why did you give me Momo's ears? Those are your hair loopies, Sokka defends as the others and I walk over to him. At least you don't look like a porcupine. My hair is not that spiky, Zuko exclaims. Why do I look like a man, Sokka? I ask, Sokka with a glare. He opens his mouth to defend himself, but Suki cuts him off. And why did you paint me firebending? I thought it looked more exciting that way, Sokka shrugs. Momo jumps onto the table and chitters at him. Oh, you think you can do a better job, Momo? Sokka asks, which makes Momo chitter again. Hey, my belly's not that big anymore. I've really trimmed down, Iroh comments, pointing at the painting. Well, I think you all look perfect, Toph exclaims with a smile on her face, which causes the others and I to laugh.
Polar Opposites. Epilogue. And then what happened? There just has to be more that you and Father did after the war ended. I smile at Azumi, age 9, the oldest of Zuko and I's 3 children. Well, it took a while, but the world began a new era of love and peace, I answer. Isn't that what Dad said before he was crowned Fire Lord? Our son, Kalen, age 6, asks. I nod with a smile. Yes it was. What did I say? An all too familiar voice asks from the doorway of the room. Izumi, Kaylin, our youngest daughter Alara, age 3, and I turn towards the doorway to see Zuko standing there in the doorway, a smirk on his face. Oh, nothing. I've just been telling these 3 how we ended up ending the 100-Year War with the others. I shrug with a smile as he walks up to us. Oh, really? He asks as he sits down next to me. Yes, really, I answer, a teasing smile on my lips. Is it true that you and Aunt Azula get along now? Izumi asks. Zuko and I look at her before sharing a look with each other for a moment. It's been years since the last Agni Kai between Zuko and his sister Azula, but all in all, Zuko and I's relationship with Azula has gotten better over the years, especially after we had found Urza and reunited her with both Zuko and Azula. Yes, sweetie, I answer with a small smile. We've had our moments, but your father and I do have a good relationship with her now. That's right, Zuko nods. At that moment, Alara, who's sitting in my lap, lets out a large yawn before laying her head on my chest. Looks like it's time for bed, I say as I smile down at her. I look down at the other 2 who are sitting on the floor in front of Zuko and I. And that goes for you 2 as well, you know. At that, Izumi and Kaylin groan out in disapproval. But they both try to protest at the same time before Zuko cuts them off. No buts. When your mother says it's time for bed, it's time for bed. I carefully stand from my chair, Zuko doing the same beside me. Come along, you 2. I extend my hand for Izumi to take, while Zuko does the same for Kaylin, so that we can lead them to their room so that they can go to bed for the night. But Mother, I have so many questions about what you did to end the war. Izumi whines as I tuck her into her bed. I know you do, but those questions can wait until morning, darling, I tell her. I promise to answer all of the questions that you and your brother have tomorrow. She grins at that, and I know that Kaylin is grinning as well. All right, my darling. Good night, I tell Izumi before kissing her gently on the forehead. I will see you in the morning. She nods and closes her eyes to go to sleep. After saying good night to Kaylin and Alara, Zuko and I walk over to the door. Good night, my loves. We'll see you tomorrow, I say to the 3 young children in the room as Zuko and I stand in the doorway saying our final good nights to them. Sleep tight, I smile as I close the door behind us. After I close the door behind Zuko and I turn to face him to see him already looking at me. What? I ask him with a smile on my face. He smiles back, all the while shaking his head slightly. Nothing. You're just such a good mom, he continues while cupping my cheek in his hand. And you're a good dad, I smile as I lean my cheek into his touch as we stare into each other's eyes lovingly. I love you, I whisper gently as I press my forehead against his. And I love you, he replies, smiling before giving me a kiss. All right, I sigh out tiredly, taking his hand in mine. Let's go to bed now. All right, Zuko chuckles as I lead him down the hall to our private bedroom to get some sleep. It's been a long 12 years since Zuko, my friends, my siblings, and I put the 100-Year War to an end, and I couldn't be happier. I have a beautiful family, a loving husband. I'm the Fire Lady of the Fire Nation, and the people adore both Zuko and I. I definitely wouldn't change anything about my life. Nothing at all.
Polar Opposites. Bonus chapter. Featuring Avatar Korra, Mako, and Bolin. In all of my years, I've never seen anything like this coming. Somehow, the Earth Queen was killed and Avatar Korra is somewhere in the desert. I'm sitting in a bar in Misty Palms Oasis with Tonrock, Toph's eldest daughter, and Republic City's chief of police, Lin Beifong, and Zuko, trying to think of a plan on how we're going to find Korra in the desert. I'm really hoping that Korra's safe. If I know anything from what had happened to my siblings Toph and Aang back before the 100-year war ended, getting through the Si Wong Desert isn't an easy task, especially without a sand sailor. What are you all doing here? A voice asks from my left, causing Zuko, Lin, Tonrock, and I to see Korra standing at the end of the table. At the sight of his daughter, Tonrock gets up from his seat. Korra, you're safe, he says before he hugs her. Yeah, we made it out of the desert, thanks to Asami, Korra replies, turning towards who I assume is Asami, which makes Tonrock nod to her in thanks, clearly grateful that she had helped Korra out of the desert. I'm so glad that you are all right, Korra. Your father was very worried about you, I say as I get up from my seat. Lady Kita, Korra smiles before she hugs me. It's very good to see you again, Korra. I see that you've grown so much since the last time I saw you. I smile as I let go of her. Do you remember Lord Zuko? Tonrock asks Korra as Zuko gets up from his seat to greet Korra. I met you when you were a very young girl. It's good to see you again, Avatar Korra. Zuko smiles as I take his arm, all the while smiling at Korra, glad to see that she's alright. I know that Katara will be very happy to hear that she's safe. It's good to see you too, Lord Zuko. Korra responds back to him with a smile. Thanks for ditching me back in Zaofu, Lin says, causing Korra to look at her. Yeah, sorry about that, Korra apologizes to her. But how did you all find us? I am a detective, you know, Lin replies, raising an eyebrow at her. Did you find Mako and Bolin? Asami asks her. Some people at the inn saw them get captured by Sahir's crew, Lin replies. We don't know where they are. Did you hear about the Earth Queen? Tonrock asks Korra and Asami, which makes both girls turn to him. What about her? Korra asks him in confusion. The radio that was playing interrupts Tonrock before he can give her an answer. Once again, the Earth Queen's reign has come to an abrupt and violent end. Ba Sing Se has descended into chaos. Rioters and looters have overrun the palace. The Red Lotus. Korra growls out. What's that? Tonrock asks her. The name of the group that's been trying to capture me and just took out the Earth Queen, Korra replies. I'm afraid this is only the beginning, Dad. She continues solemnly, which makes Zuko and I look at each other worriedly. After talking to Korra and Asami about Sahir and the rest of the Red Lotus for a while, Naga gets up from her spot on the ground beside Korra, running out of the bar, Korra and Asami following right behind her to see what's going on. Guys, look out! Giant dog beast thingy! I hear someone yell outside of the bar. Okay, alright, Naga. It's good to see you too, another voice says from outside as Tonrock, Lin, Zuko, and I get up from the table to follow Korra and Asami outside. Gah! Stop! You're licking my mouth! Asami! Korra! Someone else yells out, and I assume from how happy the person sounded to see them, it must be Korra and Asami's friends Mako and Bolin that Naga and Pabu sensed outside. Zuko and I exit the cantina with the others to see Korra and Asami being hugged by who I assume are Mako and Bolin. I see the boy that was hugging Korra let go of her awkwardly. Sorry, I was just... It's so good to see you, he says to her. It's really good to see you too, Korra responds. She smiles as she turns to the boy that was hugging Asami. Good, you guys aren't dead, Lin says, causing the four of them to turn to her. Don't get all mushy on me, Chief, the boy, who I assume is Mako, replies. Tonrock? Sir? He bows to Tonrock a second later, causing Tonrock to nod to him. Next thing I know, who I assume to be Bolin literally slides up to Zuko and I, an excited look on his face. Oh my gosh! It's Lord Zuko and Lady Kita! I can't believe it! He fangirls before he tries to suppress his laughs of excitement, causing me to giggle gently at him. Mako begins as he pulls Bolin aside. Forgive my brother. We're just really honored to meet you both. He continues as he and Bolin bow in respect to both Zuko and I. Zuko and I bow back to them. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Zuko smiles at them, to which I nod to. So what happened to you two? Where have you been? Asami asks Mako. We were captured by Zahir and taken to Ba Sing Se. We were there when the Earth Queen was overthrown, Mako answers. What? How did you escape? Korra asks, turning to him and Bolin, who walks up to them. Zahir let us go, Mako replies. What? Why would he do that? Korra asks, clearly confused as to why Zahir would let them go if they were imprisoned in Ba Sing Se. Because he wanted us to find you and deliver a message, Bolin answers. Zahir is headed to the Northern Air Temple as we speak, Mako begins to explain. He said he's gonna wipe out the new Air Nation and everyone in it, unless you turn yourself over to him. At his reply, I see Korra's blue eyes widen in both disbelief and worry. Zahir's threatening innocent lives just to get to me, Korra says, clearly in disbelief. He could be bluffing, Tonraq states. He's already taken out the Earth Queen. I don't think he bluffs, Mako replies. He's got a very good point. If Zahir took out the Earth Queen, he'd definitely take out the new Air Nation without any hesitation if he doesn't get what he wants, which in this case is Korra. We need to radio Tenzin and warn him that the Red Lotus is coming, Korra says urgently. I agree, Mako says to her. Unfortunately, we don't have a radio on the airship. There's a portable radio on the Jeep, Tonraq states, but the signal will never make it to the Northern Air Temple. We need to get to a place that has a strong radio transmitter. The Meadow Clan will have one, Lin says. Let's go. We'll radio Sue on the way, Korra urges. Hopefully she can get a hold of Tenzin at the Air Temple by the time we get to Zaofu. Zuko and I land Daruk in Zaofu before the airship and are greeted by Su Yin and some guards. I jump down from my spot behind Zuko as she makes her way over to us. Sue, it's good to see you, I smile as I hug her. Yes, it certainly is, she smiles before letting me go and walking over to the airship to greet the others. Did you have any luck getting through the Tenzin? Korra asks Sue. No one's answering, Sue replies. What if Zahir's already up there? I should never have let Opal go, she continues, clearly worried for her daughter. On seeing her sister's worried expression on her face, Lin puts an arm around Sue's shoulders in comfort. It's going to be okay, Sue. I hope so, Sue replies, still looking worried for Opal. After finding out that not even the Meadow Clan could get through to Tenzin at the Northern Air Temple, Zuko and I have decided to head back to the Fire Nation to protect Azumi, Kaylin, and Alara, since we know that Zahir has been targeting world leaders. You guys are leaving? I hear Korra's voice ask from behind Zuko and I, causing the both of us to turn to her as she walks up to the two of us as we are getting ready to leave. Aren't you two coming to the Air Temple with us? We're very sorry, Korra, but we can't, I say with a shake of my head. We're going back to the Fire Nation. If it's true that the Red Lotus is targeting the nation's leaders, we need to protect our children and grandchildren. I understand. You do have to keep not only the Fire Lord safe, but the Prince and Princess too, Korra states.
Before you guys leave, though, I was wondering if you could help me with something, she continues as she turns towards Zuko. I was often Aang's counsel, and I'd love to be yours, Zuko replies back to her. That's just it, Korra begins. You knew Aang better than anyone. I was wondering if you knew what he would do if he were in my situation. Zuko hums in thought. Rebuilding the Air Nation was Aang's biggest dream. He would be beside himself with joy with what you've done. And if he accomplished that goal, he might have sacrificed anything to protect it, he finishes. So he would give himself up to save the Air Nation? Korra asks while looking down in sadness. I don't know for sure, Zuko replies to her, causing her to look up at him. The Airbenders might have been closest to Aang's heart, but as the Avatar, he was concerned with people of all nations. No one knew better than Aang that in times of turmoil, the world needs its Avatar the most. He continues, all the while placing a hand on her shoulder in comfort and reassurance. It's also important for you to follow your heart in this kind of situation, Korra. I smile, causing her and Zuko to look at me. It's up to you to find out what the right choice is. Korra nods after a moment, a smile coming to her face. Thanks. Both of you, she begins. Your uncle was right. It was helpful talking to you, she continues while turning to Zuko, who looks at her in surprise. Wait, you spoke with my uncle? Yes, in the spirit world. A couple of times, actually, Korra responds. Before Zuko or I could ask her more about her talking to Iroh anymore, Mako comes running towards us. Guys, we got through to the air temple, he says, which causes the three of us to follow him.